Chapter 191, But I Am Not a Human. At the same time, in the underground experimental base, seeing that the group of slimes chased the two strangers with weapons for a long time and did not come back, Elpis hesitated for a while and finally went out curiously to see the situation. Since the players took over here, the originally closed gate of the experimental base has been reopened, so Elpis did not have to crawl out of the hole in the tunnel in a panic. When she walked to the entrance of the experimental base, the players who had completed the task and were about to go home met her face to face. Seeing her in a white coat, blonde hair and a pretty face, the players suddenly became excited. My Jiao. Is this the legendary new NPC? She looks so beautiful. You are offline. I have seen it a long time ago. It seems that this NPC was found by Gotham and Yaohua when they were looking for Easter eggs. Isn't it? The little player said with some envy and jealousy. Their luck is too good. I found the Easter egg again and unlocked the new NPC. It seems that the modeler of this game is still good at face pinching. I've been seeing those weird looking rough men every day for a while, and my eyes are almost blinded. The modeling of this game has always been awesome. Okay. Haven't you seen Nina and Mia? So what? But we can't see them in the new base. What's the name of the new NPC? I don't know. The official hasn't announced it yet. Can we trigger the task by greeting the new NPC? At this point, several young players looked at each other. They saw a hint of eagerness in each other's eyes. Let's try. Looking at the group of slimes chattering around her, Elpis was a little confused. To be honest, she didn't understand what these slimes were saying at all, and didn't know why they suddenly surrounded her. The rich knowledge reserves of artificial intelligence never told her how to deal with the current situation. Why didn't she react? After asking the other party several times whether there was a task for them, but the NPC in front of them did not respond. A little player was a little disappointed and defeated. He looked a little stupid. Agree. Another little player nodded in agreement. He looked a little stupid. At this time, if Elpis could understand what these slimes were saying, he would have raised his hand in protest. She is the most advanced artificial intelligence in Gubba. Where is she stupid? Where is she stupid? It's a pity that she didn't understand. At this time, she still blinked her lifeless and beautiful violet eyes and looked at the group of slimes at her feet in confusion. The player's patience is limited. Seeing that the other party did not respond, they knew that there was probably no task for them to trigger. So they waved their hands and turned around and left. Let's go. Let's go. Therefore, Elpis didn't understand what these slimes wanted to do and watched them scatter. These slimes are really strange. Thinking of this, Elpis raised his foot and continued to move forward. However, before she could leave the experimental base, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. Seeing the golden slime coming back with a man tied up tightly with ropes, Elpis paused. Isn't this man one of the men who were chased by the slimes before? Seeing the other person's miserable appearance, although he didn't know Dyke's identity, Elpis still came to a conclusion based on his powerful reasoning and calculation ability. This man should be an invader. After all, she hasn't seen humans in this base since she woke up. All here are creatures called slimes. Recalling what the golden slime said before, this place has been taken over by it and its people. In this case, if humans come uninvited, it is equivalent to invading their territory. It's no wonder that this man has such a fate now. Thinking of this, Elpis seemed to look at Dyke with pity. However, her eyes are dead after all, and there is not much emotion, which makes people misunderstand. On the ground, Dyke saw Elpis's eyes as calm as a pool of dead water, and his heart was suddenly a little angry. Is this woman despising him? This style is really too arrogant. Xiaoming didn't know what the prisoner was thinking at the moment, so he just greeted Elpis very naturally. Elpis glanced at Dyke. He was, don't worry. The slime in front of him grinned, with an innocent smile. Just an ordinary invader. An ordinary invader? Hearing this, Dyke's eyes widened suddenly, obviously very disagreeing. It's a pity that his mouth was blocked and he couldn't speak at all. He could only weakly make short and resistant syllables through his throat. However, no one paid attention to him. Elpis nodded without doubt. She knew it was an invader. There was an emergency just now, so I didn't have time to talk to you in detail. Elpis. Xiaoming considered the wording, considering whether to use Miss or abbreviate the title and call her by her name, but heard the artificial intelligence on the other side speak. Madam, call me Ms. Elpis. Xiaoming nodded. Okay, Ms. Elpis. Please follow me. Elpis followed the slime in front of him obediently, dragging the captives tied up at his feet and driving away several curious players who came to watch the fun. Xiaoming brought Elpis to the office. Looking at the closed office door, Elpis couldn't help asking, "Can't your people speak? I mean the human language. Whether it was the slimes I met in the safe room before, or the ones I just saw outside. None of them could speak Gaba. Well, that is, the language of the deserted star today. It seems that only their leader, the golden slime, can speak this language. Xiaoming. The players are indeed speaking human language. But it is not the language of this world. Of course, such a truth cannot be told to the other party. So Xiaoming could only shamelessly fool around. I would say that human language is purely because I am smarter than them. Otherwise, I would not be able to become the chief." Hearing this, Elpis nodded suddenly. That's it. In some biological populations, individuals with stronger abilities than their peers are often more popular with other species, and thus become leaders of the population. The golden slime in front of us is such a case. Without further arguing about this issue, Xiaoming looked at her and continued, "From now on, you will be the resident NPC and biological expert of this underground experimental base. I need you to arrange some things for my people to do." Elpis tilted his head, somewhat confused. "What is NPC? Why do you need me to arrange things for your people? Aren't you their leader?" "It's just a name," Xiaoming explained. "Here, except for our people, all humans are collectively called NPCs by us. But I'm not a human." "That's not important." Xiaoming paused. "You just need to look like a human." Without waiting for the artificial intelligence in front of him to continue asking 100,000 whys, Xiaoming continued, "Although I am a leader, I also have things to do. Not everything needs to be arranged by me personally. So, I need you to help me share some of the work. Of course, as a reward, you can continue to stay here and get the supply of electricity and energy." Elpis did not refuse. Although she has not seen the big pie of charging freedom drawn by the other party, she has no other choice at the moment. "That's right." As if thinking of something, Xiaoming changed the subject and asked, "I have something to ask you." "You ask?" "In addition to being able to connect to high-dimensional space signals, does the interdimensional information sensor have any other functions?" It's no wonder that Xiaoming asked this question. After all, the original intention of inventing this instrument was to make the last struggle to save the planet Gulba. Now that more than 300 years have passed, the role of this machine does not seem to be that great. He didn't understand what the purpose of Dyke and the people behind him was to bring this interdimensional information sensor back. Is it just to communicate with higher dimensional civilizations? If that's all, isn't it a bit of an exaggeration? Lin Luo and her mentor were able to develop this machine during the war. So it doesn't make sense that the researchers on Omega Star, who are at peace and have mastered the core technology of the future alliance, can't do it 300 years later. So, Xiaoming began to doubt the machine itself again. Perhaps the interdimensional information sensor has other more important functions. However, Elpis's answer in the next second completely eliminated his speculation. No more. The interdimensional information sensor can only receive and transmit sound information from higher dimensional space. There are no other functions besides this. Sensing the other party's disappointment, Elpis tilted his head, as if he disagreed. "I don't know what the situation is now, but this machine was epoch-making and a very remarkable research 300 years ago. At the beginning, Lin Luo and Dr. Gu Lai worked hard for nearly 10 years to get such a result." Although Elpis's voice was flat, Xiaoming still felt that the artificial intelligence in front of him seemed a little angry. In order not to make his new NPC angry, Xiaoming quickly explained everything that had just happened. Of course, this also included Dyke's identity and the purpose of his visit this time. At the end of the words, Xiaoming paused, looked at Dyke, who was already rolling his eyes in anger, and asked, "Do you know him?" Although he asked this, Xiaoming obviously didn't hold out hope. After all, when Elpis entered hibernation, Dr. Dyke's great-grandfather was probably not even a fertilized egg. How could Elpis recognize him? However, unexpectedly, the answer given by Elpis this time was not a negative sentence. "Now that you mention it, it seems a little familiar." "Xiaoming, have you seen him before?" With excitement, he immediately asked. "That's not the case, but it feels a little familiar." Elpis paused and said, "He looks a bit like someone I know. Especially here." Looking in the direction of Elpis's finger, Xiaoming noticed that Dr. Dyke had a red mole on his neck. It's not really a mole. This thing is more like a mutated mole. And the bulge is not small. Hearing this, Dyke immediately stopped rolling his eyes up to the sky. And he didn't resist and make a fuss like before. Seeing that his expression suddenly became serious, Xiaoming thought about it and tore off the rag blocking his mouth. You seem to have something to say. Dyke looked up at him and said, On our Omega planet, everyone has this red dot on their neck. That's the mark left by the Central Laboratory. Chapter 192 1.18 version update. Central Laboratory? The woman and Slime in front of him both looked ignorant. Dyke explained reluctantly with a tense face, On Omega Star, all residents are raised and born in the embryo culture room of the Central Laboratory. And this red dot is the scar left by the embryo connecting to the nutrient transporter. Hearing this, Elpis paused. Although the expression on his face could not show joy or anger, he obviously had some objections. Seeing this, Xiaoming asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? This doesn't look like a scar. Elpis raised his hand and gently touched the red bulge on the man's neck, which was more like a large pigmented mole. This move made Dyke a little unhappy. However, before he could express his dissatisfaction, he heard the blonde woman in front of him continue, I have seen such a pigmented mole on a person, no matter the size or the location of growth. Hearing this, he paused. Exactly the same? Xiaoming was a little surprised. Are you sure you remember it right? It's Ms. Elpis. Elpis turned her head and said word by word, Please call me Ms. Elpis. Xiaoming. I didn't expect an artificial intelligence to care so much about these trivial formalities. Okay. Respected Ms. Elpis. Helplessly, Xiaoming finally gave in and said cooperatively, Are you sure you remember it right? The red mole on this guy's neck is exactly the same as the one on your old friend? Of course. Elpis nodded slightly. As the top artificial intelligence in Gulba, I won't lie about this kind of thing. As soon as the voice fell, Dyke's expression became a little strange. The top artificial intelligence in Gulba? So this woman is not a human, but an artificial intelligence. He had been guessing the other party's identity before. You know, on the deserted planet. Except for some prisons that hold female prisoners, there are no women in ordinary prisons. Now, everything has an answer. It turns out that she is a historical relic of this underground base. Thinking of this, Dyke's blood could not help boiling. Gulba is 300 years old. And I didn't expect that the technological products of that period can still be used today. It seems that Gulba's technological strength is stronger than he imagined. No wonder the Dean is so persistent in the research results left by this base, and even let him come all the way to this deserted planet to find the old relics. However, compared to these, what he cares more about now is what the other party said just now. Does the scar on his neck really look exactly like the person she knew before? The person this Elpis lady knew must have been at least 300 years ago, and their practice of artificial embryo cultivation on Omega Star only started more than 2 centuries ago. In this case, the person she knew should not have been born in the laboratory of Omega Star. Moreover, she just said, This is not a scar but a pigmented mole. How is this possible? He had heard since he was a child that every resident born in the Central Laboratory would have a red dot-shaped scar on his neck. Now someone told him that this is not a scar, but a pigmented mole. This is really unbelievable. Scars can be made exactly the same by artificial means, but moles on everyone's body cannot grow in exactly the same place. Maybe this is just a coincidence. It's just a mole, and it's not impossible to grow in the same place as their scar. Thinking of this, Dyke comforted himself. This must be a coincidence. Unlike Dyke, Xiaoming felt that this matter was not that simple. In his opinion, there are not so many coincidences in the world, and many coincidences are actually inevitable. Xiaoming, is the person you are talking about also one of the people who left the experimental base that year? Yes. Seeing Elpis nod, Xiaoming fell into silent contemplation. He had previously felt strange why Omega Star, which belongs to the Future Alliance, would send people here to find interdimensional information sensors. You know, this underground experimental base was discovered not long ago, and this guy came and described the appearance of the box containing the instrument so accurately. Therefore, he guessed that the person behind Dr. Dyke must have some connection with this experimental base. The other party might be one of the people who left the base that year, as Elpis said. And that guy later went to settle on Omega Star, which led to these things later. Although he didn't know what the red mole on that person was related to the scar on the neck of the Omega Starman. Xiaoming felt that this thing might become a breakthrough in the investigation in the future. However, there are still too few clues now, so this matter has to be put aside for the time being. Compared with the scar on Dyke's body, Xiaoming wanted to know more about what his mastermind wanted to do with the cross-dimensional information sensor. Hearing Xiaoming's question, Dyke was stunned, and then looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Why should I tell you? Although he expected that the other party might resist cooperation, Xiaoming was still a little unhappy to be despised by this prisoner who claimed to be a high IQ person. However, before he could figure out how to teach the arrogant Dr. Dyke a profound lesson, Elpis on the side suddenly spoke. If he is related to Jupiter, then I may know what they want to do. Jupiter? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Xiaoming asked, who is he? He is Dr. Gu Lai's student and Lin Luo's senior. Elpis paused and said, he was also one of the people who participated in the research of cross-dimensional information sensors. When Jupiter left the underground experimental base, he wanted to take the research materials and this instrument away, but was strongly opposed by other people in the team. Of course, he had to oppose it. It was obviously a joint research result. Besides, this person was about to leave the experimental base. So how could he take everyone's hard work for himself? It was normal for Dr. Gu Lai and his team to react like this. But Jupiter obviously didn't think so. He felt that such a great research should be taken out for everyone to admire, rather than being sealed underground in obscurity. Of course, there is a more important point. He needed this instrument and its related research data as a stepping stone to open the door to the next employer. Gulba's defeat is a foregone conclusion, and smart people have to think of a way out for themselves. And Omega Star is the most suitable new home for him. And if he wants the other party to accept him, he must show enough sincerity. Obviously, compared with those failed potions that delay the mutation of organisms in nuclear radiation, instruments that can connect and communicate with high-dimensional space are more valuable. After all, Omega Star is extremely advocating science. Who doesn't want to peek into the higher-level cosmic mysteries from higher-dimensional civilizations? And cross-dimensional information sensors are their ladder to explore the mysteries of science and the universe. If Jupiter was not responsible for the most core part of the project, he could have left the underground experimental base empty-handed. Of course, even if he tried hard, he did not succeed in leaving with what he wanted. Hearing this, Xiaoming roughly guessed the subsequent plot. Although he failed to get what he wanted, the researcher named Jupiter eventually went to Omega Star. With his own professional skills, he has a place there. But even so, he still couldn't forget the instrument and always wanted to bring it out of Guba. Unfortunately, due to war, the closure of the underground experimental base, and other reasons, he failed to achieve his wish. So, he handed the task to his successor. Although he didn't know why it was delayed for so many years, the man named Dyke finally came from Omega to the current deserted planet. After listening to Xiaoming's analysis, Dyke, who was originally stupid, "You guys just think about it carefully. I don't bother to pay attention to you," froze. Seeing this, Xiaoming knew that his guess was almost right. Xiaoming was not at all worried about another force trying to snatch the interdimensional information sensor from him. Although this thing is awesome, it is not a super weapon that can destroy the world. Its existence may be very tempting to scientific researchers, but for the rulers of the interstellar, it is not even as attractive as a few giant laser cannons. And Dyke's coming alone also proved this point. The people behind the scenes were not worried about not getting anything. As long as you give these prison guards in the Western prison, who only care about food and gold coins, a little bit of benefit, are you afraid that you can't succeed? As for these powerful slimes, they don't care about them at all. In their view, these creatures are just the product of human experiments. No matter how much they look like humans or how smart they are, they can't turn the tables. However, what the other party didn't expect was that in the end, it was these slimes that gave him a heavy blow. Dyke really thought so. Before coming, everyone envied Dyke for receiving the task assigned by the dean himself. And this task was so easy. Even he thought so. As a result, he capsized in the gutter. Not only did he not get the things, he was also beaten up by these slimes and became a prisoner. Although reason told him that the prison would not really ignore him, he still suffered a big blow. Xiaoming didn't care about the complicated expression of the man in front of him, but just thought calmly, it would be better if those guys sent more people over. His new base is in great need of scientific research talents. It's just right that the gourd baby comes to save his grandfather. So he takes one for each one that comes. Unlike Xiaoming's optimism, some players are actually a little dissatisfied with today's sudden combat activities. In the end, that guy actually escaped. What a pity. Originally, he couldn't escape. And what can we do if the game prompts that we can't fight? I want, Hong said angrily and pounded the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. Seeing this, Fried Kidney Flour moved to the side with some disgust, and said, "Just talk. Why are you pounding the ground for no reason? It's great to have a power armor, Hearing this, everyone cast their eyes to the side. The battle has been over for a long time. But I-1 Hong is still wearing that power armor. Because the body of the slime can't fill the entire power armor. In order to show off, he forcibly split 4 long strips from his round body to act as hands and feet, so as to control the power armor weighing hundreds of pounds. For this move, everyone expressed disdain. If you have the ability, split another one from your body. Without a little penis. Even if you have hands and feet, you can only be a eunuch. They will never admit that they are jealous. Peng Zhanqi changed the subject, saying that the guy could not be beaten because of the need for the subsequent plot. But the way he came and went as he pleased was really annoying. Then get some anti-aircraft weapons. I have been wanting to do something new for a long time. As he said that, Gotham Iron Man rubbed his hands with excitement, waiting for those guys to fly over next time. I can just use them to test their power. Players have long been accustomed to Gotham's bold ideas. After all, this guy has been tortured to the point of being tortured no more. And what does a mere anti-aircraft weapon mean? Here, just as Gotham and several equally tortured players were discussing how to develop new weapons, the official website of the Earth released another update announcement. Wildstar World 1.18 version update. 1. New NPC Elpis. She is from Gulba more than 3 centuries ago, with blonde hair and purple eyes. She was the top artificial intelligence at the time, and also a biological science researcher. As the only survivor of the Gulba underground experimental base, Slime Laboratory, she has many unknown stories. 2. Update the career system. Players can choose their own career development direction. P.S. The higher the proficiency bar, the more suitable it is for the profession. 3. Optimize the login location switch. To facilitate players to complete tasks, players can switch login points at will when logging in. Currently 2 login points have been unlocked. Slime Nest and Slime Village. Slime Laboratory under the West Prison number 9. 4. Add a new faction Omega Star. Omega Star, affiliated to the Future Alliance, is the technological core of the Future Alliance. The residents there are all raised and born in the embryo culture room of the Central Laboratory. The red dot on the neck is the symbol of the Omega Starman. Picture 1. Picture 2. 5. Optimize the modeling scene and fix several bugs. 1.18 version developer log. Hello. I am your dearest planner Xiao Ming. Long time no see. I wonder if you guys miss me. After all the departments in the company worked overtime, we finally welcomed the update of version 1.18. Let's give a warm round of applause to the programmer who became bald because of overtime and the art department. Let's get back to the point. Version 1.18 is a very significant update. In addition to the long-awaited career system, we have also optimized the login location this time. In the past, there were always players complaining that this game was too real. Sometimes you have to go to other maps to do tasks, which is very inconvenient. Our planning team is very obedient. So in version 1.18, we optimized the login point. In addition to the original Slime Village, players can also choose to log in at the Slime Laboratory in the West. In this way, you don't need to run back and forth between the 2 places. As for the Slime Embassy on Zukum Star, because the base is outside the wasteland, the map is relatively large and the loading time is long. So in order to avoid affecting the game experience and also to avoid the collapse of the game operation mechanism, the Slime Embassy will temporarily not open this function. Let's talk about the career system. The original planning team did not intend to develop this function, because the main feature of Wasteland World is a real and free one. If players are restricted to those professional titles, it obviously does not meet our original idea. However, with the opening of new maps and the increase in the number of players in the game, we think it is necessary to add this function. After all, each player's data panel is different. Some are good at physical work, and some are good at mental work. So work that requires effort, such as moving bricks, is obviously not suitable for players with low strength. In order to allow players to better play their strengths, the career system came into being. Players can view the various professional skill bars in the newly added career system on the panel. The higher the proficiency, the more suitable you are for this profession. And the higher the proficiency level of the profession, the more you can receive tasks related to the profession. Even upgrading to a certain level can unlock the title of the profession. Due to space limitations, Xiaoming will not go into details about the specific professions here. You can choose to check the settings set on the official website, or log into the game online to view the game panel. Players with a level higher than LV2 can hang up to 3 professions. In addition, Professions can also be revoked or changed in the career system. Changing or canceling a profession will not affect the achievements of that profession. So don't worry. As soon as the update announcement was issued, the forum was immediately flooded with comments from players. However, compared to the profession system, players are more concerned about the switching of login locations and the identity of the new NPC. Wong Wong Snow Cake, finally. I can switch maps. It's still very troublesome to go online and offline in the base every time I switch maps. The little girl who picks mushrooms, wow. Why can't I switch on Zukum Star? Is the computing speed of the production team server so lame? Sheep Village Boiling Sheep, don't complain. It's already very good to be able to switch. We used to turn a four-wheeled vehicle into an airplane. Spinach Popeye, but I didn't expect that the new NPC is a robot. Rim is my wife, that's right. How can she be a robot when she is so beautiful? Blonde hair must be a tsundere lady. Takanashi Rika is my wife. I agree. Why is it set as a robot with an expressionless face? This production team doesn't follow the routine. Gentlemen, don't talk too early. Maybe the hidden attribute of the new NPC is tsundere. Long Oudian from the Wild Star, what do you know? The setting of the blonde robot with paralyzed face is simply too amazing. Okay? My sister stepped on me, +1. I just like the way she looked down on me with a cold face. The lily of my hometown bloomed, it's decided. From today she is my new wife. Long Oudian from the Wild Star, get lost. She is obviously my wife. Pork stewed with vermicelli, TSK. This group of LSPs. Even robots are not spared. Assembly line quality inspector, no one cares about the career system? Stir-fried kidney, you are still too young. The career system is not as important as a new wife, no. And it is not as important as a new NPC Doge. The forum posts are lively. And the official website is no less lively. With the update of version 1.18, the number of people who pre-ordered the game has increased again. Those netizens who didn't get into version 1.16 were shouting in the underground. When will the next wave of closed beta test quotas be released? The children are waiting so long that the flowers are withered. However, no matter how those netizens urged, Xiao Ming, the planner, was still sitting on the Diaoyu Island with a calm face. At the moment, he had something more important to do than responding to those people. Looking at the triangular cone-shaped light blue light ball suspended in the air in front of him. The system prompt sounded at the right time beside his ear. Task: restart the underground experimental base, completed. Reward: controllable nuclear fusion reactor fuel, obtained. Chapter 193, I didn't expect that I would have to endure constipation after becoming a slime. In the control room where no one entered or exited, Xiao Ming stood on the ladder and placed the triangular cone wrapped in light blue light on the tip of the controlled nuclear fusion reactor in front of him. The moment the fuel core met the reactor, a thin but powerful white electric light was connected. In an instant, the control room, where you couldn't see your hand in front of you, suddenly became bright. And the moment the overhead lights came on, the underground experimental base, which was originally dim due to insufficient energy, suddenly became brightly lit. Seeing the two little players holding the ladder in front of him in a daze, Xiao Ming smiled and jumped down from the ladder. You have worked hard. You can let go now. Upon hearing this, Gotham Iron Man hurriedly put down his little hand and turned off his skills. For a moment, the brilliance that was originally blinding on his body suddenly dimmed. Originally, he was busy with the research and development of defense weapons in the new experimental workshop. And suddenly, he was dragged over by the Patriarch. Seeing the clan leader's mysterious look, he thought he had triggered some great task. He never thought that when he came over happily, the other party actually asked him to act as a human. Oh no! It was a slime-shaped light bulb, looking at I Want to Be Red, who was laughing so hard that he deserved a beating beside him. Gotham Iron Man couldn't help but twitch his skin. It must be the Yaowa guys who were talking nonsense everywhere. Otherwise, why would the clan leader know about his well-hidden things? Thinking of this, Gotham felt more and more depressed. His reputation as a weapon master was ruined. Unlike Gotham's depression, I Want to Be Red was very happy. He saw him grinning and laughing. And he kept spitting out nice words, as if he didn't want money. It's not hard. Not hard. It's not hard at all. It's our honor to serve the clan leader. Xiao Ming has long been resistant to the flattery of players. Hearing this, he just put on a formal smile and ticked the task completion. Below. The next moment, a message popped up on the players' panels. After receiving the task reward, I saluted Xiao Ming happily and trotted away. After watching the two players leave, Xiao Ming turned and walked out of the control room. At the end of the corridor, Elpis was standing there stiffly. When Xiaoming was about to ask her what she was doing, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the hemp rope thick charging cable behind her. Wow! It's charged so quickly. It hasn't been long since the power was restored in the experimental base. Sure enough, people are iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Even if it's a robot. It's half a person. What's more, the robot in front of him hasn't eaten for 300 years. How can he not be hungry? Thinking of this, Xiaoming was relieved immediately. If you are not active in eating, you have a problem with your thinking. There is nothing wrong with this. Look! Look! The new NPC is charging. In the distance, several young players happened to pass by and were surprised to see the scene. Wow! It's actually a robot. So cool. I just don't know what abilities the new NPC has. Will it be a combat cheat like Mia? It's no wonder that players are curious. After all, the only two female NPCs currently in the game are not ordinary people. Sister Mia looks weak, but she is so strong that she can pull up a tree. Lin Dayu pulled up a willow tree. Although Sister Mina does not have the strange strength like Mia, she is very smart. Not only can she do 4-digit mental arithmetic in 2 seconds, she has even learned Chinese. Now, even without relying on the translation function, players can have simple daily conversations with her. With these two extraordinary permanent female NPCs in front, players naturally have great expectations for the new female NPC that has only appeared after more than a dozen versions. Artificial intelligence, born 300 years ago. Well, this setting is very awesome at first glance. The player's whispers reached Elpis, and she tilted her head in confusion when she heard the noise. Why do these slimes always stare at her? They even make strange and noisy sounds. Have they never seen artificial intelligence? After making a subtle complaint, Elpis straightened her head again, looking straight ahead and continuing to enjoy the satisfaction brought by the electric current. So full. In the underground experimental base, the originally empty square was crowded with slimes. This was the peak time for logging off. Unlike usual situations, players did not choose to log off by sleeping, because the game had just been updated. Many players wanted to try the new function of switching bases. Therefore, players lined up to go to the slime summoning pool in the laboratory. If 300 players were crowded in that pool to log on and off, it would inevitably cause congestion. In order to avoid this situation, Xiaoming modified a setting through the summoner. No more than 4 players can log on and off through the number 2 slime summoning pool at the same time. Once this number is exceeded, it will be automatically delayed by 2 seconds. After all, the pool is too small. If everyone goes down together, they will be stuck and can't go down. This move naturally caused dissatisfaction among many players. Why can't this pool be built bigger? That's right. I remember the pool in the slime village was quite big. Why is the one in the new base so small? Can't it be expanded? How long will we have to wait like this? I'm still waiting to log off and eat. If you can't wait, just choose to sleep and log off. Why do you have to squeeze here? I'm happy. What's your business? Although they quarreled, the players didn't dare to really fight. After all, there are relevant regulations in the Slime Clan Rules and Player's Handbook that prohibit players from fighting. Violators will be punished by being in a small black room for at least 3 days. In serious cases, the helmet will be taken back and they will be permanently banned from logging into the game. No one wants to take this risk. So although the scene is noisy, nothing serious has happened. Unlike those impatient players, some people in the team are not in a hurry. While queuing to log off, they even chatted about what profession to choose next. I'm your father. What profession do you plan to choose? Pork stewed with vermicelli. I haven't decided yet. Or, warrior? Hunter feels good too. I am your father. I am your father. Can you think of something reliable? With your strength, you might as well be a farmer like me. After all, we have raised mushrooms together. Pork stewed with vermicelli. It's dead. Aren't there 2 positions left? I'm your father suddenly realized, that's right. According to our level, we can hang up to 3. On the side, the brick-carrying boy couldn't help but interrupt when he heard the conversation between the two. I hung up a warrior and a construction worker. I haven't thought about the remaining one yet. I hung up a weapon master. Suddenly, the Gotham brothers' smug voice was heard, and the players all turned around. I'm your father was a little confused. Weapon master? Is there such a thing in the career system? Of course not. Gotham Iron Man said with a smug look. I customized it. Everyone, What? This thing can be customized? What customization? This guy is self-proclaimed. Stir-fried kidneys are very disrespectful to the stage. There is no customization function in the career system. The profession he really hung up is blacksmith. Upon hearing this, Gotham Iron Man immediately exploded. As if to save face, he said, "What's wrong with blacksmiths? In ancient times, blacksmiths were weapon masters." Hearing this, the players were stunned. After thinking carefully, it was true. After all, blacksmiths in ancient times would also forge weapons such as swords and daggers. In addition, Gotham Brother occasionally used forging technology when making weapons. So the profession of blacksmith barely fits his temperament. Feeling that he had saved face, Gotham Iron Man's expression was slightly relieved. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at the stir-fried big kidneys. "Didn't you guys go offline before? Why are you queuing here again?" Stir-fried big kidneys glanced at him. "Can't you come back after going offline?" Seeing that the two guys seemed to be arguing, Pork Stewed with Vermicelli hurriedly explained, "Didn't I see the game update after going offline? So I thought about coming up to take a look and experience the map switching function. By the way, I'm your father." I nodded in agreement. "I've been here for so long, and I don't know how the mushrooms I raised are doing. So I want to take this opportunity to go back to Slime Village to have a look. It looks like it's going to be tough." Looking at the long queue in the distance, Gotham Iron Man snorted, "How long will you have to wait in line with so many people? Aren't you queuing too?" Hearing Yahweh's words, Gotham immediately retorted, "Who said I was queuing? I was just passing by." As he said that, he heard him speak with great ambition. "I have decided that I will live in the new map in the west from now on. The terrain here is open, and there are not so many forests like in the east." When he was developing explosives in Slime Village before, he would accidentally set fire to the mountain and be punished by the chief. He didn't want to continue sweeping the toilet. After careful consideration, the vast and sparsely populated western desert is more suitable for his career development. Of course, this place is not without any disadvantages. The climate is dry and water resources are scarce. The food variety is also very poor. I have been here for so many days, and every day I only have desert potatoes and the meat of desert monitors. There is not even a green vegetable. It is okay in the short term, but it is easy to have trouble defecating after a long time." Thinking of this, Gotham Brother couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He hasn't defecated for a long time. I didn't expect that he would have to endure the pain of constipation after becoming a slime. It's really not easy for him. Chapter 194. Of course, it's because I received the task. Complaints aside, most players are quite satisfied with the new version. At least the underground experimental base is no longer as dark as before. Of course, more importantly, the launch of the career system makes it easier for players to filter tasks than before. In the past, all types of tasks were mixed in the same task area. Every day, players had to swipe the task panel to find the tasks they wanted to do. Now with the career system, you don't have to search page by page like before. Just filter according to the label of your profession, and the system will automatically put the tasks that suit you at the top. This system has greatly improved the game experience of players. Although WildStar World is still in the closed beta stage with major bugs and occasional minor bugs, many players have higher and higher expectations for this game. Anyone with eyes and brains can see that once this game is launched, it will definitely be popular all over the country. Not even the world. Even though they haven't played for a long time, they already think this game is very important. With a loving and caring heart, players hope that WildStar World can go further and further. Therefore, they also hope that this game can reduce unnecessary bugs as much as possible, so that the game experience can be better. After all, when playing games, everyone is here for the purpose of leisure and entertainment. If the game is not fun and the experience is not good, how can players be retained? What's more, the development and planning team of WildStar World is so poor that they don't even want to pay for publicity and advertising. In this case, can't they rely on these tap water to promote the game? Although players have a loving heart, WildStar World itself is superior enough. Whether it is the five senses that can't distinguish between reality and illusion in the game, or the extremely delicate and realistic modeling, or the interesting NPCs and the huge alien background settings, these are enough to attract the attention of players. In addition, this game has a variety of ways to play. You can choose to become a warrior to charge for the Slime Clan, or you can choose to be a farmer and experience a slow-paced leisure life. More importantly, this game not only does not require Krypton gold, but also allows players to make a lot of money. Players have always been treated as leaks by game companies. And a game company like WildStar World is the first to help players cut leaks in return. In addition, playing games does not take up daily study and work time at all. As long as you put on a helmet and lie on the bed at night, you can enter the game world. What's more amazing is that even if you play games all night, you won't feel tired. And you will even feel refreshed when you wake up the next day. Such a game, let alone China, can't even be made by the most technologically advanced countries in the world. Of course, it would be better if the death standby time could be shorter. 2 days is really too hard to endure. Official website. Announcement. The controlled nuclear fusion reactor has been replenished with new energy. And the Slime Underground experimental base has resumed normal power supply. The tribe leader has something to say, although the power supply has been restored. Please save energy, and don't waste electricity. The Slime research team is recruiting biological science researchers. Those who are interested, please go to room A in the office area of the Slime Underground experimental base to find NPC Ms. Elpis to sign up. As soon as the announcement was released, the forum was immediately lively. Sister stepped on me. I will go to the blonde lady to sign up now. The lilies in my hometown are blooming, and me. Rim is my wife. Is there a limit on the number of people? If it is not full, count me in. Mighty and unyielding, squinting. Dallon takes medicine and Rim is my wife. You have fallen in love with a new NPC so quickly? You don't want your Rim wife? Rim is my wife. Don't talk nonsense. I am doing this for the task. Do the task? Do you understand? Rim is my wife, and? Who said I don't want my wife? Rim will always be my wife. Mighty and unyielding, tsk. The mouth of the otaku is deceiving. Rim is my wife, degree. Wildstar Dragon Altian, damn. Why haven't you issued new accounts yet? I've waited so long that the flowers have withered. Gentlemen, what's the hurry? I've been queuing for more than 10 versions, and haven't been able to get in. Have you waited as long as I have? I want red. People were just released in version 1.16. And it's only version 1.18. And there haven't been many days in between. Based on past experience, I'm afraid we'll have to wait. Rim is my wife. I saw you guys discussing the new NPC so happily before. And I thought you were players. So you two are still. Haven't entered the game yet? Wanching Long Altian. Angry. Are cloud players not players? Gentlemen, that's right. Xiaoxie Rika is my wife. That's right. Cloud players are also players. Okay. Master Ball, yes. Even if I haven't entered the game yet. I know that Elpis is my new wife. Squinting smile. Wanching Long Altian, get lost. She's obviously my wife. Good man. These people type too fast. Looking at the posts that were swiping across the screen in front of him. Qian Defon squinted his presbyopic eyes, and tried his best to identify the tiny words on them. Text. Shook his head while watching. What do they say? Nodded in the same place. This is the same. Experts need to summarize the report at the meeting. Anti-aircraft missiles? The experts were shocked. Although they knew it was a game. Was Old Su taking it too seriously? Fong Qian was also a little surprised. He felt strange when the mysterious man behind WildStar World approached him and gave him a closed beta test quota to ask these scientific experts to enter the game. Why would a game developed by aliens need experts in aircraft manufacturing, chemical engineering, electronics, machinery, agriculture and other fields? If they were not taking this opportunity to understand the strength of the Earth, then they wanted to steal the skills. But from the current situation, the extraterrestrial civilization behind WildStar World is much more powerful than the Earth civilization in terms of technological level alone. Does the other party really need it? Once upon a time, Fong Qian did firmly believe this. But when he heard that Academician Su was actually tinkering with anti-aircraft missiles in the game, he was a little unsure for a while. Anti-aircraft missiles are not ordinary explosives. They are professional military weapons. Even in the game, it still makes people feel uneasy. Qian Defon frowned. Why did he start thinking about making anti-aircraft missiles? Oh, it's because Lao Su has a bad temper. Lu Ling explained. Wasn't he doing a task in the game some time ago and developing explosives with a young man? Although the two had a little dispute during that cooperation, it was harmless. I don't know what the young man does in the real world. Recently, he has been tinkering with anti-aircraft weapons. Lao Su saw that there were many problems with what he made, so he kindly pointed out a few things. As a result, he was scolded by the hot-tempered guy. Lao Su was so angry. Isn't this just a fight with others? He has to show off his skills in front of the young man to show his professional level. Hearing this, everyone was silent. At this time, the figure of a rude slime appeared in their minds at the same time. If it was the player with the ID Gotham Iron Man, then they would understand what Lao Su did. That young man is really annoying. Not to mention old Su. Even the oldest among them, old Qian, has been scolded by this guy. But what can be done? In the game, everyone's real identity information is hidden, and the other party doesn't know who they are. There are also cases where they just scold others when they are unhappy. After all, playing games is not like giving up seats on the bus, which requires respecting the elderly and loving the young. But this does not mean that the other party is right. If your kindness is taken for granted, anyone would be angry. No wonder old Su was so frustrated that he wanted to compete with that boy. Fang Qian saw that the old people in front of him showed a look of understanding, and for a moment he felt confused. What's going on? Before he could figure it out, Academician Su, who came late, finally arrived at the meeting room. Unlike the frustration and depression imagined by everyone, his face was full of joy at this time. Li Yuanlian couldn't help asking, "What? You really made an anti-aircraft missile? How could it be possible?" Su Qinjian laughed. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't create a new map based on the current conditions in the game." Hearing this, all the bosses nodded. Indeed, there is not even a steel plant or a chemical plant near the number 9 prison. How can such high-end military weapons be made? Think about it carefully. This is just what Lao Su said in anger to save face. Can it be taken seriously? Perhaps. Lao Su has long stopped caring, so he can have such a good face now. Thinking of this, these bigwigs spoke up one after another. That's right. Lao Su. It's just what an ignorant young man said. Let's not take it too seriously. Isn't it? We have seen everything at this age. We can't be confused just because we are angry with a young man with no hair on his mouth. That's right. Just when the bigwigs were comforting Academician Su one by one, the victim who was comforted by them suddenly laughed out loud. What are you talking about? How could I be angry with that kid? Su Qinjian pushed his tortoise SHL glasses and said seriously, although I wanted to try to make anti-aircraft missiles in the game, it was definitely not because I was angry with the guy. Not because I was angry and stubborn. Then what was the reason? Seeing everyone's puzzled expression, Su Qinjian smiled and explained. Of course, it was because I received the mission. Everyone. Chapter 195. He is really a genius. What? Build a military factory? Hearing this answer, the scientific research leaders were all stunned. Su Qinjian pushed his glasses and said, the slime chieftain issued an exclusive task not long ago to build a military factory near the new base. In addition to the development of high-performance anti-aircraft weapons, it is also necessary to help prison number 9 develop and manufacture torture instruments. Of course, this part of the work on torture instruments is mainly responsible for another player. And who is this player responsible for the development of torture instruments is self-evident. Looking at the entire game, only players like Gotham Iron Man, who have strong but unremarkable invention abilities, can be competent for this task. After all, some of his fantastic inventions are actually similar to torture instruments. Thinking of this, the experts could not help but mourn for the prisoners in prison number 9. Although they are NPCs in the game, these prisoners are really too miserable. Fang Qian frowned. Why did they suddenly build a military factory? Actually, it's not that sudden. Su Qinjian explained. I heard from other players that a military factory was originally going to be built. But because the land of the novice village in the east is full of mountains and forests, many blasting experiments are not safe. So it has never been built. Now the new base is open. The west is full of deserts and sparsely populated. So it is perfect for building military factories. So, Lao Su, are you going to build a military factory? As if thinking of something, Li Yuliang's expression became a little strange. Have you ever been a construction worker? Don't you look down on me? Su Qinjian straightened his thin chest, unconvinced. I also built a house in the countryside when I was young. Everyone. Although, can the adobe houses in the countryside be compared with military factories? I know what you are thinking. I don't need to build the military factory myself. The construction is mainly responsible for several players and those NPCs. And there are so many prisoners in the game. Everyone. Let the prisoners build a military factory to make torture instruments. This game planner is really talented. Without paying attention to the indescribable looks of his colleagues, Academician Sue continued, now. That young man and I are mainly responsible for the research and development of weapons and torture instruments. At this point, a happy smile appeared on his face. By the way, after receiving the task, the young man who spoke impolitely now has no time to confront me. Everyone. Is this something to be happy about? The Gotham man did not know that his bad reputation had spread to the relevant departments. At this time, he was looking at the task panel with a resentful expression. Why is my task to develop torture instruments? I also want to make anti-aircraft missiles. On the side, his little apprentice Fakele rolled his eyes very unceremoniously when he heard this. Come on, master. That guy is just bragging. Why are you still competing with him? That's right. He said he could make it. So he could make it? He thinks he is an expert. Another little apprentice persuaded. Master, we are not professionals. How can we make anti-aircraft missiles? Don't think too much about it. The seniors are right. On the side, a young player who just entered the game in version 1.16 agreed, in my opinion, it would be more appropriate for you to study torture instruments. Hearing this, the Gotham guy immediately got angry. What do you mean? Call me master? He didn't care about being corrected for calling the new apprentice. He ignored the angry slime master in front of him and analyzed very calmly. If the prisoner doesn't tell the truth, use smiling half-step crazy to tickle him. If the prisoner doesn't listen, let Babylon spray him with fire. In addition, there is the Silk Cave 1.0, which can be improved and is also a very good torture device. As he said, his eyes suddenly lit up. These are all business opportunities. Master, there are so many prisons in the entire western part of the wasteland. If we develop more torture instruments and sell them to the prisons, won't we make a fortune? Upon hearing this, the slime that had exploded into a balloon before suddenly returned to its original state. That's right. Seeing Gotham Iron Man's face suddenly realized. The little apprentice hurriedly said, believe me, master, your invention will definitely be popular in all the prisons in the wasteland. Not to mention the prison guards. Even the people on the prison committee will definitely call you Big Brother when they see you. After being praised by his new apprentice, Gotham Iron Man's resistance to developing torture instruments disappeared a lot. Not only that, he was even more ambitious. Isn't it just developing torture instruments? He can even build a glider. So why is he afraid that he can't build this thing? Even if he doesn't have inspiration, he can still go online to copy the invention of a certain Minister of Justice on Station B. Don't just stand there. Come and help. Changing his previous reluctance, Gotham Iron Man at this time ran into the workshop like a chicken blood and started his great cause of developing torture instruments. Seeing this, Fakele looked at his junior brother in surprise. It's okay. It was done in a few words. I saw that the junior brother smiled meaningfully. Of course. Who can't get along with money? Yes. Who can't get along with benefits? Outside the slime experimental base, Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction at the area not far away where the foundation position had been divided by lines and wooden stakes. To be honest, he didn't expect things to go so smoothly at first. In fact, he had long planned to build a military factory here. But since prison number 9 is not his territory at present, even if he wants to do anything, he has to do it slowly. For this reason, he found Demiga, on the grounds that he could help prison number 9 to make and develop more effective torture instruments to restrain prisoners. He hoped that he would allow him to enclose a piece of vacant land here as a factory. Originally, this request was a bit abrupt, and Demiga might not agree. But because there was an incident of prisoner escape in prison number 9 not long ago, he quickly agreed. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Xiaoming was a little surprised at first. Don't you need to ask your superiors for permission for this matter? Do you trust me so much? I remember that Demiga smiled at the time. There was no need to ask the warden for permission for such a small matter. After all, it is for better management of prisoners. And I believe the warden will definitely agree. What's more, everyone has seen what you have done during this period. So why should I not believe you? And before, these slimes risked their lives to encircle and kill the Desert Lizard King. Originally, he didn't understand why they fought so hard. Even if it was for money, it was too much. Later, he accidentally heard the guards of prison number 3 say that these slimes fought so hard to keep their promise with their warden. And he was shocked for a while. Risking their lives to keep their promises is something that even humans may not be able to do. But those slimes used their bodies to save prison number 9 and the entire western desert. They not only helped the prison fight the lizard plague, but also helped them rebuild the outer wall of prison number 9, helped them put out fires and retrieve escaped prisoners, and even contracted the prison cafeteria. Although they are not human, these slimes are definitely a great group of partners. They are honest and trustworthy, hardworking, and more importantly, they are as smart as humans and more flexible than humans. They are much more reliable than those prison guards, who only get salaries, but don't work, since the slime chief is willing to take the initiative to help them. What reason does he have to refuse? Under the temptation of such benefits that are offered to him, Demiga happily allocated the vacant land 5 kilometers away from the battlefield of prison number 9 to the slime clan for the construction of factories to produce torture instruments and controlled weapons. Of course, these are all Xiaoming's open excuses. In fact, his real purpose is to build a military factory here to produce more professional and high-end military equipment. During this period, whether it was the prison committee that came to cause trouble from time to time or Dr. Dyke from Omega Star, he felt the crisis. There are many powerful forces around him, in addition to those on the barren planet and outside the barren planet, without sufficient strength to arm himself. The safety of the slime clan cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, it is necessary to expand armaments. However, since the slime clan is not strong enough, and he is sandwiched between the forces of the East and the West, he must act carefully in the cracks. Just like some countries on Earth, they have the strategy of small countries and big diplomacy, and they don't offend anyone. At least they can't offend before they are strong enough. At the same time, he has to find a way to get the wool from these big guys and grow up. With the power of prison number 9 and the kindness of the slime clan to these prison guards, he can allocate the resources he needs as soon as possible. And the military factory in front of him is his first step. The land is there, and the next step is construction. Thinking about it, Xiaoming sent the edited task information and pinned it to the construction worker-related occupation section. Let professionals do professional things. I believe that those reliable little players will be able to complete the tasks he entrusted. Back to the underground experimental base. Xiaoming was about to return to his office, but found a long queue at the door of office a next door assigned to Elpis. Seeing this, Xiaoming blinked. Good man. It has been a few days, and the players are still so concerned about this new NPC? It seems that Elpis will be busy. As if noticing that he was watching the fun, a certain artificial intelligence lady, who was surrounded by players, immediately came out of office A. What's going on? I want to recruit assistants, but I didn't say I need so many people. Looking at Elpis, who was expressionless but obviously a little surprised, Xiaoming grinned and said, they are a little enthusiastic, but you don't have to accept them all. Just pick a few that you think are suitable from among them. But I saw Elpis folded his arms. There are so many slimes. How can I know which ones can be used, and which ones cannot be used? Obviously, you didn't prepare the information for me, and I can't communicate with them in the slime language. Hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned. At this time, he remembered an important thing. Although he added a career system to the players panel through the summoner, but this system is for the players themselves. But it is not applicable to the NPCs on the employing side. If there is a way to make the NPC in front of me understand what the players say, so that they can communicate with each other. Wait, maybe there is a way. Since the number of players in the game has exceeded 300, some functions of the summoner have been upgraded accordingly. Just like the function of incorporating into the tribe. Synchronous translation is no longer just a single operation for players. Any NPC included in the tribe can understand what the player is saying through this function. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the summoner and called up the tribe acceptance function that had not been used for a long time. A native of the barren planet, formerly Gulba, was detected. Loyalty? % can be accepted as an object of acceptance. Do you want to include them in the tribe? Yes or no? Xiaoming. Why is loyalty a question mark? Shouldn't it be a number? Although he felt strange, Xiaoming still pressed yes. The next second, a familiar prompt sounded beside his ear. Confirm acceptance. A new indigenous artificial intelligence has been added to the slime underground laboratory. From now on, she will be blessed by the slime tribe. Do you want to turn on the simultaneous translation function now? Yes or no? After choosing yes, Xiaoming looked at Elpis. And now you should be able to communicate with them. Seeing this, Elpis was a little confused, and obviously didn't understand what had just happened. She remembered that the slime in front of her seemed to have only tapped a few times in the air, and did nothing else. However, Xiaoming did not intend to explain, but urged her, go back and try. My tribesmen are still waiting. Hearing this, Elpis tilted his head and left doubtfully. A few minutes later, after understanding the language spoken by 4 or 5 slimes in succession, her slightly expressionless face showed a rare fluctuation. What happened? This is too amazing. However, before she asked the other party what was going on, the yellow slime in the distance had already disappeared, pushing open the door of the office. Dyke, whose hands and feet were tied, was curled up in the corner. Seeing the visitor, he shrank back with a vigilant look. When did you let me go? Seeing that the other party did not answer, he added anxiously, if you treat me like this, the prison committee will not let you go. Just the prison committee? The slime in front of him jumped onto the soft sofa and looked at him provocatively. I thought you would bring up your Omega Star to warn me. Seeing that Dyke was speechless, Xiaoming smiled and continued, let me guess. Your actions are actually concealed from the officials of the future alliance. Right? Or the government on the Omega Star doesn't know either. Seeing the unnatural look on the man's face, Xiaoming understood, I guessed right. Otherwise, there would be no need to bring up the prison committee just now. A higher-ranking official can crush someone to death. Wouldn't it be much more intimidating to use the future alliance or Omega Star from his hometown to pressure him than the prison committee? Moreover, he has been feeling strange these 2 days, knowing that the person he sent out was arrested. The mastermind behind the scenes must show up anyway. At the very least, he should send someone to pass on the message. Right? However, let alone Omega Star, even the prison committee was a little too quiet. This also made everyone in prison number 9, who were originally worried about offending the chairman, suddenly feel relieved. I remember that before. The expatriate executive member of the prison committee named Val threatened to complain to the chairman before escaping back. But so many days have passed since this happened, and there is no movement outside. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. If the people behind Dyke did not reach some kind of agreement with the prison committee, then both parties did not dare, or could not come to pick on him for some reason. If it is the former, then Dyke will most likely become a discarded pawn. But if it is the latter, then what is the reason? Xiaoming is not good at thinking about too complicated problems. After thinking for a long time, he still can't figure it out. He doesn't intend to make things difficult for his not-so-developed brain. Anyway, the enemy will be blocked by the generals. There will always be a way. The most urgent thing is to deal with the guy in front of him. Since the boss behind him is unwilling to send someone to take him away, he has to arrange a new place for him. Those who don't work, don't eat. How can he let an unknown alien eat his rations for nothing? Those are all earned by the hard work of the little players. Thinking of this, Xiaoming slowly said, I don't know what the prison committee is planning, but the boss behind you hasn't sent anyone to rescue you yet. So I guess you are not a big shot there. Dyke, you still insult him like this after catching him. Don't insult him like this. Before Dyke could think of a word to say back, Xiaoming continued, anyway, you can't go back now. You might as well stay and work for me. Dyke? How did the topic change so quickly? After being shot for a moment, Dyke regained his sanity. Why should I work for you? You have been eating my food, drinking my drinks, and living in my house during this period. The slime in front of him narrowed his eyes and smiled meaningfully. You don't think all this is free, do you? Even in prison, prisoners have to work every day to eat. You are an adult after all, and you have to be responsible for your food, drink, and defecation during this period. Dyke, I can pay. As if he had sensed the hidden conspiracy, Dyke hurriedly said, I can pay you 10,000 alliance coins. Enough to pay for food and accommodation for these days. But we don't accept alliance coins. Xiaoming ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. We only support slime coins. Slime coins? What is that? Is this the currency of these slimes themselves? Before he could react, the golden slime suddenly jumped off the sofa and came to him. Seeing this, Dyke shrank back into the corner with more vigilance. Like a frightened quail. Don't be nervous. Xiaoming said softly, I'll give you a new job opportunity. Right? Dyke wanted to say no. But now that he has become a prisoner, he seems to have no position to refuse. Looking at Xiaoming, he was a little nervous. What job opportunity? A good job that allows you to exercise. Hearing this, Dyke felt more and more that something was wrong. Swallowing his saliva unconsciously, he said, You don't want me to go to the sandfield of prison number 9 with those prisoners to dig sand, right? Xiaoming smiled faintly. Of course not. That's good. Dyke breathed a sigh of relief. But it's also very close. Hearing this, Dyke's heart was lifted again. Then Xiaoming said in a light voice, although it's not digging sand. The colleagues working with you are indeed those prisoners. Seeing Dike's gradually stiff face, Xiaoming seemed to comfort him. Don't worry. My people and prison guards are watching. They won't do anything to you. Must go? The slime in front of him narrowed his eyes. You look very reluctant? Of course not. He was completely forced. Okay. Dike roared wildly in his heart. But his face was pale with timidity. No. I just want to ask if there are other job options. What do you think? Seeing the slime's half-smiley eyes, Dike was silent for a while, and finally gave up struggling in despair. He knew that he, a black worker, had to be beaten. Seeing that the prisoner in front of him recognized the current situation, Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Let's start now. As he said, Xiaoming untied the rope on his feet and urged him to stand up from the ground. After being tied up for such a long time, Dike's legs had long been numb. Even if his feet regained freedom, he couldn't run away for a while. What's more, he was still in the territory of these slimes, so he dared not act rashly. After all, he had suffered at their hands. Following the golden slime staggeringly, Dike whispered, "Where are we going?" Construction site. Xiaoming explained concisely, "I will let my people arrange your work there." Dike's face suddenly turned pale. Hearing the word construction site, he probably guessed what this so-called work was. After arriving in the western desert, he had seen some prisoners in prisons burning bricks and tiles to build houses in hot weather. When encountering some prisoners who were a little slower, the prison guards would whip them mercilessly. But such a scene was so barbaric and shocking that he could not forget it at all. In their Omega Star. No! Even the entire future alliance. From the drawings at the beginning of the architectural design to the production of building materials and the final construction, all were completed automatically by machines and programs. No manual labor is needed at all. Such ancient and hard labor has not appeared in their place for many years. Future Alliance residents like him and Omega Star people have never seen or experienced it before. But now, this damn slime actually asked him to work on the construction site? For a moment, his numb feet inexplicably gained a little strength. He wants to escape. He must escape from here. Otherwise he will be beaten to death. Don't think about running away. As if sensing what he was thinking, the slime in front of him suddenly turned around and looked at him with a smile. If you want to try the feeling of being shot, Dike, does this slime have the ability to read minds? Why does it know what he is thinking? Whether he is willing or not. Dike was finally taken to the latest construction site by Xiaoming. There, the military factory that has not yet started construction is waiting for him and the prisoners to build it. Let the prisoners build a factory to produce torture instruments. He is really smart. Looking at Dike, who was trembling in the distance and was taken away by the player, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. It is indeed a bit of a waste to let highly intelligent people work on the construction site. But there is no way. After all, this guy is still very wary of him. Although he trusts people when he employs them, he cannot use him under such circumstances. If you want to dispel his vigilance, labor is actually a very good choice. After all, people will have no energy to think about random things if they do more physical work. What's more, an alien intellectual like Dike, who has been away from labor for a long time, must be physically lazy. Letting him experience the primitive way of labor is also for his health. Moreover, an intellectual like him may be able to provide useful new knowledge to his little players during labor and improve productivity. This is simply a win-win plan that kills two birds with one stone. He is really a genius. Chapter 196. It's so hard to change your taste. So you have to work hard. There is an oasis in the depths of the desert more than 1,000 kilometers away from prison number 9. The blue lakes dotted here are like the finest Santa Maria aquamarine, dotted beside the green land like a green ribbon. There are countless towns of all sizes gathered here, and the center of these towns is a black tower in the shape of a spire. That is the symbol of Storm City. The Prison Committee, the largest organization in the western part of the deserted planet, is located here. After escaping from prison number 9, Val wanted to go back to Storm City to report to the chairman as soon as possible. But he never thought that he would encounter a sandstorm on the way and was delayed for several days. So as soon as he arrived in Storm City, he went straight to the tower where the committee was located. Chairman! The chairman, who was flirting with a beauty in the office, suddenly darkened his face when he heard a shout outside. Why didn't you come earlier or later? Why did you choose this time? The beauty was also knowledgeable and sensible. Seeing someone outside looking for her, she immediately jumped off the desk and stood aside to straighten her slightly messy clothes. What's the matter that makes you so flustered? Chairman George was interrupted. So he naturally couldn't give a good face to the visitor, even if the other party was one of his capable subordinates. It was no exception. Chairman, I was beaten by slime. Perhaps he was too excited, or he wanted to complain too much. As soon as he saw his boss, Val rolled up his arms and opened the corner of his clothes, pointing at the bruises on it and complaining. Look here. And here. All of them were beaten by slimes. In just a moment, Chairman George's face turned black as the bottom of a pot. Are you a 3-year-old child? You come to complain to me even if you are beaten. Wait. Who did you say beat you just now? Slime. Val was like a child who was wronged outside and wanted his parents to seek justice for him. Without even taking a breath, he reported everything he had encountered before to the chairman. George frowned upon hearing this. Are those slimes really that powerful? Of course. My wounds are proof of this. As if worried that George would not take this seriously, Val hurriedly urged, send someone to check. Dr. Dyke is still in their hands. When Dr. Dyke was mentioned, George's originally indifferent expression changed slightly. Dr. Dyke was captured by them? Seeing that the other party finally asked about this, Val quickly blurted out the previously prepared speech. From how those slimes were arrogant and ignored them, to how he and Dr. Dyke were chased and beaten by the slimes, and how the people in prison number 9 did nothing and let the slimes chase and beat them. All of them were exaggerated. George lowered his eyebrows and thought. So, you and Dr. Dyke were chased and beaten by those slimes as soon as you entered the underground ruins. And then Dr. Dyke was captured? Val nodded slightly, and his eyes drooped to cover up his guilty conscience. He couldn't let the chairman know that he lost Dr. Deckard because he was so focused on escaping. The slimes must bear the blame. But it was obvious that his boss was not a brainless person. George did not immediately believe what his subordinate said, but raised his own doubts. Why would those slimes attack you? Val was speechless. At that time, the slime chief firmly rejected Dr. Dyke's trade request. In order not to embarrass the distinguished guest, he took the initiative to say that he would take people to find them directly with a deliberate attempt to please him. Perhaps it was because of this that the slimes regarded them as invaders. Thinking of this, Val became more and more annoyed. It was all the fault of the guys in prison number 9. Why did they agree to let those slimes move into the underground ruins to live? What's even more ridiculous is that those slimes actually regarded that place as their own nest and even attacked him. He really couldn't swallow this breath. In the end, it was still Zhang Binhua's fault. If he hadn't brought those slimes from the east, he wouldn't have to go through this now. It was really unlucky. Although he guessed the reason in his heart, Val could only bite the bullet and answer, I don't know about this. Who could understand the thoughts of a group of slimes? Maybe they are sick. George narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that those slimes beat you too, because they are mentally ill? And then they took Dr. Dyke away? This? No. Seeing his superior understand so well, Val froze and didn't know how to answer for a while. George was almost laughing out of anger. He didn't know how to make the lie more perfect. Did he think he was stupid, or was he stupid himself? Those slimes have been in the West for so long. And except for blowing up the outer wall of prison number 9 to suppress the Lizard King, they have never done anything particularly extraordinary. What's more surprising is that the prison guards, who went to the front line to support the suppression of the Desert Lizard King, all praised these slimes. It is precisely because of this that he made an exception and agreed to award the honor of the Black Hawk Medal to a group of slimes. Except for Gray, the warden of prison number 4. It is said that he and his former adjutant had a feud with those slimes. As for the reason for the conflict, it was purely because these two people did not get along with Zhang Binhua. So they deliberately made trouble. Although George's private lifestyle was not good, he was not deaf and blind. He knew the relationship between the top prison wardens. To be able to sit in this position now, he was naturally not a fool who believed everything his subordinates said and knew nothing about the outside world. Seeing Val's evasive and flickering eyes, he knew that things were definitely not as simple as he said. He had a better understanding of the personality of his subordinate. This was a boss who loved face and needed others to flatter him. Once the subordinates did not do what he wanted, he would turn his face and be rude. If he guessed correctly, the reason why Val was beaten this time was probably the same as Gray's former adjutant. As for Dr. Dyke, because he did not know the real character of this person, it was difficult to comment. Maybe it was because he was implicated, realizing that his lies might be exposed by his superiors. Val quickly changed the subject in any case. We will take the people there. If I don't bring it back? Omega. Let's wait and see. George interrupted Val's chatter. So many days have passed. It's impossible for Omega to not know the news. But now they didn't come to us. Which means that it's just a small matter in the eyes of the other party. In this case, there is no need for us to go to this muddy water. Anyway, Dr. Dyke is not their man. Those slimes can't get any benefit from the prison if they catch him. Although the wasteland planet fears and needs to rely on the power of the future alliance. George Crest doesn't need to put himself in a low position to look at the faces of those Omega people who don't know where they come from. After all, it was Dr. Dyke who took the initiative to find them. And they didn't beg him to come. The wasteland planet is not a safe planet. Since he came here, he must be prepared to be unlucky. Val didn't expect that he would get such a result after filing a complaint for so long. No need to wade into the muddy water. Chairman George is not going to take care of it. Let's not talk about Dr. Dyke for now. But Val was beaten up. He was injured for the mission. Even if there is no credit, there is hard work. As if he was too angry. Val opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him again. But the chairman in front of him glanced at him lightly. Since I won't pursue the fact that you didn't tell the truth, then don't hold on to this matter anymore. Ignoring Val's mouth and dull expression, George said coldly, go back. Hearing this, Val, who was very angry before, suddenly looked like a defeated rooster and was defeated. Yes. Looking at Val's disappointed back, George narrowed his eyes. Although he had never dealt with those slimes, from Zhang Benhua's previous strong praise for them, these creatures would definitely not be a group of brainless paramecium as Val said. They are very smart. Just like humans. No. They may even be smarter than ordinary humans. Although he didn't think that the prison would be no match for a group of slimes. There was no need to fight with them because of a trivial matter. This is not fear. But it is not worth it. The bullets and manpower of the prison are not used to deal with a group of slimes. The local rich people in the East, who are cruel and ruthless, are his primary targets. You know, those guys are looking forward to them fighting with these slimes. He can't please them in vain. Although these slimes are fierce, they will not do anything wrong. I heard that there were prisoners escaping from prison number 9 before. And it was these slimes who helped them catch the people back. In addition, those slimes also contracted the cafeteria of prison number 9. These were reported to him by the 2 executive members of the logistics department said by the committee. From this point of view, slimes are not actually dangerous, as long as they are not provoked. Both sides can live in peace. But those guys in the East who live a carefree life and eat themselves fat are not so easy to deal with. They have been dissatisfied with taxes for a long time. Although they have not torn their faces openly, there will be a war between the East and the West sooner or later. Before that, he can't make trouble and let the guys in the East take advantage of the loopholes. Underground experimental base of prison number 9. In a newly opened laboratory, Xiaoming stood in front of a transparent glass cabinet, looking at the soilless plant seedlings inside with some surprise. Is this what you have been tinkering with in the past 2 days? Elpis tilted his head and looked at him. I didn't hide it deliberately. I was researching here openly. It's just that you didn't come here these 2 days, so you didn't see it. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Xiaoming quickly laughed and changed the subject. He couldn't help thinking, this AI lady is really picky. Refocusing his attention on the culture vessel in front of him, Xiaoming asked curiously, what are these? Vegetables. Elpis explained concisely. I found that the diet here is too monotonous. In addition to the meat made of something unknown, there are potatoes that grow in the sand and have no nutrition at first glance. Although I don't need to eat like you and humans, I really can't stand your current 3 meals a day. It's too monotonous. Xiaoming couldn't help laughing when the robot complained about their food. Do they not want to eat anything else? There is really no choice. In fact, players have long been tired of eating these 2 ingredients. And even if they change the cooking methods, it is no longer effective. However, this is not the East, and it is not so suitable for the growth of crops. Some players are really tired of the food here, so they choose to log into the novice village in the East first, and then switch the map to the West after eating. Even Xiaoming didn't think of this method at first, until he saw many players doing this later, and realized that the function of switching login locations can actually be used in this way. It's a pity that he is not a player and can't imitate it. Of course, he has also thought about asking players to bring it to him. But unfortunately, the current slime summoning pool cannot transmit any organic matter except slimes. This also means that players can bring weapons, but they cannot bring food or pets. Xiaoming was furious when he learned about this rule from the summoner. Why can players go back to the novice village through the slime summoning pool to eat delicious food? But he can only watch players post pictures of food on the forum. Is this reasonable? This is simply unreasonable. However, no matter how much he complains, it is useless. At present, even the wild vegetables that were extremely despised in the past have become top-notch delicacies in front of lizard jerky that has been eaten for nearly a month. Just as Xiao Ming was resentfully browsing the food pictures posted by players in the background, Elpis found him and showed him these things. In just a moment, he felt that the whole slime had become better. How did you make these things? These are all seeds of pre-war crops, which have been sealed in the underground warehouse of the laboratory. I accidentally found them when I was sorting out the warehouse 2 days ago and took them out. Elpis tilted his head as he spoke. To be honest, I didn't expect them to sprout at first. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. After all, these seeds are from more than 300 years ago, and in a sense, they are also cultural relics. How can you guarantee that they will sprout if they are not necessarily still alive? The one in front of you is sand onion. The one on the left is green cabbage. And the one on the far right is black bean sprouts. As he spoke, Elpis lowered his head slightly, as if with some regret. I put seeds of more than a dozen crops in the petri dish. But so far only these 3 crops have successfully germinated. Xiao Ming turned his head and looked at the laboratory table next to the incubator. I saw more than a dozen crop seeds of different colors, shapes and sizes soaked in a transparent solution. And there were small flags on the side to mark the types and suitable growth environments. Xiao Ming looked carefully and found that most of these crops had very strict requirements for temperature and humidity of the growth environment. At least they could not be grown in the arid western desert. There was no reason for these scientific research experts in Gulba to bring crops that could not be grown to the underground base. From this point of view, the environment here more than 300 years ago should be very different from now. Although it is a pity that the other seeds cannot germinate. It doesn't matter. If the east is not bright, the west will be bright. Since the west can't grow, then change to the east. Anyway, the slime village in the east is his base camp. When the things in the east are almost done, he will let the players take these seeds to the east to try the water. Well, it's just that it's a bit troublesome that the slime summoning pool can't carry seeds directly. Forget it. I'll find a way to solve this problem later. The most urgent task is to expand the planting of these 3 crops that have already sprouted. He has eaten enough wild potatoes. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming asked Elpis, how long will these things take to mature? Under natural conditions, it takes nearly a month for green cabbage to mature. Black bean seedlings and sand onions are slightly shorter. About a week. What about unnatural conditions? Using an artificial incubator like this, green cabbage should take a week. Black bean seedlings and sand onions about 2 or 3 days. Elpis explained, although this box is not big, it can automatically water and fertilize crops according to preset programs. At the same time, it will adjust the light time according to the preferences of the crops and automatically sterilize, repel insects and ventilate. You only need to put the seeds into the incubator, and the subsequent work will be automatically completed for you. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. How many such incubators are there here? I haven't counted them carefully. There are probably 70 or 80. Elpis asked puzzledly, why are you asking this? Do you want to mass-produce these crops? Xiao Ming did not deny that I did plan to do so. After all, he was already nutritionally unbalanced from eating wild potatoes and lizard meat every day. It was so hard to change the taste. So I had to make the most of it. Chapter 197 Welfare Lottery. The second wave of slime evolution balls. The busy day finally ended. Carrying engineer shovels and pushing carts, the little players left the construction site happily. After more than half a month of busy work, they have almost repaired all the damaged parts of prison number 9. Next, they only need to complete the finishing work to get the event rewards from the NPC inspection task. Thinking of this, the players suddenly felt full of motivation. Although it is a bit tiring to work every day, it is actually nothing after getting used to it. The only thing that makes people uncomfortable is the problem of taking a bath. Because there is a shortage of water in the western desert, and there is not enough water stored in the new base. They can only take a bath once a week as arranged by the prison in advance. And strictly speaking, it is not a bath, but just rolling in a basin filled with water. What's even more outrageous is that this basin of bath water is actually shared by at least 3 players. After washing, the water cannot be poured out casually. It must be irrigated into the fields where the wild potatoes are planted. According to the prison guard's NPC, it was because the prison cafeteria caught fire before, and a lot of water was used to put out the fire. So everyone must save water this month. Although saving water is a fine traditional virtue, it is too dirty for several people to share the same basin of bath water. Moreover, if they really save water, why don't those prison guards share a basin of water to take a bath? And don't think they don't know. These guys are taking a shower. These NPCs are too dog. They take a shower. And we only give them a basin of water to send them away. Isn't it? How can this basin of water be enough? They even let us use it together. Too stingy. Hearing two low-level new players complaining in the corner. An old player who passed by couldn't help but exclaimed, "You are still taking a bath with this basin of water?" Everyone else went to the novice village to take a bath. Seeing the two newbies with silly faces, the kind-hearted old player explained, "Didn't the game update the map switching function? We can choose the map when we go offline through the slime summoning pool. I don't know who started it first. When they went offline, they all switched back to the slime village to take a bath. The bathhouse there is big. With the bathhouse in the novice village, who would take a bath once a week?" After giving these two silly newbies some advice, the old player waved his hand and turned away, pretending that he didn't need to thank me too much. Looking at the back of the kind-hearted big man leaving, the two looked at each other. My Jow. It can be like this. For a moment, the two players immediately dropped the wash basin in their hands, gave up the plan to go to prison number 9 to get water, and hurried to the offline point. I saw that there was already a long line outside the laboratory. Those players were all covered in dust. Obviously, they had just returned from the construction site and wanted to take a bath in the novice village. Seeing this, the two newbies couldn't help but feel a little worried. With so many people, the bathhouse in the novice village must be full. Hearing the two people's muttering, the player at the end of the team couldn't help but speak up. "What are you afraid of? Even if the bathhouse is full, there is still a lake in the novice village." Upon hearing this, a light flashed in their eyes again. "Yes, there is such a big lake," the player continued, after taking a bath. "Eat a skewer of grilled lake catfish in the novice village, and have a bowl of wild vegetable and mushroom soup. The taste is simply wonderful." After being told by the other party, the two of them could not help but feel yearning. So the function of switching maps between online and offline can be played like this? What have they missed these days? Jump faster in front. The people behind are still waiting. That's right. The grilled fish will be sold out if you dawdle so much. Why are you urging? Don't you know that this pool is limited? Damn! Can't this dog planner dig the pool a little bigger? That's right. The pool in the slime's nest is so big, and this one is so small. It's almost like a bathtub for people. The players in the team were talking and cursing. The whole underground base suddenly became as noisy as a vegetable market. Elpis came out of the office and was about to charge, but was shocked by the scene in front of him. What are these slimes doing? Are they quarreling? Are they going to fight? As if worried about being affected, Elpis hurriedly took a few steps back. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. On the side, the voice of the golden slime came. They are just having ordinary emotional exchanges. Ordinary emotional exchanges? Looking at the team that was about to quarrel not far away, Elpis suddenly felt that his powerful information processing ability seemed unable to understand the scene in front of him. This is called ordinary emotional exchanges? It looks like they are about to fight. But since the golden slime, as the leader of the tribe, said so, she couldn't say too much. As the top artificial intelligence of Gulba, she is not a long-tongued woman who likes to chatter. Whatever it says is what it is. Xiaoming didn't know what was in the iron lump of the robot lady next to him. He knew very well that the players didn't dare to fight violently, because once they fight, they will be automatically kicked offline and locked in a small dark room by the system. This is another layer of insurance that Xiaoming deliberately added. Although there are constraints of the Slime Clan rules and player manual, as the number of players increases, there are always a few thorns who don't believe in evil and must test the law. But after they experience the punishment of being kicked offline by the system and not being able to log into the game for 3 days, they never dared to act rashly again. Fighting with other players requires 3 days of offline OB. This price is too high. How can people bear it? It's better to take a step back and the world will be broader. Peace is the most precious. So from then on, the above scenes always appear in the game. A gentleman talks but does not fight. Even if the scolding is fierce, the players will not fight with real weapons. Even fighting with bare hands has never happened. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the skin of the player in the game is slime instead of human. Even after turning into a slime, He can still cause such trouble. If he were wearing a human skin, he would definitely cause more trouble. Back to the underground base. The dusty Gotham Iron Man also joined the queue. I just came back from the novice village to take a shower and eat. Seeing this, I couldn't help but ask, wow, are you going to the construction site? Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes at him. What construction site? I was just disturbed by the newly developed torture device. Hearing this, I became more and more curious. Why did the development of torture devices turn out like this? What did you do? As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and asked quietly, you didn't do anything again, did you? What are you bombing? I was buried by sand, and it turned out like this. As he spoke, Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes, and wanted to roll to the sky. Bombing all day long. You are playing mahjong. Firing cannons all day long. After complaining, Gotham Brother explained why he was covered in dirt. I read a tomb robbing novel these 2 days. There is a mechanism in it that uses sand to prevent tomb robbers. I thought this was a good idea, and it would be perfect to use it as a torture device for interrogating prisoners. Then I designed a sand pouring device. As long as the prisoner is locked in, the sand will automatically pour in. Then I have to experiment with this machine after it is made. At this point, Brother Gotham looked angry. None of my unreliable apprentices were willing to try. Even if they were paid, they would not do it. I had no choice but to do it myself. I want red, then you made it like this? Yes. Gotham Iron Man nodded and continued, anyway, the test result of the sand dumper is not bad. It's just that the amount of sand is a bit large. And I was covered in dirt. Next time, I have to extend the amount and time of dumping, and torture the prisoner's psychological defense line little by little to achieve the effect of interrogation. Hearing this, I Want Red's eyes suddenly became a little strange. Gotham, for the sake of knowing each other in the game for so long, Brother asked you something, and you have to answer it truthfully. Seeing his mysterious look, Gotham Iron Man looked at him suspiciously. What is it? You really haven't done anything illegal, right? I Want Red hesitated and said, if you really did something illegal, you must surrender yourself. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you for the sake of justice. Gotham Iron Man. I thought he was going to say something serious, but he told him this out of tune. Gotham's face darkened immediately, and he retorted unhappily, get out. You are breaking the law. Seeing Gotham's angry reaction, I want to be relieved. Fortunately, if this guy is guilty, he will definitely not react like this. You can't blame me for thinking this way. Who asked you to be so cruel? I want to be red and winked at him. Hey, give me a glimpse. What do you do? You are not really from the relevant department, right? After speaking, he shook his head again. No. You don't look like you can pass the political review. Seeing the other party's unfriendly eyes, I want to be red and quickly stop talking, and stop trying to pluck hair from the tigers, but Gotham snorted lightly and ignored it. As if he suddenly thought of something, he suddenly forced out a malicious smile, lowered his voice, and said seriously, I'll tell you the truth. I'm actually a mafia member of Country Eye. Where we are. These things are nothing. Even elementary school students wouldn't believe such a lie. I want to be red and rolled my eyes immediately. Okay. Forget it if you don't want to. As one of the top players of Wild Planet World, Brother Gotham's real occupation in the real world has always been a mystery. Players have different opinions on this. Some say he is an agent of the relevant department. Some say he is a member of a foreign illegal group. And some even say he runs a hardware store. In short, the answers are more unreliable than the other. Not only the players, but even Xiaoming himself is very curious. However, since Brother Gotham entered the game in the early stage of closed beta, he naturally did not have the blessing to fill out the closed beta qualification test form. So Xiaoming did not know what he did. Forget it. This is the player's own privacy, and he does not need to care. As long as Brother Gotham makes inventions well, and does not make trouble for him. Who he is has nothing to do with him. Night falls on the deserted planet. On the earth of another world. The brilliant morning sun rises slowly. Around 6 o'clock in the morning is the peak time for most players to go offline. Social animals get up to work. Students get up to go to school. And the time of washing and eating breakfast is also the peak time of the official website forum traffic in a day. Xiaoming browses the forum in the background as usual. As the number of players in the game increases, the newbies are gradually becoming more experienced. And there are many interesting posts on the forum. On the 100 ways to eat desert potatoes. Analysis of the favorite products of NPCs in prison number 9. Professional plasterers teach you how to quickly build a wall. Desert creature observation illustrations. Sand sculpture record. What is this? Diary? Travel record? Are players even self-deprecating so bluntly these days? Seeing this title, Xiaoming couldn't help but click in out of curiosity. However, when he clicked in, he realized how outrageous his misunderstanding was. People were not self-deprecating at all, but were really making sand sculpture art. The little player posted several screenshots of the game in succession, all of which were sculptures made of sand. There were mermaids, Venus de Milo, angry birds, and even him golden slime. If you want to know how Xiaoming recognized himself from the pile of clay-like slimes, it's all thanks to this little player who honestly wrote in the post. I made a tribe leader. You tell me if it looks like him. There were 5 slimes in the picture, and the one in the middle was half the size of the other slimes. And his expression was as serious as it could be. Like a little old man. Isn't that how he usually looks when facing players? It was definitely him. The comments below were also full of nonsense. Of course, there were also some people who were just looking for fun and complained that slimes were not technically difficult, and asked him to challenge other human NPCs. For example, make a Minamia or Elpis. The player seemed to be aroused by the desire to challenge. And later he really made a slime Mia, and threatened to upload the pictures of the remaining 2 NPCs after 2 days. Xiaoming carefully looked at the player's work, and couldn't help but admire the little player's artistic talent and hands-on ability. I didn't expect that besides the saboteurs and the lazy farmers, there are actually such artistic bacteria among his players. Oh no! They are art masters. What is a high-quality player? Isn't this sculptor in front of me one of them? Xiaoming continued to browse a few more strategy posts. When he was bored, a familiar ID came into his sight. Gotham Iron Man. Gotham Guy actually posted a post? And it was a hot post? Although he is a well-known eye-catching bag, Gotham Guy himself doesn't like to post. According to his words, he is too lazy to do this thing. From the beginning of the closed beta to now, the number of posts that this guy has posted in the forum can be counted on 5 fingers, including posts for recruiting apprentices and old things transfer posts. It seems that this is the first time to see a serious invention sharing and display post like the one in front of him. Looking at the conspicuous red torch logo next to the title, Xiaoming immediately clicked in. Gotham Iron Man. I just thought of a few new torture instruments. Come and help me see if they work. Picture 1, Picture 2, Picture 3. Dupping spreading wings. 6. Stir-fried kidney flour. You guys, don't you have a creative bottleneck period? Gotham Iron Man. I can't help it. I've been full of inspiration recently. Spreading hands. Gotham Iron Man. By the way, I've been thinking about the Type 63-100 and 7mm 12-tube rocket launcher recently. Sheep Village Fiangyang. Aren't those all old antiques? Can you make something new? Gotham Iron Man. Old? Do you know what it is? This is a guerrilla warfare artifact. The AK-47 of the rocket launcher world. Dupping spreading wings. Gotham is right about this point. Although the style is a bit simple, it is indeed easy to use. It is powerful and easy to carry. Some foreign countries are still using it until now. Don't mention it. If Gotham can really make it, everyone will be more relaxed in group battles in the future. Gotham Iron Man. Those who know me are Dupping. But the more important point of my tinkering with it is that it can be disassembled. As long as the rocket launcher is disassembled and installed on an armored vehicle, wouldn't it become a Type 81 rocket launcher? Stir-fried big kidney flour. Stir-fried big kidney flour. 6. Gotham Iron Man. When I succeed in developing the 12-barrel one, I will think about the 40-barrel one. It will be more powerful. Dalong takes medicine, after saying so much. How much does this rocket launcher cost? Gotham Iron Man. I haven't made it yet. I will set the price after I finish making it. Gotham Iron Man. But after calculating the cost, it will cost about 1,000 to 2,000 slime coins per unit. Dalong takes medicine. So expensive? Gotham Iron Man. Where is it expensive? There is not even a lathe here. I even made the barrel by hand. I feel I lost money after adding the labor cost. Dalong takes medicine. Slip away. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. Compared with the cannonball, I still prefer to conquer the boss with my iron fist. Gotham Iron Man and Hey Gu Long Dong Chong has skills. It's amazing. I have them too. Fried kidney flour. Squinting smile. Is it the kind of skill that glows? Xiao Tan Tan? Gotham Iron Man. Get lost. Big-eyed cute girl. Newbies raise their hands to ask questions. How can I activate skills? Do I have to reach a certain level to activate them? Dapping Zenki. No. Skills have nothing to do with leveling up. When the 1.06 version was updated, the official held a welfare lottery event. Among them, there is a special item, the Slime Evolution Ball, and players who draw this item can use it to activate skills. But this item seems to be gone now. Big-eyed cute girl, damn. I joined the game too late. I can't catch up with any good things. The lily of my hometown blooms, no more. The newbies can't activate their skills? This is unfair. Rim is my wife, yes. It's so unfair. Pink spreads wings, don't get excited. We can give suggestions to the official. Maybe the next version update will be able to launch this welfare activity again. After brushing here, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Slime Evolution Ball. He almost forgot about this thing. After all, players basically rely on weapons to fight during this period. And skills are not used much. What's more, not every player who has skills is willing to use this thing. Just like the Gotham guy. Under normal circumstances, his skills are useless except for being a light bulb. But it's better than nothing. For those newbies who have not activated their skills, it is already very good to have them. As for whether the skills are useless or not, they probably don't care about these for the time being. Anyway, this thing depends entirely on luck. And he can't control it. After all, even his own skills are so useless. Although he is a little disgusted with this useless cheat, the words of the players have reminded him. In some aspects, he has to be fair. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the advanced reward pool that he had not used for a long time. Now he is no longer as tight as before counting points to live. He is now a big spender. Xiaoming threw tens of thousands of dollars into the advanced reward pool without blinking. A series of white lights flashed, and various rewards appeared in front of him, excluding weapons such as bullets and guns. Xiaoming picked out the slime evolution balls among them. There are a total of 85. The number is far from enough. So Xiaoming threw points into the pool again. 1,000 points for a tenfold. Over and over again. After 7 or 8 draws, he finally got 100. Looking at the instantly shrinking balance, Xiaoming suddenly felt a little heartache. But there was nothing he could do about it. A good ship needs a good sail. And a good horse needs a good saddle. He had to make the little players stronger in order to strengthen the slime clan. After closing the lottery pool, Xiaoming immediately opened the official website backend and began to edit a new announcement. He was a game planner who listened to advice. Since the masses called loudly, he would give out benefits again. But skills are skills after all. He couldn't give all 300 players at once. Otherwise they would be worthless. 100 slime evolution balls are not too few but not too many. You can get them with a little luck. If you are unlucky and don't get them, then you can only wait for next time. After all, when playing games, there are always unlucky people. Those old players who have activated their skills were removed from the lottery qualifications. And the lottery link was posted on the newly edited announcement. And Xiaoming clicked the publish button. Don't you want skills? Let's go to the lottery. Official website. As soon as the news about the Slime Evolution Ball lottery was released, it immediately set off the entire forum. Rem is my wife. Oh my god. The official is too obedient. We just complained a few words on the forum. And the official really held a lottery? Big-eyed cute girl. Ping is a master at foresight. Thumbs up. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. All. I got it. Big-eyed cute girl. What skill is it? And hometown's lilies are blooming. Hometown's lilies are blooming. I don't know yet. It says that you can only know after you go online and activate the props. Sister stepped on me. What? What did I miss? Big-eyed cute girl. The official is doing a welfare lottery. Slime Evolution Ball. Special props that can activate skills. If you miss this wave, you don't know when you will have to wait. Sister stepped on me. Sister stepped on me. How to do it? Teach me quickly. Big-eyed cute girl. It's on the official new announcement. Click on the link and fill in the ID to get a chance to draw. Sister stepped on me. Thank you. I'll try it. Rim is my wife. Ha ha ha, I got it. Mighty and invincible. Why are you excited? I got it too. Picking your nose. Dallon takes medicine. I also. Big-eyed cute girl. +1. Sister stepped on me. Hack. Is my face so bad? Why didn't I get it? I am your father. Thank you. The planner father. Thank you. The clan leader. I finally got it. Sister stepped on me. Get out of here. Showing off your good luck. Gotham Iron Man. Damn. Why does it say that I am not eligible for the lottery? Aren't the lives of old players lives? I am your father. Squinting, don't talk nonsense. Old players don't take the blame. Da Ping Zhan Chi, maybe it's because you got it last time? I don't get the lottery either. Gotham Iron Man? Gotham Iron Man, I want to get another skill. Stir-fried kidney, TSK. There are still many people who haven't gotten it. Do you want to get a second time? Be careful to be sprayed to death by others. Gotham Iron Man, rolling eyes. The 100 slime evolution balls were quickly drawn. Some people are lucky and some are not. Except for some guys who are really unlucky. Most old players have the opportunity to activate skills. In addition, many newbies also got the evolution balls they had been dreaming of. The atmosphere on the forum was cheerful. Looking at the screen full of posts showing off their wealth, Xiao Ming, who was observing all this in the background, smiled meaningfully. It's too early to be happy now. The next step is the key. After all, not everyone can get the figures they want when opening the blind box. If you are lucky, you can become the strongest player in the server like He Gulong Dongqiang. If you are unlucky, you will become a slime-type light bulb like Gotham Brother, which is useless except for lighting up during power outages. I don't know what kind of weird skills will be open this time. It's really exciting. Chapter 198 The Strange Skills of the Players. On the second day, Xiaoming got up early. After breakfast, while the players were not online yet, he hung a handwritten sign at the door of his office, which read Welfare Lottery Prize Redemption Office. Earth. 8 o'clock in the evening. After a busy day, the players finally logged into the game again. After receiving the prize redemption information sent by the game, the players who drew the slime evolution ball hurried to the door of the Patriarch's office and lined up. Perhaps it was because the Patriarch Golden Slime had a great reputation. Or it might be because the players knew that the prize was bound to the player's ID and could not pretend to claim the prize. So the prize redemption process this time was not as chaotic as the first time. 100 players lined up obediently and came to the Patriarch's desk to receive their prizes one by one. Is this the special prop that can activate skills? Staring at the transparent ball in front of him for a long time, Daon squinted his eyes and couldn't see what was so special about it. Although it is a special prop, its appearance looks really ordinary, like rock sugar polished into a ball shape or glass marbles played by children. In short, it doesn't look like a powerful thing. The official design of special props is too perfunctory. Right? Rim is my wife, who spoke her mind very frankly. Generally speaking, shouldn't special props like this that light up the protagonist's golden finger be designed more beautifully? I see that this is the setting in anime series. In order to activate the skills earlier, he and two friends ran to the prize redemption office as soon as he went online. After queuing for a long time, I never thought that I would get such a thing. It is absolutely impossible to say that the gap in my heart is not big. This feeling is like you see a blogger recommend a restaurant on the internet. So you run to queue up offline with enthusiasm, but find that the food is not as delicious as you imagined, which is disappointing. Why bother so much? Mighty Unyielding didn't seem to care about the appearance of the prop. He put the evolution ball into his mouth according to the instructions on it, and said vaguely, "Don't you have to eat this thing no matter what it looks like? It's okay as long as it works." Seeing that the friends around him acted so quickly, the two of them didn't care to complain about the appearance design of the prop for a while, and hurriedly came to Mighty Unyielding and asked, "How is it? What do you feel?" Mighty Unyielding chewed the evolution ball in his mouth twice, squinted his eyes. It's cold and has a minty taste. A bit like mint candy. It's quite delicious. Daon takes medicine and Rim is my wife. Who asked you about the taste? They asked if it's effective. Before the two of them could complain, Mighty Unyielding's panel suddenly shook, and then a message popped up. Skill, True Gold is not afraid of fire, activated. When the skill is triggered, the player's body will be able to resist flames within 1000 degrees Celsius. If the temperature exceeds 1000 degrees Celsius, the damage will increase by 10% for every 100 degrees Celsius. If the damage reaches 100%, the body function will completely collapse and the player will die. After reading the skill introduction, the three of them suddenly widened their eyes. Good guy. This is to directly increase the health bar. Right? As long as there is no explosion, I will not die and go offline. As he said, Mighty Wubuchu paused, his expression a little strange. He remembered that the temperature of the flame during the explosion was generally around 2000 degrees Celsius. And when fighting in a team battle, they usually open fire. And it is normal to encounter an explosion. If he can't withstand the explosion, then what's the use of his skill? Can the cook prevent being burned by the fire? Thinking of this, the joy on Mighty Wubuchu's face suddenly faded a lot. Useless. This skill is simply useless. Don't panic. There seems to be something behind it. Dalong took medicine and pointed to the small arrow below the skill introduction and said, "Pull it down again." Mighty Wubuchu heard it and swiped down. And then saw 3 gray words: growable. Growable? Mighty Wubuchu was stunned. What does it mean? Can this skill be upgraded and evolved? It should be. Dalong took the medicine and thought for a while, just like in some games. When you first draw an SSR, you think its skills are a bit useless. But when you upgrade it to the highest level, it will become a killer. Your skills should also belong to this type. Hearing this, Mighty and Unyielding was slightly stunned. And suddenly it became clear. That's right. Although he can't resist the explosion at present, what if he upgrades his skills to the highest level? If he can resist the explosion when it is upgraded to the highest level, then he will be a killer? Think about other players who will be knocked offline by the explosion during team battles. But only he can still stand on the battlefield. What a great thing. Wonderful. This skill is simply wonderful. In just a moment, Mighty and Unyielding changed from a bitter face that was hard to describe before to a smug smile. Seeing that the 2 companions beside him were still holding the evolution ball, he hurriedly urged, "Don't just stand there. Try it quickly, and see what skills can be activated." I saw Rem as my wife holding the evolution ball in her hand. And she murmured sincerely, "Rem, Misaka, Mo." After reading a long list of the names of the goddesses in his mind, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Please bless your husband me." Then he swallowed the evolution ball with a heroic gesture. Mighty and Unyielding and Dalong takes medicine. Does he think he is the second-year male protagonist in the anime? It's just using props to activate a skill. This guy is too exaggerated. Complaining is complaining. As a good brother, you still have to care about the result. What? Rem as my wife stared at the panel. Soon, a message prompt jumped into his eyes. Skill, Invincible Little Cute activated. When the skill is triggered, the player will exude an invincible and cute charm, which can reduce the vigilance of hostile forces and produce a strong confusing effect. Looking at the 2 paragraphs of text on the panel, Rem was stunned, revealing the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. What the hell? Invincible Little Cutie? Does he look like he is suitable for this skill? He is a strong man. Strong man. Also, who came up with this skill name? So tasteless. After a crazy rant, Rem couldn't help crying. Damn! Why did they draw this thing? He had clearly prayed before this. Do his wives no longer love him? Seeing Rem's grief, he felt that he had drawn the top SSR of the version, Mighty Unyielding, and felt that he had to show his friendship to comfort his good brother's wounded heart. This seems to be a control skill. Although the name is a bit funny, it should still be useful. Rem, do you think I look comforted? Mighty Unyielding. No. Mighty Unyielding, who could not comfort Rem, had to focus on another good brother. Dalong, what did you draw? When asked suddenly, Dalong, who had been silent, froze up after taking medicine, and then answered vaguely, "Oh, nothing special. It's just an ordinary defensive skill." Hearing this, Mighty Unyielding didn't care too much. After all, the slime's body has certain defensive functions, such as not being afraid of bullets, and being able to stretch freely. The ordinary defense skills that Dalong mentioned when he took medicine are at best just adding some buffs on these. After all, there are many players who use the slime evolution ball who are like this. For example, it can withstand 1,000 bullets at the same time, and it can stretch the body to 500 meters. It seems to be somewhat useful if you say it is useless, and it seems to be useless if you say it is useful. In short, it is useless. Looking at Dalong's vague look when he took medicine, Weiwu could not be defeated and became more certain of his guess. Dalong took medicine and got a useless skill. He felt embarrassed, so he didn't interrupt just now. After all, among the 3 people, he got an SSR defense skill that is invincible at the full level, and Rem got a control skill that seems to be a spoof but is actually useful. Only Dalong got an ordinary defense skill. Surrounded by such excellent brothers, how can he not feel inferior? Thinking of this, Weiwu Buka felt that he had to demonstrate the traditional virtue of unity and friendship again, and comfort Dalong's wounded heart. Don't be sad. At least we are now people with skills. Oh no. Slime. Seeing that Dalong did not respond, Weiwu Buka said again, think about it from another angle. Ordinary defensive skills are also defensive skills. At least we are more durable, and have more blood now. Seeing that his good brother comforted him so sincerely, Dalan was hesitant to speak, and then nodded. Rem on the side had gradually come out of the previous blow, and seeing the two of them like this, she couldn't help but ask, "So what are your skills?" When asked, Dalan hummed, and then he turned the game panel around to show them. Skill, I'm not made of dough activated. When the skill is triggered, the player's body will expand to 10 times or more in size, like fermented dough. And at the same time, the ability to resist attacks will be increased by 100%, and the attack power will be increased to 200% of the maximum limit of the player's strength. This skill is a time-limited skill, which can last for 5 minutes after it is activated. After reading this string of text introduction, the two fell silent. This is called a normal defensive skill? It can attack and defend. It's really amazing. And this skill is actually limited in time when it is activated. This is obviously weakened and suppressed by the game planner in order to balance the data. Otherwise this skill would be so powerful? Anyone who has played fighting games knows that any skill bar that needs to be activated within a limited time is a big move. At this time, Mighty Unyielding felt that he was deceived. He thought Dalan had drawn some rubbish skills at first, and wanted to comfort him. But this is the result? Who comforted whom? Seeing the strange expressions of the two brothers beside him, Dalan coughed lightly after taking medicine, and nodded, "You are right. We are now people with skills, and we should feel happy. Mighty Unyielding and Rem is my wife. Although they are good brothers, how can I beat him if I really want to?" In addition to defense, attack and control skills, there are also very few players among these 100 players who got the hidden version in the blind box. Skill, Mimicry, activated. When the skill is triggered, the player can change the body shape and appearance to simulate other species, to blend into the surrounding environment. Looking at the text description in front of her, the big-eyed cute girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Oh my god! This skill looks so powerful. On the side, the hometown lily blossomed and came over to take a look, and then couldn't help but admire, "Your skill is quite rare." After all, most players' skills basically have clear directions. Either attack, defense, or control. Those with ambiguous skills, like the cute girl, are really a minority. But I heard that there seemed to be many such strange skills among the old players who activated the skills in the last batch. I heard that some players can split their bodies into several, which is the so-called clone skill. Others can detect whether an item is toxic, and if they taste the poison, they can also produce a certain resistance. Of course, there are also skills, like the Gotham boss, that are nominally confusing and controlling, but are actually more practical in life. Little Lily, what is your skill? The big-eyed cute girl looked at the hometown lily blossom curiously, and asked. Here, the player named Sayuri was not pretentious and turned his panel directly in front of the opponent. Skill, Toxic Perfume, activated. When the skill is triggered, the player can emit a poisonous aroma. The hostile forces will be hypnotized when they smell the gas, and the player can do whatever he wants. My god! The big-eyed cute girl couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sayuri, your skill is quite powerful. Is it just a little powerful?" "No. It's very powerful." The big-eyed cute girl gave a thumbs up. "If this skill is used in a team battle, we won without even fighting. Although, you think too beautifully. This skill is not without any restrictions." I saw Sayuri pull down the page, and then I saw a sentence. "This skill is only effective for humans." See? It is only effective for humans. This also means that if you encounter a monster like the Desert Lizard King, it will not work at all. Sayuri sighed. I thought the same thing as you at first, but I became depressed after seeing this sentence. I was so happy for nothing. The big-eyed cute girl comforted him. It's not bad to be able to confuse human NPCs. This skill is already very good. Sayuri nodded. Yes, I think so too. After all, compared with some useless skills, her perfume is poisonous, and it can indeed confuse and control the enemy. People should be content with what they have. It's lucky to be able to draw a skill. You know, there are still a lot of players in the game who haven't drawn the evolution ball. After some self-consolation, the little flaw of their own skill seems not so important. At the moment of activating the skill, the players are happy and sad. But the happy situation still accounts for the majority. Except for some special skills that can only be triggered under specific conditions. The players who activated the skills ran to the open space outside the base to try out their new skills. In an instant, fire splashed and sand flew on the construction site in the distance. The prisoners, who were forced to participate in the construction of the military factory, heard the movement and put down their work and looked at the source of the sound curiously. After this period of recuperation, Longya's injuries have healed more than half. Although he couldn't do heavy work, he could still help mix cement. After learning that Slime was going to build a torture factory, the prison guard sent him here without a second thought, as a punishment for the previous arson. After wiping his sweat, Longya was about to take a break, but suddenly found that all the other prisoners around him stopped and looked in the direction of prison number 9. In doubt, he also looked up. Then, he was surprised to find that a slime on the sand in the distance was rapidly expanding, and soon it changed from the size of a wash basin to the size of a one-story building. Longya, who witnessed all this, was speechless and shocked. He recognized the slime. This was one of the 3 slimes they encountered when they escaped from prison before, because the pattern on its body was not as strange as the other 2. He was particularly impressed by this slime. To be honest, since he was caught that time, Longya has been reflecting on the reasons for his failed escape. He had made all the preparations. Why did he fail? He even killed one of his good brothers. At first, he only attributed it to his bad luck to meet the desert giant lizard. But think about it carefully. It's not that simple. It's all because he was too careless at the time. And he didn't even guard against these mud balls. It was because he got on their thief car that he had the subsequent bad luck. If he hadn't gotten on that car at the beginning, maybe he could have escaped from here earlier. This regretful thought lasted for a while, and soon reached its peak again. Some time ago, he heard the prison guards chatting that these slimes beat up the guests of Omega Star, and the external members of the prison committee. And the chairman didn't even say anything afterwards. The slimes beat his subordinates and guests. But the chairman didn't react at all. Even the chairman of the deserted prison didn't dare to offend those slimes. It can be seen that these slimes are not a group of good people at all. Now, the scene before him further verified his guess. No! This is even more terrible than he imagined. Thinking of this, Longya couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he didn't offend these slimes at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have died without knowing how. Dalong took medicine, and didn't know that he accidentally brought an indelible psychological shock to a certain indigenous NPC in the process of experimenting with the effect of skills. At this time, he was complacent that he was so lucky to get such a useful and awesome skill. Come and see! This is actually what I did. This is too awesome. Dalong took medicine with excitement, pointing at the huge sand pit in front of him, and wanted to show off to his friends. But he looked left and right, and didn't see the 2 fancy figures. And he couldn't help feeling strange for a while. What's going on? Where are the people? Here. Then a weak voice came from below. Dalong took medicine, and lowered his eyes suddenly when he heard it. I saw something in the sand pit on the ground, which seemed to be wriggling half dead. At this time, Weiwubuka couldn't laugh at all. Although he guessed that Dalong had great skills, he never thought it would be so awesome. It would be fine if he punched a sand pit with a diameter of 10 meters. But who would have thought that the sinking sand would bury them directly? This is to bury teammates directly. Seeing his good brother in such a miserable state, Dalong felt guilty. Could it be that he did it? He thought that he didn't seem to use much strength just now. Bah! Bah bah bah! Mighty Wabukia struggled to get out of the sand and said unhappily, Can you tell me before you start? Do you know that this will accidentally hurt friendly forces? Dalong coughed and felt a little embarrassed. Sorry. I must pay attention next time. After receiving Dalong's apology, Mighty Wabukia didn't continue to argue with him. He just looked around. Huh? Where is Rem? Dalong felt more guilty after taking medicine. Did he fly to another place? Mighty and indomitable. Don't mention it. This possibility is really not small. Or, let's look for him. After removing the skill, Dalong took medicine and immediately returned to his original size. Just when the 2 wanted to find their good brother Rem, who was buried somewhere unknown, they heard a weak wail from not far away. Although this weakness only refers to the size of the sound, the sentence is not weak at all. Dalong took medicine. Your uncle. Hearing Rem's scolding, Dalong took medicine and immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, he is still alive. If he was knocked offline by his fist, this guy would definitely scold him for 3 days and 3 nights. In the distance, Rem struggled in the sand for a long time and couldn't get out. So she was immediately angry. You 2 should help me. Hearing this, the 2 players hurriedly jumped forward to pull people. It was unknown whether Rem was buried too deep or the 2 players were not strong enough. The 3 of them worked hard for a long time, but still could not pull Rem out of the ground. In desperation, they had to seek help from other players. Just when the two players of Mighty and Unyielding came to help with two high-strength players, they suddenly heard Rim, who was buried in the sand, scream suddenly, "Ouch! What the H.L. is piercing my butt? It's probably a stone." Dallon took medicine and said. Rim immediately retorted, "Impossible. How can there be such a sharp stone? It's just like a needle prick." Weiwubuki didn't care, thinking that Rem was looking for trouble. "Don't yell. Bear it for a while. I'll pull you out." As soon as the voice fell, the four players, including the two high-strength players, were all stunned. The body of the slime in front of them suddenly began to swell. Unlike Dallon's body, that swelled and enlarged due to the activation of skills after taking medicine, Rem's swelling was more like inflammation and swelling. However, in a moment, the Rem avatar on his skin became more and more swollen. At the same time, strange bulges appeared on his skin. It looked like a wheal, an allergy, or a bite from a poisonous insect. The two high-strength players entered the game earlier than the three of them, and had never seen such a scene, so they couldn't help but take a few steps back for a while. "Damn! What's going on? I don't know. Why don't you call the tribe leader to come and have a look?" Because of the sudden change, Rim was almost speechless at this time. "Damn, you guys, hurry up. Old. I'm about to, can't take it anymore." Chapter 199. Although scorpions are poisonous, they are useful. When Xiaoming was hurriedly called by two young players, he was still wondering if they were playing with their new skills. Why did they suddenly look like they had seen a ghost? Until he followed the two people to the sand pit, and saw the slime in front of him that had been swollen and deformed to the extreme. He fell into silence for a while. Never expected that a good welfare lottery event could cause such a moth. Seeing Xiaoming coming over, Dallon took medicine and quickly explained what had just happened, and then asked, "Chief, what happened to him?" At this time, Rem's body size had doubled compared to the original, and a lot of fluid seemed to have accumulated in his body, which directly made the Rem anime avatar on the skin of his body into a pig's head. Originally, he could still curse a few words, but now he couldn't even curse a word. Poisoned. Xiaoming looked at the young player in front of him with sympathy. It was the poison of the Western Golden Scorpion. These are the conclusions he came to after scanning the summoner system. There are many insects in the Western Desert, and there are many poisonous species among them. The Western Golden Scorpion is the best among the poisonous scorpions in the Western Desert. The reaction of those poison people is also like this, with large areas of swelling and blisters on the skin, but not as serious as the slime's body. As for why the reaction of this little player to poisoning is so strong, Xiaoming speculated that this may be because 99% of the slime's body is composed of water, and when the venom meets the slime's special body tissue fluid, it will have a chemical reaction. The desert golden scorpion likes shade, and likes to bury its body in the sand deep on the surface. Perhaps it was because this little player accidentally smashed its nest when he fell into the sand just now, so he was stung by the scorpion. Speaking of which, this little player is also unlucky. There are a total of 300 players in the game. Everyone has been here for so long, and has never been stung by a poisonous scorpion. But today he happened to encounter it, and he was also affected when his companions were testing new skills. So he flew out. What's even more unfortunate is that there were two players who were sent flying, but they happened to land in the lair of the Western Golden Scorpion. Although it was an unprovoked disaster, the probability was also very high. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt more and more sympathetic to the unlucky guy in front of him. Clan leader. Am I still saved? Looking at the unrecognizable slime in front of him, Xiaoming turned his head away and couldn't bear to look at it. Maybe, there is no hope. In fact, Xiaoming didn't know. After all, there was no precedent of slime being stung by the Western Golden Scorpion on the desert planet. And it is said that there is no special medicine for treating the sting of the Western Golden Scorpion on the entire desert planet. And all humans stung by it will not survive for more than an hour. Therefore, this scorpion is also called the Golden Killer in the desert. Since it is so poisonous, even if it is a slime that is stung, it should be no exception. Right? Hearing what the clan leader said, Rem's heart suddenly sank a lot. He had a swollen ugly face and cried, "Whoa, Chief, I don't want to die yet. I still want to make contributions to the slime clan." Mighty and unyielding. Dallon takes medicine. You still want to contribute after such a bad situation? Seeing this little player almost dying, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Before dying, he didn't forget to brush up the favorability of the clan leader. It can be seen that he really wants to stay here. If he didn't know the truth, Xiaoming might really believe this guy's lies. However, Comrade Rem's loyalty didn't last too long, because soon the poison became more and more serious. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! It hurts more and more. Looking at Rem's twisted, painful appearance, his two good brothers couldn't bear it. Even the pain shielding in the game couldn't erase his pain. Brother Rem must suffer a lot. Dalon takes medicine. Is there really no way to save him? Mighty and unyielding. Didn't the clan leader say it? People stung by the scorpion can't live more than an hour. Dalon takes medicine. Damn! It's all because of that scorpion. Don't worry, Remington. I will beat the scorpion to pieces to avenge you. Listening to the two idiots talking nonsense, Rem felt like a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out of his chest. Seeing that, Rem began to roll his eyes. Weiwu could not help but persuade him. Moo! Don't insist. I'll give you another blow. The sooner we die, the sooner we will be dead. In 2 days, we will be a hero again. Rem. Hack you. I don't know whether Rem's desire to survive is too strong, or his resentment for 2 days of offline OB deeply touched the god of the universe. And things soon took a turn for the better. And this turn for the better came from the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Elpis at the slime experimental base. Oh no! It was the beautiful robot ship and kind-hearted Miss Elpis. As the top artificial intelligence in Gulba, and a former researcher of this underground biological laboratory, Elpis has a certain accomplishment in local biological research. After learning that a slime was stung by a poisonous scorpion and had a strange poisoning reaction, as a biological researcher, she naturally did not let go of this research sample. Without waiting for Xiaoming to speak, she took the initiative to come to the door. After examining Rem's body's surface characteristics, Elpis said, his symptoms of poisoning are very similar to those of the Gulba golden scorpion. No. Almost exactly the same. Gulba golden scorpion? That is the most poisonous scorpion in Gulba, generally living in relatively cool and dry desert areas. Although it is called the first poisonous scorpion in Gulba, its venom injection volume is low, so the mortality rate is actually not high. But I heard you just say that people stung by the western golden scorpion will die within an hour, which shows that its venom injection volume is much higher than that of the Gulba golden scorpion. After saying that, Elpis paused and said, although the symptoms of poisoning are similar, I think the western golden scorpion and the Gulba golden scorpion should not be the same scorpion, but its homologous variant. Xiaoming nodded. After all, 300 years have passed, and it is not impossible for some creatures to produce other variants over the long years. Moreover, the survival of the fittest is natural selection. In such a harsh environment as the desert planet, how can the scorpion survive without becoming more poisonous? Thinking about it, Xiaoming immediately asked, is there any hope for him? Elpis did not give a definite answer, but only said, I will try. The underground experimental base actually stores samples of various creatures. And of course, the venom of those poisonous creatures, and the corresponding antivenom serum. There is also the antivenom serum for the Gulba golden scorpion. It's just that because it's been so long, the antivenom serum there has expired. Fortunately, Elpis, an artificial intelligence, quickly came up with a solution. By analyzing the main components of the antivenom serum, she quickly deconstructed the chemical formula. Then, through the medicine stored in the laboratory warehouse, the anti-scorpion venom serum of the imitation plate was urgently extracted and prepared. Of course, since it is not produced by a professional pharmaceutical company, the effect of the serum cannot be guaranteed. But this is not important for Rem, whose life is hanging by a thread. Anyway, it's already like this, so why not take a gamble? If you bet right, you can survive. If you lose the bet, at most you will be a brave man again in 2 days. With the mood of a hero cutting off his arm, Rem accepted the injection of antivenom serum. When people are extremely unlucky, they will always rebound from the bottom. And this time, he was lucky to win the bet. Elpis's serum quickly took effect. In just 5 minutes of injection, the swelling on Rem's body had subsided a lot, and half an hour later, his appearance was completely back to normal. Looking at brother Rem, who was gradually recovering on the bed, Weiwu Buka couldn't help but tease, you are so lucky. Not only did he encounter a new monster that has not been officially launched, but he also experienced the magical effect of the new props. This wave is not a loss. Hearing this, Rem couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you want this blessing? Weiwu Buka smiled and didn't say anything. Outside the ward, the little players who witnessed all this couldn't help but marvel. It actually really healed. Didn't they say that being stung would kill within an hour? And it was cured just now. What a waste of my feelings. It seems that the Western Golden Scorpion is the new monster we will unlock next. And this anti-scorpion venom serum should be a special life-saving medicine specifically for the Golden Scorpion toxin. With it, players will not die even if they are poisoned. Wow. Then the price of this prop must be high. Isn't it? This is a magical tool that can prevent players from dying and being offline. The price will only go up, not down. Oh, I'd better work hard to earn money by completing tasks. Otherwise, when you get stung by a scorpion, you won't even be able to afford a bottle of serum. Outside the ward, other players who heard the news and rushed to watch the excitement were talking to each other. They didn't notice that their beloved clan leader was standing far behind them with a thoughtful look on his face. Anti-scorpion venom serum. This is indeed a good thing. But it seems a bit wasteful to use it as a life-saving prop for players. Anyway, players can be resurrected after death. Since everyone will be resurrected, why bother? Instead of treating it as an ordinary prop, it is better to expand the pattern and maximize its value. Isn't it said that there is no special medicine for treating the sting of the Western Golden Scorpion in the entire deserted planet? But now, he has anti-scorpion venom serum. This is a great thing for the Slime clan. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately found Elpis to discuss this matter with her. As Xiaoming expected, Elpis did not object to this. But in exchange, she also made a request. I need a sample of the Western Golden Scorpion. Xiaoming asked, what do you want that thing for? I want to study what are the differences between it and the Golden Scorpion besides the amount of venom injected. Elpis paused and said, if the difference is not big, then you have picked up a treasure. What do you mean? Xiaoming was puzzled. Could it be that the scorpions on this desolate planet can also be dried and used as medicine? Scorpions have strong vitality. They can live in a temperature of -10 degrees for 3 weeks, and can also come and go freely in a desert of more than 70 degrees. More importantly, its radiation resistance is 200 times that of humans. The Golden Scorpion is 1 dimension higher than other species of scorpions in terms of resistance to cold, high temperature and radiation. Then I heard Elpis continue, remember that after the war broke out, the ecological environment of Gulba was severely damaged. Many animals died. Only these scorpions are still alive and well. So the Gulba government thought about extracting anti-radiation substances from these scorpions to make anti-radiation drugs. And we are one of the research institutes involved in this study. Xiaoming knew that the we she was talking about was the researchers in the underground experimental base under his feet. Of course, he also understood Elpis's plan. Since the Golden Scorpion has such a strong ability to resist radiation, then as its variant and evolution, the Western Golden Scorpion will have a stronger ability to resist radiation. And the quality of the anti-radiation medicine made from this scorpion as raw material will only be better. Although the war has ended for several centuries, the demand for anti-radiation medicine still exists. Xiaoming had heard that the Space Corps and some scientific research laboratories of the Future Alliance would purchase these medicines. And the price they offered was not low. Although he didn't know what they were used for. At least he knew that there was a certain demand for this thing. If he could get on the line of anti-radiation medicine production, he would have another bargaining chip in his hand. Yes. Thinking of the possible benefits in the future, Xiaoming readily agreed to Elpis's request. You prepare more anti-scorpion venom serum. As for the Western Golden Scorpion, I can let my people find it. After the two sides reached a consensus on cooperation, Xiaoming quickly sorted out and revised the information he had just heard from Elpis and posted it to the official website's setting collection. I believe that with this information, players will have a certain understanding of the new monsters they will deal with next. Official website setting collection. Western Golden Scorpion, the most poisonous scorpion on the desert planet. It is said to be a variant of the Golden Scorpion. People stung by it will die within an hour. However, due to the anti-scorpion venom serum made by Elpis, this former desert golden killer is no longer so scary. Warm reminder from the tribe leader, like the desert giant lizard, the Western Golden Scorpion also likes to stay in a cool place and likes to build its nest deep in the sand. Due to the limited amount of anti-scorpion venom serum at present, for safety reasons, please do not dig the sand it will to avoid being stung by the scorpion. Seeing the information update of the official website setting collection, the players all had an expression of, as expected. It really is a new monster. After all, Rem's injury alarmed 2 important NPCs. Not to mention the tribe leader. Miss Elpis has specially prepared an anti-scorpion venom serum. This is obviously the rhythm of starting a new event. Old players who are familiar with the update routine of Desolate Star World are immediately excited. The appearance of new monsters means that another battle event is about to begin. After beating the big lizard, this time it is replaced by a big scorpion. And it is also poisonous. Exciting enough. As for the new players, their excitement is no less than that of the old players. After all, they had not entered the game when the last large-scale battle event Desert Lizard King began. After finally entering the game, they were just moving bricks on the construction site. And on weekdays, they didn't even have the opportunity to touch weapons. Although they had defeated 2 NPCs who invaded the underground experimental base before. It was purely a one-sided bullying. Not exciting at all. Now, they have been looking forward to the new round of battle activities. How can they not be excited? For a while, the official website forum immediately launched a heated discussion on the strategy to deal with the new monster Western Golden Scorpion. Stir-fried kidneys, bet a dime. In this battle event, the person with high resistance skills will definitely become the father of the team. Pork stewed with vermicelli, squinting smile, are you talking about me? Stir-fried kidney, damn. Your skill is too foul. Gotham Iron Man, damn. Why don't I have such an awesome skill? I'm your father, damn +1. Seeing these big guys say this, some newbies can't help but become curious. Big IQ girl, so what kind of awesome skill is it? Curious, staring.jpg. The lilies in my hometown are blooming, curious +1. As if it finally found an opportunity to show off. Pork stewed with vermicelli immediately threw a sticker below. Clicking it, it turned out to be a screenshot of the skill panel. It said, Poison Taster, turn on this skill. Players only need to taste a bite to detect whether the item is toxic. If you taste the poison, you can develop a certain resistance to the poison. After reading the skill introduction, all the players in the forum shouted together. Hack! This skill is tailor-made for this event. Right? With it. Why would you need anti-venom serum? Brick-carrying boy, awesome, awesome, awesome. I want to be red, good guy. You are the son of the version. Pork stewed with vermicelli, hee. I can't say I am the son of the version. I just got lucky. Gotham Iron Man, no. You must have some PY deal with the official. Right? Otherwise, why don't I have throwing and rolling .gif? I want to be red. Don't pay attention to this guy above. He has been like this since he learned that he can't participate in the draw for the slime evolution ball. Gotham Iron Man, kill you.jpg. In the background, Xiao Ming was reading the comments of the players with great interest. The event hasn't been officially launched yet, and the young players have already consciously studied the clearance strategy. As a planner, he is really relieved. But, you may be disappointed. There are no big scorpions to fight this time. The size of the Western Golden Scorpion is not big, and it is even a little smaller than ordinary scorpions. This is also the reason why Rem was completely unaware when he was stung. Because it was so small. Plus, its body was yellowish and almost blended into the sand. So it was impossible to notice it. Such a small thing will be crushed if stepped on. Is there any need to fight it? So this time, he did not intend to let all players participate in the activity of catching scorpions. After all, it is not certain whether this Western Golden Scorpion can really be used to make anti-radiation potions. Moreover, this thing is also highly toxic, and the amount of anti-scorpion venom serum is limited. If they really rush out to catch scorpions, the serum will not be enough for them. Although the players are energetic, he cannot waste human resources on such things. Moreover, Elpis only needs a few research samples, not a scorpion breeding farm. So why catch so many? Anti-scorpion venom serum is the focus at the moment. As for the anti-radiation potion? It can be postponed to the next version or the next version. Who knows when exactly? Anyway, there is plenty of time. So we can arrange it then. The right task must be done by the right player. And the little player with the poison taster skill is good. Who else can catch the venomous scorpion? Although he can't be the son of the version, it's not bad to be the choice of the patriarch. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming immediately sent the edited task to the little player's panel. I believe that this little player who is immune to all poisons will definitely be able to bring him back what he wants. After being praised as the son of the version on the forum for a day, Pork stewed vermicelli naturally has no mood to work. At this time, he is eager to get off work and go home to log into the game early. Of course, he hopes that the official can update it quickly, so that he can be the best in this battle event. So as soon as the bell rang, he put away the lesson plan and rushed to the cafeteria without stopping. From packing dinner and returning to the teacher's dormitory, to eating and washing, It only took an hour. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he finally logged into the game on time. However, to his disappointment, the game was not updated this time. Why is it so slow? Didn't the official update quickly after the new monsters were spawned in the past? Although it was strange, Pork Stewed Vermicelli didn't care too much. Just when he was about to check the task bar to see if there were any professional tasks to do, an unexpected message suddenly popped up. Chief's task. Please capture at least 5 living Western golden scorpions and hand them over to Ms. Elpis in the underground experimental base. Task reward, 500 slime coins. 300 contribution points. Chief Gold Slime. Our beloved biological science researcher Ms. Elpis needs a few Western golden scorpions as samples for biological research. I hope that as a warrior of our tribe, you can fulfill her tiny wish. The message even included a picture of the Western golden scorpion, as well as its size, appearance, and living habits. Pork Stewed with Vermicelli repeatedly checked the chief's task in front of him, then froze for a moment, and then couldn't help shouting, "Hack! The son of the goddamn version! The goddamn poisonous scorpion! This Western golden scorpion, which is called a monster in the new version, is only a head bigger than a cricket. And with such amazing poison tester skills, he actually wanted to catch poisonous scorpions that were not much bigger than crickets. And only 5 of them? Who was he looking down on?" Chapter 200 What Smart People Do. Even Xiaoming himself probably didn't expect that the clan leader mission he issued would be disliked by players one day. After all, in his impression, these little players would flock to it even if they wanted to grill a skewer for him. Of course, he didn't know anything about it at the moment. Pork Stewed with Vermicelli sighed deeply at the task in front of him, and finally chose to accept it resignedly. Dislike it or not, the mission still needs to be done. After all, that's 500 slime coins and 300 contribution points. Just catching 5 bugs can easily make money. Isn't that much easier than working on a construction site? And he looked around and found that the other players around him looked normal. It can be seen that this mission should only be aimed at him. For a moment, Pork Stewed with Vermicelli's mentality suddenly changed. There is only one him. This means that he has been entrusted with an important task by the clan leader. It can be seen that the clan leader is still paying attention to him. Otherwise, why would they send him? A slime with the skill of a poison tester? Thinking of this, Pork Stewed Vermicelli happily ran to catch scorpions with a small shovel and a glass jar. Xiaoming didn't know that his casual act of catching strong men would cause such a big misunderstanding from this little player. But even if he knew, he would let this misunderstanding continue to deepen. After all, players are a group of creatures that need rewards. Not only substantial rewards in game props, but also spiritual rewards. Making players feel that they are valued is conducive to improving work efficiency. Anyway, it doesn't cost money for him to say a few nice words. 5 kilometers north of prison number 9. The construction of a military factory is in full swing. The site of the military factory is an abandoned auto repair shop. In fact, Xiaoming's original idea was to find a vacant land to build a factory building. However, considering the safety and efficiency of reconstruction, he finally chose this place. This is a site from the Gulbar period. After experiencing war and more than 300 years of wind and sun, the interior of this auto repair shop has long become dilapidated. But even so, this factory building has not collapsed, which shows how amazing the pre-war technology is. Apart from anything else, the foundation of this factory building is indeed solid. So, after more than 300 years, this antique factory building was used again by him. With the hard work of the players and the participation of the prisoners in prison number 9, this abandoned factory building soon regained its vitality. In addition to expanding the original factory building, a player majoring in architecture even designed a sentry post on the side for guarding and sentry. In addition, fortifications were built around the factory area. After a series of operations, it looked more like a military base than prison number 9. Xiaoming was very satisfied with this. When the military factory was rebuilt to 80%, Xiaoming decided to let the players who developed weapons move in quickly. Apart from other things, the experiments that Gotham Brother conducts from time to time near prison number 9 are really frightening. Perhaps because he is obsessed with developing torture instruments. He no longer tinkers with hot weapons such as explosives like before. But even so, Xiaoming still underestimated the destructive power of this guy. In addition to the previous sand dumper, Brother Gotham recently made an electric shock treadmill. It is said that as long as the prisoners stand on this treadmill, they can run at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. Once they are slower than this speed, they will be shocked by the treadmill. Maybe the circuit of the machine was not connected properly. And as a result, the treadmill exploded during the experiment. Fortunately, Brother Gotham ran fast. Otherwise, he would have to be offline at this moment. After making such a big noise, the number 9 prison came to complain to him. And even Demigia would ask a few questions when he saw him. Xiaoming took a lot of effort to get rid of this matter, although he knew that Brother Gotham should not do this on purpose. Xiaoming was still a little worried about leaving such a time bomb here, since the military factory has been built almost. Let Brother Gotham go there earlier. Anyway, he will have to move sooner or later. That place is a certain distance from prison number 9, and it is surrounded by deserted sandy land. No matter how much this guy messes up, he will not disturb the people. Fortunately, Brother Gotham himself is not opposed to moving. When he learned that the new factory building was available, he immediately took his apprentice's bag and packed up his things to the new place. At the same time, those scientific research leaders who were entrusted with important tasks by Xiaoming also moved to the military factory in the north under his arrangement. Although the site is available, it is not all right. After all, if you want to develop higher performance weapons and equipment, you must have more professional machines. Although there are some machines such as stamping machines in Slime Village, at most they can only produce some agricultural living utensils, and cannot be used in the production of overly precise weapon parts. So Xiaoming does not plan to move them here. Although Julian has traveled far and wide, and has a wide range of knowledge, most of the machines he can come into contact with are common goods. And those common goods obviously can no longer meet his needs at this time. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that he needed to go to other places to get some more wool back. His first choice for fleecing was naturally Dr. Dyke from the Omega planet, the core of the Future Alliance's technology. During this period, Dyke was forced to participate in labor reform with these prisoners. He was a lazy man and was naturally tormented. Whether it was burning bricks, mixing cement, or building houses, every job here was something he had never experienced before. Naturally, he was not very good at this job. Seeing that Dr. Dyke couldn't even burn bricks properly, a certain player who contracted the construction task suddenly turned black. I really don't know why the Patriarch would send such a chicken NPC here. Isn't this definitely a drag? Although they were not satisfied with Dyke's performance, they hesitated that this was someone arranged by the Patriarch. So they didn't say anything. But the prisoners were not so easy to talk to. Ever since the man in indigo uniform joined their team midway, they have been guessing each other's identity. Because of the dispute, a young man actually ran over and asked Dyke what crime he had committed to be arrested, and why he was not wearing a prison uniform. Of course, this action immediately earned a pair of unpleasant glares from Dyke. Probably because people with high IQs are all a bit arrogant. Dyke simply didn't bother to answer questions from a group of ignorant prisoners. Such behavior was tantamount to provocation in the eyes of those prisoners. So, while the prison guards and players who were supervising were not paying attention, these people surrounded Dyke and beat him up. So a few days later, when Xiaoming remembered to find this prisoner, he saw that Dyke was covered with wounds, and his originally deep and charming eyes were covered with 2 circles of purple panda eye circles. It looked like he had suffered a lot. Suppressing the guilt in his heart, Xiaoming coughed and walked forward and said, "It seems that you have lived well here during this period." "Dyke, which eye of yours saw that I was living well? Are you sure you are not blind?" Of course, after seeing the cruelty and ruthlessness of the slime in front of him, Dyke naturally didn't have the courage to blurt out his inner complaints. He could only use his eyes instead of words to look at him with resentment. "What are you doing here? Do you want to torture me again?" Ignoring the resentment and condemnation in Dyke's eyes, Xiaoming smiled and continued to lie. "How can it be called torture? This is obviously called exercise." Seeing the face of the man in front of him suddenly flushed, and the anger value seemed to be climbing to the top, Xiaoming stopped talking immediately. "I came to you today to talk about your problem." Discuss his problem? Hearing this, Dyke suddenly became nervous. What does this mud ball want to do to him? So many days have passed, let alone your boss. Even the prison committee has not come to you. There is a shortage of supplies in the desert, and I am not a place to keep idle people. So, what are you going to do? Xiaoming's words made Dyke's nervous mood relax a little. "Then let me go. I can pay you." "Pay? Alliance coins?" Xiaoming shook his head and said, "I have already said this. We don't accept alliance coins. I can pay you gold coins." "Gold coins from the desert?" Dyke then interrupted. "You take my alliance coins to the prison committee to exchange for gold coins. 50,000 alliance coins can be exchanged for 500,000 wild star gold coins. All for you." Xiaoming paused after hearing this. To be honest, he was really tempted. It's a pity. He had already made plans. How could 500,000 gold coins be enough? A high-end talent like you must be worth at least 10 million. Right? Doctor, is your brain so worthless? Hearing such a big mouth, Dyke choked and didn't know how to answer for a while. If he answered that it was valuable, he couldn't pay that much. If he answered that it was not valuable, his self-esteem would not allow it. Looking at Dr. Dyke, whose face was red and white, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes and said, "There is an alternative plan. I need a batch of industrial machine tools that can process weapons and some precision parts. If you can get them for me, I will give you a discount on the ransom. Of course, if what you get can satisfy me, maybe I can let you go home directly." Hearing this, Dr. Dyke was stunned. Machine tools? This turn of events is too incredible. Right? It is completely different from what he expected before. Any questions? Looking at Dr. Dyke in front of him with a dazed expression, Xiaoming thought for a while and said, "If you can't get it, then just pretend I didn't say anything." No. 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 I can get it. I can get it. Dr. Dyke agreed very quickly, as if he was afraid that the other party would regret it if he was a few seconds late. After saying that, he paused and asked, "Can I know what you want those machine tools for? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. This is what smart people do." Dyke. Yes. Chapter 201 NPC Gossip. After beating Dyke, Xiaoming led the doctor who had suffered a lot out of the construction site. Seeing this, the prisoners in the distance looked sideways. Who is this guy? He was actually taken away by the slime that could only speak human language? Who knows? Didn't he refuse to say a word when Pico asked him before? Hearing this, the prisoners fell silent. Indeed, I remember that this guy was beaten up by them because he was arrogant and ignored people. Later, the guy hid far away when he saw them, and the relationship between the two sides became worse over time, so that they gradually didn't care about who he was, what crime he committed to get in, and why he didn't wear prison uniforms. These details, they directly used this guy as a punching bag to vent their anger. Until just now, the man was taken away by the slime chief, who even Demiga's adjutant looked at him differently. And they remembered these forgotten questions again. This guy is not a prisoner at all. Suddenly, such a sentence came from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and then saw a scarred face. Who else could it be if not Longya? Because of the previous arson and jailbreak, the prisoners looked at him with some dislike. Although they still dared not to provoke him, they no longer had the respect and fear they had before. No matter how powerful he was, what could he do? Wasn't he still caught back like a dog? Even the one who caught him back was not a human, but a group of slimes. Of course, these were all what they heard from the prison guards when they were on night duty. Suppressing the disdain in their hearts, someone asked, "How do you know?" "I just know." Longya didn't say it. In fact, it was because he didn't smell the same kind of breath on the blue jacket. That was the breath of the criminal. And this breath is present in everyone in this prison. But it was obvious that such an answer could not convince these prisoners. So he did not explain the reason. Seeing Longya's determined but unwilling to explain look, everyone was stunned, and then secretly cursed him as a lunatic and dispersed. Xiaoming brought Dyke back to the underground experimental base and arranged an empty room for him to stay. The passing players witnessed all this and couldn't help whispering, "What's going on? Why did the clan leader bring this guy back again? I don't know. Maybe it's still useful. Is it going to be a new plot again?" At this point, the players looked at each other. They saw the burning gossip spirit in each other's eyes. "Let's go! Let's go and have a look." In the lounge, Dyke was nervously opening his clothes and letting the blonde beauty in front of him apply medicine on him. At this time, if Elpis looked up, he would find the red earlobes of the person in front of him. This is not only because of the tension and shyness that he couldn't help but feel when facing a beauty, but also because of Dyke's self-loathing and embarrassment of not taking a bath for a week. Wouldn't he smell bad? Would this beautiful lady be fumed by him? Thinking of this, Dyke became more and more dissatisfied with Xiaoming's actions. At least let him wash up. How can he face a lady in such a messy state? This is so rude. For a moment, Dyke became more and more nervous. I was afraid that I would see a look of disgust on the face of the beautiful lady in front of me. Fortunately, there was no look. The blonde beauty in front of me didn't even raise her head. At this moment, she was concentrating on treating the wound on his body, as if it was a serious and solemn matter. Seeing this, Dyke was relieved with both relief and regret. Fortunately, he was not disliked by the other party, but regretted that the beauty took the treatment of the wound so seriously that she didn't even look at him. Elpis didn't know that the man in front of him had such a rich inner drama. After treating the last wound, she stood up and said, "It's done." On the side, Xiao Ming, who was silently observing all this, nodded slightly. "You've worked hard." Elpis. "Yes, lady. Ms. Elpis." Elpis corrected dissatisfiedly. "Okay, Ms. Elpis." Xiao Ming smiled. "I didn't expect you to know this." Elpis nodded calmly. "Of course. These are the most basic. In Gulba, every AI needs to learn the knowledge related to medical emergency, let alone a top AI like her. And most of Dyke's injuries are flesh wounds, which are not complicated to deal with. Just apply medicine and bandage to solve the problem." Xiao Ming nodded slightly to show his understanding. "Thank you for your hard work. You can go back first." Looking at the back of the lady in the white coat carrying the medical box and leaving, Dyke took a long time to retract his dazed eyes. Is this Lady Elpis also from the prison? Why didn't I see her when I came last time? As early as when Elpis treated Dyke's wound just now, Xiao Ming noticed that this kid had bad intentions. I never thought that his feeling was so accurate. Look, Elpis started to inquire about him as soon as he left. It's a pity. Xiao Ming shook his head. Don't think about it. You won't get any results. Why? Dyke was puzzled. Is she married? Or does she already have a lover? Xiao Ming didn't expect that Dr. Dyke was so eccentric. He was so busy with his own affairs that he still wanted to pick up girls. As the old saying goes, lust is like a knife above your head. Whether you have a lover or not has nothing to do with you. Xiao Ming ruthlessly interrupted his guess. You just need to remember what you are here for. Unless you don't want to leave here. Hearing these words that were both warnings and threats, Dyke was stunned, and then leaned back in his chair lazily. Of course I know. But now think about it. It's good to stay here. It's good to stay here? Don't think he can't see what this kid is thinking. Is this to take the opportunity to get close to Ms. Elpis? Thinking about it, Xiao Ming chuckled. Really? Then you stay here. But starting tomorrow, whether it's food, accommodation or water, everything will not be free. Dyke, it's as if you have been free before. Outside the laboratory, the little players who witnessed all this looked at each other. Oh my goodness. Have we discovered a big gossip? Yeah. Then a little player nodded and said, the guy named Dyke brought back by the tribe leader seems to like Elpis. Be more confident. Remove the word seems. That guy is attracted to our Elpis sister. My goodness. A human falls in love with a robot. This plot is so bloody. What's so ridiculous? Wasn't there a love movie called My Robot Girlfriend in foreign countries a few years ago? Although, can NPCs fall in love with each other? Why not? Isn't Batu the captain of the guard team of the slime farm? And Mia? Before, that guy ran to the slime village to find Mia from time to time and gave her things. Later, the two of them started dating. What? There is such a thing? You didn't even know? The little player looked at his companion curiously. This matter had been a hot post on the official forum before. I saw the little friend next to him smiled honestly and said, I only came in version 1.16. Oh, no wonder. The little player continued, that happened during the Desert Lizard King event. At that time, everyone was fighting monsters in the new map. After the incident broke out, Mia's otaku fans said that they were stolen by Batu. And some people posted on the internet saying something like, Batu's hatred for stealing his wife is irreconcilable. However, no matter how much they talk, if NPCs really want to fall in love, players can't stop them. If Dyke can really get together with Elpis, then they will become the second NPC couple in the game. And it's a love between man and machine. 6 When Xiao Ming walked out of the lounge, he saw several slimes squatting by the door and whispering excitedly. Did they pick up money? Why did they look so excited? Curious, Xiao Ming walked over. What are you doing here? Seeing the tribe leader suddenly come over to talk to them, several little players were stunned. They looked at each other and then shook their heads. Nothing. Xiao Ming, why are you so secretive? I really don't understand these little players more and more. The players don't want to say, so Xiao Ming naturally doesn't ask. In the end, he just looked at the players suspiciously and turned away. After leaving the lounge, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered the new variety of vegetables that he had grown for several days. So he stopped going back to the office and turned to the laboratory. 80 plant incubators are lined up in the laboratory. The black bean seedlings and sand onions inside have grown. And the green cabbage has grown layers of palm-sized tender green leaves. Not bad. Not bad. The growth is gratifying. But the quantity is really small. It feels not enough to eat. The vegetables produced by 80 incubators are enough to supply 50 small players. But there are 300 players in the game. Is there no better way to increase production capacity? If this were in the East, Xiaoming would naturally not worry about not being able to grow crops. But this is in the Western Desert. The climate here is harsh and not suitable for crop growth. Otherwise, the prison would not collect taxes from the East every year before the sandstorm. With the opening of the new base and the completion of the military factory, the player's exploration map will inevitably cover the Western Desert. If the problem of food shortage cannot be solved, players will definitely have a lot of opinions in the future. Although players can indeed switch the login location to eat in the novice village and then come to the west to do tasks. However, the current cultivated area of Slime Village and Slime Farm is so small, and the amount of food is limited. As the number of players increases, there will definitely be a problem of supply and demand in the future. In any case, food is a big problem that needs to be solved. It was not noticeable before when the number of players did not increase. But with the 1.16 version update, there were 100 more players, and all these hidden problems were exposed. When things here are almost done, he has to arrange some farming players to go to the east to cultivate more land and grow more food. In addition, there is a new problem. That is, winter is about to come. Although it is not obvious in the Western Desert at present, the temperature in the east has obviously begun to drop. The time for winter in the wasteland is relatively late, and the autumn has lasted for nearly 4 months before the weather began to turn cold. Although Xiaoming has never spent the winter in the wasteland, he heard from the natives that the winter here is very cold. In previous years, there were also cases of people freezing to death in those poor families. However, this winter, the long-term workers of the slime farm don't have to worry. Cotton is planted in the farm, and with the wasteland wolf skins obtained by the players from hunting before, enough warm clothes can be made. It's just that the little players are more difficult to deal with. They are all a group of slimes. How to wear clothes? You said that if they were all wrapped up tightly with thicker clothes, they would be unable to move. But if they were not wrapped up thicker, they would not be able to keep warm. Although there is a constant temperature system in the underground experimental base, it is impossible for players to stay here all the time. What's more, there are still people working in the slime village and slime farm. Thinking of this problem, Xiaoming suddenly felt a headache. The winter on the deserted planet is not like spring, summer and autumn. If players are really asked to run naked, they will probably have to go offline. But if they are given clothes, the picture is a bit too beautiful. Xiaoming dare not think about it. Perhaps he can leave this problem to the players to solve it themselves. Anyway, there are tailors in the game. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately edited a task and sent it to the little players who have the professions of fashion designer and tailor. The weather is cold, and mature little players should learn to design their own autumn clothes and autumn pants. After all, learning to survive the cold winter on the deserted planet is also a good quality that a smart slime needs to have. After leaving the planting laboratory, Xiaoming was about to go back to take a nap, but suddenly saw Daoling jumping out of Elpa's office in the distance after taking medicine. Recalling the task assigned to him before, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. So they caught the Western Golden Scorpion so quickly? Out of curiosity, he turned to Elpa's office again. When Xiaoming entered, Elpas, wearing a white coat, was standing next to a biological breeding box and observing the activity of the creatures inside. Noticing him coming, she put down the notebook in her hand, glancing at the golden scorpion in the breeding box that was only half the size of a palm. Xiaoming asked, "How is it?" Then Elpas walked to the laboratory table on the side, where an electron microscope was mounted. Under the microscope was a dissected slice of a Western Golden Scorpion. I analyzed the venom of the Western Golden Scorpion, and its composition is 99% similar to the venom of the Gulba Golden Scorpion. In addition, its body structure and living habits are very similar to those of the Gulba Golden Scorpion. It can be said with certainty that this Western Golden Scorpion is actually a variant of the Gulba Golden Scorpion. Congratulations. You are going to get rich. Xiaoming smiled. It is too early to say this now. Although there is indeed a certain market demand for anti-radiation drugs, it is not the same as it was when the war broke out more than 300 years ago. You can make some money from it, but you can't make a fortune from it. Elpas didn't delve into the meaning of Xiaoming's words, just thinking that he was being polite and modest. After all, Lin Luo once said that humans like this. But, looking at the scorpions climbing around in the breeding box, Elpis seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiao Ming suspiciously. I don't think I have given you the anti-scorpion venom serum yet. Your people have already caught the scorpion for me. Isn't he afraid of being stung? Xiao Ming. Of course not. Because that little player has the anti-venom skill. But can he tell the truth like this? Of course not. So Xiao Ming had to answer, he is very skilled. As long as he is careful, he won't be stung. Elpis obviously disagreed with this. It's still too risky. You should be thankful that I prepared the serum in advance. So that even if he is stung, he can still survive. Have you prepared the serum? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately asked, how much have you prepared? Not much. Just a few bottles. Elpis said bluntly, too much time has passed. And many raw materials of medicines in the warehouse have expired. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was a little curious. Then the raw materials you are using now have not expired. Of course they are expired. But the conditions are limited, and I can only make do with them. Elpis paused. These times are purely for emergency. So I used expired raw materials. For long-term planning. And also to ensure the safety of users. I need fresh raw materials to make anti-scorpion venom serum. Xiao Ming nodded. This is simple. Just tell Dyke. Dyke? Elpis tilted his head. As if thinking about who this Dyke is. Xiao Ming kindly reminded, you helped him bandage and apply medicine not long ago. After hearing this, Elpis finally recognized the face from the stored image memory. Why tell him? Because he came from Omega Star of the Future Alliance. That is the technological core of the Future Alliance. I think the raw materials for the medicines you need should be there. Future Alliance? Omega Star? Elpis was obviously confused when she heard many unfamiliar words. There was no relevant information about these terms stored in her chip. Xiao Ming had to explain to her one by one according to the information given by the summoner. Looking at Elpis's slightly confused expression, Xiao Ming comforted her. After all, so many years have passed, and many places have changed. It's normal that you don't know these. It just so happens that I also need Deke to help me get something. It's just some raw materials for medicines. You tell him. I believe he will be happy to help you with this. Hearing this, Elpis looked up suddenly. Why? Xiao Ming was stunned. What why? Why is he willing to help me? Elpis paused and said, no, the anti-scorpion venom serum was made for you. To be more precise, it was not for me but for you. Xiao Ming. Elpis, you haven't answered my question yet. Xiao Ming. What could he say? Because Deke likes you? So he is willing to help you. He would not say such words. If the rigid AI lady in front of him knew, she would definitely explain to Deke that she is a robot and cannot respond to his feelings. And Deke, who knew the truth, might not be willing to help. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming lied calmly, because he is Lei Feng. Who is Lei Feng? Elpis asked persistently. Xiao Ming. There is no way to answer this question. He forgot that Lei Feng does not exist in this world. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming had to change his way of expression, because he is a good person. He is very happy to help people in need. Of course, the same is true for AI in need. Elpis seemed to accept such an explanation. After that, he did not continue to ask questions like 100,000 whys. Xiao Ming, who finally got rid of the problem H.L., then slipped away. After inspecting the places that should be inspected, Xiao Ming finally completed his task as the patriarch. Just as he was about to go back to the lounge for a nap, a little player suddenly ran over from a distance. Seeing him, he excitedly shouted, Chief, there are so many people outside. Xiao Ming. What? Seeing that the slime chief in front of him was indifferent, the little player said, there are dozens of people in total. They are wearing strange clothes and leading creatures that look like camels. The prison guards are stopping people from passing through. So please come out and take a look. Xiao Ming. It seems that I am destined to miss my nap today. Thinking of this, he sighed and said, Take me over to have a look. Chapter 202 Nomads from the Depths of the Desert. Outside the experimental base, the players looked at the group of people in strange clothes in the distance and talked about it. Who are those people? Why are they dressed so much like Arab tycoons? How are they similar? Arab tycoons don't dress like this. And the group of people in front of them look much poorer than the tycoons. It's no wonder that this little player complained. Except for the piece of cloth on their heads. These strange visitors have nothing in common with the Middle Eastern tycoons. Their clothing style is more like that of the Indian Aztecs. The colorful shawls, the socks made of unknown animal hair on their feet, And the flowery headscarves that look like Middle Eastern tycoons make them look a bit out of place. Of course, compared with their weird clothes, the creatures that look like camels in their hands can arouse the interest of players more. That should be a camel. Right? It shouldn't be. Right? How can a camel have 3 humps? What's the matter? Mutated species are not allowed to appear? There are dogs with 3 heads at the slime farm. That's right. Some people even have 6 fingers. Besides, this is a game. And it's set in an alien space. The planners can make camels grow as many humps as they want. What's so strange about that? The players were talking and watching the excitement, while the atmosphere between the guards of prison number 9 and these uninvited guests was not really friendly. Get out of here quickly. Demigia frowned and said to the man, who was suspected to be the leader in the crowd, "This is not the place you should come to. If you come one step closer, don't blame me for being rude." After speaking, the black uniformed guards around them immediately raised their guns and pointed them at them cautiously. Seeing this, these people suddenly changed their faces and stepped back in fear. Seeing such a scene, the young children in the team were so scared that they quickly shrank into their mother's arms. The moment Xiaoming came out of the underground base, he saw the scene in front of him. What's going on? Who are these people? However, no one could answer him at the moment. The players really didn't know. And the prison guards were busy driving away these outsiders. Helplessly, he could only open the summoner's omnipotent search encyclopedia. Soon, he found the answer he wanted. Wasteland Tribe. According to the information on the summoner, the Wasteland Tribe is a nomadic people living in the western desert of the Wasteland planet. They mainly rely on herding 3-humped camels for a living, and occasionally hunt and scavenge. In some towns in the west, these peoples can sometimes be seen selling things in the market. It may be handicrafts, or it may be camel meat or camel milk. This ethnic group has no fixed place to live. They may be in this town in the desert today, and go to another town in 2 days. If the place is suitable, they will stay and reproduce. If they can't survive, they will move to other more affluent places. And the Wasteland Tribe in front of them obviously belongs to the latter. Xiaoming took a look at the team. About 50 or 60 people. Or maybe 60 or 70 people. In addition to young and middle-aged people, there are also elderly people. Children and pregnant women. They all carried more or less luggage on their bodies. In addition, the young and middle-aged men in the team all carried weapons. In addition to the common bows and crossbows, there are also production tools such as machetes, axes, and shovels. Thinking of this, Xiaoming roughly understood the situation in front of him. Perhaps it was because these wasteland tribes accidentally broke into the territory of prison number 9 when they moved their entire tribe. They wanted to pass through the prison, but were rejected. But this is normal. After all, this is a prison, not a vegetable market. So how can people pass through casually? It is expected that these wasteland tribes will encounter setbacks. Just when Xiaoming thought about this, the middle-aged man in the distance, who was suspected to be the leader of the tribe, said to Demigia with half respect and half fear, "Sir, we have no intention of offending. We just want to go to the front to get water. Please give us a favor." Looking at the brown face of the man in front of him with ravines, Demigia pursed his lips. He naturally knew that these people did not dare to offend the prison. After all, in the West, no civilian has the courage to do so. But the problem is that the prison has its own rules. If they took a detour to the water 0.1 kilometer away, he would not stop them. However, they did not. Looking at the nomads who came from afar, Demigia said seriously, "This is prison number 9. Not a place you can pass through at will. I give you 2 choices. Either turn around and return the same way, or leave here and take a detour from the side." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd suddenly became agitated. The faces of these nomads were full of anxiety and helplessness. They need water. Without water, they will die of thirst. And the camels will also die of thirst. It took them nearly 1.5 months to walk from the town in the deepest part of the desert to here. And they even experienced lizard disasters and prison riots on the way. Those elderly people were even more exhausted. It was not easy for them to stand now. Now they had to take a detour? How could people bear this? "Sir," the middle-aged man stepped forward. "Our physical strength can no longer support such a long distance. Please have mercy. We will definitely pass quietly without making any noise." Looking at the faces of the nomads who were miserable and expectant, Demigia said nothing, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Seeing the miserable conditions of these people, to be honest, he actually felt a little sympathy. Demigia is not a heartless person. Although he is now the adjutant of the prison, his family was not well off when he was young. He understands too well the feeling of groveling to others for survival. If it weren't for the rules, and so many people watching behind him, he would probably have turned a blind eye and let them go. However, he is not alone now. He still has responsibilities and disciplines on his shoulders. The expatriate executive members of the prison committee have not left prison number 9. Although those 2 people came from the logistics department and were also responsible for the reconstruction and construction of the prison, there is no guarantee that they will not report to the chairman. The warden handed over prison number 9 to him for management, and he cannot let anyone find fault with him during his absence. Thinking about it, Dmitya calmed down and was about to refuse. At this moment, he heard a voice beside him. "You just want water, right?" Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At some point, the golden slime appeared behind them, and there were many slimes around it looking around. The people in the prison were already accustomed to the existence of these slimes, and they were also accustomed to the fact that the slime tribe had a chief who could speak human language. However, this was particularly terrifying for the nomads of the wasteland tribe. "What is this? Can it speak human language? Is that a mud ball?" Hearing the whispers of these nomads, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his skin. What should he say? He is a slime, not something else? It feels like cursing. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, Xiaoming said, "I can provide you with drinking water and food, but you have to take a detour to leave the territory of prison number 9. Of course, if you are willing to work for me, in addition to the above conditions, I can also provide you with a stable residence." Hearing this, there was an uproar at the scene. Not only the nomads, but also the prison guards could not help but whisper, "Let the nomads work for it. What can these homeless people do? Herd camels? Who cares what it wants them to do? The point is that the slime actually promised to give them a stable residence. Could it be that it wants to take these homeless people back to the underground? No way. Wasn't the underground base temporarily lent to them by the adjutant? This slime chief shouldn't do such a shameless thing, right? It's hard to say. These slimes are sometimes quite shameless. Last time I went to their stall to buy food, but that guy actually raised the price. Okay. Don't say anything. The adjutant is watching us." Hearing this, several prison guards, who were whispering to each other, stopped talking. Seeing that the people below had quieted down, Demiga turned his head back. Unlike what his subordinates thought, he didn't think that the golden slime would generously take these nomads into the underground base. Although he didn't know what these nomads could do for the golden slime, he felt that the other party should have other plans. As Demiga guessed, Xiaoming did have his own plans. In his opinion, these nomads with no fixed place to live are actually a good group of labor. They can completely replace the players to do some work that they are unwilling or too lazy to do. Of course, he is not talking about moving bricks on the construction site. Ever since he found so many crop seeds in the underground experimental base, Xiaoming has always wanted to take these seeds to the east to try to plant them. The food problem has been Xiaoming's concern recently. Originally, he planned to wait until the reconstruction of prison number 9 was over before organizing a land reclamation event, allowing players to return to the east to develop new arable land, so that they can directly cultivate after the end of winter. But considering that both activities are related to physical labor, players may find it boring. Of course, the more important point is that the weather will gradually turn cooler in the future. It seems that it is not very convenient for players to wear warm clothes to move around after entering winter. But the land reclamation is very important. Just when Xiaoming was in a dilemma, these nomads of the wasteland tribe appeared. And just in time, they seemed to be looking for a new home. If they were asked to go to the east to help the players open up wasteland, the efficiency would be much higher, even though they seemed to have no farming experience. Since they could survive in the most barren desert, it would not be difficult for them to open up wasteland and cultivate land. Moreover, there were a bunch of experienced farmhands at the slime farm. I believe that with them, these nomads should be able to learn how to farm. Although this would also increase the population burden to a certain extent, Xiaoming felt that such investment was still necessary for the sake of sufficient granaries next year. Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked up at the group of nomads, who were at a loss on the opposite side. What do you think about this proposal? The middle-aged man glanced at the prison guard holding a gun on the opposite side with fear, and he was slightly relieved when he saw that those people did not seem to have the intention to stop him. He turned his eyes to the slime in front of him, who could speak human language, and said cautiously, "I want to discuss it with my people." Xiaoming did not force him to make a decision immediately, but just nodded and said, "Okay." Give you 5 minutes to think about it. After all, this was the territory of prison number 9. And the prison guards were still waiting here. So he couldn't take up too much time. Whether it was okay or not. I believe that 5 minutes would be enough for these nomads to discuss a result. The fact was just as Xiaoming expected. It didn't take 5 minutes at all. After these nomads of the desert tribe gathered together to discuss for a few words, the man who seemed to be the leader turned around again. As long as you can give us drinking water, I can take people away. Xiaoming was a little surprised to hear this. Just drinking water? These people didn't even mention food? It seems that these nomads are much more courageous than he thought. As for doing things for you, the man paused and said, "May I ask, what do you need us to do?" Although this sounded very polite, Xiaoming did not ignore the vigilance in this man's eyes. But if you think about it from another perspective, for these nomads living in the depths of the desert, seeing a slime that can speak human language is a very terrifying thing. Not to mention that this slime wants them to do things for itself. In order to show that he had no ill intentions, Xiaoming explained, "I have a piece of land in the east that needs help to open up. If you are willing, I can provide you with a place to settle down." Not only the nomads, but also the prison guards were a little surprised to hear this answer. Of course, the surprises of the two were completely different. What the nomads thought was, it's just opening up the land. Fortunately, they are not asked to do anything weird. As for the prison guards, they thought, these slimes actually have land in the east? And they want to take these nomads to open up the land in the east? Although they didn't know what the creature that could only speak human language was. Because of the conditions just proposed by the other party, and the laissez-faire attitude of these prison guards, the nomads of the wasteland tribe dared not despise Xiaoming anymore, and only nodded respectfully. "We are willing to work for you." After reaching a verbal cooperation agreement with these nomads, Xiaoming turned around and told the little players to get some water and lizard jerky. Then he asked the players to help these nomads migrate to an area 1 kilometer away from prison number 9 to rest and station. The prison guards, who witnessed all this, had different thoughts. Prison guard Loud 2 whispered to Demiga, "Adjutant, is this really okay?" Although the question was asked in an obscure way, Demiga knew what he meant. The slime chief did not discuss with you before doing anything. "Don't you mind?" "Mind?" Demiga asked himself. It would be a lie to say that he didn't mind at all. But if he said that he minded a lot, that's not the case. After all, the golden slime saved him a lot of trouble by doing this. Just now, he did think about whether he should let his subordinates shoot if these nomads really didn't want to leave. Fortunately, this choice was not made in the end. The slimes took the nomads away directly. Without answering Loudwood's words, Demiga said, "Continue patrolling." The temporary stationing point that Xiaoming arranged for the nomads of the wasteland tribe was some distance away from prison number 9. In addition, those people were very tactful and did everything quietly for fear of causing dissatisfaction among the prison guards. Therefore, for a while, both sides were at peace. However, in order to ensure safety, Xiaoming still arranged a few little players to watch there. In addition to providing help to these poor people, it was also a surveillance to prevent any problems. "What's your name?" Hearing Xiaoming's question, the middle-aged man who led the group answered in a low voice, "Gula." Perhaps because he had not eaten or drunk well for many days. His voice was full of fatigue. Xiaoming nodded, "Okay, Gula. I am the leader of the slime clan. The golden slime." Gula thought for a moment and nodded. "Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Golden Slime." Xiaoming was very satisfied with Gula's reaction. Hearing this, he smiled more amiably. "Don't be nervous. Just rest here. Eat and drink. The prison guards won't come to drive you away." Looking at the strange creature in front of him that was round and spoke human language, Gula's heart was a little complicated. Although this golden slime master was not a human, it was more friendly than some humans. Along the way, they had experienced countless times of being driven away and looked down upon. But this was the first time they had encountered such gentle kindness. Not only did they protect them from the guns of those prison guards, but they also provided them with water and food. They even gave them the opportunity to work and a place to stay. Thinking of this, the tall middle-aged man couldn't help but have red eyes. However, under the control of his strong self-esteem, he finally resisted the urge to cry. "Yes, Golden Slime Master." Seeing Gula's excited response, Xiaoming continued, "You must be tired after traveling for so long. Let's rest here for the next 2 days. I will let my tribesmen take you to the east in 2 days. There will be someone to arrange a job for you there. It should be noted that fighting, stealing, killing and other illegal and criminal acts are prohibited in our territory. And, except for the residents allocated to you. You are not allowed to enter and leave our villages and farms without permission. Of course, the two exceptions are consultation on land reclamation and farming and goods trading. Goods trading? Hearing this word, Gula was a little surprised. Are you saying that we can sell things in your territory? Xiaoming thought for a moment. It can't be considered a sale. It's just barter. If you kill prey, you can go to our warehouse to exchange for things. After all, the slime coins he gave to players are virtual currencies. And virtual currencies can't be used to buy things from these nomads. As for those long-term workers, thinking of the gold coins he had taken from Zhang Benhua and Gray, the warden before, Xiaoming thought that maybe he could organize a small event at that time to make these gold coins play their monetary value. But this is a later story. Thinking of Xiaoming, he said, as for other specific matters, my people will explain them to you in detail at that time. Gula nodded gratefully. Okay. Mr. Golden Slime. Chapter 203. These slimes are so friendly. After arranging the future destination of these nomadic people of the Wasteland tribe, Xiaoming asked a question that he was more concerned about. You said before that you came from the depths of the Western Desert. What forced you to come here from such a far place? It's because of survival. Sir, Gula's extremely vicissitudes of life were full of helplessness. If it weren't because they couldn't survive, who would be willing to leave the desert where their ancestors lived for generations and come to such a far place? The depths of the desert are too chaotic. There are more than 500 prisons in the entire western part of the Wasteland planet. And these prisons are large and small. The larger the number, the more remote the geographical location, and the worse the environment and treatment. In the depths of the desert, there are many prisons with 3-digit numbers starting with 4 and 5. Compared with the top-ranked prisons, this place is obviously much more chaotic. Because of the remote location, the prison committee is confident that the prisoners will not be able to escape the desert alive even if they escape. So these prisons have always been neglected. Because of this, jailbreaks there are quite frequent. Things like highway robbery and beating of guards happen from time to time. Due to the dangerous environment, nomads like Gula can only change their settlements constantly. But even so, they had not thought about moving away from the deep desert where their ancestors lived at that time. Until the lizard disaster after the sandstorm this year. For some reason, those lizards are too fierce and much more difficult to deal with than in previous years. Even the bravest hunters in the tribe can't subdue them. For this reason, many people in their tribe died. It was not until later that they knew that it was all because of the appearance of the Desert Lizard King. I heard from the elders in the tribe that the Desert Lizard King is the most brutal existence in the desert. The last time it appeared was hundreds of years ago. Once it appears, the entire western part of the desert planet will fall into an extremely terrifying chaos. If they want to survive, they can only move away from their homeland and go to the relatively safe east. Because it is said that the Desert Lizard King cannot leave the desert. And the east is obviously their only way to survive. So, they embarked on a journey to migrate eastward. Of course, they also experienced many hardships and obstacles along the way. But when they think about the problem of survival, all the sufferings they suffered are nothing. After rushing for a month, they suddenly heard the news that the Desert Lizard King was dead when they stopped near a town. At that time, everyone felt incredible. That was the Desert Lizard King. Although they did not see it with their own eyes, they had heard a lot of terrible rumors about it. Such a terrifying monster actually died? How is this possible? How did the Lizard King die? Out of curiosity, they asked the people in the town. The other party couldn't say it either. They only said that the news came from the prison. It was said that the prison committee joined forces with several large prisons with single-digit numbers to jointly encircle and suppress the Desert Lizard King, and finally use some secret weapons to kill the monster. The desert is too big, and the spread of news also has a lag. The same thing has been passed down from one person to another, adding an unusual mysterious color. But no matter what the rumors are, one thing is certain. The West is safe. However, they have walked out of the depths of the desert and are far away from their homeland. Now that the arrow has been shot, there is no turning back. They can only continue to move forward to find a new home. In this way, they traveled eastward and finally came here. After listening to Gula's story, Xiaoming said nothing and just asked them to have a good rest. Not far away, the players who watched the whole plot through the translator could not help but talk about it. Fried kidney. So we worked in vain before? Those NPCs don't know that we killed the Desert Lizard King. Gotham Iron Man, correct. It wasn't us. It was me who killed it. Fried kidney. Fried kidney, if you want to care about this, Let's discuss the fact that you used explosives to cause the whole group to go offline for 2 days. Gotham Iron Man. Please continue. I want to know why the Patriarch didn't tell them. The brick-carrying boy was puzzled. Why didn't he seize such a good impression opportunity? Do you think that's you? Fried Kidneys glanced at him. Does the tribe leader need to improve the impression of another NPC? They are not in love. Brick-carrying boy. It seems to make sense. Seeing the tribe leader leave. The nomads were busy setting up camp. The players knew that the plot was over. So they dispersed and went to do their own work. These nomads of the Wasteland tribe were also very honest and decent. Except for the camp arranged by the slime. They did not run around anywhere else. At night, they rested quietly and early. Seeing that the nomads of the Wasteland tribe were so sensible, the guards of prison number 9 did not say anything more. Anyway, the camp of these guys was far away from the prison, and they would soon go around and leave. So the two sides spent the night in peace. At dawn the next day, the nomads got up and prepared to cook. It's called cooking, but in fact, it's just putting the dried meat that the slimes gave them yesterday on the fire to heat and bake. I don't know what kind of animal this meat is. The taste is really not good. It's dry and hard. If it's not with water, it's really a bit of a throat injury. However, no one said anything. After all, under the current conditions, being able to fill the stomach is already very good. Who can have other requirements? The Golden Slime Master rescued them from the hands of those prison guards, helped them set up camp, gave them food and water, and even arranged their future destination. This kind of warmth is something they have never felt anywhere else. Thinking of this, the nomads of the Wasteland tribe couldn't help but have new hope for the future. It will definitely be good. After a simple breakfast, the women and the elderly stayed in the camp to look after the children. Men, clothes, and broken tools. As for the men, they carried kettles and buckets to the water point to get water and feed the camels. Not far away, the players stared at the 3-humped camels for a long time, and finally couldn't help running over to talk to these natives. The players pointed at the camels in front of them and asked, "Can we touch them?" After staying in the deserted world for a few months, some old players have learned some simple words. Although they can't express themselves in complete sentences, they can barely communicate. With the help of translators and very obvious body movements, even this group of nomads with little culture can roughly understand each other's meaning. However, perhaps because the players' expressions are not accurate enough. Or of course, the nomads did not expect this. There are still some errors in the understanding between the two sides. The nomads looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with disbelief and surprise. I didn't expect that the subordinates of the Golden Slime Master would be so enthusiastic. This early in the morning, they actually came to help them feed the camels. How can people be grateful for this? Although embarrassed, the nomads still happily gave up their positions in the eager eyes of these slimes. Moreover, they handed over the feed and water buckets in their hands. Looking at the hay handed over by the nomads in front of them, the players were stunned. Are they asking them to feed the camels? So, have they received the task? In doubt, they looked at their respective task panels. There was no information prompt on it. Seeing this, the players were immediately confused. Could this be a hidden task? In doubt, an impatient little player immediately said, "Who cares? Just do it first. If this is really a hidden task, it can trigger important subsequent plots, and the things are delivered to your hands. How can you refuse?" Old players know that if you want to level up quickly in WildStar World, you have to take the initiative to find work. In this way, you have the opportunity to trigger hidden tasks from those NPCs, so as to obtain rewards that cannot be obtained in daily tasks. Thinking of this, the players decisively took over the feed and water buckets, and fed the camels like these nomads. Even after feeding the camels, they took the initiative to clean up the camels' feces. This move immediately brushed the favorability of the nomads of the Wasteland tribe. These magical creatures called slimes are so friendly. As if to express his gratitude, the man from the Wasteland tribe, who was feeding the camel, immediately took out several necklaces and bone whistles from his bag. The bone whistle was only half the length of an adult man's palm, and seemed to be made of the leg bones of birds. The necklace was more eye-catching. It seemed to be made of the teeth of prey, with many teeth of unknown animals on it, and even a scale of a desert giant lizard hanging at the end. Although the style was simple and plain, it had a wild atmosphere. The players were immediately delighted to receive such a thank you gift. I knew it was a hidden task. The players happily took the necklaces and bone whistles from the hands of these nomads, and immediately left the Wasteland tribe's camp happily. They couldn't wait to show off their task rewards to other players. So under the propaganda of this group of little players, the news that the new Nomad NPC could trigger the hidden task spread throughout the game. Half an hour later, the Wasteland Tribe's camp welcomed several waves of slime players one after another. However, since the camel was already full, the task of feeding the camel was obviously impossible to accomplish. So the players had to return home disappointed. Fortunately, some smart players started looking for other opportunities. They helped the desert tribe to repair damaged tools, helped women take care of children, and helped the elderly to weave rattan baskets. These operations made the nomads flattered. These slimes are too enthusiastic, so they felt embarrassed. And the natives of the desert took out various animal furs and some homemade leather goods from their bags as gifts. But they never thought that this move would arouse the enthusiasm of the players, seeing that all the work in the camp was done by these slimes. Gula, as the leader, was grateful and distressed, because they really couldn't give any gifts. So this time when the players finished their work and happily came to hand over the task, they not only did not get the expected task rewards, but also received the guilty eyes of the native NPCs, and they couldn't help feeling disappointed for a while. It seems that all the tasks have been completed. Retreat. Retreat. In just a moment, the slimes staying in the Wasteland Tribe camp dispersed. The nomads were confused when they saw this group of slimes coming and going in a hurry. Although they didn't know what they were saying, they didn't seem to be angry because they didn't get the thank you gift. Thinking of this, the nomads were relieved. Chief, how about? A young Wasteland Tribe guy in the crowd suddenly spoke as if he wanted to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Gula. I know. I will talk to the golden slime later. Although these slimes are kind, he is embarrassed to let the tribesmen continue to accept their help. However, before Gula found Xiaoming had already known all this through the players. Although he had guessed that these restless little players would find this group of natives, he didn't expect it to be so fast. However, in just one morning, the players got animal tooth necklaces, furs, handmade leather goods, and other handicrafts from the nomads. However, compared with the distress of the people of the Wasteland Tribe, Xiaoming was very calm about it. In his opinion, these players are just being curious. As a group of creatures who are naturally fond of novelty, their interest in these nomads will not last long, especially when they find that the rewards of the tasks are all decorative gadgets with no effect. They will gradually lose interest. The fact is just as Xiaoming expected. The next day, the number of players who came to the Wasteland Tribe camp to brush tasks was even less than 1/10 of yesterday. And those players found that they did not get anything other than a thank you from the native NPC after finishing their work. So they were unwilling to come again. With this, the Wasteland Tribe camp returned to peace. Chief's task, capture Western Golden Scorpion, can be completed repeatedly. Task introduction. This creature likes to build its nest under moist and dark sand. Although it is poisonous, it is the main raw material for making anti-radiation medicine. Chief's tip. Don't dig the soil casually when you are free. If you are unlucky, you will be stung by the scorpion. Requirement. Bring back the body of a Western Golden Scorpion. Reward. 5 slime coins. P.S. If you do not carry anti-scorpion venom serum, it is recommended that players with anti-venom skills claim this task. In the evening, after digging in the sand for a day, pork-stewed vermicelli dragged a sack of Western Golden Scorpion corpses and hummed a song as he jumped down the sand dune, hopping towards the underground experimental base. It turns out that players with anti-venom skills are simply invincible when facing poisonous creatures, except for the pain when being stung. There was nothing else. Of course, the more important point is that this task does not require the scorpion to be alive, so his capture speed has become faster than before. However, he easily got a sack in one day. It's a pity that the distribution of these poisonous scorpion nests is too wide, and he can't catch them all in a short time. Otherwise, he can catch 2 more sacks. Although this sack doesn't seem to be much. The Western Golden Scorpions in this sack add up to about 1,000 slime coins. Isn't it much easier to make money than raising mushrooms? Even if he participated in the combat activities, he would not get such a high reward. Such a task is tailor-made for him. Thinking of this, pork-stewed vermicelli became more confident. Today, the sand on the east side has been dug once, and tomorrow it will continue to dig on the west side. With him, the Western Golden Scorpions within a radius of 10 miles of the slime experimental base will not be able to leave alive. After getting water from the water point, Gula and several young men from the Wasteland Tribe were about to return to the camp when they saw a slime carrying a large sack to find the golden slime. Out of curiosity, the group stopped. After that, They saw the slime untied the sack and poured out a golden scorpion corpse from it. In just a moment, the natives present showed shocked expressions. As nomads whose ancestors have lived on this land, they naturally know what is in front of them very well. This is the golden killer in the desert. Although it is small in size, it is bigger than those hyenas and jackals. No! Even scarier than the desert monitor lizard. Once stung by it, you can say goodbye to this world forever. So when they encounter this kind of scorpion, they usually choose to take a detour. It is precisely because of this that the nomads are even more shocked by what they see. Were all these western golden scorpions killed by that slime? It's incredible. My god of the universe. Isn't it afraid of scorpion venom? The nomads of the wasteland tribe whispered to each other. All of them were shocked by what the pork stewed with vermicelli did. Unlike the focus of the tribe members, Gula thought of a more far-reaching problem at this time. When the Golden Slime Lord reached out to help them, he wondered why the prison guards of prison number 9 didn't stop them. At first, he thought it was because the deputy official gave them a break. But now it seems that these slimes are strong enough. It is because they are strong enough that they have the right to speak in front of these prison guards. Even the western golden scorpions can be killed as well as ordinary little bugs. The strength of these slimes is far beyond his imagination. Perhaps, agreeing to go to the east to work for the Golden Slime Lord was the most correct decision Gula had ever made in his life. In fact, not only these indigenous nomads, but also other players were shocked by the killing power of Brother Fintiao. The power of the western golden scorpion is clear to all players who have seen Rem being stung. Such a highly poisonous creature is like a fish on a chopping board in Brother Fintiao's hands. When the tribe leader was calculating the rewards just now, they also counted, and there were more than 200 dead scorpions. Is the skill of this poison taster so powerful? Hearing the praises of other players, Pork Stewed Vermicelli couldn't help feeling proud. He had always felt that his skills were useless a long time ago. In addition to being a little useful when surviving in the wild, he could only help me, your father, distinguish which mushrooms are poisonous and which are not. Until the appearance of the western golden scorpion, his skills shined. After so long, he finally has the hope of becoming the son of the Virgin. However, just as Pork Stewed Vermicelli was rubbing his hands and waiting expectantly for the chief to give him the task reward, he heard a sentence beside him. A total of 565 slime coins. Pork Stewed Vermicelli? Is this number wrong? He accounted. There were more than 200 western golden scorpions in this bag. Shouldn't there be more than 1,000? Just as he was about to raise questions, he heard the chief in front of him continue. The stomachs of the remaining 138 western golden scorpions were all flattened, and the poison sacs were broken. The raw materials for the anti-radiation agent need to be extracted from the scorpion's poison sac. In other words, all these scorpions cannot be used. Pork Stewed Vermicelli. Killing the scorpion will not damage the poison sac. And this is not mentioned in the task. Damn! I worked in vain. Chapter 204. Is it a bit too much? Although reluctant, Pork Stewed Vermicelli finally resigned himself to dragging the pile of scrapped western golden scorpion corpses away, looking at the back of the little player leaving with his head down. Xiao Ming couldn't help feeling guilty. This was indeed his fault. But it was not that he deliberately didn't inform the player in advance, but that Elpis told him not to damage the scorpion's venom sac after he issued the task. At this time, Pork Stewed Vermicelli had already run out to dig the scorpion's nest. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that with so many scorpions, if the venom sac was not damaged, several bottles of anti-radiation potion should be made. But it's not too late to know now. After all, poisonous scorpions are everywhere in the entire western desert. Just relying on the little player Pork Stewed Vermicelli would not make the golden scorpions in the whole west extinct. Thinking of this, the little guilt in Xiao Ming's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. Back at the underground experimental base, Xiao Ming opened the summoner and checked his balance. In just a few days, he had more than 3,000 points in his account. Of course, the bulk of it was from the discovery of the western golden scorpion and the development of anti-scorpion venom serum. The rest was naturally accumulated from the daily tasks of the players. However, Xiao Ming did not plan to draw the lottery immediately. After all, with such a small number of points plus the remaining points before, he could not draw many times from the advanced reward pool, and there were more than 100 players in the game who had not activated their skills. Anyway, it was destined that he would not be able to draw all the slime evolution balls, so he might as well save them again. After a short rest, seeing that it was almost time for lunch, Xiao Ming took his lunch box and prepared to go out to line up for lunch. At this moment, Deke stopped him. I have already got the things you mentioned last time, and they will deliver them in the afternoon. Oh! Xiaoming blinked in surprise. Okay. The efficiency is quite fast. Ignoring Xiaoming's ridicule, Deke stared at him nervously. Is the promise you made to me still valid? Of course it counts. But, Xiaoming paused, and looked at him teasingly. Are you really not going to stay? Elpis is still single. Dike's face changed slightly after he teased him like this. I don't know if he was embarrassed or annoyed, but his cheeks turned red. No. Dike tried his best to look natural, and said, Don't forget to fulfill your promise. Looking at Dike's hurriedly leaving back, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. There is definitely something going on. He was clearly a rogue who was willing to stay for Elpis before, but after only a few days, his attitude changed too quickly. Could it be that he already knew that Elpis was an artificial intelligence? If that's the case, then it makes sense. But this kind of thing can't be kept secret for long. After all, Dike's personal freedom is not restricted. If they are in the same underground experimental base, he will see the scene of Elpis charging sooner or later. After learning the truth, he will definitely not be willing to stay here any longer. However, Xiaoming didn't really care about this matter. As long as the other party could bring what he wanted, he didn't care whether he left or stayed. Of course, in addition to the machine tools, he actually hoped that the other party could find him a professional engineer to help the Slime clan build a complete weapons production line. Well, it would be even better if we could build a high-tech industrial production line. Although there is no shortage of scientific research leaders in the game, the technologies they master all come from Earth. Although Xiaoming loves his hometown, to be honest, the science and technology of Earth cannot be compared with that of the future alliance. It is possible to let them do research and development by themselves, but it is a bit troublesome. If there is a shortcut, Xiaoming is naturally willing to choose an easier way. For example, connecting to the technological track of the future alliance. This is not only for the Slime family, but also conducive to promoting the technological progress of the Earth. This can be regarded as a contribution to the motherland by him, a former flower-growing family. As for whether Dike agrees or not, this is not within his consideration at all. After all, as a human being, you have to have dreams. What if it comes true? Even if he is a slime now, he can't give up the right to dream. So after dinner, Xiaoming shamelessly found Dike and told him his demands. As soon as this remark came out, Dike immediately launched an excited attack. Do you think I am a god? Can you make anything happen by just chanting a spell? You should know that building a professional production line is much more difficult than simply producing weapons. It is not just about transporting a few professional production machines here. Raw materials, labor costs, time costs, and transportation costs are all investments. Not to mention that this guy wants to build a high-tech industrial production line in addition to the weapon production line. Not to mention that there are no rich mineral resources on the deserted planet. Even if there are, who will be responsible for the entire R&D and production process? Is it just relying on that one engineer? This is simply unrealistic. And as far as he knows, the factory building of the military factory here has just been built. And even the production equipment is not complete, unless a complete industrial system has been established. Everything the other party said is all delusion. After being taught a lesson by Dike, Xiaoming was not angry but very calm. The reason is that the other party is indeed telling the truth. But this does not mean that Xiaoming is dead. In order to build a complete industrial system here, raw materials, transportation and talent introduction are all problems that need to be solved. It is obviously unrealistic to rely on players to solve all these problems. Some of them still need to rely on the indigenous people of this world. It's also his fault that he was too impatient and wanted to solve them all at once without considering the actual situation. Seeing Xiaoming silent, Dike, who had been talking for a long time, realized that he had just spoken too quickly. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If this angered this crazy slime, would he be able to return home safely? Thinking of this, he wanted to make up for it, and make up for himself. Ahem. Although I can understand your idea. A tall building is not built in a day. Although a complete industrial system cannot be established in a short period of time. At least you can produce weapons with higher precision. Seeing that Xiaoming did not show any displeasure, Dike continued, you have made a profit this time. The processing machine tool I found for you is a new product launched by Starlight Group last month. Because it is the latest product on the market, only the top industrial production enterprises in the Future Alliance are currently eligible to purchase it. At this point, Dike paused and smiled flatteringly, but don't worry. I know the sales manager of the Starlight Group. And I can get one even if it's not one of those companies. By the way, this thing is easy to operate. And the precision of the parts cut can be as high as 1 femtometer. In addition to high precision, it is also relatively easy to maintain. More importantly, it saves electricity. Xiaoming, after saying so much, "How much is it?" Upon hearing this, Dike waved his hands hurriedly. "How can I charge you? As long as you can let me go home as agreed. Not to mention this machine for free. I can also hire a mechanical engineer specializing in CNC cutting for you." People are realistic. Although Dike had spared no effort to complain about Xiaoming's delusion before, at the critical moment, this guy suddenly changed his mind and said that he would help him recommend talents. TSK. I'm afraid this guy has the talent to learn Sichuan opera face changing. However, Xiaoming didn't care about Dike's attitude before and after. The important thing was that the mechanical engineer he mentioned really attracted him. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said with a smile, "Sure. When the machine tool is delivered, I will let you go after I confirm that the things are intact and can be used normally. Of course, don't forget about the engineer." Hearing this, Dike's face immediately burst into a smile. "Don't worry. I will definitely get this done. Anyway, the machine tool promised to the other party has been delivered. As for the engineer, although he agreed, whether he can keep the person is not something he can control. Chief, there is a spaceship outside." While the two were talking, a little player suddenly ran over to report to Xiaoming. "So fast?" Xiaoming was stunned. Obviously a little surprised. "You told him the address?" Dike shook his head. "And I sent them a location. However, the delivery service of Starlight Group is famous in the Future Alliance. As long as the customer has a demand, they will deliver even to a barren planet like the Wasteland Star." Hearing this, Xiaoming hurriedly said, "Let's go and take a look." Walking out of the underground experimental base, many players stopped outside. A 7 or 8 meter long mini transport spaceship landed on the golden sand not far away. Although the transport spaceship in front of us is not as large as Slime number 1 in carrying capacity, the cool shape of the fuselage and the silver-white coating with blue-green metallic streamer are really eye-catching. Very acidic design. Very cyberpunk. Of course, the more eye-catching is the 7-pointed star pattern on the fuselage, which is the logo of the Starlight Group. Damn! What is that? A spaceship? So cool! Who are those people? Why are they here? Is there a new plot? Unlike the curious reactions of the players, everyone in prison number 9 was stunned when they looked at the white 7-pointed star logo on the spaceship in front of them. Even though most of the people present have never left the deserted planet, they have heard of the Starlight Group to some extent. That is the largest machinery manufacturing company in the Future Alliance. However, after so many years of development, their business scope has long been not limited to the manufacture of industrial production machinery. The Starlight Group even dabbled in military products and aircraft manufacturing. The standard firearms used in the deserted planet prison came from the Starlight Group. Why did the people from the Starlight Group appear here? Demidia was about to ask when he suddenly saw the golden slime and Dr. Dike walking to the docking place of the spacecraft. 2 men in the work clothes of the Starlight Group opened the hatch of the transport spacecraft and pushed a box with rollers down from inside. The box was about 2 meters long and more than 1 meter high. The surface was made of opaque metal, and it was impossible to see what was inside. One of the delivery men picked up a handheld terminal similar to a tablet computer and looked at it. He looked around and asked loudly, "Who is Mr. Dike Glick?" Hearing this, Dike raised his hand hurriedly. "I am." Then he trotted over. Behind him, there was a yellow slime. Seeing this, some prison guards couldn't help but whisper Dia sent it a bit too much. "It's obviously our territory. Why do they act like they are the masters here? That is to say, this is a prison after all. How can anyone come in and out at will?" It was the same last time. They actually let those nomadic people of the desert tribe camp near prison number 9, and even use our water point. Even if these slimes killed the desert lizard king and found the escaped prisoners, they can't just step on our heads like this. In my opinion, it's just that the adjutant is too indulgent to them. Hearing the discussion of the people below, Lao Gutu coughed lightly and looked at Demidia, who didn't say a word. "Adjutant, you see?" Before Lao Gutu finished speaking, Demidia had already walked forward. Seeing this, the prison guards immediately shut up. I saw a trace of expectation and joy flash across their faces at the same time. It seems that the adjutant is going to teach these ignorant slimes a lesson. Chapter 205 Occupy Prison Number 9. Just when the prison guards thought that the adjutant would definitely question the golden slime with a dark face, they only heard an excited voice. Adjutant Demiga, you came just in time. Come and take a look at this plasma beam fully automatic laser cutting machine. Prison guards? This development seems to be a little wrong. Didn't the golden slime find that the adjutant was angry? Xiaoming naturally knew. So he is now making amends. Xiaoming had noticed Demiga as early as when he appeared. Of course, he also noticed his slightly cold look. Looking back on what he has done these days, it is indeed a bit high profile. Although he has long regarded this place as the base of the slime clan, it is not the case for these prison guards. Facing their unconscious master style, it is normal for them to feel dissatisfied. But the current situation does not allow him to tear his face with the prison immediately. So it is still very necessary to maintain superficial courtesy. Besides, Demigia is not a bad guy, and he has helped him a lot before. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he actually doesn't want to make their relationship awkward. Of course, Xiaoming's enthusiastic attitude obviously confused the prison guards. Not only the prison guards, but even Demigia himself was confused by the operation of the slime in front of him. Plasma ray fully automatic laser cutting machine? Looking at the transport box in front of him, Demigia paused, and was led by the other party's topic for a while. What is the use of this thing? The employees of Starlight Group left after delivering the goods. Fortunately, a manual was given before leaving, although Xiaoming knew nothing about the text content inside. Fortunately, there was a talented person like Dr. Dyke around him, so he was able to understand the operation of this machine in the end. The operating principle of this machine is to use plasma rays to accurately cut raw materials. Its cutting accuracy can even reach femtometers, which is smaller than nanometers. In addition, it can control the firing speed of the cutting ray, the size and depth of the cutting surface, and even customize the shape for cutting. All of the above or nothing. What's even better is that it also has additional polishing, grinding and welding processes. And it's not complicated to complete all of this. You just need to set the parameters. Even a layman like Xiaoming can get started in a very short time. It can be said that it has greatly improved work efficiency. Of course, after saying so much, the most important thing is that it can process very fine weapon parts. With it, you can make your own weapons with higher performance. But this answer obviously can't satisfy the person in front of him. I saw Demigia's expression was stunned, as if he didn't expect the answer to be this. But soon, he seemed to think of something. Frowned. I thought you proposed to build that factory just to develop torture instruments. That's certainly one of them. Xiaoming lied calmly. After this lizard disaster, I found that the weapons in the prison are still too weak. Especially when facing the Desert Lizard King. There is basically no counterattack. So I think it is necessary for you to develop more powerful and efficient weapons. But the Desert Lizard King is dead, and the normal lizard prison guards can handle it. Obviously, Demiga does not agree with this proposal. After all, a monster like the Desert Lizard King may not appear in 100 years. And now they already know the reason why this monster appears. In this case, it is completely possible to prevent this from happening. So, is it really necessary to develop weapons with higher performance? Moreover, the weapons in the prison are all standardized and cannot be changed at will. Although the desert planet is currently openly divided into two parts, the eastern and western parts. In fact, neither the local rich people in the east nor the prison in the west have autonomy, because there are two other forces behind them: the Future Alliance and the Space Legion. This pattern has existed since the collapse of the Gulba government, and the Gulba planet has been reduced to a place of exile for criminals. This is also the fundamental reason why the prison is not equipped with high-lethal weapons. Their purpose is to suppress the planet as much as possible and prevent the defeated Gulba regime from reviving. Of course, it was not that no one wanted to change this suppressed situation in the past, but the two forces were too powerful, and nothing came of it in the end. Now, the desolate planet has become so backward that it naturally cannot make any waves. And the leaders of the East and the West have stopped thinking about it. So they have lived in peace for so many years. But now, this golden slime actually said that it wants to develop more powerful weapons in their prison number 9. What a dangerous thing. Not to mention that the prison committee disagrees. Even he will not agree. Thinking of this, Demiga frowned and said, I will pretend that I have not heard what you just said. And the development of torture instruments and weapons factories will stop here. Looking at the back of the person in front of him leaving, Dyke, who had been silent, blinked with a look of realization. No wonder he asked the golden slime what he wanted the machine tool to do before. and the other party always refused to answer. It turned out that this was the idea. Although he knew that these slimes were bold and reckless, he did not expect them to be so bold. Developing high-lethal weapons on the desolate planet? Is it because it thinks it has lived too long? Doesn't it know how this planet has become what it is now? Although he felt sad, Dyke was not going to intervene in this matter. Anyway, his goal was just to return home safely. As for what this broken place will become in the future, it is not his business. Of course, he didn't want to care. Xiaoming really didn't know what the history of the deserted planet was like in the past. But even if he knew it now, he didn't plan to give up. Because of the slime summoner, more and more players will enter the deserted planet world in the future. The existence of slimes is destined to be hidden from the big guys outside. In this case, he has to prepare in advance. After all, countless historical records have proved that only those who are strong enough can occupy a place in the world and have the right to speak. And low-key development and high-profile going out are the strategic guidelines he has formulated for the slime clan. As for the concerns of the prison and the local rich people in the east, Xiaoming doesn't care at all. After all, so many years have passed, and the future alliance and the space army have developed to the point where they must have long since stopped taking such a small wandering planet seriously. And as far as he knew, these two forces had been competing with each other for many years. Compared with the small movement of the desolate star, they should pay more attention to the news from the opponent. As the saying goes, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. The fight between these two gods not only does not hinder him, but also gives him a chance to grow. The only thing to be solved now is the problem of prison number 9. Originally, he wanted to maintain a superficial peace, but he never thought that the conflict between the two sides would appear so quickly. He took it for granted. He suffered from not learning the history of the desolate star well. But it doesn't matter. Everything can still be saved. Judging from Demigia's attitude just now, he didn't seem to want to tear his face with him. In this case, he can use this to pull the other party to the slime camp. Thinking of this, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. Of course, according to Demigia's slightly stubborn character, this does not seem to be an easy thing to achieve. So he doesn't intend to persuade him with reason or emotion. Anyway, when the slimes occupy prison number 9, the other party will be in trouble even if they don't get on the pirate ship. At this time, Demiga didn't know that a certain slime had already set its sights on him and the prison. He was sure that after he said that, the smart golden slime would understand his position. According to his understanding of the other party, this was a reasonable and shameful slime. In this case, there was no need for him to worry that it would not do what he said. After all, its people were still living in the underground experimental base of prison number 9. Seeing Demiga's calm face, the prison guards of prison number 9 gradually calmed down. I think with the adjutant's warning, those slimes should be more obedient. Right? However, when everyone thought so, unexpected changes happened quietly. Official website announcement. Limited time event occupy prison number 9. Online. Golden slime, as time goes by, we have irreconcilable differences with prison number 9. For the development of the slime clan, and to ensure the safety of the underground experimental base, we need to occupy prison number 9. Activity time. From now until the prison number 9 is completely occupied. Task requirements. Capture all the prison guards of the prison number 9, and ensure that the prisoners in the prison do not riot. Activity rewards. 100 slime coins will be rewarded for each ordinary prison guard captured. 200 slime coins will be awarded for capturing the deputy officer of the prison number 9, Demigia, and the prison committee's external executive members, Lamies and Will. The reward will be invalid if the prisoner dies. It should be noted that if a prison riot occurs during the event, the reward will be reduced by 50%. If the prisoner escapes from the prison, all rewards will be deducted. For preventing the prison riot, the player can get an additional 50 slime coins and 50 contribution points. By Wu Chang, what the H.L. What the H.L. Attack the prison number 9? Aren't they friendly forces? Stir-fried kidneys, in the blink of an eye. The friendly forces become the enemy forces, squinting smile. Hey Gulong Dongkyung, what do you mean? There is another fight to be fought? Brick-carrying boy, oh my god. How can I get so much money by arresting a prison guard? What am I doing at the construction site? De Lang takes medicine, ha ha. Isn't this easy? My skills can beat 2 people at once. Mighty and unyielding, squinting, you better take it easy. If the captives die, the reward will be invalid. Delong takes medicine. Rim is my wife. We have to capture prison number 9 again. And we can't kill these NPCs. This is really troublesome. Ping spreads wings. Maybe these NPCs are still useful. Ultraman of Light. Ping is right. I guess this is probably related to the main storyline. I am your father. I am just curious. Didn't the clan leader look like a brother to the adjutant named Dimiga a few days ago? How come they fell out so quickly? Pork stewed with vermicelli. I agree. Did we miss some important plot? Big IQ girl, I know this question. I just heard the prison guards say that Demiga wants the clan leader to close the military factory. I guess it's because of this reason. Demiga asked the clan leader to close the military factory? Why? When some players still couldn't figure out the reason. Some players with a keen political sense immediately guessed the reason. Gotham Iron Man. What else could it be? They are afraid that we are too strong to threaten them. Gotham Man hit the nail on the head. The players suddenly realized. Good fellow. It turns out that this is a case of overachievements shocking the master. How can I allow others to sleep beside my bed? Although there is no open expression. I think the prison guards are more or less dissatisfied with them in private. No wonder the clan leader did this. However, compared with this sudden plot twist, the players are more concerned about the event rewards. The entire prison number 9, including the adjutant and the 2 external executive members of the prison committee, only have 40 to 50 people. But there are 300 players. This is obviously too many monks and too little porridge. Moreover, if there is a prisoner escape and riot in the prison, they will deduct the reward. Gotham Iron Man, unreasonable. This setting is too unreasonable. Seeing the scene of us fighting with the prison guards, it is impossible for those prisoners not to do something. Right? After all, you can only fish in turbulent waters. And you can only escape when the prison is in chaos. Ultraman of Light. This may also be specially set to increase the difficulty of the event. Let us ensure the public security inside, while capturing prison number 9. Thinking of this, the players suddenly fell silent. Fortunately, preventing jailbreaks and unrest can also get a guaranteed 50 slime coins and 50 contribution points. Otherwise they would really scold the planner. Brick moving boy, so when do we start? Ping spreading wings. The event introduction says immediately. Does this mean that the event has started and we can go online now? Stir-fried kidneys. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, I'm Jiao. Hearing this, the forum was shocked by exclamations one after another. The little players who realized it later hurriedly dropped the mouse in their hands, put on helmets, and logged in online. There are only so many heads in total. If this action is not quick, it will be taken away by others. As for those players who can't log into the game because of work or school, they can only watch helplessly as those idiots who don't have to work go offline to grab heads one after another. This planner is too bad. Why not update the limited time event when others are at work/school? With the speed at which those guys grab heads, by the time they go online, the daylily will be cold. Chapter 206, Grab the Heads. Quick! 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 Take advantage of those people not coming online yet, and quickly wipe out prison number 9. I haven't had a fight in a long time. So cool. The front row is selling grenades. 20 sure coins each. Bazooka 30 sure coins each. It's a big sale. Damn. So expensive? Gotham Iron Man angrily retorted, where is it expensive? The price has obviously dropped so much. He was selling it for 50 before. Gotham boss. Give me 2 bazookas. The underground experimental base is as lively as the new year. Especially those newbies who came in with version 1.16 and have never participated in large-scale offensive and defensive battles. They are even more excited as if they are going to the market. Such a big movement naturally cannot be hidden from Elpis. What are your people doing? Looking at those fully armed slimes. She asked puzzledly, are you going to war? No. It's not a war. Xiaoming, it's for long-term peace and stability. Elpis. Once upon a time. The leader of Gulba also said so. However, the planet ended up with the scars of war. To this day, the damage caused by the war still exists. Humans like to glorify the sins they have committed in a high-sounding way. But they didn't expect that these slimes also do so. For a moment, Elpis couldn't help but wonder, is it because they are the product of human biological experiments? So their behavior is similar to the shamelessness of humans? Xiaoming didn't know the secrets of the artificial intelligence in front of him. At this moment, he just hoped that these little players would not be too cruel later. What if he crippled someone? Would he want this NPC or not? The underground experimental base was undercurrent. But the number 9 prison on the ground was unaware of it. After the arson and jailbreak, Demiga had the prison cells reinforced. And now they are so tight that even a fly can't fly in. At the same time, the prison guard's patrol time every night has doubled compared to before. Under such strict supervision, the prisoners stopped thinking about making trouble. But it was hard for the prison guards. Even if they could change shifts, they couldn't bear patrolling day and night like this. So after a long time, these people relaxed, seeing that the cell was still as quiet as usual tonight. The slippery prison guards started to be lazy again. At this time, Deputy Demiga had fallen asleep. They could play cards and drink some wine in the patrol room. Anyway, the room has good sound insulation. As long as the door is closed, no one can notice it. It was not until they finished playing cards and were ready to go back to sleep that they found that prison number 9 had been completely occupied by the slime clan. The lazy and derelict prison guards hiding in the patrol room regretted their stupid behavior of closing the door because of playing cards. Of course, this is all later. After coming out of the underground experimental base, the players changed from the previous noisy and clamorous to extremely quiet. Since they wanted to capture the captives alive without bloodshed, they had to act quietly. However, no matter how quietly they acted, there were still dozens of people, and they could not completely hide the truth. The nomads of the desert tribe had long lived in the desert full of dangers, and had already developed sensitive hearing. When they heard the faint rustling noises coming from outside, the nomads curiously poked their heads out of their tents. Then, they saw a group of armed slimes sneaking towards the high-walled prison in the distance, under the cover of night. Seeing this, the nomads looked at each other, surprised and puzzled. What are they going to do? Some people speculated, they are still carrying guns and weapons so late. Are they going to fight with the prison? No way. Aren't these slimes on good terms with the prison? They cook for them during the day. How could they? What are you looking at? Seeing the chief coming over, the tribesman hurriedly pointed at the slimes on the sand dunes in the distance that were moving rapidly towards prison number 9 and said, "Chief, what are those slimes going to do? Are they really going to fight?" Looking in the direction of the tribesman's fingers for a while, Gula's expression changed slightly. "This is not our business. Go back to sleep quickly." Hearing this, the tribesman looked at the distance reluctantly, and then reluctantly returned to the yurt. Unlike these young and energetic guys, Gula, who has lived to this age, deeply understands one thing. Curiosity kills the cat. Sometimes, knowing nothing is the best way to protect yourself. Looking at the slimes in the distance that had been swallowed by the night, his mood suddenly became a little heavy. I hope there will be no big trouble. Otherwise the whole tribe's work of opening up wasteland in the east will be ruined. Thinking of this, he sighed and went back to the tent. Prison number 9. Prison guard dormitory. Demigia lay in bed tossing and turning for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep. For some reason, his heart was beating wildly, as if something was going to happen tonight. He really didn't want to sleep, so he simply got up and changed his clothes, not only for peace of mind, but also to see if the night patrol guards took the opportunity to be lazy. However, as soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw a prison guard running over in a hurry. "Oh no! Adjutant! There are so many slimes outside. They are all carrying weapons." "What?" Demigia's face suddenly changed. Without bothering to button up his coat, he rushed out of the dormitory, walked quickly through the corridor, and came to the window in front to look down. On the high outer wall of the prison, slimes were clinging to the wall like snails, and climbing over the wall from the outside to the inside. Moreover, they were carrying guns and ammunition. It was obvious that they were not friendly. Without bothering to think about why these slimes would raid in the middle of the night, Demigia turned his head and said, "Quick! Gather everyone. Pick up weapons, and go to the main gate. Also, make sure to close the cell door tightly. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Go now." The young prison guard was stunned by the adjutant's shouting, and hurriedly ran away. The sudden crisis broke the tranquility of the night. The prison guards, who were not assigned to patrol, were originally immersed in their dreams, but were suddenly awakened by a burst of rapid knocks on the door. "Get up quickly!" An intruder broke in. Upon hearing this, the originally sleepy prison guards suddenly became more awake. But even so, these prison guards did not pay much attention to the intruders. After all, this is a prison, and it is a prison with single-digit numbers. How brave do the intruders have to be to break in? They are not afraid of being beaten into a sieve. As if they think these so-called intruders can't cause any trouble. The prison guards talked while getting dressed. Who is it? How dare they invade our prison? Could it be those nomads? How is it possible? Do they have such courage? That's right. Rather than believing that the invaders are those nomads, It is better to believe that it is the slimes. Ha ha ha. You are right. At this time, these carefree prison guards still have leisure to joke. But when they hurriedly left the dormitory with their guns and saw a group of slimes with weapons in the open space in front of them, the smiles on their faces suddenly disappeared. The invaders are actually these slimes. What is going on? However, the current situation does not give these people a chance to think. After seeing them appear, these slimes rushed towards them like locusts passing through. Subconsciously, the prison guards drew their guns to protect themselves. However, the bullets fired were not only useless, but also became weapons for players to threaten and tease them. Bang! 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 Crack! Pop! The bullet flew past his cheek, and in an instant, many craters appeared on the wall in front of him. There was no need for bombs and rockets, as the prison guards had already been frightened by the scene in front of them. Although they were prison guards, they usually faced prisoners who were shackled and lost their freedom of movement. So there was no need to use force. The most dangerous time was during the lizard disaster this year. However, it was this group of slimes that faced the full firepower of the Desert Lizard King at that time. They had been staying indoors all the time, so there was no loss at all. In addition, these prison guards did not train much, and they were fat and black by the players during this period. It is conceivable how weak their combat effectiveness is. They are even worse than those nomadic people of the wasteland who competed with wild beasts for food in the desert. The moment the bullets ran out, everyone was dumbfounded. What to do? Are they going to die here? Don't resist. Surrender is your way out. Suddenly, a loud and clear shout came from the slime group. There was silence for a moment, and then there was a murmur of discussion. Stop shouting. It's useless. People can't understand it. That's it. You have to speak the language of the wild star. But I don't know it. Does anyone know it? Who has nothing to do to learn that thing? It's not like they are taking the CET4 or CET6. Looking at the suddenly noisy group of slimes in front of them, the prison guards couldn't help but murmur. What are they talking about? Just when the scene was deadlocked, someone among the players shouted, "The tribe leader is coming." Hearing this, the originally densely packed group of slimes suddenly split into two. A yellow slime as tall as a calf appeared in front of everyone. Who else could it be but the tribe leader of the slime tribe? The golden slime? Seeing the tribe leader appear, the players knew that the plot would definitely follow. So they all quieted down and waited for the tribe leader to speak. Xiaoming glanced at the little players around him, who were staring at him eagerly, and then glanced at the prison guards, who were trembling with nervousness. After a while, he cleared his throat and said, "I'll give you a chance. Raise your hands and surrender." At this moment, the prison guards finally understood the intentions of these slimes. However, their faces did not show the relief of having a chance to survive, but instead revealed the anger caused by humiliation. Dream on. They are the guards of prison number 9. How can they surrender to a group of slimes? If this gets out, people will laugh at them. Perhaps because of extreme anger. A guard shouted, "Just wait. The adjutant and the warden will not let you go." This sentence seemed to ignite the depressed morale of the guards. The next moment, shouts came from the crowd one after another. "That's it. You will be dead when the 2 adults of the prison committee know about it." Xiaoming turned a deaf ear to these noisy voices and only tilted his head to look at the little player beside him. Why didn't I see Adjutant Demiga? Seeing the tribe leader suddenly asking him a question, the little player was stunned and hurriedly said, "He should be hiding somewhere else." "Don't worry, tribe leader. Our people have guarded the exit. He can't escape." The moment the voice fell, there was a boom outside. There was a loud noise, and flames and thick smoke rose to the sky outside the prison wall. Damn! What exploded? I don't know. Looking at the orange light in the distance, the players talked a lot, and the prison guards were shocked, because the explosion happened not somewhere else, but in the tent where the 2 expatriate executive members of the prison committee lived. Before, Adjutant Demiga had invited the 2 adults to live in the dormitory of prison number 9, but they were rejected on the grounds that they were uncomfortable living in the dormitory. After that, the 2 expatriate executive members have been living in a tent temporarily built by the east door of prison number 9. Now that the reconstruction of prison number 9 has been completed, the 2 adults originally planned to set off for Storm City early tomorrow morning, but they never thought that such a change would happen tonight. What's worse is that the adjutant ran to find the 2 adults at the time of the incident. Thinking of this, the faces of the prison guards showed expressions of the sky falling. It's over. It's all over. Unlike the prison guards who were like bereaved. Fried Kidney Flour seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, by the way, where did this guy Gotham go? Didn't this guy brag about getting another MVP? But we've already finished the fight. And we haven't seen him yet? Upon hearing this, all the players present were stunned, looking at the fire in the distance. Everyone realized it later. Hack! This guy actually went straight to grab the two most expensive heads. Chapter 20792. Sir! In addition to Demiga, the heads of the two prison committees, external executive members are the most valuable. Capturing one person can get 200 slime coins. And these two NPCs are basically inseparable. Finding one is equivalent to finding the other. 200 plus 200 is 400. Although the current Gotham Iron Man is not short of 400 slime coins, the temptation to get the MVP of the battle event is still not small. So from the beginning of the siege, he did not climb over the wall and go through the main gate like other players, but went straight to the tent on the east side. Originally, he planned to sneak in and tie up the people without anyone noticing. But he never thought that the two guys inside were so alert that they opened fire before he entered. He has been playing Gotham for so long, and he has never suffered a loss. Even if the bullets can't hurt him, can he let people shoot in vain? Obviously not. Thinking about it, Gotham immediately ordered his apprentice, Coke, give me a smoke bomb. Kaylee on the opposite side handed over a fist-sized ammunition. Gotham, who took the ammunition, clicked his tongue. If it weren't for the mission to capture a live person, he would have thrown a bomb directly. Why would it be so troublesome? Thinking of this, he pulled the safety ring and threw it forward. The next second, there was a deafening explosion in front of him. Bang! Looking at the fire in front of him, the master and apprentice were stunned. Nima, isn't it a smoke bomb? How did it become a bomb? Hearing the master's angry voice, Kaylee subconsciously looked at the cart at hand. Gone! I took the wrong one. However, it was obviously meaningless to pursue Kaylee's mistake at this time. The most urgent thing was to confirm whether the two people were still alive. If they were killed in the explosion, not only would the reward be gone, but the MVP would also be gone. Thinking of this, the master and his apprentices immediately went to the tent that was blown into ruins to check for survivors. At this moment, a noisy voice suddenly came from a distance. I saw a group of slimes surrounding a slightly larger slime and jumping towards them. Looking closely, isn't that the Golden Slime clan leader? Seeing the clan leader appear, the Gotham master and his apprentices were stunned. It's over. Aren't those two NPCs important plot characters? Did they just blow up important plot characters? How can the plot go on if people are blown to death? Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Are all the plot NPCs in this game so fragile? Is there no protection mechanism? Feeling that they had caused trouble, several players were no longer as talkative and outgoing as usual. In an instant, they became little quails quietly waiting for the clan leader to come. Xiaoming glanced at the ruins in front of him, and then at the few dejected little players, and roughly guessed what they were thinking. They were afraid of being criticized for doing something wrong. Damn! Gotham, you are really here. What happened? Did you blow someone up? That's a head worth 400 slime coins. You hacking killed someone like that? Hearing the players' questions, Gotham was inevitably upset. So he subconsciously retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? This person may not be dead yet. That's right. Kaylee and others nodded and said, we haven't seen it yet. How can you say that the person is dead? Come on. With the power of your attack just now, if he doesn't die, he will be disabled. He is lucky to be alive. On the side, Fried Kidney Flour said without thinking about the fun. As soon as these words came out, several people were speechless. Xiaoming ignored the bickering between the players and walked straight into the ruins in front of him. If he continued to ignore it like this, even those who didn't have to die would die now. Some sharp-eyed little players saw that the clan leader walked towards the ruins and knew that he was going to follow the plot. So they hurried forward to help. Using sand to put out the remaining flames, the players carefully cleaned up the scene. Soon, they found the two unlucky guys in the ruins. Oh no! 3. Although they didn't know why this Demiga adjutant was here, his action made it convenient for them. At least, they don't have to look for people everywhere. A young player with a medical specialty simply checked the 3 unconscious people. After confirming that they were not in danger of life for the time being, the Gotham master and apprentices were relieved. Fortunately, the people are not dead yet. After letting the players carry the 3 unlucky guys down for treatment, Xiaoming looked at Gotham Iron Man with a fixed gaze. At this time, The master and apprentices were still unaware, and just kept being happy. Oh my! Our luck is too good this time. 3 heads are taken at the same time. Catch the thief first. The MVP is definitely there. Fortunately, the people are not dead. Otherwise it would be a waste. Did you throw the bomb? Hearing the question of the clan leader, several people immediately shut up and looked at the person eagerly. Here it comes. The MVP of the limited time event. Then I heard Gotham Iron Man cough lightly and answered seriously, "Dear clan leader, I threw it." Seeing this scene, the other players around were envious and jealous. How come Gotham is so lucky? Indeed, this is really a lot of luck. He was able to kill all those high-level NPCs at once. That is to say, I thought those NPCs would be killed in the explosion. Who could have thought of that? Under normal circumstances, the explosion was so loud that even if they didn't die, they would be disabled. In the end, these 3 only suffered some superficial injuries. It may be that the game program set them up that they were not killed. After all, they are important plot NPCs at first glance. So of course they can't die as easily as those cannon fodders. Compared to NPCs, I want to know why Gotham is so lucky every time. Could he have some PY deal with the official? It must be. He must have used a backdoor. There is a shady deal. There is definitely a shady deal. Hearing the shouting of other players, Gotham brother retorted unconvincedly, "Your sister's PY deal. I am just lucky. I am possessed by a koi. Are you not convinced?" As he said that, he changed his angry expression and looked at Xiaoming eagerly. Hoping to hear the information he wanted to hear from the NPC in front of him. However, I have said before that bombs are not allowed near the base. Are you treating the clan rules as heir? And the words of me, the clan leader, as heir? The slime chieftain looked at him with an unexpected look and said, "Go sweep the toilet for a week. And remember to pick out the feces to fertilize the wasteland potatoes." Hearing this, Gotham was stunned. What the HL? Sweeping the toilet? Where is his MVP? What about his big MVP? Just gone like that? One thing is one thing. Even if he violated the tribe rules, his MVP cannot be swallowed. What? Do you have any objections? Seeing the slime chieftain's cold glance, Gotham Iron Man was silent immediately. How dare he? If he angered the chieftain, he would be kicked offline. And no one wanted to dance on the high voltage line. Everyone thought they would see Gotham's arrogant look again. But they didn't expect the plot to reverse instantly. Seeing this, the players were immediately happy. God finally opened his eyes. How could you be so lucky every time? That's right. The chieftain really enforces the law impartially. Gotham Iron Man. MMP. Who was the one who said he had a PY deal with the official just now? Seeing the master being punished to clean the toilet, several young apprentices subconsciously took 2 steps back. Fortunately, they didn't throw the bomb. Otherwise they would have been unlucky together. Thinking of this, several people looked at Gotham with sympathy. The master is so miserable. The same goes for you guys. Hearing the words of the clan leader, several young apprentices suddenly shuddered. I'm Zhao. It's okay to punish Coke. But why take me with you? That's right. It was obviously him who took the wrong ammunition. Hearing this, Gotham slapped his head and exclaimed, "Yes! He was the one who handed over the bomb. What I wanted was obviously a smoke bomb." As he said this, he looked at his eldest apprentice, who had betrayed his master with a bad look. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Fei Lei shrank into a ball of soybean glutinous rice mochi. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. JPG. Xiaoming ignored the grudges between the master and his apprentices, and only issued the task of post-disaster relief. Because no one died, the post-disaster relief work was relatively easy. Seeing that Adjutant Demiga and the 2 prison dispatched executive members were carried back on stretchers by slimes, the prison guards' expressions changed drastically. Even the adjutant and the 2 adults were knocked unconscious by the slimes. How could they do it without weapons? These are a group of fierce creatures that dare to confront the Desert Lizard King. Thinking of this, the prison guards completely gave up the idea of resistance and turned into eggplants withered by frost. So in less than half an hour, the entire prison number 9 was in the hands of the players. Surprisingly, after the players cleaned up the battlefield, there were even 3 prison guards who pushed the door out of the patrol room, looking at their alcohol smell and slightly confused eyes. They obviously didn't know what was happening outside. This also made the players sigh that the sound insulation effect of this prison was too good. Of course, some people think that this is purely a bug in the game plot. Xiaoming doesn't think so. It's obvious that these people are drunk and not sober. Otherwise, they wouldn't be unaware of the big commotion outside. The operation to capture prison number 9 went more smoothly than expected, and Xiaoming was very satisfied. The only ones who were unhappy were the players. Many people were looking forward to a big fight. But the prison guards surrendered not long after the two sides fought. The prisoners were all locked up in the jail, and there was no jailbreak or riot. Although it was a good thing that there was no riot, the players felt that it was not right. According to the normal plot development, you guys should have done something stupid, such as escaping the jail or something? Why are you all so well behaved today? And these prison guards, as the boss, can't you smack them a little more? This also made them feel too unsuccessful. How could the players know that the reason why the prisoners did not escape the jail was purely because they were scared? Who would dare to act rashly after seeing the scene of the prison guards being beaten? Although they usually act harmless, they know that this is a group of terrifying species that can kill the desert lizard king. Instead of running out to risk their lives, it is safer to hide in the jail. Didn't you see the miserable state of Longya and his friends after they escaped from the jail? It is said that it was all because of these slimes. Not to mention that Longya's good brother, the short-haired man, died after going out. Thinking of this, the prisoners curled up in the prison hugged their quilts tightly. They were sleeping, knowing nothing and seeing nothing. The news that the slime clan occupied prison number 9 naturally could not be concealed from the nomadic people of the Wasteland clan, who were always paying attention to the prison. As they had expected before, these slimes really fought with the prison guards. Although they did not see the battle inside the wall with their own eyes, they saw those slimes coming in and out of the prison at will. But no prison guard appeared, so they knew that the prison had lost. These slimes could actually control such a large prison in such a short time, which shows that their strength is definitely not weak. Thinking of this, Gula couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't reject the proposal of the golden slime before. Although they are not human, they are obviously stronger than some humans, and relying on the strong is indeed a correct choice for them now. Seeing that the battle was over, Gula opened the curtain and walked out. Chief, where are you going? Go to solve a small matter. You guys go to sleep. As he said that, he walked towards the brightly lit prison number 9 in the distance. Xiaoming was surprised when he saw Gula's vicissitudes of life. He thought that these nomads should be sleeping in the yurt at this moment. But on second thought, with the bomb of Brother Gotham, these people probably couldn't sleep well. Xiaoming restrained his surprised expression and asked, "It's so late. What do you want to talk to me about?" Gula made a symbolic salute of the Wasteland tribe to the slime in front of him, and then bowed his head respectfully and said, "Respected Golden Slime, please allow us to follow you." Seeing the serious-looking Wasteland tribe leader in front of him, Xiaoming blinked. Did they come here to surrender to him? But there was obviously no need to do so, because he originally planned to let these nomads go to the east to help him open up Wasteland and farm. Maybe these people were scared by the noise tonight? Realizing this, Xiaoming felt that he needed to explain, at least to let these simple nomads know that slimes are a gentle and reasonable race, and under normal circumstances they would not shout and kill others at will. Thinking about it, Xiaoming said, "You don't have to be like this. What happened tonight is a personal grudge between our slime clan and prison number 9. My previous promise to you to go to the east to open up Wasteland still counts." Hearing this, Gula nodded in a daze. Seeing that the old patriarch didn't say much, Xiaoming went straight to the topic and said, "You should have rested enough these 2 days. I will arrange for my people to send you to the east tomorrow. Only if the fields are reclaimed early can we cope with the spring plowing next year." Gula nodded slightly and said respectfully, "Don't worry. We will work hard and won't let you down." Compared with the underground experimental base of the ruins of Gulba civilization a few centuries ago, the interior of prison number 9 is obviously much more ordinary and backward. But this is normal. After all, prisons are places to hold prisoners, not entertainment venues for enjoyment. Moreover, how can the current development process of the Wasteland planet be compared with the prosperous Gulba planet with pre-war technological civilization? But everything is not absolute. Although it doesn't have a dedicated living and entertainment area like the underground experimental base, there is a sports field and a shooting range inside the number 9 prison. That is, a place to practice physical fitness and shooting. Although the prison guards don't seem to use it much. The locks on the gates are covered with a thick layer of dust. But Xiaoming felt that he could make use of this abandoned place. Aren't some little players energetic and have nowhere to vent? Then he would give them a place to vent. Limited time event, occupy number 9 prison, completed. Golden Slime, with the joint efforts of all warriors, the Slime clan finally occupied number 9 prison. With this, We have retained the right to live and use the underground experimental base. Although it is a pity that the situation with those prison guards has developed to this point. All this is for the great rejuvenation of the slime clan. Event rewards: 50 slime coins, 50 contribution points. Personal rewards will be settled and distributed uniformly after the event ends. The sky was getting light, and the little players, who had been busy all night, received the information prompt that the event was over almost at the same time. At this time, Gotham Iron Man, who was busy applying manure to the wasteland potatoes, finally got the reward he had been thinking about. As a slime leader who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments, Xiaoming felt that he still had to be fair. Let's put it one thing at a time. Although Brother Gotham did violate the rules, the activity rewards that should be given should still be given. Otherwise, what should we do if the enthusiasm of the small players is dampened? And if he hadn't knocked down the 3 officers, the prison guards in prison number 9 would probably have been in a stalemate with them for a while. Although Gotham likes to make trouble, it cannot be denied that this guy is really capable. We have to analyze specific problems specifically. Therefore, when Brother Gotham saw the glittering MVP activity logo in front of him, he didn't care about applying manure, and immediately jumped 3 feet high on the spot. He knew that this MVP must be his. Master, please don't throw the manure shovel around. It's very smelly. There were several dissatisfied complaints from the little apprentices behind him. However, they were all ignored by Brother Gotham. How could he care about all these right now? He wanted to log off immediately and go to the forum to brag and slap those guys in the face. Players were busy bragging offline, and Xiaoming in the game was not stopping either. After occupying the new territory, in addition to cleaning the battlefield, he also counted the supplies. So he found a little player to count the supplies in prison number 9. Although it was called counting supplies, there was actually nothing to count, because the warehouse where the food was originally stored was burned down. Now the entire prison population relies on the meat of desert monitors pickled and dried by players, and the newly planted desert potatoes to maintain their vitality. Looking at the monitor meat jerky in the warehouse that had been mostly consumed, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. These prison guards and prisoners are more gluttonous than he thought. Remember, Demiga said before that as long as it lasts for a month, the prison committee will send the supplies for the next quarter. Calculating the time, it will soon be the agreed date. In this case, he doesn't need to be too anxious. Compared with food, how to get those prison guards to cooperate with the next scene is the top priority. The players who participated in the limited time event logged off due to fatigue, and another wave of players who missed the event due to work and school took their place. Looking at the huge prison in front of them that had been occupied by slimes, the players were confused. They only went to class, school, and the battle was over? It felt like they missed 100 million. The prison guards were also confused. After being captured, they were locked up in an empty cell. After that, the slimes never cared about them again. Fortunately, the slimes gave them face and did not lock them up with the prisoners. Otherwise they didn't know what they would encounter. Of course, after encountering such a big change, they didn't have the heart to sigh about this, but stared at the iron window nervously. How will these slimes deal with him? No one died in the invasion last night. The most seriously injured were the 3 adults. At best, these ordinary prison guards were scratched by bullets and were intimidated by the slimes. But even so, they are still worried. Until now, they still don't understand why this group of slimes suddenly erupted. It's as puzzling as a dormant volcano suddenly erupting one day. Do you think those slimes will kill us? Probably not. If they really want our lives, they would have done it last night. And there is no need to wait until today. Since they don't want to kill us, what exactly do they want to do by locking us up? Who can know? After all, they haven't even figured out why this group of slimes suddenly attacked prison number 9. So how can they know what they are going to do next? Do you think the prison committee knows the situation here? If the 2 adults were fine, it might be possible. But now, there was silence in the prison, not to mention the 2 adults. Even the adjutant who sent the letter to inform them is still unknown whether he is dead or alive. Thinking of this, they became more confused and desperate. Creaky. The tooth-grinding sound of the door opening hit everyone's heart heavily. A yellow slime jumped in. It was the instigator of this invasion. The golden slime. Seeing Xiaoming, the prison guards in the cell stepped back subconsciously, looking alert. Don't be nervous. Xiaoming cleared his throat and said, as long as you cooperate, your life will not change because of what happened last night. Not only that, you even have the opportunity to live better than before. Better than before? Hearing this, The prison guards looked at each other. Obviously, they all didn't believe it. Xiaoming didn't care about their doubts. Anyway, the pie is drawn first, and there will always be a few brave warriors who dare to take the first bite. From today, our slime clan will take over prison number 9. This also means that you will no longer be supervised by the prison committee. A new order will also be ushered in here. And I, the golden slime, will become the new manager here. Of course, this is all in secret. On the surface, you are still prison guards. Receive wages and rations issued by the prison committee. And privately, I will arrange other tasks for you. Do good things for me, and you will get extra salary. It is rare for one person to get 2 salaries on the deserted planet. How about it? Do you want to consider it? It's not just rare. It's not even there. After hearing Xiaoming's big promise, there was an uproar at the scene. It must be said that the conditions proposed by the golden slime are very tempting. But no one dared to accept it immediately. How do we know whether what you said is true or false? A prison guard in the crowd immediately questioned. Xiaoming smiled calmly. Do you think you have any other choice now? Prison guards. Damn. This damn reality. But the slime in front of him said slowly, I will pay the first person who agrees to it a salary of 100 gold coins every month. As soon as the voice fell, countless hands were raised in front of him. I do. Sir. I do too. Sir. Put your hands down. I'm the first one. No. I'm the first one. Looking at the prison guards, who were arguing below, Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, the principle that money makes the devil work is true no matter where it is placed. Chapter 208 The Warden of Prison Number 9. Looking at the prison guards, who followed Xiaoming's lead in the distance, Gula was a little surprised. The slime clan attacked and occupied prison number 9. He originally thought that according to the temper of these prison guards, they would definitely hold on for a few more days. But he didn't expect that less than a day had passed. And these people had already accepted the reality well. They even showed a lackey-like appearance to the golden slime master. This performance was really too flexible. For a moment, Chief Gula, who knew nothing about the inside story, couldn't help but label these prison guards as bullies in his heart. On the side, the nomads of the Wasteland clan, who were busy moving their bags onto the backs of camels, couldn't help but talk about it when they saw it. These prison guards changed their faces really quickly. I haven't seen them so respectful to the golden slime master before. That's right. Usually, their noses are so high that they want to go up to the sky. But now they have learned to bow and scrape so quickly. Isn't that right? Now that even their territory belongs to others, shouldn't they learn to behave themselves? Ha ha ha. You're right. The nomads of the Wasteland tribe laughed and said they were naturally happy to see such a scene. Although the prison guards didn't drive them away like they did on the first day, they did cause trouble for them secretly. Just like when they went to the water source to get water before. They were troubled by several prison guards. Fortunately, several slime masters helped them later, and the matter was settled. Although they are not human, these slimes are better at dealing with people than some people. In addition, the slimes were warm and kind and helped them a lot. So their hearts had long been biased towards the slime clan. Even if this group of slimes raided and occupied prison number 9 in the middle of the night, they didn't think there was anything wrong. After Xiaoming assigned tasks to the prison guards, he walked towards the camel caravan in the distance. Seeing the golden slime lord coming, Gula calmed down, went to meet him, and gave the standard Wasteland tribe's highest salute to the slime in front of him. Golden slime lord. Xiaoming glanced at the full bag on the back of the 3-humped camel and asked, Have you packed everything? Yes. Gula stood up and said, Everything has been packed early in the morning, and we can set off immediately. Xiaoming nodded, called the eager little players on the side, and gave a few more words of caution, and the team officially set off. According to the plan, after leaving prison number 9, the team needs to continue to move eastward, cross the abandoned ruins of the Gulba period, and cross a large area of sand dunes to reach the junction of the east and west. This journey is actually not long, if you don't get lost or take a detour. If you use mechanical transportation such as off-road vehicles and armored vehicles, it will only take about 3 days. It will be faster if you use an airplane. But if the Wasteland tribe uses primitive means of transportation to travel, the time spent will inevitably be much longer. However, the players obviously don't care. Not only do they not care, but they also show a very excited posture. This is a camel. It's a 3-humped camel. They have never ridden camels in the desert in their lives. Such a novel experience is not something you can encounter at any time. It can be regarded as a desert sightseeing tour. So, the optimistic little player happily followed the nomads on camels and left. Xiaoming was not worried that these people would get into trouble on the way. After all, now that the lizard plague is over, the only dangerous creatures left in the desert are some small and medium-sized carnivores. Even players who have just entered the game in version 1.16 can now deal with one or two of these things. As for poisonous insects and snakes, they can be avoided as long as they are careful. If they really can't avoid them, there are nomads with rich desert life experience, such as the Wasteland tribe. Of course, for the sake of insurance, Xiaoming also asked them to bring anti-scorpion venom serum and the new anti-snake venom serum made by Elpis. In this way, even if they really encounter any danger, they don't have to be afraid. The fact is just as Xiaoming expected. The players have been very smooth along the way, and basically no danger has been encountered. The only thing that makes people feel uncomfortable is the high temperature and exposure. The joy of desert sightseeing tours was soon diluted by the reality. Players were dizzy and dazed as they traveled in the desert under the high temperature. Even though 99% of the slime's body is liquid, it can't withstand such a long period of high temperature. Oh my god! How come there are still 150 kilometers? Looking at the remaining distance displayed on the task panel, the big IQ girl couldn't help but sigh. Doesn't this game have the option of hanging up or speeding up the task progress? Otherwise, we can change a car to hurry up. Forget it. Hanging up is impossible. On the side, the brick-carrying boy opened the kettle and took a sip of water and said, "The main feature of this game is reality. Even the entire novice village was built by us brick by brick, and there is no shortcut at all. As for the car, where can we find a car in this wilderness? Even if we really find one, it is probably an antique that has been scrapped for who knows how many years." Big IQ girl. Duping spread his wings and took a look at the map. Thinking seriously, at the current speed, we will probably have to walk for 4 or 5 days. Another 4 or 5 days. The big IQ girl felt that her whole body. Oh no! The whole slime was not feeling well. On the side, the lilies in her hometown bloomed and couldn't help but say, "Fortunately, we are not human now. Otherwise we will definitely be tanned into charcoal. Whether it is black or not is secondary. I don't know if it is an illusion. I always feel that our bodies seem to have become smaller in the past 2 days. If we continue to walk, won't we evaporate directly?" The big IQ girl said with a bitter face, "If we are sunburned to death, we may have to start all over again." Hearing this, the scene was dead silent. Then, a burst of, "Hack! It's true! Nima! Don't do this! Is it too late to regret now?" Big IQ girl. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the team heading to the east had only set off for 5 hours, and prison number 9 welcomed another uninvited guest. It's not entirely true to say that it was an uninvited guest, because the other party was forcibly kidnapped by the players. The pork stewed with vermicelli, which had just returned from catching a poisonous scorpion, was surprised to see the man in black uniform being tied up by He Gu Long Dong Chong and Bai Wu Chong. What's going on? Since the number 9 prison was occupied by players last night, all the prison guards surrendered, and promised the tribe leader to work for the slime tribe. It's awkward to see such a scene now. Could it be that a prison guard has changed his mind and rebelled again? Pork stewed vermicelli looked at the man while guessing. Although he was unconscious, it can be seen that the other party is actually not bad looking. He is tall and has long legs, and his facial features are even a bit like Brad Pitt when he was young. It just feels a little strange. After more than a month of getting along, he has long been familiar with the prison guards in prison number 9. Although he may not be able to call out everyone's name accurately, he can be familiar with 1 or 2. But the man in front of him, pork stewed vermicelli, is very sure that he has never seen him before. Not only has he not seen him in prison number 9, he has not even seen him in prison number 3 and prison number 4 during the previous lizard disaster. Who is this person? I don't know. We just found this guy when we were patrolling nearby. Judging from the number on the uniform, he should also be from prison number 9. But his face looks unfamiliar. Lao He was worried that he was a bad guy, so he knocked him out and tied him up. Bai Wu Chang explained briefly, turned around and looked around. "Where is the clan leader?" Pork stewed with vermicelli. "When I came out, he seemed to be in the underground experimental base, and I don't know if he is still there now." As he said that, he looked at the man lying motionless on the ground with some concern. "This man should be okay? Don't worry. He is not dead. He just fainted." He Gulong Donkiang waved his hand. Looking very calm, Besides, it's not the first time we have done this. How can we not have some ideas in our minds? Pork stewed with vermicelli. It's because you are the one who did it that I'm worried. Everyone knows that your strength value is the first in the whole server. What if you don't control it well and knock someone silly? Of course, in order to save his brother's face, it was not easy to say these words directly. So he could only remind him tactfully. To be on the safe side, let's send him to Elpis for a checkup. Don't get a concussion or something. The two players thought that there was nothing wrong with this. So they dragged the unconscious corpse behind them and went straight to the underground experimental base, since Elpis helped Rim to detoxify the scorpion venom. This artificial intelligence lady has become a part-time doctor at the underground experimental base. From small colds and heat stroke to large poisoning, gunshot wounds and fractures, Elpis can solve them. However, under normal circumstances, players don't really need Elpis treatment. After all, after becoming a slime, some ordinary minor injuries can basically heal themselves. So in fact, her treatment targets are basically the human NPCs in prison number 9. While Elpis was checking and treating the man, the two players immediately called Xiao Ming to report that they had found this strange man near prison number 9. Seeing the 3 stripes on the shoulders of the man's uniform in front of him, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. He had seen the same pattern on Zhang Binhua and Gray's uniforms. That was the warden's mark. The number 9 on his uniform meant that he was the warden of prison number 9. During this period, Demiga had been in charge of all matters in prison number 9. So he had forgotten that prison number 9 had a warden. I didn't expect that the warden of number 9, who had disappeared for so long, would appear in this way now. If he had come a day earlier, he might have caught up with the scene of players occupying prison number 9. But it doesn't seem to be much better to come back now. After all, prison number 9 has become his territory. I don't know whether to say that this guy's luck is good or bad. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but look at the man with sympathy. But, as a warden, isn't this guy too young? Zhang Binhua and Gray are both middle-aged. And the one in front of him seems to be in his early 20s. Right? Well, considering the fact that Westerners have a short flowering period and generally grow in a hurry, maybe his actual age may not even be 20. Then the question is, how did such a young guy become the warden of prison number 9? Although Demigia didn't mention it deliberately, Xiao Ming had heard other prison guards say that their warden seemed to be a white-haired old man. Could it be a fake? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming felt that he needed to figure this out. Maybe it was because He Gulongdong's attack was not heavy. Or maybe it was because Elpis's treatment worked. The man lying on the bed gradually regained consciousness, looking at the incandescent light above his head. Brad was a little confused. Is this prison number 9? You woke up, accompanied by a strange male voice. A yellow round creature came into view. Wow! What is that? The man suddenly jumped up from the bed. After seeing the thing in front of him clearly, his face was full of surprise. Yellow. Slime? Why is there a yellow slime in the prison? Can it speak human language? The man opened his mouth wide, obviously extremely shocked by the situation in front of him. Before he could come back to his senses, he heard the yellow slime speak slowly. Welcome to the Slime Underground Experiment Base. I am the leader of the Slime Clan. The Golden Slime. Slime? Underground Experiment Base? Isn't this prison number 9? Thinking about it, Brad immediately took a look at the surrounding environment. Unlike the darkness of the prison, the room in front of him was bright and white. And it was obviously not the prison number 9 he thought it was. Why was he here? Brad remembered that he was driving a car. And when he was about to reach the prison number 9, the car suddenly broke down. And then he got out of the car to check. And then, he was attacked and knocked unconscious by someone. And the one who knocked him unconscious seemed to be a black and a white. The next moment, he saw 2 small heads, one black and one white, popping out from behind the yellow slime, which happened to coincide with the figures of the 2 real murderers in his memory. What do you want to do? The man's eyes were full of vigilance after regaining clarity. Subconsciously, he was about to reach for his waist to draw his gun for defense. Unfortunately, the weapons on his body had already been confiscated by the clever little players. Seeing the man's sudden change of expression, Xiao Ming said, "Don't be nervous. As long as you don't act rashly, we won't hurt you." However, this didn't seem to comfort him, and the man in front of him still shrank into the corner with a vigilant look. Xiao Ming didn't care and continued, "You are the warden of prison number 9. So what?" The man glanced at him with an arrogant look, and his face did not show the guilt and panic that he expected. This made Xiao Ming feel a little amused. Did they think they were completely clueless and therefore could lie without scruples? Thinking about it, Xiaoming slowly spoke. I thought the warden of prison number 9 was an old man. That was the previous warden. And I succeeded him. Successor? Seeing that the other party's expression did not change, Xiaoming could not help but mutter. Could it be that everything he said was true? As if sensing his doubts, the other party began to explain. The warden of prison number 9 was ill, and had entered the prison sanatorium to recuperate a month ago. I came here because I received a transfer order from the prison committee not long ago. From the other party's story, Xiaoming roughly figured out the whole story. Originally, the warden of prison number 9 should have returned to prison number 9 after reporting on his duties. But by chance, he encountered a sandstorm and a lizard disaster, so he had to stay in Storm City. After finally waiting for the lizard disaster to end and return to prison number 9, the old warden fell ill on the way, so the trip was delayed again. Seeing that the old warden had not recovered after a month of illness, the prison committee rearranged someone to take over in order to prevent the work of prison number 9 from being unable to continue. And this person is the young man Brad in front of him. If you ask him why he can climb to the position of warden at such an age, it is all thanks to his good father. This Brad is the son of the chairman of the prison committee. In order to prove his identity, he even took out the appointment transfer order and a photo of him and his father. Although Xiaoming did not know the chairman, the transfer order did have the seal of the prison committee. After properly taking back the transfer order, Brad looked at the yellow slime in front of him, raised his chin and asked, Now it's time to talk about your purpose? What do you want to do by arresting me? Of course, it's to find out the facts. Xiaoming grinned and said, After all, only in this way can we decide whether you stay or go. Hearing this, Brad's expression became more alert. What do you want to do? Nothing. I just want to inform you of something. Xiaoming put away his smile and looked at the young man in front of him. Prison number 9 has been taken over by our slime clan. What? How is this possible? Brad couldn't believe it. Just when he was about to ask the other party what crazy things he said, he suddenly met the cold eyes of the slime in front of him. I'll give you a piece of advice. You'd better be obedient, if you still want to go home alive. Chapter 209, Reclamation Plan. Brad had never been threatened like this before. As the most powerful second-generation official in the western part of the wasteland, he was never scared. It was better to say that he was the only one who scared others. Now the situation was reversed, and this feeling was really not very pleasant. Not to mention that the target of the threat was not a human. However, Brad did not dare to act rashly at this time. Not only because he was unarmed, but also because of the terrifying eyes of the slime in front of him. It was obviously just a group of harmless creatures similar to Jelly Gel. But he saw danger in the eyes of the other party. For some reason, instinct told him that if he really clashed with the other party at this time, something would definitely happen that would make him extremely regretful. Thinking of the rumors he had heard about the slime of the wasteland, Brad's expression suddenly became a little serious. It is said that a group of strange slimes appeared in the east of the wasteland at some point. They can make tools, weapons, and food like humans. And their living habits are also very similar to humans. What's even more amazing is that it is said that their king can speak human language. These slimes are brave and fearless, and they are strong in combat. They can defeat those vicious human thieves. It is said that the wanted genius criminal Seagull Piamo also fell into the hands of this group of slimes. So, when the Desert Lizard King appeared, the warden of prison number 3 personally went to the east to bring these slimes here to help this year's lizard disaster. Later, the Desert Lizard King was killed. The lizard disaster was calmed, and this group of slimes were also awarded the Black Hawk Medal. Brad was not on the desert planet when the lizard disaster occurred. At that time, he was still studying abroad at the military academy of the Space Corps. These news were told to him by his childhood friend. At that time, he didn't believe such rumors very much. Even if his childhood friend sent him a video about slimes, he thought it was a trick to deceive people. After all, it is not difficult to fake videos. Even children will not be fooled now. But now, he has to re-examine this rumor. He did see the slime king who could speak human language, and the behavior of these slimes was no different from that of humans. In addition, he was knocked unconscious by a slime sneak attack before. The rumors about the eastern slime on the deserted planet may be true. This is not a good sign, because it also means that what the golden slime said just now is probably not a lie. The current prison number 9 may really be under its control, and the threat of the other party is obviously not a joke. Thinking of this, Brad stared at the person in front of him. If I do what you say, will you let me go? Xiao Ming was very satisfied with the reaction of the young warden in front of him. He originally made the worst plan that this guy would confront them head-on. But he didn't expect the other party to be so sensible. It seems that the second generation of officials on the deserted planet are not necessarily brainless relatives. But he was just trying to scare this guy, and didn't intend to really kill him. Of course, such truths cannot be told to the other party. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Of course. What do you want me to do?" Xiao Ming did not answer immediately. After all, what he wanted the other party to do could not be known to the young players. After sending the two players away, Xiao Ming looked at the person in front of him. "Don't be nervous. I won't let you do anything bad. I just need an NPC. NPC? Suddenly hearing such a strange term, Brad asked suspiciously and vigilantly, "What is that?" You can understand it as a position. Xiao Ming didn't want to spend more time on this term explanation, and just said briefly, "Your image is very suitable for being an NPC." My image? Brad was stunned. Then he realized that the other party was praising his good looks. Realizing this, Brad's face eased a lot. Everyone likes to hear good words, and a young master like Brad, who was raised by everyone, is no exception. What's more, what the other party said is indeed true. This is not that Brad is thick-skinned and boastful. After all, he has always been popular with the opposite sex since he was a child. It's just, what kind of position needs to be linked to image? Brad thought for a moment. His face changed slightly. Could it be? Subconsciously, he hugged his arms and shrank back a little, looking at Xiao Ming with more panic. Xiao Ming didn't know what strange thing he had misunderstood, and continued, "On the surface, you are still the new warden of prison number 9. But in addition to the duties of the warden, you also need to perform the duties of the NPC. Brad, this explanation is almost the same as no explanation." Brad calmed down. "So, what exactly does this position called NPC do?" After speaking, he looked at Xiao Ming vigilantly. "I will never sell myself." Xiao Ming. No wonder he behaved so strangely just now. It turned out that he thought about this aspect. Thinking about it, Xiao Ming explained helplessly, "NPC is not the strange profession you think. We are a healthy game." "U11? Hearing the unfamiliar words again, Brad frowned. "What the H.L. is that?" "Xiao Ming, that is the language of our slime clan. As for the meaning, you don't need to know so much." However, this explanation obviously did not satisfy Brad. Not only that, he became even more nervous. This U11, is definitely not a good word. Ignoring the little thoughts in the handsome young man in front of him, Xiao Ming continued to say, "I will teach you a few words of our slime language. You will use these sentences when you perform NPC duties. Don't worry. The NPC's duty is to issue tasks to my people. Of course, the content of the task is determined by me. Why do you have to do this?" After struggling for a moment, Brad couldn't help asking, "You said that those slimes are your people. So why don't you issue tasks yourself?" To be honest, Brad really couldn't understand the brain circuit of the slime in front of him. Because of trouble, Xiao Ming stopped the other party's intention to continue asking questions in a concise way. "There are too many people in my slime tribe, and the affairs in the tribe are busy. If everything needs me to ask in person, can I handle it? So I need someone to help me manage it." Hearing this, Brad finally understood what this NPC was. He went through so many circles, and it turned out that he was just making him his subordinate. What kind of image is suitable for the position of NPC? He even mistakenly thought that. Brad's ears turned red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or ashamed. Although it was not what he thought, he didn't feel any better. "Why do you want me to do this? Why don't you let your people manage it themselves?" Before he finished speaking, he caught the unfriendly look of the slime in front of him. Subconsciously, he shut his mouth obediently. "You just need to do what I say, and you don't need to ask anything else." Brad was annoyed by such a faceless response. But people have to bow their heads under the ease. Although he is a pampered young master, Brad is not stupid. He knows that his situation is at a disadvantage. But he has to confront the other party head-on. Being quick-witted for a while can't change the status quo. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret why he had to go back to the deserted planet during his good vacation. That would be fine. But why did he have to ask his father for the position of the number 9 warden? There may not be much benefit. But now there are still a lot of troubles. What's worse is that he has not yet refused and escaped from here. Looking at the slimes crowded outside the glass door, Brad felt tired. "I agree with what you said just now. Can you stop letting those slimes stare at me like this? It's really scary to be stared at by so many slimes." "Right. Hearing this, Xiao Ming subconsciously looked outside. I saw countless colorful slimes clinging to the glass door. You step on me and I squeeze you. Peeping at everything in the house with interest. Xiao Ming. Good guy. Are you watching the plot? Don't squeeze. I can't even see it. Is there a new NPC again? He looks pretty handsome. This face is inexplicably a bit like my male god. So who is this new NPC? What does he do? I know. Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Seeing that it was Bai Wuchang, the players dispelled their doubts. After all, even the person was brought back by the other party and He Golongdong. Bai Wuchang said proudly, "This is the new warden of prison number 9. I heard the guy say this to the clan leader before Lao He, and I came out." New warden? Someone caught the loophole in the words. Where did the original warden go? Hearing this, the players remembered something. They have never seen the warden here since they came to prison number 9. The prison guard named Demiga is responsible for all matters in prison number 9. Yes. Where is the original warden? Why hasn't he appeared? It seems that he was on a business trip. But later he said that he was hospitalized because of illness. Bai Wuchang scratched his bald head. And I don't know the specific situation. Everyone. So is he on a business trip or hospitalized because of illness? What difference does it make whether you said it or not? Compared to the unreliable Bai Wuchang, He Golongdong is still a little more reliable. He took over the conversation and simply repeated the news he had heard before. Only then did everyone understand what happened. It turns out that this new NPC is actually a relative. Although the appearance of the new NPC caused quite a stir among the players. This stir did not last long and then dissipated. The reason is that this new NPC is really too afraid of people. Not only does he stay indoors all the time, but he also hides when he sees players. As if they are some kind of monster. In addition, the official did not publish the relevant information of this new NPC in the setting collection. As time went by, players gradually lost interest. Seeing that the slimes finally stopped staring at him, Brad suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Xiao Ming couldn't help laughing when he saw this. You don't need to be so nervous. My people are just showing friendship. Brad, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Ignoring the impolite roll of eyes from the person in front of him, Xiao Ming asked, have you learned all the words I taught you before? Brad was speechless. He suddenly picked up the script in front of him and pretended to look down at it seriously. When issuing a task, you need to say, "Hello, I have a task for you." And when handing over a task, you need to say, "Solved." What is all this? Although the pronunciation of the Wild Star language is marked on each sentence, Brad still can't remember these sentences. What the hell are these slimes saying? It's too hard to learn. Staring at these weird transliterations for a long time, Brad looked at the golden slime opposite with hesitation. Noticing his gaze, Xiao Ming asked, "Is there any problem? Can't your people really learn to speak the Wild Star language?" Xiao Ming, no. Brad, keep reciting. Carrot? Looking at the dense text in front of him. For a moment, Brad suddenly had an idea of fighting it. However, ideas are just ideas after all. And he doesn't have the courage to put them into practice. You know, there are 3 people lying in the next ward. Judging from their uniforms, one is the adjutant of prison number 9. And the other 2 are the external executive members of the prison committee. I don't know what these slimes did to them. But these 3 were injured like that. It's terrible. Rather than lying on the hospital bed with bandages all over, it's better to use your brain to learn slime language. While Brad was here trying to learn Chinese, the team escorting the Wasteland tribe members to the east to open up Wasteland finally arrived at their destination. Compared with the west, winter in the east comes earlier. When they set out, the west was still extremely hot. But once they entered the eastern area, especially the eastern mountainous area, the perceived temperature dropped significantly by more than 20 degrees. And this morning, snow had begun to fall in the eastern forests. This made the nomads and small players, who had just experienced the hot weather, feel uncomfortable. Damn! What kind of weather is this? Did it enter winter in a second? The brick-carrying boy shuddered as he spoke, and tightly wrapped himself in the animal furs given by the nomads. The weather on the deserted planet is even more abnormal than that in my hometown. The big-eyed cute girl exhaled a breath of white air and nodded. I thought that turning into a slime would be able to resist the cold. But the facts prove that I thought too much. Looking at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, the lilies in my hometown are blooming. I can't help but ask, can we really open up Wasteland in such weather? Even if we can't, we have to. Dup Peng Zhan, she said. The chief said that our food is limited. and we have to cultivate as soon as possible after the spring. So we must open up enough land to grow crops before the arrival of spring. Although most players are now eating lizard meat and wasteland potatoes in the west, this is not a long-term solution after all. Some players will return to the east sooner or later. As the level increases, the food consumed by players is becoming more and more. In addition, there will be new players entering the game later, so it is definitely necessary to expand food production. According to the plan of the Golden Slime Chief, all the wasteland west of the Slime's nest and south of the lake can be used to become farmland. And this glorious and arduous land reclamation work was given to him by the chief. Looking at the white snow in the sky, Ping Zhanqi couldn't help but sigh. The road is long and difficult. Fortunately, the players had already repaired the roads outside the farm and the slime village before the snow. Otherwise they would have to spend a lot of time on the journey. Looking at the nomads who were busy building houses and tents in the distance, the old farmhand Jijur, who had received the news and rushed to the slime farm to meet them, couldn't help but look embarrassed. Lord God's messenger, if we want to cultivate all that large piece of land, we may need a lot of manpower. Are these people not enough? Jijur shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can it be enough? Even if one person cultivates 30 acres of land, the people you bring can only cultivate 1,800 acres. Even if the farmhands are included, there will be more than 3,000 acres. But this piece of land is at least more than 10,000 acres. And if the barren mountain opposite is included, it will be 30,000 to 40,000 acres. If we only rely on the current manpower to open up the wasteland, I am afraid we will not be able to cultivate it until the beginning of next spring. Hearing this, Ping spread his wings and thought for a moment, and said, I will inform the chief of the lack of manpower. It's not just a matter of manpower. There are not enough farm tools. Jidare sighed and said, hoes, shovels, and plows for sowing, including tractors? We don't have that many. Ping Zhanqi asked, are those in the slime farm not enough? Of course not. Jiwa paused and said, there are only more than 100 sets of farm tools in the farm, which are only enough for people inside our farm. Hearing this, Ping Zhanqi's expression suddenly became solemn. I will report the shortage of farm tools and manpower to the clan leader. As for land reclamation, let's wait until the snow stops. When Xiaoming received a message from Ping Zhanqi, he was testing Brad's Chinese. Under his encouragement, this guy could barely speak those NPC-specific sentences. The tone could be more accurate. However, with this foreign face, there is nothing wrong with speaking Chinese with an accent. Looking at the message sent to him by the little player, Xiaoming fell into deep thought. In fact, in his plan, he did not intend to reclaim all the tens of thousands of acres of land at once. He originally planned to reclaim a few hundred acres of land first to support the players and NPCs in the game. As for the remaining wasteland, he could take his time later. However, since Jijur said so, it reminded him of something. There are still too few farm tools in the game. During this period, he has been drawing from the high-level reward pool, and he has not visited the low-level reward pool that specializes in tools for a long time. As for the players, they are all busy making hardcore things such as weapons because of the combat activities. Who can make things like farm tools? As for farming, it has always been the choice of some casual players. They usually dig a small piece of land in the mountains and grow some small things. And they don't need large machines at all. Thinking of this, Xiaoming fell into deep thought. Maybe he can arrange for those small players to build some tractors. As for traditional farm tools such as hoes, he should be able to get enough by drawing a few more times in the primary reward pool. Chapter 2.10.1.19 version update. Open up the wasteland. Slime. In Xiaoming's opinion, the problem raised by Jijur is not difficult to solve. The only thing that worries him is how to get the tools drawn from the reward pool to the east. Is it possible to send another team of young players to the east? This way, they can both deliver farm tools and help open up the wasteland. This is indeed a solution, but it is still a bit troublesome. It would be great if the rewards dropped from the reward pool could be directly transferred to the novice village. Xiaoming was thinking about this, and suddenly saw a red dot in the corner of the summoner page in front of him, which was almost the same as the software upgrade in the mobile phone app. When did it appear? Suspiciously, he reached out and clicked. The next moment, he saw the software upgrade page. Summoner 2.0 version upgrade. 1. Add portal function. The administrator can switch and move at will at any location on the wasteland. 2. Add item packaging and transfer function. With this function, Administrators can package and send items. With no limit on the size and quantity of items, living things can be carried. Seeing the updated content, Xiaoming blinked twice. Oh my! This thing can actually be upgraded? He thought that only he, the administrator of the slime nest, needed to upgrade. After sighing silently, Xiaoming's face suddenly darkened. Since there is this function, why didn't you say it earlier? In this way, he can go back to the eastern base camp to take a shower and eat like the players. So why would he have to blow sand in the west every day? In addition to these, he can also take the pile of seeds in the laboratory to the east so that the farmhands can try to cultivate outdoors. But now it's winter and snow in the east. What can he plant? How much time did this damn summoner waste for him? However, cursing is useless. Fortunately, although winter in the east comes earlier than in the west, spring will also come earlier. Besides, the winter on the deserted planet is not long. So it is not unacceptable to think like this. After all, it is better to have these two functions than not. After pressing the upgrade button, the interface in front of him changed in just a moment. Compared with version 1.0, the UI design of 2.0 is obviously much more beautiful. What surprised Xiaoming even more was that the official website of the game was also upgraded. Compared with the extremely simple scam website style before, the current official website at least looks like something made by a beginner web designer. Unlike Xiaoming's relief, players showed completely different reactions to the upgrade of the official website. Brick moving boy, oh my! How did this webpage become like this? Stir-fried kidney, damn! The official website doesn't look like a scam website anymore. My youth is over. Ping spreads its wings. This webpage suddenly becomes normal. I am inexplicably a little uncomfortable. Big IQ girl, +1. I am your father, good guy. Is this the official website? I thought I clicked the wrong one. Dalong takes medicine. I think the official has made a fortune. Otherwise, why would they hire someone to redesign the website? Rem is my wife, of course. Even though the design of this website is ordinary, it must have cost the official a lot of money to change it from the previous version to the current one. Pork stewed with vermicelli. That's right. The entire website has been restructured. This is no small project. Big IQ girl, you think? The official is not going to prepare for a public beta. Dalong takes medicine. Brick carrying boy. Stir-fried kidneys. It's really possible. After all, the original website was just a joke. And now it has become so decent. It is obvious that this game company is starting to get on the right track. Since the website has been upgraded, how far will the public beta be? Ultraman of Light, don't be too happy. Although this website is much more normal than before, it is still not qualified as a game official website. The official should continue to adjust it later. While offline players were discussing the upgrade of the official website, Xiaoming, who was on the barren planet, was not idle. After the hard work of the players during this period of time, and the development of the new base number 9 prison, Xiaoming's previously consumed points instantly recovered more than half of his blood. Because of the sufficient points, Xiaoming's lottery draws also became generous. 10 points can get a 10 draw in the primary prize pool. So Xiaoming threw 1,000 into it with a wave of his hand. The familiar white light passed, and a lot of things appeared on the ground. Hemp ropes, bamboo baskets, axes, shovels, hoes, all kinds of life tools were densely piled up into a small mountain. Fortunately, he found an open space with no one. Otherwise the office in the underground experimental base really couldn't hold so many things. 1,000 tools are too many, and it would be a waste of time to select and sort them one by one, based on the principle that players should do more tasks. Xiaoming directly called a few young players to help sort them out. Although Xiaoming's reward was high, when the young players saw the mountain of tools piled up as high as 3 floors in front of them, they couldn't help but say, "Hack!" The Heartless Slime Chief handed the task of selecting farm tools to the young players and turned to the military factory. Because of the plasma ray fully automatic laser cutting machine purchased by Dyke, Gotham Brothers full of talents finally had a better opportunity to display. Looking at the Type 63-100 and 7mm 12-barrel rocket launcher in front of him, Xiaoming was surprised. I didn't expect this guy to actually make this thing. Brother Gotham is indeed more cruel than he expected. When this big brother makes an atomic bomb in the game one day, Xiaoming thinks he won't be surprised. Of course, Brother Gotham is obviously not satisfied with the current results. He was squatting on the ground, holding a small wooden stick and writing and drawing on the sand. Xiaoming looked at it for a long time and didn't know what he was drawing. Out of curiosity, he asked, "What are you drawing?" Hearing the voice, Gotham, who was originally immersed in his own world, suddenly raised his head. Seeing the golden slime chief, his attitude instantly changed from impatient to flattering. He threw away the small wooden stick in his hand and saluted Xiaoming. "Dear chief, I am developing a brand new weapon. This is a tank based on the Type 63 rocket launcher and equipped with an 88 anti-aircraft gun. It can move freely in the desert, has powerful firepower, and can clear the way for frontline troops. I plan to name it the Desert Lizard King." Xiaoming, "Are you sure this name is not a copy of the Desert Lizard King?" Before Xiaoming could speak, he heard Brother Gotham continue with great interest. "Actually, my original idea was to build a ground-based anti-aircraft weapon. But if you want to attack the air, you need anti-aircraft missiles." Hearing this, Xiaoming understood. According to the current situation of the game, Brother Gotham should not be able to make something as high-end as an anti-aircraft missile. So he had to settle for the next best thing and changed it to 88 anti-aircraft guns. Although it is not an anti-aircraft weapon, it is already very good. At least it is much more practical than those unreliable things he invented before. Thinking about it, Xiaoming nodded slightly. "Your idea is very good. Keep working hard." Hearing the praise from the clan leader, Gotham's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, clan leader. But before developing new weapons, I have an important task for you to complete." As soon as the voice fell, a message prompt appeared on the task panel of Gotham Iron Man. Clan leader task: make tractors. Golden slime. As the power of the slime clan grows, we need more food reserves. However, winter has already arrived on the barren planet, and farming can only wait until next spring. Before that, we must open up more land in the east to ensure food production. Gdare, in order to complete the severe land reclamation task, we need at least 20 tractors. Task reward: 10,000 slime coins, 5,000 contribution points. Gotham Iron Man, 10,000 slime coins, 5,000 contribution points. This is definitely the clan leader task with the most rewards he has ever received. In just a moment, Gotham Iron Man stood at attention and ensured that the task was completed. After leaving the military factory, Xiaoming started to think about the manpower for land reclamation. There are now 300 players in the game, and a large part of them are combat players. This also means that even if he opens a farming activity, these people may not necessarily participate. There is a lot of wasteland outside the novice village in the east that needs to be reclaimed. It seems that we need to bring in more life players. It is best if they have farming experience in real life. Although this is the plan, Xiaoming himself knows that this is not realistic. After all, most people now live in cities, and it is good enough to grow flowers. It is simply embarrassing to require farming experience. Fortunately, the farming genes of Chinese people are passed down from their ancestors. Even if there is not enough experience, you will learn it after being exposed to the game for a period of time. The only entanglement is how many people need to be put in. Too many people will cause an oversupply of human resources, and too few people will cause insufficient reclamation efficiency. After thinking about it, Xiaoming finally decided to let the life players in the game go to the east for a period of time, and then increase the number of people according to the actual situation. After making up his mind, Xiaoming logged into the official website backend to edit the update announcement. Wildstar World, version 1.19 update, new limited time event. Open up the wasteland. Slime. Online. Event introduction. The deserted planet is about to enter winter. Before the arrival of next spring, the slime clan needs to prepare enough arable land to welcome the farming production next spring. Golden slime. If you have food at home, you won't be worried. Only by ensuring that we have enough food can we summon more compatriots to enter the wasteland. From now on, Wasteland World will launch a series of land reclamation and farming management activities. Players can automatically accept tasks in the task panel, or go to the eastern part of the wasteland to find the slime farm steward Jijur, slime village Mia, and other NPCs to receive tasks. After completing the task, you can get the corresponding activity points reward. Points can be used for lottery, exchange for special rewards such as limited titles. As always, there is no publicity, and the official website suddenly posted an update announcement. The forum was boiling. Big-eyed cute girl. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Oh my gosh. I am your father. Live professional players are ecstatic. Brick moving boy. It turns out that our task of sending those nomads back to the novice village is the introduction of this land reclamation activity. Farming boss. This activity is simply tailor-made for me, Sunglasses. By Wu Chang, in addition to moving bricks. It is farming. Can't the official consider the feelings of the combat players? Strongly request a combat event, slapping the table.jpg. I am your father. Didn't we just release the Desert Lizard King and Prison Number 9 squinting? Sheep Village Fiangyang, Desert Lizard King is fine. But how can Prison Number 9 be called a combat event? I finished the battle before I even went online, picking my nose. I want to be red, that's right. My power armor is useless, Psy.jpg. Gotham Iron Man, you are definitely showing off. Right? Stir-fried kidney flour. Don't at me, I want to be red. I want to be red, picking my nose, picking my nose, picking my nose. Chapter 211. The land reclamation activity begins. Except for a few players, who are obsessed with combat professions. Most people are very enthusiastic about this series of land reclamation and planting activities. Some players began to talk about what crops should be planted after the spring of next year. As they talked, they began to exchange and share planting experiences. Some Versailles netizens even showed off their own land. So, the topic gradually went off track. It became a post showing off their houses, land or gardens. Of course, not everyone is keen on Versailles. A netizen with the ID of Nongba Yizihua opened a professional popular science post, where he earnestly popularized the knowledge related to planting crops. He even shared the types and uses of various modern high-tech agricultural machinery in the post. The whole post is clear and meaningful, and it is obvious that it is written by professionals. I believe that such talents will definitely come in handy in future spring farming activities. Thinking of this, Xiaoming secretly memorized the ID of this netizen. I am planning to bring this person in when the closed beta account is open next spring. Although there are players who are good at planting in the game, this is the first one who takes the academic path, like this agricultural university flower. There are too many silly people in the game, and we need to add more professionals who can be put to use. Only in this way can the development of the slime clan be promoted. Xiaoming browsed the forum and found several netizens who looked quite powerful in the boring funny posts and chat posts. These people have filled out the application form for the closed beta account, but they have not been selected due to bad luck. After writing down the IDs of these people, Xiaoming opened the application form they filled out before, and after confirming that there was no problem, he registered their IDs on the list of the next batch of closed beta accounts. I don't know if it's because the official website has been upgraded, but now the number of reservations for the game has exceeded 50,000, and the activity of the forum is much higher than before. In addition to the 300 players who have already received the helmet, most of the people lurking on the forum are cloud players and ordinary netizens. These people all want to enter the game, but the reality does not allow it. The current production capacity in the game cannot supply so many people. As the saying goes, spend money where it counts. For Xiaoming, this is also true. Although he plans to let some newcomers in, he also has to control the quantity and quality. The current version is not like the 1.01 period. As long as there are players entering the game, it is enough. He wants every player who comes in to play their own value. After the opening up activity was launched, some players of life professions left the western base and returned to the slime village. With the function of switching the login map, the players' actions are also much more convenient. Looking at the slimes that popped out of the slime nest, the few small players who escorted the nomads of the wasteland tribe to the east suddenly felt bad. They took a team of NPCs and rushed through the desert for a week before reaching their destination. Others did not have to ride camels across the desert in the high temperature like them. They just switched the login map and came over. It's really annoying to compare yourself to others. Brick-carrying boy, damn! Why can't the slime nest transport NPCs? That way we don't have to work so hard to get on the road. That's right. This game is too inhumane. The big IQ girl hummed in agreement. I don't know if it's because I've been in the desert for too long, but I always feel that I've become darker recently. This should be just a psychological effect. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. Hearing the comfort, she said, this is a game. We are slimes now, and it's impossible to get tanned. At most, we will shrink. Big IQ girl. Although, shrinking is not a good thing. Of course, the players are just joking. After being exposed to the high temperature for a few days, even if a lot of water evaporated at that time, it returned to its original state when it returned to the relatively humid east. Although they were jealous of those players who didn't have to take a detour like them to reach their destination, they immediately felt balanced when they saw the funny scene of them being blown into frozen mochi by the cold wind as soon as they came out of the cave. So what if we don't have to take a detour? We still have to endure the cold like them. The temperature in the east has dropped, and the players can't really endure the cold naked. Therefore, even if it is inconvenient for them to move, the players have begun to give up naked running. Previously, there were still a lot of wolf skins stored in the warehouse of the slime village. Some clever little players used the wolf skins to make many wolf skin clothes suitable for slimes. For a time, the clothing and tailoring business in the game, which were not very popular before, suddenly became much better. At the same time, the players' pioneering tasks were also being carried out simultaneously, probably because of the beginning of winter. The day in the east of the wasteland is later than before. The cold makes people lazy, and the long-term workers of the slime farm have also started work later than usual in the past few days. However, when they yawned and reluctantly walked out of the house, they saw that the farm was crowded with slimes. For a time, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Jidger, who had received the news a long time ago, was shocked by the scene in front of him. Didn't the gods' messengers go to the west? How come they came back so quickly? What help do you need? Is there anything I can do? Hurry up. I want to take the mission. Where is the wasteland to be reclaimed? Even if he could understand the language of the gods' messengers, the noise of dozens or hundreds of slimes talking in his ears was still painful. After a moment of shock, Jidger soon realized what these slimes were here for. He had previously told the gods' messenger about the shortage of manpower for land reclamation. As a result, within 2 days, the gods' messengers who were supposed to be in the west returned here again. Obviously, the gods' messengers came here to help with land reclamation. But Jidger looked up at the gray sky and hesitated. It's not even bright now. Are the gods' messengers so anxious? But on second thought, the land reclamation mission is already heavy, so it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Since it was the order of the golden slime, it's normal for the gods' messengers to be anxious. Thinking of this, Jidger was relieved immediately. He looked at the slime in front of him solemnly and said, "Thank you for the help of all the gods. We are indeed facing the difficulty of insufficient manpower. Before spring comes, we need to reclaim as much wasteland as possible. The land to be reclaimed is located south and west of the lakeside of Slime Village. Before that, we need to clean up all the weeds growing on that land, remove the gravel from the land, loosen the compacted soil, and use wood ash to fertilize the barren land. Please follow me to get the tools. Envoys of God." After that, Jidger led the players to the warehouse. There were all kinds of agricultural tools neatly stacked there. After selecting the tools, the players got on the transport truck and headed for Slime Village. Although it snowed in the past 2 days, there was not much snow on the road because someone was responsible for cleaning the road every day. The car quickly took the little players to the mission location. After arriving at the destination, the players' mission panel automatically refreshed the land reclamation mission. It explained the specific content of the mission and even marked the land that needed to be reclaimed. Each piece of land was marked with a serial number. Players can first select the wasteland they need to reclaim on the map on the panel, and then perform the reclamation task according to the location indicated on the map after receiving the task. For every acre of land reclaimed, you can get a reward of 100 activity points. Points can be drawn after the event ends, and can also be exchanged for special titles and other rewards. This also includes land. In addition to agricultural land, there is even construction land, with only 500 activity points. Players can exchange 10 square meters of land to build their own houses. Even old players have played Wild Star World for so long without a house of their own. Although the demand for houses for creatures like slimes is not as high as that of humans, who can be unhappy if they have the opportunity to own their own house? You can even build a small villa by saving more points. That taste is so comfortable. Under such temptation, the player's mobility has become stronger. Even combat players have changed their original ideas and joined the army of land reclamation after hearing that the event rewards can be exchanged for construction land to build houses. Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful and reality is cruel. Land reclamation is a physical job. Players with high strength values are fine. But for players who are not good at physical work, it is not easy. Not to mention the cold weather and the frozen land. The players' round clothes make it inconvenient to work. It would be more convenient if there were tools like excavators. But the problem is that there are none, and many things have to be done by manpower. At this time, players with super strength skills in the game are very popular. With powerful strength, the compacted soil is directly smashed into pieces. Although it is a bit violent, it is similar to the excavator. sitting on the edge of the field, looking at the weeds piled up into a small hill beside He Gulong Dongqiang. I can't help but sigh in amazement. With Lao Hei's progress, I'm afraid it won't take a few days to reclaim 10 acres of land? On the side, Bai Wuchang rolled his eyes in exhaustion. More than that, he has already pulled out the grass of 5 acres of land today, comparable to a slime-shaped weeder. As he spoke, he slumped down on the edge of the field and gradually turned into a pool of melted mochi. God knows that he, who never takes the initiative to do housework at home, has been busy in this field for a whole day. He is obviously a combat player. Why does he come to farm? Hearing Bai Wuchang's complaints, He Gulong Dongqiang turned his head and said, "Isn't it to save activity points to exchange for land to build a house? If it weren't for this, they would probably still be staying in the West." Hearing this, Bai Wuchang sighed. Sure enough, whether in reality or in the game, it is not easy to own a house of your own. As soon as the voice fell, a sentence came from the side. How could it be? Can't you buy a house if you want to? I want red. Bai Wuchang. He Gulong Dongqiang. Who is it? Sober Sai? Turning his head, he saw a sky-blue slime. Isn't it Ultraman of Light? Not noticing the envious and jealous eyes of the little players, Lu Guang threw away the weeds in his hand and said calmly, "In my opinion, it is more difficult to build a house in the game. Especially Desolate Planet World. There is no Krypton Gold option, and the activities can only be done by hard work." As he said, he shook his head regretfully. "It's too difficult. I want red and white impermanence and black Gulong Dongchang. Although everyone is digging the soil now, I just want to throw this guy into the lake to feed the lake catfish. What should I do?" Chapter 212 Boss whom I haven't seen for a long time. Although the game blocks most of the player's pain, the soreness after long-term physical labor is still inevitable. In addition, the fatigue value is full, and the players feel as if they are filled with lead. Although it is tiring, the harvest is not small. In just one day, the players cleared the weeds and gravel of nearly 100 acres of land. Such high efficiency shocked old farmhands like Jijuer. Not to mention the nomadic people of the Wasteland tribe, who have no farming experience. God's envoys / this group of slimes is too powerful. Not only the NPCs think the players are powerful, but even the players themselves think they are powerful. Those who love to play games are basically otakus. And most of these people are not the kind of hardworking people who like physical labor. But now in the game, one by one, they are crazy about farm work like chicken blood. And they are doing a good job. This is such a proud thing. Not to mention that there are young masters and young ladies like Lu Guang who have been spoiled since childhood. If their families knew about this, they would be so shocked that their eyes would fall to the ground. Looking at the brand new land in front of him, Lu Guang couldn't help but sigh. It's really not easy to farm. He Gulong Dongqiang, isn't it? So we have to save food. Lu Guang sighed. Sometimes you don't know how hard it is to get food without experiencing it yourself. Although there are little players who have farmed in the game before, everyone is doing it with an idyllic retirement mentality, which is essentially for leisure and entertainment. It's the first time that the official has specially organized a series of activities for farming and making such a big noise. Although it is a good thing to recall the bitterness and think of the sweetness, the efficiency is too slow. On the side, the stir-fried big kidney sighed. Weeding and digging stones are not difficult, but it consumes some physical strength. But if we don't have some handy tools for loosening the soil, fertilizing and sowing, we don't know when we can get it done. He Gulong Dongqiang agreed. Indeed, the tools here are too primitive and not suitable for large-scale planting operations. If you want to do something well, you must first sharpen your tools. Without convenient tools, everyone can't work so well. Stir-fried kidney sighed. It would be great if there was a tiller. I want to be red, don't panic. I heard that the guy Gotham is already making it. Hearing this, everyone looked over. Isn't he busy making a tractor? I want to be red, of course. A tractor is also going to be made. But he heard that the soil here was frozen and hard to cultivate. So he said he wanted to make a tiller. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. There is no gain without early rise. The fact that a weapon madman like Gotham can take the initiative to make production tools is certainly not because he is kind-hearted and wants to facilitate other players. He is trying to win credit from the clan leader, since the chieftain has entrusted him with the task of making a tractor. The reward he will get from developing a tiller will only be higher. However, players don't mind Gotham's little trick. After all, having the right tools will make it easier for everyone to work. Why not? 3 days have passed since the launch of the event. Nearly 2/3 of the players in the entire server have been involved in the land reclamation work. The remaining 1/3 are either not interested in farming or have other tasks to complete in the West. So they did not leave. As for Gotham Iron Man, he is both. Slime Military Factory. After making all the parts of the tractor, Gotham handed the installation work to his apprentice. In addition to the tractor, he has also made a simple tiller these days. After he excitedly found the Patriarch with his new invention and demonstrated how to use it to him, Xiaoming gave him a new task to make 20 tillers without saying a word, and asked him to deliver them within 10 days. After completing the task, in addition to receiving a reward of 1,000 contribution points, he can even get 5,000 activity points. Knowing that he can get the points reward for this land reclamation event even without working in the fields, Brother Gotham was immediately happy. 500 activity points can be exchanged for 10 square meters of building land. So 5,000 points can be exchanged for 100 square meters? Thinking that he could build a 100 square meter house in the game, Gotham agreed without saying a word. 3 afternoons after the event was launched, Xiaoming took time to go to the slime village in the east to check the progress of the land reclamation. Knowing that the temperature in the east would drop, he had prepared warm clothes before coming. Unlike the simple coats made of wild star wolf skin worn by the players, the clothes on Xiaoming were made by Miss Elpis. The materials used for the clothes are also polymer materials stored in the warehouse of the underground experimental base. Unlike animal fur, this material is thin but has excellent warmth retention performance, and it does not feel cold even in -20 degrees weather. What's even better is that this piece of clothing has almost no sense of restraint when worn, and it does not affect work at all. Such a piece of clothing with many advantages can completely become the next rare prop in the game. As for whether to let players bid or draw, Xiaoming feels that he has to think about it again. When Xiaoming appeared in the slime village wearing this slime suit tailored by Elpis, he immediately caused heated discussions among the players. What's going on? The tribe leader has a new skin? We all wear clothes in such a cold day. How can the tribe leader not wear clothes? That makes sense. Although, this clothes look so thin and not warm at all. What do you know? Just being handsome is enough. The tribe leader is so pretentious. Even if he wears clothes, he must be more graceful than warm. Oh my! So that's it. Hearing the players' discussions, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his skin. This group of little players only know how to frame him every day. It's decided. Let them draw the lottery. There is only one piece of clothing in the prize pool, which makes them jealous. Xiaoming complained in his heart, but still had a serious face on his face. He walked to the edge of the field without looking away, and Jijur, who was responsible for task allocation, saluted him immediately. Lord Goldslime, you are here. Xiaoming glanced at the distance. What was the situation? Hearing this, Jijur hurriedly reported to him the progress of the work in the past few days. Lord Golden Slime, in the past 3 days, the God's Envoy and the nomads in the west have reclaimed more than 700 acres of wasteland. At this rate, we will definitely be able to reclaim all the land nearby before the end of winter. Jijur's expression was so excited that he could not hide it. Originally, he was worried that there was too much land to be reclaimed, and there were not enough manpower and tools to catch up with the spring plowing on time. Now it seems that he was just worrying too much. How could the wise Golden Slime not think of this problem? I'm afraid everything is under its control. Although spring has not yet arrived, Jijur seems to have seen the beautiful picture of countless grains growing from the fields. Seeing Jijur so excited, even if Xiaoming has never farmed, he can guess that the result should be very good. Thinking about it, he nodded slightly and said, "You did a good job. Thank you for your hard work." Hearing the praise from the Golden Slime, Jijur was excited and embarrassed. You are too polite. Compared to me, the God's Envoys are more hardworking. As for the efficiency of the God's Envoy, one person is equivalent to 2 farmhands in a day. No matter how you think about it, they are still more tired. Xiaoming smiled and said nothing. Seeing that the meal time was approaching, Xiaoming was about to go to the cafeteria to solve the dinner problem, but was suddenly stopped by a little player. Chief, boss, who is here? Hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned. It took him a while to realize who the other party was talking about. After returning from Zukum Star, he and Julian had not met again. One reason was that he and the players went to the west, and the other was that Julian was doing business on Zukum Star and had no time to come to the Wasteland Star. Both parties were busy with their own things and naturally did not meet. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel confused. Now that the Wasteland Star has entered winter, It is not the season for the growth of white lantern fungi, even if it can be cultivated in a greenhouse. The yield is definitely not as good as in summer. In this case, why did Julian make this special trip? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiaoming asked the player to lead the way. Julian blinked and looked at the scene in the slime village with curiosity. Along the way, slimes of different colors all put on gray fur coats. Looking at the scene of slimes wearing leather coats jumping and running through the ridges, Julian couldn't help asking, "Did these slimes wear clothes when we came here last time?" "No, boss." The subordinate beside him whispered, "There weren't so many people here last time." Looking in the direction indicated by the other party, Julian was surprised to find that a group of people in strange clothes on the wasteland in the distance were reclaiming the land like those slimes. Nomads from the west? Julian was stunned for a moment. With an unbelievable look on his face, "It's been a long time since I last saw them. And they actually brought all the nomads from the west here. Even those nomads have built houses nearby, obviously looking like they are going to live here for a long time. Whether it is these reclaimed wastelands or the houses built by nomads, the changes in the slime village are really big." And he almost didn't recognize it. Although he was surprised, Julian was able to adapt well and soon regained his composure. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal for the place to have changed so much. After all, 2 months had passed. Moreover, unlike the past, since he started dealing with the slime clan, these slimes have been learning, developing and expanding their own forces at an incredible speed. Even in Zukum, he vaguely heard about the slimes killing the desert lizard king in the western part of the wasteland. These western nomads in front of him were probably contacted at that time. However, what he didn't expect was that these nomads, who took root in the west, were willing to travel a long distance across the desert to come to the eastern part of the wasteland to farm. This also made him curious about what benefits the Golden Slime Chief promised these people. As soon as Julian's caravan stopped at the entrance of the village, the little players, who had just returned from the fields on the other side, noticed the movement here and looked around curiously. "Look! There is a new NPC in the village." Hearing the sound, everyone looked over. After seeing the iconic mustache of the leading man, the old players rolled their eyes. "What new NPC? Isn't that Boss Who?" "Boss Who?" "Julian. He is the character who appeared when the slime farm base was unlocked. And he is the boss of the caravan. Later, he followed us to Zukum Star." As he said that, the old player paused and looked at the little player who was making a lot of noise before with some surprise. "Don't you know him? I just entered the game in version 1.16. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood. So he is a newcomer. Why did Boss Who come here suddenly? Isn't he in Zukum? Someone asked curiously. Maybe it is related to this event? Could it be that Boss Who also wants to dig soil with us? I think too much. How is it possible? There should be some new plot to be triggered. The players discussed privately, while secretly observing the Hulian caravan. The caravan members felt a little uncomfortable when they noticed the players' gazes. Why do those slimes look at us like this? Is there something on our faces? Is there? Or should we look back? While the caravan members were talking in whispers, Xiaoming, who had received the news, also walked to the entrance of the village. Because of the cold weather, Julian also put on winter clothes. A well-cut black wool coat with a top hat of the same color, plus the 2 neatly trimmed iconic mustaches, made him look less showy and more noble. "Long time no see, Boss Julian." Seeing the yellow slime coming towards him, Julian was startled. The leader of the golden slime? Hearing the uncertainty in the other party's tone, Xiaoming looked at him in confusion. "It's only been 2 months. And you don't recognize me?" Hearing the familiar voice, Julian confirmed the other party's identity, and then smiled awkwardly. "You look a lot different. I thought I recognized the wrong person." Compared with the last time they met, the slime in front of him not only became a little bigger, but also became a lot brighter in color. It was no longer the grayish earthy yellow as before, but closer to normal yellow. Thinking of the other party's name, Julian couldn't help but wonder, in time, will the body of this golden slime really turn into a golden color? Xiaoming naturally knew that his body had undergone some changes during this period, so he was not really angry because the other party did not recognize him. Looking at the dusty caravan, Xiaoming leaned over and said, "Come in and chat." After arranging the rest of the caravan to rest in an empty house, Xiaoming and Hulian came to the reception room. "Did Boss Who bring any good news this time?" Hearing Xiaoming's joke, Hulian raised his beard and said with a smile, "You are really well informed. There is indeed a good news." Xiaoming just said it casually, but he didn't expect that he guessed it right, and he was surprised for a while, Before he could ask, the little mustache in front of him had already said all the words he had been holding back all the way like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Didn't you say before that you wanted minerals such as iron ore? I found it for you. Chapter 213 Iron Ore on an Ownerless Planet. Xiaoming had thought of all the possibilities of Julian's visit, but he never expected that he would bring him such a big surprise. Compared with talents and technology, they are now more short of resources. This is also the fundamental reason why he wants players to open up Wasteland. As the number of people grows, supplies are not enough. Not only food, but they also lack strategic materials, just like raw materials such as iron ore, which have always been lacking on Wasteland planets. Even Gulba back then relied on imports. This is also the fundamental reason why the Gulba government participated in the war. Although Elpis did not tell him the reason for the Great War that year, he could more or less infer one or two through the clues in the other party's words. It is precisely because Gulba Star itself lacks various mineral resources, coupled with the serious damage to the planetary civilization caused by the war, and the suppression of external forces at that time. So after the defeat of the war, this planet gradually lost the ability to make a comeback. So the problem came. Julian said he found iron ore for him. Where did he find it? There is no iron ore on the deserted planet. Could it be that he found a mine owner who does iron ore business? Xiaoming had heard before that in this galaxy, in addition to the planet Zidar, there are also some planets that produce ores. Unlike the crystal mines and salt mines on the planet Zidar, the ores on those planets are mostly strategic mineral resources such as iron ore and copper ore. And the mining rights of these minerals either belong to the native planet of that planet, or to other planets or forces. And those who are in charge of mining are also called mine owners. Mine owners are big and small, and they all make their fortunes by selling ores. Their customers can be big forces such as the Future Alliance, or ordinary individual merchants. If Julian really found iron ore for him, then the source is likely to be a mine owner who does iron ore business. And he came here just to make connections this time. However, when Xiaoming guessed this, Julian's answer surprised him. It's either a mine owner or an iron ore. As if he was afraid that the other party didn't understand. Julian repeated his explanation. I found an iron mine on an uninhabited planet. Xiaoming blinked in surprise. I never expected that the good news Julian brought was this. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, Xiaoming was not overwhelmed by joy, and only asked, what happened? So next, Julian began to vividly describe his experience during this period. It turned out that he bought medicinal materials on Zukum Star a few days ago and prepared to sell them on the planet of the Space Legion. But he never thought that he would encounter an asteroid on the way. In order to avoid danger, the spacecraft had to deviate from the route. It was also because of this move that Julian and his team accidentally came to an uninhabited planet, and accidentally discovered an iron mine here. Remembering that Xiaoming once said that he wanted to buy iron ore, Julian rushed to the deserted planet without stopping after dealing with business matters. So what you mean is, you now own an iron mine and can sell it to me? Seeing Xiaoming asking like this, Julian was stunned, and then shook his head awkwardly. How could it be possible? With our friendship, how could I have the nerve to do that? Seeing him deny it, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. So what do you mean? Julian stretched out 5 fingers and asked tentatively, how about 50-50? 50-50? Xiaoming looked at him more and more puzzled after hearing this. What does it mean? Julian gritted his teeth. Meaning that as the discoverer of this iron mine, I only want 50% of the profit. The remaining 50% belongs to you. Of course, the mining rights can also be given to you, if you want. Oh, so good? If Xiaoming was in human form at this time, he would probably raise his eyebrows. It was obviously the iron mine that Julian discovered himself. But he was willing to give him half, even if their friendship was good. Such a large profit was a bit too much. After all, as the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Merchants value profit. And there is no free lunch in the world. Xiaoming was sure that there must be other reasons for Julian to be so generous. Xiaoming's guess was very accurate. Julian did have a hidden reason. To be honest, he did intend to take the mine for himself, as Xiaoming said just now, and then start a mineral business. In order to achieve this goal, he even invited professionals to the mine to check the mining matters. But what people didn't expect was that there were many terrifying giant spiders near the iron mine. His men were good at dealing with those interstellar thieves, but they were obviously not good enough to deal with such a behemoth. But if professional mercenaries were to be hired, it would definitely be a big expense. And there was a possibility that they would be blackmailed by those soldiers. After all, The planet was an unowned land. And the iron mine was also an unowned mine. No one could guarantee that those guys would not forget their principles for the sake of profit. Although he himself knew that mercenaries were a group of people who were greedy for money and had no moral principles. Of course, in addition to these, Julian was worried about another thing. There are spider nests everywhere near the iron mine. And it is impossible to eliminate those monsters with just a team of mercenaries. And to clean it up, at least a company of people is needed. Of course. In fact, it may be more than that. How could Julian afford so many people? So he gave up his plan to mine privately. Thinking of what he had heard before about the Slime Clan helping the Western prison to quell the lizard plague and eliminate the Desert Lizard King, Julian suddenly felt that he could change his mind. The Slime Clan is brave and good at fighting. In this case, why not let them be responsible for cleaning spider nests and mining? Anyway, the chief of the Golden Slime Clan also mentioned that he needed iron ore. Then it is better to cooperate with the Slime Clan. In this way, he doesn't have to work hard to hire mercenaries to eliminate spiders or hire labor to mine. Everything can be taken care of directly by the slimes. And all he has to do is to negotiate the share with the chief of the Golden Slime Clan in advance. And then just sit and wait to get the money. The more Julian thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. So he came up with the idea of a 50-50 split. After all, it was a friendship that had lasted for a lifetime. Seeing Xiaoming asking, Julian did not hide the fact that there were giant spiders near the iron mine. Hearing this, Xiaoming knew his plan. He wanted the slimes to help him solve the problem, and he would reap the benefits. Although it was a good thing that Julian was willing to give him the iron mine for free. 50% of the profit was too high. They dealt with the danger. And the ore was also mined by the players. He just wanted to take 50% of the profit just for the title of Discoverer. Which was too idealistic. Thinking about it, Xiaoming said, 28. Julian was stunned for a while. And it took him a long time to react to what the other party meant. Not 50-50, but 28. He thought of splitting it equally. But the golden slime was so polite that he didn't want to take any more advantage. Thinking of this, Julian couldn't help but be moved. What a kind slime. Sure enough, it was a correct decision to cooperate with the Slime Clan. With such feelings in his heart, Julian's expression became more and more apologetic, and his tone of voice became more and more gentle and kind. How can this be so embarrassing? You need to eradicate the spiders. And you also dig the ore. But you only get 20%. You get 20%, and I get 80%. Huh? Looking at the stunned face of the man in front of him, Xiaoming said in a calm voice, You just said that we will eradicate the spiders, and my people will dig the ore. In this case, it is not wrong for us to take the majority after making great efforts. Looking at the self-assured tone of the slime in front of him, Julian was stunned. It seems, there is really nothing wrong. No. Wait. He obviously discovered the iron ore. Isn't 20% a bit too much? Julian was about to speak, and the slime in front of him, not knowing whether it noticed his intention, slowly spoke, If boss who doesn't want to, then forget it. Mining is also very tiring, and we have to deal with those spiders. It is indeed troublesome to spend so much effort just to get some iron ore. Anyway, I have some money now, so I can buy the iron ore directly if I want it. Hearing this, Julian swallowed the bargaining that was about to come out of his mouth. He misjudged the person. Oh no! He misjudged the slime. This golden slime is not kind at all. It is a black-hearted slime. It guessed that he couldn't afford mercenaries, so he wanted to retreat and extort money. But what can he do? What the other party said was indeed the truth. Not to mention the Slime Clan. Even he himself was unwilling to take such a big risk. After all, they are just an ordinary caravan. Unlike a country or a large merchant group, which has sufficient manpower and material resources to solve problems. But he was unwilling to give up just like that. That's iron ore. On the planet Zidar, he saw that the owners of crystal mines and salt mines made a lot of money. Not to mention the iron ore with a wider range of uses. It's not just a casual talk that the ore business is profitable. After thinking about it, Julian gritted his teeth and finally decided to give it another try. Although 28 is indeed too little. Holding back the pain, Julian stretched out 3 fingers and asked, How about 37? Xiaoming tilted his head. You 3 and I 7? Julian gritted his teeth. Okay. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Xiaoming grinned, Deal. Seeing that the golden slime finally agreed to this matter, Julian breathed a sigh of relief. Although the share was much less than expected, 30% was not unacceptable. As the golden slime said, if the iron ore can really be mined, then its people will definitely take the majority of the credit. He and his caravan have at least received the favor of the slime clan. Instead of having a feud with the golden slime over the issue of profit sharing, it is better to do a favor to the other party. Moreover, whether the iron or business can be done depends on these slimes. Moreover, Julian believes that the other party will not let him really suffer. These slimes in the eastern forests of the barren planet are not the brainless paramecium he had seen before. Their thinking and actions are similar to humans, but different from ordinary people. Perhaps it is the keen sense of smell of a businessman. Julian instinctively feels that the golden slime seems to be planning something big. After all, the other party is hoarding food and looking for ore to make weapons. Julian doesn't believe that it has no plan. If you regard this iron mine as an investment, I believe that you may get more than just this 30% profit in the future. Thinking of this, Julian's heart suddenly became anxious again. Where are we going? Don't worry. Xiaoming looked at him soothingly. Mining is not a simple matter. You have to make some preparations in advance. Right? Hearing this, Julian was stunned and nodded. You are right. I am too anxious. After all, such a large iron mine would be bad if it was discovered by other more powerful forces. He would definitely not be able to compete. Xiaoming didn't know what Julian was thinking. So he just said, you must be tired after traveling for so long. Why don't you take a rest and eat something first? Let's talk about it after you have rested. Thinking of the special food of Slime Village. Grilled lake catfish. Julian swallowed unconsciously. It's okay. Seeing that the other party did not refuse, Xiaoming asked Mia to arrange Julian's caravan to stay in the vacant house in Slime Village. Then he opened the official website backend and edited the text of the new event. Version 1.19 was just updated, and a new event was released so soon. Will the players scold me for being too hardworking? Xiaoming muttered softly, clicked his tongue. Who cares? Which game doesn't require hard work these days? Didn't those guys complain that the farming activities were boring before, and clamored for the official to launch combat activities? Now the opportunity has come. Let's go to the alien planet to fight spiders. Chapter 214 version 1.20 is online, and another batch of leaks appear. Desolate Star World. Version 1.20 update. 1. The number of closed beta players increased to 400. 2. The new battle event Giant Spider Nest is about to be launched. 3. Optimize modeling. Fix a few bugs. Limited time battle event. Giant Spider Nest. Background introduction. Near the star field under the jurisdiction of the Space Legion, our old friend Julian accidentally discovered an ownerless asteroid. This asteroid is rich in iron or resources. However, there are many giant spiders living around the mine. In order to successfully mine iron ore, the threat of these spiders must be eradicated. Golden Slime, warriors of the Slime Clan. It's time to show your strength. Event description. This event is limited to 100 people, and the level must be above LV5. Players who are interested in registering can fill in the registration application on the official website. The number of places is limited. First come first served. The moment the official website posted the update announcement, the forum was boiling again. In just a moment, the players of Desolate Star World were immersed in a Chinese New Year atmosphere. Oh my god! A new activity? It's a combat activity. Level limit LV5? Damn! One level short. Ha ha ha. I'm just LV5. LV8 fearless, picking nose. Limited to 100 people? Slip. I can't fight. Oh my god. A new activity? This is too liver. My land is not yet cultivated. Although new activities are good, it is a sweet burden for some players who have both combat and life professions. After all, it hasn't been long since the land reclamation activity started, and the next wave of combat activities is coming again. It's simply a rhythm that will kill people. However, for those pure combat players, it is a great thing that everyone celebrates. God knows how long they have been waiting. Since the end of the lizard disaster, they haven't had much fun fighting. The only 2 times they fought were with human NPCs, and they had to ensure their safety. It's better to kill monsters. Stir-fried kidney. After killing the big lizard, we started to kill the big spider. This game is actually an animal world. Squinting smile. Brick moving boy. Oh, I hate spiders the most. But now I have to kill spiders. Unhappy face.jpg. Stir-fried kidney. And it's a big spider. Smirk. Brick moving boy. I feel bad all over. Pout. Big IQ girl. +1. Overtime design dog, +1. The lilies in my hometown are blooming, +10,086. I am your father, how cute spiders are. I have several at home. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Stir-fried kidney. Brick-moving boy, 6. Dad and sister. How dare you raise such a scary thing as a spider? It's a werewolf. I am your father. I am your father. Don't call me dad and sister. Brick-moving boy, why? I am your father. Because it sounds like Beiji. Brick-moving boy, okay Beiji. I am your father. Nuclear goodface.jpg. I am your father. I will beat you to death.jpg. I want to be read, by the way. Can spiders be eaten? The lilies in my hometown are blooming. Overtime designer. Big-eyed cute girl. Brick-carrying boy, oh my god. You actually want to eat spiders? Even more cruel than Beiji. I am your father at brick-carrying boy, flipping the table and beating and kicking. GIF. I want to be read, because I want to try new ingredients, scratching head, haven't you noticed that from the closed beta to now? Every time we unlock a new monster, we will get one more ingredient. All players. It seems to be true. Except for the Western Golden Scorpion. That thing is poisonous. So, Desolate Star World is actually a food game? No matter what type of game it is. Including I want to be read. The few young players, who are chefs, really discuss the possibility of using spiders to make food. Of course. Because the ingredients are too disgusting. It caused a lot of players to dislike it for a while. Some people even said that they would never eat this thing even if they starved to death. Looking at the discussions of the players, Xiaoming couldn't help but imagine that scene. Grilled hairy spider legs. Well, it's really disgusting. Even if it's given to him, he won't eat it. The focus of old players is on the new event itself. And those cloud players, who are eagerly waiting for the closed beta qualification, are concerned about whether their ID is on the list of the 100 closed beta accounts released by the official. However, there are too many monks and too little porridge. And the lucky ones are destined to be a minority. So the forum is full of familiar scenes of showing off their luck and crying about the unlucky ones. On this side, when netizens complained on the forum about the stingy behavior of the official for not letting more people into the game, Xiaoming, who was accused, didn't care at all. Too many lice don't itch. Anyway, it's not the first time he has been scolded for being stingy. Besides, being scolded is just a few words. And it won't cost him a few more pieces of meat. What's more, they are separated by the network cable and different planes of space. What is he afraid of? After breakfast, Xiaoming went to inspect the progress of the land reclamation as usual. He was free anyway. So Hu Lian followed him after hearing it. Looking at the earth-shaking scene in front of him, Hu Lian couldn't help but secretly shocked. I remember that when I came here last time, the fields around here seemed to be only a few dozen acres. But now, all the open land around the entire slime village that can be reclaimed has been turned over by the slimes. Although no crops have been planted yet, it is conceivable what a shocking appearance it will be when it becomes a real farmland in the future. This should be hundreds of acres. Right? More than that. Seeing Julian's surprised expression, Xiaoming paused and said, as of this morning, there are already 1,000 acres of land. The speed of the player's reclamation far exceeded his expectations. At this rate, it is estimated that in less than a month, 10,000 acres of land near the slime village will be reclaimed. According to the yield of at least 1,000 kilograms of improved rye per acre, 10,000 acres of land can produce 10 million kilograms of rye. And according to the amount of 30 kilograms of flour per person per month, these 10,000 acres of land can feed 27,777,777 people for a year. This is just calculated based on the minimum yield of rye. If we grow not only rye but also other vegetable crops, although the figures will fluctuate, it will be able to feed at least 20,000 people. And according to the enthusiasm of those farming players for land reclamation, it is not impossible to cultivate more than 10,000 acres in the future. After listening to Xiaoming's words, Julian's expression was no longer just surprised. What is the concept of 10,000 acres? You know, the largest black farm in the eastern part of the wasteland planet only has 2,000 acres. Moreover, according to the Golden Slime, their ultimate goal is not just 10,000 acres. If what the other party said can be realized, then this will become the largest grain production area in the eastern part of the wasteland planet in the future. Thinking of this, Julian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I feel like I have hugged a thigh that is thicker than I imagined. Clenching his fists, Julian seemed to have made up his mind and asked, I wonder if I have the honor to join your business. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard such a sentence unexpectedly. And the corners of his mouth curved up, of course. How do you want to join? Is it to contribute money or labor? Or both together? This question instantly stumped Julian. After thinking for a moment, he asked, how do you pay? It's very simple. Just like the way we did it this time when we mined iron ore. You provide resources, and I provide you with labor. Xiaoming paused and said, in the future, we will develop a complete industrial system. As an old friend, I suggest you invest in a factory here. You only need to invest in certain production equipment, and we can solve the site and labor for you. As for the output of goods, we only take 20%, and you can take the remaining 80%. Julian hesitated. What if he couldn't sell it? According to his original idea, he actually wanted to get a share of the agricultural project. But he never thought that the golden slime would point him to invest in industry. Before this, his business was basically medicinal materials, crops or handicrafts. He was really not sure about industrial products. After all, the technology of the future alliance is much more advanced than here. Can the things produced by the slimes be compared with those places? Seeing that he was worried, Xiaoming did not force him, but just smiled and said, I know your concerns. But our development focus is not the ordinary daily chemical industry, but the military industry. I guess you must have heard that we have successfully killed the Desert Lizard King. Weapons sometimes do not have to be very high-tech, as long as they are useful. Don't you think so? Hearing this, the hesitation on Hu Lian's face dissipated a little. Seeing this, Xiaoming continued, of course, if you really don't want to invest in industry, you could also invest in planting here. I guess you have also seen that we are opening up wasteland. In the future, in addition to the grain-producing areas, we will also open up a piece of land for planting cash crops, such as rubber trees. When the industrial system is established, we can independently produce industrial raw materials such as rubber. Of course, the price will definitely be cheaper than other places. You can choose to sell these semi-finished products, or you can choose to export raw materials directly. No matter which choice you make, you will not lose money. After listening to Xiaoming's words, Hu Lian was immediately moved. Not to mention industry. The investment in planting industry proposed by Golden Slime perfectly hit his heart. Because after all, whether it is the Future Alliance or the Space Corps, they all need industrial raw materials. And the local areas of these two major forces have long eliminated the lowest in raw material processing system. All industrial materials are imported. If he can enter this market at a low price in the future, it will be a new way to make money. Thinking of this, Julian became more and more excited. I choose the second one. 2 days passed in a flash, and another batch of fresh leaks made their debut. To be honest, if it weren't for Julian's sudden visit that caused a shortage of players in the game, Xiaoming would not have let newcomers in so quickly. After all, he also has to prevent a surplus of labor. Right? But now that there are 2 new tasks that urgently need manpower, such as beating spiders and digging iron ore, he can relax and let people in. Now that the land reclamation activities are in full swing, newcomers will not have to worry about having no work to do after they come in. You can level up and contribute to the great cause of the Slime Clan. So why not? As for the problem of insufficient food, isn't there boss who? Since the two sides have reached an in-depth cooperation relationship, and the players killing spiders and mining can be regarded as working for Julian, then boss who should be responsible for the players' rations. Right? If it really doesn't work, then we can only let those chef-class players use their creativity to grill spider legs. Although it's a bit disgusting, it can at least supplement protein. Anyway, it's not for him to eat. Thinking of this, Xiaoming jumped to the slime nest. The dim cave was full of people. 100 newly launched slimes were crowded together, making the originally spacious underground cave suddenly cramped. Ha ha ha! I finally got in. Why is it so crowded? There is no place to step. Damn! Is this really a game? It's too real. This pool, this water, this stone wall, and this cold air. Can the modeling be so realistic? The hearing and vision are real, but the touch and smell are also. Damn! Who farted just now? Is this a dream? This is definitely a dream. Right? Quick! Someone! Pinch me, hiss! You are not dreaming. We really turned into slimes. I thought those people on the internet were exaggerating, but I didn't expect it to be true. The noisy newbies sighed at the scene in front of them and exclaimed in ignorance. They were lucky to be able to enter such an awesome game. Outside the slime's nest, the old players who heard the noise all leaned on the entrance of the cave to watch the excitement. Bai Wuchang couldn't help but sigh at this state. Look at this useless look. Is it really so surprising? That's it. He Gulong nodded in agreement. We were much calmer than them at that time. Not far away. Xiaoming, who heard this boast, couldn't help but look at these two idiots. He remembered that these two, like Ultraman Light, were veteran players who entered the game in version 1.0. Since they were the first batch of players in the game, Xiaoming was particularly impressed by them. Oh my god! Oh my god! This game is real? I really came in? Oh my god! The touch of this stone is amazing. And the smell of this water vapor is real. Recalling this memory, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems that the reaction of these two at that time was not much better than that of these newbies, who had just come out. On the other hand, most of the newbies, who had just experienced the opening animation, were still a little confused. Although they had been on the forum to watch those players posting and showing off before. But before receiving the game helmet, most of them filled out the application form with a skeptical mentality. But now when they stand on this land and experience everything in the game in person, all doubts have disappeared. This game is too cool. If they had known that Wild Star World was so awesome, why didn't they make an appointment earlier? So much time was wasted in vain. Damn! By the way, where can I get the task? In the slime group, a little player couldn't help but ask. Yes, where is the task? I want to fight the big lizard. And the big lizard? Where is it? Let me see it. For a moment, the newbies who had not recovered from their shock suddenly became conscious of being tools, and began to take the initiative to ask for tasks. Looking at the newbies' anxious appearance, Xiaoming, who had been observing silently through the summoner, shook his head regretfully. Big lizards were things 5 versions ago. And now only big spiders can be beaten. Unfortunately, your level is too low now, and you can't even beat the wild star wolf, let alone the big spider. So you better go to open up Wasteland and farm immediately. After assigning the novice task of reclaiming Wasteland to the 100 newbies who just came online, Xiaoming turned around and came to the village entrance. The 100 players who signed up for the Giant Spider Nest event had already been waiting here. Most of these people entered the game in the early or midterm versions. Not only did they meet the level requirements, but almost everyone died in the combat profession. Of course, there was also a guy who surprised Xiaoming. Gotham? Why are you here? Isn't this guy in the military factory in the west? As if afraid that Xiaoming would misunderstand, Gotham hurriedly said, Don't worry, Patriarch. The tractor and tiller have been prepared and sent to me by my disciples. I will definitely not delay the task you assigned to me. Xiaoming, if I hadn't mentioned the tractor and tiller, he would have almost forgotten about it. After complaining in his heart, Xiaoming coughed and said, Got it. Seeing that the Patriarch was not dissatisfied with him because of the task, Gotham was relieved. Fortunately, the favorability did not drop. Seeing Gotham's scared look, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel funny. Just as he was about to tease this guy, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of people walking in the distance. The person who came was Julian. After 3 days of rest in the slime village, the caravan was finally ready to set off again. At this time, the snow had stopped, and it was just right to set off. According to the plan, Julian would take the 100 combat players assigned to him by Xiaoming to the ownerless asteroid. During the period of clearing the giant spiders, Julian would need to take care of the food and accommodation of the 100 slimes. Compared with the labor fees of hundreds of mercenaries, the food and accommodation problems of 100 slimes are obviously much easier to solve. Slimes don't eat much and work hard, so Julian naturally has nothing to be unwilling to do. Looking at the group of slimes in front of him jumping around like they were going on a picnic, Julian was stunned. Are they ready? Of course. Xiaoming smiled. My people are already impatient. Chapter 215 Gotham Brand Soil Ripper. Amid the envious and jealous eyes of others, the 100 players who had grabbed the battle activity quota followed the Hulian caravan out of the village with their heads held high. Starting from the slime village, passing through the dense forests, the caravan soon arrived at an open mountain area. The spaceship was docked there. In the early years, Hulian merchants either took large public cargo ships or rented other people's aircraft. Since he made a business of white lantern fungi, dragon grass and other rare medicinal materials through slimes and Zukum Star, he upgraded his equipment and bought a transport spaceship himself. Although it cannot be compared with the large transport spaceship that the players had previously robbed from the Bia business, it is enough for a small interstellar caravan like him, at least in addition to the goods loaded in the cargo hold. There is more than enough space in the rear cabin for these 100 slimes on board. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. Among the 100 players who participated in the Giant Spider Nest battle event this time, at least half of them have participated in the event of escorting the orcs of Zukumstar back home. And many of the remaining half have also been to Zukumstar. So they are already familiar with the matter of riding a spaceship. After boarding the cabin, looking at the deserted planet that is getting farther and farther away outside the window, the brick-carrying boy was worried. I don't know how long it will take this time. I remember that the last time they went to Zukum, it took them 3 or 4 days. They even encountered an asteroid impact on the way. At that time, he was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers and only felt excited. But since he experienced death offline in the Desert Lizard King event, his thoughts are completely different. If the plane is really destroyed by an asteroid, he will have to go offline for 2 days and return to the novice village. What kind of spider is he? Although he himself doesn't really want to fight against such a monster that makes him feel creepy. But that's a new map. And it's a battle event. How can he miss it? As a professional combat player, he doesn't play games for farming. Compared to opening up in the novice village, he would rather go to the new map to face the big spider. After all, there is a saying that goes the best way to overcome fear is to face it head on. Maybe he will not be afraid of spiders in real life after seeing the big spiders a few more times in the game? Although he comforted himself in this way, the brick-moving boy couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of the long, fluffy 8 legs of the spider. Not noticing the strange look of the brick-moving boy, the fried kidney flower replied casually, I just heard from boss whose men that it would take about 2 days if it's fast, and 3 days if it's slow. As he said that, he paused, turned his head, and looked at the slime in front of him, with a teasing look in his eyes. Are you afraid? Hearing this, the brick-moving boy straightened up. Who is afraid? It's just a spider. I'm just not used to it. The fried kidney flower smacked his lips lightly, ignoring the guy's stubborn behavior. Bonjuan once said that he particularly hated spiders. Now he asked such a question because he was worried that the event map would open too quickly, and he was not mentally prepared. To be honest, fried kidney flower did not understand the other party's behavior. If you are afraid of spiders, but you still participate in the event to fight monsters, isn't this asking for trouble? Just like the previous Red Flame Anaconda event. All the players who are afraid of snakes in the game stay away and will not participate in hunting and killing. I don't know what the brick movers are doing. Slime Village. On the snowy wasteland. The newbies who receive the novice task are following the old players to reclaim the wasteland. Although the task of reclaiming wasteland itself is not complicated and only requires hard work, most of the newbies have no experience in farming, and the cold weather makes it inconvenient to move. So the newbie slimes look a little clumsy when they do the work. The farming boss had just finished instructing a few newbies on how to use the hoe correctly, and was about to go to the field to drink some hot water and rest for a while, but suddenly heard a sound of thump thump thump. Following the sound, I saw Fei Kaylay driving a hand tractor majestically passing by on the opposite ridge. Then 2 even ruts were left on the snow-covered road. After stopping at the edge of an uncultivated wasteland, the 2 little players jumped down from the back seat. They were holding something that looked like a wheelbarrow and a mop in their hands. Because of the distance, the farming boss couldn't see it clearly. What are they doing? Without waiting for the farming boss to ask, the 2 players put the tools in their hands on the ground, and then heard the sound of the machine starting. The snow above and the originally frozen soil instantly splashed like crushed shaved ice. But in a moment, the land in front of him was reclaimed. Seeing this, the farming boss suddenly widened his eyes. On the other side, the newbies who heard the noise couldn't help but look curiously. Oh my! What is that? A drilling machine? Look! The soil is flying. How could it be a drilling machine? The head of your drilling machine looks like this? The newbies were watching and talking. After receiving the attention of other players, Fei Kaylay and the other 2 straightened their backs with pride. This is not a drill. It is a tiller. What? Tiller? At this time, it was not only the newbies. Even the players with agricultural planting experience, like the farming boss, were stunned. Whose tiller loosens the soil like this? In fact, it is no wonder that the players can't recognize it. After all, ordinary tillers cannot undertake the work of land reclamation. The 2 machines in their hands are improved versions specially developed for winter land reclamation tasks. The serrated rollers at the bottom are like electric saws and meat grinders, which can easily break the hard ground frozen by ice. With this thing, the efficiency of land reclamation can be multiplied several times. Even the newbies who are not experts can see the excellent effect of this tiller. And they all ran forward to ask, "Brother, where did you get this thing? Can you lend it to me? And me? And me?" The few people surrounded by the players became more and more proud. Then Faye Kayleigh coughed and said, "This is the Gotham brand tiller, made by the weapon master of this server, who is also our master, Gotham Iron Man. You only need to pay 10 slime coins to get the right to use it for 1 hour." When the newbies heard that it cost money, they were stunned. It turns out that these 3 guys are advertising here. Faye Kayleigh didn't notice the strange reaction of the newbies in front of him, and only asked loudly, "How is it? Does anyone want to rent it? There are a total of 20 tillers. The number is limited. First come first served." As soon as the voice fell, the players who had gathered around the 3 people dispersed. Faye Kayleigh was puzzled. "Hey! Why did you leave? If you can't afford to rent, why are you still staying?" That is, the newbies haven't even finished the novice tasks. Where do they get the money to rent this thing? TSK? 10 slime coins are too expensive. Can't you take care of the newbies? Looking at the backs of the slimes in front of them cursing and leaving, Gotham's little apprentices were dumbfounded. How is 10 slime coins expensive? This is already a conscience price. Okay. Sure enough, what the master said was right. Newbies are all poor. You still have to find old players to sell things. Thinking of this, Faye Kayleigh looked around the farmland, trying to find potential customers. However, before he could sort out the old players, he heard a voice from the side. 10 slime coins per hour. Right. He looked over and saw the farmer stretched out 2 round hands. "I want to rent 10 machines." Faye Kayleigh and the other 2 were surprised and happy. 10 machines? Are all the old players so generous? In the slime nest, Xiaoming looked at the large green dots flashing on the map with a gratified expression. There are a total of 400 players in the game, excluding the 100 people who left with Julian. Nearly 2/3 of the remaining 300 people stayed in the slime village to open up the wasteland. Although most of their main forces are newbies and have little experience, this does not hinder the speed of the task. The tiller developed by Brother Gotham has been put into use, greatly improving the work efficiency of the players. So even if those newbies are not good, the task of opening up the wasteland is still maintained at a considerable progress with the blessing of the machine. As for the remaining 1/3 of players, although they did not go to open up the wasteland, they were also busy with the great cause of industrial revival in the western strongholds and military factories. Not bad. The little players on the wasteland are all performing their tasks well. Next, we just need to wait for Julian to mine the iron ore and everything can slowly get on track. In order to develop industry, in addition to talents and technical equipment, metal raw materials are indispensable. The news about the iron mine brought by Julian undoubtedly solved his current problem. If the iron mine can be successfully taken, the industrial zone of the Slime Clan can be developed smoothly as planned. By then, the Slime Clan, which has food, industry and weapons, can occupy a more solid position on the wasteland. In this way, even if the Slime Clan conflicts with the East or the West one day, it will not let itself fall into a complete disadvantage. Of course, if the 2 parts of the East and the West are fighting each other and can't take care of him, it would be the best. At least, he can still have time to develop. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. You have to make the worst plan for everything. The experience of our ancestors has explained everything. If you stick to your old ways, you will be beaten. And if you want to avoid being beaten, you have to strengthen yourself. And the military industry is the strongest shield to protect slimes from external harm. Thinking of this, Xiaoming was thoughtful. I don't know what happened to those little players. Chapter 216. It's so kind. Fortunately, Xiaoming didn't wait too long. After going offline, those little players took the initiative to post their experiences on the first day of the journey on the forum. Although, there are more contents than the experiences of Versailles. Fried kidney flour, back brothers. It's so boring to rush on the road. There's nothing else to do except eating, drinking and sleeping. Oh, at most I can play poker or something. Gotham Iron Man, I'm a little tired of playing poker all day. How about playing mahjong tomorrow? Fried kidney flour, good idea. Brick moving boy, okay. Brick moving boy, but the official really doesn't consider launching a fast forward function or a portal or something? Even if the game focuses on authenticity, it doesn't have to be so realistic. Right? It affects the game experience too much. Fried kidney flour, squinting, are you not afraid of spiders? So anxious? Brick moving boy. Let's not talk about this. We are still good brothers. I am your father. Are you guys in Versailles? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Remove the question mark. They are definitely in Versailles. We are digging in the novice village every day. But they are fine. Nothing to do except eating. Drinking and sleeping? Comparison is frustrating. By Wu Chang, that's right. Don't want to change me. Big-eyed cute girl, if you are in Versailles again, I wish you will never get SSR in the future. In just a moment. Those players who could not participate because of low level, and those who failed to grab the activity quota because of slow hand speed responded to protests below. Seeing these people jumping up and down in anger, the players who got the quota became more and more complacent. It's Versailles. It's to make people jealous. If they don't react, then their pretense is in vain? Although most people say they hate the European Emperor. Do they really hate the European Emperor? They just hate the fact that the European Emperor is not themselves. By Wu Chang, stop talking. Tell me where we are now. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Yes. 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 Have we reached the new map? Big-eyed cute girl, staying. After harvesting the envy, jealousy and hatred of a large number of players, fried kidneys, and the others stopped teasing each other and brought the topic back to the right track. Brick-carrying boy, how can it be so fast? There is still a day to go. Fortunately, we didn't encounter an asteroid belt or interstellar thieves on the way. Otherwise it would take more time. By Wu Chang, I thought we had already arrived. It's a waste of people's feelings. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Let's go. Let's go! When they heard that it would take another day to reach the new map, the squatting players immediately lost interest, seeing that the popularity of the post was about to go down. Fried kidneys, who wanted to be a star, hurriedly threw out a new topic that interested the players. Although we didn't encounter asteroids and interstellar thieves, we also saw a lot of new things. Because the activity map is within the sphere of influence of the Space Corps, we also stopped at the service space station there on the way. The Space Corps is worthy of being the Space Corps. The space station is built like the military fortress of aliens in science fiction movies. It's spectacular. But the service attitude of the staff inside is a bit poor. One by one, they don't even look at people straight in the eye. And they are so arrogant. The caravan was the guest, but they acted like grandsons in front of these people. If there was no information prompt on the panel, I would have thought that these people were all hostile forces, and almost gave them a volley of bullets. As he said that, Fried Kidney Flour posted a few more pictures under the post. It was the space station that he said was like a military fortress. The space station was pitch black, pointed at both ends, large in the middle, and shaped a bit like a conical gyroscope. There were countless aircraft parked on the circular platform in the center. At first glance, it was as densely packed as ants. So you can imagine how big it is. As soon as the screenshots were posted, the players who wanted to exit the post were immediately interested again. By Wu Chang, why are all the pictures outside? What does it look like inside? Fried Kidney Flour, I don't know. I haven't been in there either. The caravan spaceship only stopped in the docking area outside for a while to add some fuel and supplies before leaving. By Wu Chang, why don't you go in and take a look when everyone is already there? This is such a waste. Stir-fried kidney, rolling eyes.jpg. Stir-fried kidney, do you think we don't want to go in? I heard from boss, who that you must hold a silver card or higher level membership card to enter the service area. And you have to pay to get in. I am your father. It sounds like some luxury brands divide their customers into VIP levels. Stir-fried kidney, about the same. It is said that only the top black card can enter the top of the cone. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, picking nose, picking nose. Gotham Iron Man, don't panic. When we unify the universe in the future, those guys may have to beg us to go in. Stir-fried kidney, there is no need to unify the universe. Maybe we can just take down the Space Legion, squinting smile. Pork stewed with vermicelli. 666. By Wu Chang, damn. After what you said, I want to see what it looks like inside. Can I sneak in by myself? Hey Gulong Dongqiang, if you can get a spaceship and there is an NPC who knows the way to take you there, it should be feasible. By Wu Chang, the spaceship is simple. Isn't there one parked over at the novice village? It's just that the NPC who knows the way is a bit troublesome. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, you better be careful. Stealing a spaceship is not a trivial matter. If the tribe leader finds out, you will be kicked offline by him. By Wu Chang. By Wu Chang, I'm just thinking about it. How can I really run there? After all, even if I follow him, there is no task to do. If I encounter danger, I will be GG and I will have to go offline for 2 days to return to the novice village. Not only will I lose time, but I will also lose equipment. Why bother? The next day, outside the slime village, the players are still participating in the land reclamation work with great energy. It hasn't snowed in the past few days, and the ice and snow accumulated on the ground have slowly melted. Although the weather has not yet warmed up, it has also made the progress of the land reclamation task much smoother. Looking at the neatly organized pieces of land in front of them, the nomads of the wasteland tribe could not help but swallow their saliva. My God, their speed is too fast. However, only a few days have passed, and 2/3 of the wasteland in the west has been reclaimed. Although the strange machines in the hands of the slime seem to have taken a lot of credit, even so, their speed can be called amazing. You have to know that they have been here for less than a week, and the dozens of people in the tribe have only opened up more than 50 acres of land. Of course, this is also because a large part of the tribe is the elderly, the weak, women and children, and the weather is cold, and the young and strong labor force has been distracted by building houses. Although it is not easy for them, the nomads who have lived in the western desert for generations, to reclaim more than 50 acres of land, because before this, no one among them knew how to farm. But even so, when they saw the slime's achievements, they still couldn't help but feel a little guilty. They obviously came to the east to help the slimes open up wasteland, but now they didn't help much, and instead asked the slimes to help them settle down. How embarrassing is this? The nomads thought so, and Gula, as the tribe leader, would naturally feel more ashamed, just when he was about to ask the tribesmen to help. Jijur, the housekeeper of the slime farm, happened to come on the other side, looking at the house that was almost built in front of him. Jijur nodded slightly. It seems that you have almost settled down. Seeing this, Gula asked hurriedly, is there anything important? You are so troublesome to come here in person. Looking at the unusually respectful attitude of the middle-aged man in front of him, Jijur was stunned, smiled and waved his hand. You are polite. It's nothing serious. I came here just to convey the tasks that you will complete next on behalf of the Golden Slime Lord. Task? Gula was a little confused. Is it a land reclamation task? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Wasn't the land reclamation matter agreed before coming to the east? Could it be that the other party was not satisfied with their work efficiency? Thinking of this, Gula's mood was inevitably a little heavy. No, you misunderstood. Jijur shook his head. I want to talk about the spring plowing task next year. According to the arrangement of the Golden Slime Lord, the land of each household will be allocated according to the number of people, and each adult will have 5 acres of land. 3 move for each person over 16 years old but underage, and 1 move for each child under 16 years old. The allocated land belongs to Slime Village and cannot be sold, transferred or leased privately. If there is any violation, the land will be confiscated and expelled from Slime Village. After the spring plowing begins, we will provide you with seeds, fertilizers and tools for free, and we will also teach you how to plant. When the harvest season comes, you need to hand over 50% of the grain in return. After 2 years, you only need to pay 30%. Apart from the paid share, you can decide whether to sell or keep the rest of the grain. Hearing this, Gula's face flashed with shock. There is such a good thing? The nomads seemed to find it unbelievable and couldn't help whispering. Really? Seeds, fertilizers and tools are all free. Don't you have to pay 50% of the harvest? It's not free, right? That still leaves 50%. Besides, won't it only be 30% after 2 years? That's right. Seeing the surprised and happy expressions of these nomads, Jijur couldn't help but think of the previous conversation with the Golden Slime Lord. Although he sympathized with the plight of these poor people, he couldn't help but be extremely surprised by the Golden Slime Lord's move at that time. You know, on the barren planet, those long-term workers who work for the landlords and farm owners are not allowed to keep the food produced in the fields, let alone 50%. They used to be in Bordeaux Farm, and they could only get a dozen copper coins and rice balls made of green reed leaves every month. Although such a miserable situation does not exist in the slime farm now. On the contrary, the Golden Slime Master has allowed these long-term workers to live a good life that they could not even imagine before. But it is precisely because of this that Jijur wants to advise this master not to be too kind. After all, these are a group of nomads from the west without roots. They never stay in one place for too long. What if these people want to leave here one day? Then all that the Golden Slime Master has done will be in vain? Thinking of this, Jijur hesitated to speak, Aren't you afraid that you will feed their appetites and let people run away? Don't worry. It won't happen. Only to hear the extremely wise Golden Slime Master say seriously, do you know how to make a donkey pull a mill? LV What is that? Jujur subconsciously asked when he heard the new words that came out of the Golden Slime Master's mouth. This is not important. Xiaoming coughed lightly. Let's put it another way. When riding on a bullock cart, if the unicorn suddenly refuses to move, how do you usually solve it? Jujur thought for a while and said, whip it. If that doesn't work, then feed them a handful of grass. At this point, Jujur suddenly had an idea in his mind. Do you mean that compared to strict supervision and punishment, it is more reliable to use benefits to encircle them? Hearing this, Xiaoming looked at the old farmhand in surprise. Good, Jujur. You can understand such a profound level so quickly. Being praised unexpectedly, Jujur's slightly dark face flashed a dark red. It was you, the adult, who reminded me with the unicorn. Xiaoming smiled and said, nomads have no fixed residence. It can be said that they are a group of people without roots. If we want those people to be tied to us for a long time and willingly, we have to let them settle down and take root. And land and food are the best way. If you can live in peace, who would want to work hard to graze and hunt in a harsh environment? Moreover, we will need manpower to help with the spring plowing next year. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Although dozens of nomads are not many, they can contribute to the spring plowing. Moreover, in addition to plowing the land, they can also play other roles. After listening to Xiaoming's words, Jujur was once again impressed by the broad vision of this adult. As expected of the Golden Slime Lord who leads a group of gods. It is so kind. Chapter 217 Giant Spider. 2 days have passed since the launch of the Giant Spider Nest event. After a long journey, the Julian caravan finally arrived at their destination. Because they were scared by the giant spider before, the people of the Julian caravan refused to get off the spaceship this time. So the players had to act on their own. But the players obviously didn't care about this. In their opinion, these NPCs have completed their story tasks. The rest of the new map depends on their own exploration. This is an asteroid with a diameter of less than 300 kilometers. It is not a lifelike sphere suitable for survival like the Earth's Sukhum star. Nor is it a hot sphere composed of plasma. To be more precise, it is more like a huge rock body, with a surface as bumpy as the moon. There are dust, rocks and ice on the sphere. And of course, there are metal minerals needed by the slime family deeper underground. But no one expected that such a terrifying giant spider would exist on such a barren asteroid with nothing to offer. Not only Julian and his team, but even Xiaoming didn't expect it. This also makes people curious. Living in such a place, what do those spiders eat for a living? Unlike Xiaoming's thoughts, the players did not think so deeply. At the moment, they are more concerned about when those monsters will appear. Sheep Village Fiangying, where is the big spider? Daoang takes medicine. I remember that the activity introduction said that the spider's nest is on the edge of the iron mine. I guess we can meet it as long as we find the location of the iron mine. Hearing this, the players suddenly realized. Good guy. It turns out that this battle activity needs to be triggered at a specific location? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find the iron mine. With that, the players immediately scattered to find the mission location. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a burst of screams, several slimes jumped out of a crater in the distance in a panic. Nima! Someone come quickly! Ah! Sensing the movement, the players looked in the direction of the sound. And then, they all widened their eyes and shouted. Hack! Is this really a spider? Isn't this a Cthulhu monster? In the distance, a spider-like monster that is less than 2 stories high is chasing the players with 8 hairy thin legs. They are dark purple all over, and their bodies are covered with raised warts, like the skin of sea cucumbers. Unlike ordinary spiders, there are no eyes on its head, only dense indigo dots, like holes and stripes. And there is a group of things like spikes under the head. There are also thin and long bristles on the legs and body. In short, people can't help but lose their SAN value at a glance. Isn't this a game with an alien background? What's going on with Cthulhu suddenly? Without bothering to delve into the sudden change of the monster setting, the players screamed and ran away. On the spaceship above the asteroid, the members of the Julian caravan looked through the window at the scene in front of them with mixed expressions. That's why they didn't want to go down. Who would dare to stay there after encountering such a thing? Not to mention that there is a large nest of such big spiders near the iron mine. Looking at the slimes being chased around by the big spiders below, Julian's men couldn't help but worry. Can these slimes really work? Julian didn't answer. Because he didn't know. Originally, he believed that these slimes could deal with it. But now, he was not sure. Seeing them being chased by the spider monster and having no choice, Julian couldn't help but start to doubt the authenticity of the rumor. Had these slimes really killed the Desert Lizard King? The brick-moving boy didn't understand why his luck was so bad. There were obviously 100 players participating in the event. Why did he have to be the first to encounter this thing? He was really afraid of spiders. If it weren't for the illogicality, he would have suspected that this was purely an official plan to deliberately target him. He had to escape quickly. He didn't want to be swallowed by this thing. However, it was not known whether the brick-moving boy's desire to survive was too strong and attracted the attention of the spider monster. The monster suddenly raised its head, and the mouth-like spikes below opened instantly, spitting out a ball of gray-purple spider silk. Caught off guard, the brick-moving boy who was running desperately in front was entangled by the spider silk. Realizing that he was trapped by the monster, the brick-moving boy, who was already on the verge of collapse, immediately made an extremely terrified noise. Ah! Hey Gulong Dongxiang picked up a large stone on the ground and threw it hard at the spider monster in the distance that wanted to drag the brick-moving boy away. The monster was very flexible and dodged. The stone flew past the brick-moving boy's head. This scared the already nervous brick-moving boy. Damn it! Be careful. My head is about to be smashed. However, the opposing player turned a deaf ear to it and threw stones at the huge spider in front of him one after another. Perhaps seeing that He Gulong Dongqiang had begun to fight the enemy, the players who were previously affected by the people around them immediately came to their senses and picked up their weapons to participate in the battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Duh duh duh. Instantly, bullets flew everywhere and explosions rang out. This was a tough time for the brick-moving boy trapped in the spider silk. He had to carefully avoid the gunfire of his teammates while guarding against the big guy behind him who might kidnap him. Fortunately, the spider monster couldn't catch him at the moment. Caught off guard by the players, the spider monster screamed in pain and kept retreating. Seeing that the spider monster wanted to retreat, the players knew that the attack had worked, and they became more and more unscrupulous when they started to fight. Don't hit its legs. Hit its head and body. The monster is too high to reach. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Get out of the way. Gotham Iron Man drove a weird four-wheeled vehicle equipped with 12 rocket launchers and an 88 anti-aircraft gun towards the battle site. Seeing this, the players were stunned. Damn! What the H.L. is that? It looks like a tractor. Does your tractor look like this? It's obviously an ordinary four-wheeled vehicle. But don't you think it looks a bit like a tank? It doesn't even have tracks. So it looks like a tank. As for what exactly Gotham's new invention is, the players discussed it for a long time, but could not come up with a satisfactory result. However, there was no chance for them to continue arguing. There was a whoosh sound, and a ball of orange-red flames came out of the barrel of the four-wheeled vehicle. The flames rushed straight towards the eight-legged monster in front of them like a comet. Boom! The two-story-high purple spider was instantly surrounded by flames. The rolling heat wave hit them head-on, bringing a scorching breath of victory. Looking at the spider monster struggling and screaming in the flames, the slimes all opened their mouths into an O shape. Damn! The power of this cannonball is too strong. The players were shocked by the scene in front of them and were speechless. Gotham, who showed off the power of the new weapon in front of everyone, smiled with satisfaction. It felt so good to show off. Just when everyone thought they had won a great victory, the purple spider monster in front of them suddenly rushed towards the players' camp in the opposite direction like crazy. This move immediately caused a scream from the players present. Oh no! This monster wants to die with us. Run! In just a moment, the players scattered and fled. The kind-hearted He Gulong Dongqiang did not forget to pick up the brick-carrying boy who was tied up like a watermelon by the spider web before running away. However, just when everyone thought that the monster wanted to use the flames on its body to deal with them, the huge spider in front of them ran straight through the team and ran away. This move immediately shocked all the players. So that guy didn't want to die together, but just faked a move to run away. Looking at the scene in front of him, the frightened brick-carrying boy couldn't help but sigh. Damn! He can still run after being beaten to a low health? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chase! Someone in the slime group shouted. And the players immediately came to their senses and chased after him with the tools in their hands. Next, the giant spider was attacked by a combination of bullets, bombs, and stones. The spider was already seriously injured. and it naturally couldn't stand the player's relentless pursuit and attack for long. In the end, its belly burst, and a disgusting purple sticky liquid flowed all over the floor, and it stopped moving. It's really disgusting. Although they hid far enough during the attack, many players still accidentally got stained with the spiders. Stir-fried kidneys sniffed and couldn't help vomiting. This is too stinky. A smell of shit. Isn't it normal to stink? On the side, a player looked desperate because we pierced its intestines. Don't say it. Ugh. The brick-moving boy rolled his eyes with a suffocating look. At the moment, his body was full of those sticky liquids. What's worse is that the spiderweb that bound his body is still there, and he can only endure it all. On the desolate planet tens of thousands of miles away, Xiao Ming, who was observing all this through the summoner, was not happy about the player's staged victory. On the contrary, his expression was a little solemn. Just now, he tried to use the summoner to search for information about this spider monster, but the summoner did not give him any results. There was only an error message on the search page. Was there an error in the summoner's program? Xiao Ming, who didn't believe in evil, tried several more times, but the results were still exactly the same. After that, he searched for animals from the wild planet, such as the wild star wolf and the western golden scorpion. This time, the search results given by the summoner were normal. Could it be that the summoner only provides information search services for creatures from the wild planet? In order to verify this, he tried the creatures outside the wild planet, such as the Dababu dragon, the dragon grass, and the Omega Starman. Surprisingly, the information search function was normal. However, when he tried to search for the spider monster again, the page was wrong again. Seeing this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Why can't I search for relevant information about this monster? Could it be that its existence touches the secret of the summoner? Just as Xiao Ming fell into deep thought, the players in the screen recovered from the fierce battle just now. Looking at the towering crater in front of them, the players noticed something wrong. Have we seen such a large crater just now? Hearing the question of stir-fried kidneys, the players paused slightly. Just now, they were chasing the spider monster all the way, but they didn't notice the changes in the surrounding environment. Unconsciously, they had run from the endless open plain to the towering stone mountain in front of them. This place had never been to them when they were exploring and searching before. Suddenly, the players seemed to understand something, and their expressions changed suddenly, accompanied by a rustling sound. Huge dark purple figures emerged one after another on the opposite ring mountain. Long legs covered with bristles. Spider abdomen covered with warts. Who else could it be but that monster? The spider monster just now didn't want to escape, but wanted to lead them all to their nest to feed its own kind. Chapter 218. It's really disgusting. As if to verify the players' guesses, more and more dark purple spiders appeared on the crater. These spiders densely occupied the high ground of the entire crater, looking down at the group of uninvited guests in front of them from top to bottom. The previous spider monster had been killed by the players, and its broken limbs and intestines were all over the ground, smelling extremely fishy. For a moment, the purple spiders seemed to understand something, and they all raised their heads and screamed shrilly and terrifyingly, looking at the huge spiders above his head that made a circle of shrill and strange screams. Daon couldn't help asking, what are they doing? Are they imitating wolves to worship the moon? On the side, Weiwu Buka twitched his skin. What moon are you worshipping? Is there a moon here? It's obvious that they are mourning. Right? Rem is my wife. Oh my! Are these spider monsters so humane? They even hold funerals? Hey Gulong Donqiang. Are these three idiots so careless? At this time, they still have time to joke here? These spiders are obviously pre-swinging their skills, and they will definitely use their ultimate skills next. Just as He Gulong Donqiang thought. As if they had mourned their dead companions enough. These spiders stopped quickly. Then, they waved their claws and crawled towards the direction of the players, looking at the purple spiders approaching. The few little players who were joking there suddenly changed their faces. Good guy. They just fight as soon as they say they will? They don't give people any psychological preparation at all. As they said, a group of slimes hurriedly activated their skills and picked up their weapons to meet the enemy. At this moment, Xiao Ming, who was observing all this through the summoner, was thoughtful. Since the information search function of the summoner could not give him an answer, he might try to solve the problem with other methods. For example, science. Anyway, the underground base of prison number 9 is itself a biological laboratory, And he is not without professional biological researchers. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately edited a task message and sent it to the little players far away near the spider's nest. Unfortunately, when the task information was received, the players were busy fighting spiders, and no one had time to check. After finally encountering a large-scale group battle, these combat professional players were even more crazy. Gotham drove a homemade four-wheeled car loaded with gun barrels through the rain of bullets, firing and shouting, "Let the storm come more violently." Seeing this, other players who were busy fighting monsters couldn't help but distract themselves and curse, "Damn! Gotham, you are here to steal monsters again!" As soon as the voice fell, a boom was heard. A hot orange-red flame flashed before my eyes. The huge energy wave brought by the explosion not only took away a group of giant spiders, but also overturned a group of slimes. Hack! Can you look at the right time before shooting? Gotham, your uncle. For a while, there were curses one after another on the battlefield. However, the Gotham Iron Man, who always did his own thing, didn't care at all. Without waiting for the players to throw stones at him, he had already retired and drove his four-wheel drive cannon vehicle to continue rushing towards the battlefield ahead. For this battle activity, he made a lot of preparations. It's like adding more people to rush to make the Desert Lizard King tank overnight. However, when he was excited to take his masterpiece to board the plane, the spaceship reminded him that the tank was overweight. In desperation, he could only temporarily improve the tank. After removing other redundant exterior parts, only the most basic barrel, car base and steering wheel were retained, and the weight of the car body was greatly reduced. In contrast, the originally majestic tank has become the bare and shabby appearance it is now. Fortunately, although the appearance is a bit ugly, the attack performance has not been affected. The only disadvantage is that it is not very safe. Without a car cover for protection, bullets and gravel will always fly in the air from time to time, and you may be smashed through the body if you are not careful. However, the clever Gotham Slime has already prepared countermeasures. Wearing a homemade protective helmet, he drove the car fearlessly in the war. Go to H.L. Big Spider. Boom! Brother Gotham drove his bear car and rushed into the spider group on the opposite side, with a momentum of one man standing against 10,000 men. However, other players obviously could not appreciate this. On the opposite side, Dalong, who was fighting these behemoths with his skills, subconsciously raised his eyes after hearing the noise. Then he saw a black SH.L. flying towards him. In just a moment, he was scared to death. Damn! He didn't care about continuing to deal with the spider monsters, and he hurriedly wanted to dodge sideways. But he forgot that he was still using skills and his body expanded more than 10 times. How could such a huge body be easily avoided? Just when he thought he was about to be taken away by his teammates, the fierce SH.L. in front of him suddenly fell to the ground with a bang. Dalong? Dalong? Is this a misfire? Before he could cheer for his good luck, a dazzling burst of fire suddenly broke out in front of him. Boom! Damn it! At the moment when the heat wave was about to hit Dalong taking medicine, Weiwubuka stood by and blocked him. Skill, True Gold is not afraid of fire enabled. Quickly remove the skill. I can't protect such a big guy. Seeing that Dalong was still scared when taking medicine, Weiwubuka reminded him unhappily. Hearing this, Dalong took medicine and did it hurriedly. Even at this time, he didn't forget to protect him with his body. He is worthy of being his good brother. Seeing that Dalong was moved and shocked when taking medicine and looked at him, Weiwubuka couldn't help but get goosebumps. Under the protection of Weiwubuka, the two escaped the disaster without any danger. But the giant spider monsters around were not so lucky. They all died under the dud SH.L. Looking at the sticky and hairy spider corpses on the ground, the two felt disgusted and scared. Although they were very dissatisfied with Gotham Iron Man's behavior of stealing monsters and almost accidentally hurting friendly forces, they had to admit that the weapons developed by the other party were good. After all, Gotham Guy just drove a homemade broken car and rushed into the spider group with a few shots. And the spider monsters in the entire war zone were reduced by more than half. One slime can defeat 100 monsters. This destructive power is really awesome. No wonder he dares to call himself the weapon master of Desolate Planet World. Gotham Iron Man didn't know how much shock he brought to the two players in front of him. After retiring, he drove his car towards another group of spiders. On the spaceship above the asteroid, the caravan members, who had been silently observing all this, were already shocked. Oh my god! That slime is too fierce. Right? Hearing the size of his men, Julian nodded in a daze. It is indeed fierce. When it is fierce, it even beats its own kind. But it is precisely because of its madness that these giant spiders die so quickly. Many times, those spiders were blasted to another world before they even had time to spin silk to trap the slimes. Previously, they were worried about whether these slimes could deal with these behemoths. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they realized that they were just worrying too much. How could they not win with such crazy slimes? Below, after a chaotic battle, the players finally wiped out the giant spiders. After a highly focused battle, fatigue quickly set in. However, looking at the colorful ground, the players couldn't lie down and rest immediately. At this moment, a voice came from the slime group. Huh? There is a task? It was sent by the tribe leader. Upon hearing the tribe leader's task, the players didn't care about resting and hurriedly opened the task panel. Tribal leader's task, sample extraction. Extract a body tissue sample of a purple giant spider and bring it back to the wasteland planet to Elpis. Reward, 50 slime coins. Carry at least one living purple giant spider back to the wasteland planet. Reward, 500 slime coins. After reading the task content, the players present all shouted. Hack! The first task was easy, but the second task was a very tricky problem. After all the spiders were killed. How could they bring back the living ones? What should we do? Looking at the debris on the ground, Dallon took medicine with a sluggish expression. Fried Kidney looked around. There wouldn't be only so many spiders in such a large area. Right? Although he said so, he didn't see any movement after looking for a long time. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel nervous. You know, the monsters in this game cannot be refreshed repeatedly. In general, if the monsters are dead, they are dead. If the game does not arrange a second wave of attacks, it means that they will not encounter other living spider monsters next time. Thinking of this, his heart sank. What are you afraid of? This is only the first day. Those spiders will definitely come out again. Rem is my wife and said, even if they are really gone, can't we choose not to do the task of capturing living ones? The player said nothing. Of course they knew this. But the problem is that they feel unwilling to give up the second task. After all, they have come here. How can they return empty-handed? Moreover, this task was originally possible to complete. But now the cooked duck has flown away. Who can be happy about this? Gotham Iron Man sighed with regret. The clan leader said the same thing. Why didn't you send the task earlier? That way, we can have a clear idea of the severity of the task when we start. Everyone. How dare you say that? You are the one who attacked the hardest. The quality inspector of the assembly line, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Aren't there still small spiders after the big spider dies? There must be spider eggs in their nests. Bringing those eggs back should also be enough. Right? Hearing this, the players suddenly realized. That's right. Anyway, the task only said to bring a living body, and there was no size limit. The players were awakened by this, and they no longer sighed like before. They hurriedly got up and started to pick and choose from the wreckage of the spider monsters to complete the first task assigned by the clan leader. On the spaceship, Julian and others looked at the slimes picking the spider corpses and couldn't help wondering. What are they doing? Looking for something? Impossible? What can be on this monster that is worth looking for? Besides, the corpse was blown up like that. Wait! What are those guys doing by pulling the spider legs off? In the surprised eyes of the caravan, a black slime actually tore off a spider leg from the remains of the giant spider in front of him. Looking at this brutal scene, Julian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. On the side, the manager of the caravan looked unhappy. Don't they want to eat that thing? Hearing this, everyone's face suddenly changed. Probably not. Julian's voice faded. Even he himself didn't quite believe this. After all, these slimes are awesome creatures that can roast and eat the desolate star wolf, lake catfish and red flame python. It is said that even in the West, they still do not change their nature, and even kill desert giant lizards. There are also rumors that they don't even let go of the poisonous western golden scorpion. Thinking of this, Julian thought more and more that these slimes wanted to try new ingredients. So they were digging up the corpses of these spiders here. The players had no idea what these NPCs were thinking. After completing the first task assigned by the patriarch, they immediately began to look for the nest of the purple giant spider. The nests of these spiders are not difficult to find. After climbing over the high ring mountain, you can see countless huge holes on the inner mountain wall. Randomly picking the largest hole, a group of slimes entered the dark corridor. The corridor seemed to go down, and the terrain was rugged, and there were spider webs everywhere. Once again, the body was entangled by the spider webs on the stone wall. And the stir-fried big kidney flower finally couldn't help but swear. Hey, Gulandong said, these spiders are really unsophisticated. The nest is made like Ponzi Cave. Although, Ponzi Cave is the home of the spider spirit, Dallon said while taking medicine, and turned his head to look at the brick-moving boy who fell at the end of the team and moved forward slowly. Brother, can you do it? However, the brick-carrying boy, who was about to collapse from vomiting, did not have the energy to answer his question. He really hated spiders. He originally refused to come to the giant spider's lair to find the little spider, but thinking about the reward of 500 slime coins after the success, he was reluctant to give it up. After all, slime coins can be exchanged for cash in addition to purchasing game equipment. Thinking about the money, the brick-carrying boy suddenly felt that he was okay again, holding back the physical and psychological discomfort. He held his breath and continued to follow the large group forward. After a while, the players finally came to an open area. The cave in front of them was huge, as big as 5 or 6 football fields. Compared with the nests of these spiders, the lair of the desert lizard king was nothing. However, what really shocked the players was the spider eggs piled up everywhere in the cave. Those spider eggs were densely packed, each as big as a cantaloupe. And because they were dark purple, they looked a bit like round eggplants at first glance. Of course, it didn't look as juicy and harmless as eggplants. The skin of the spider eggs was very thin, and you could vaguely feel something wriggling inside, which made people feel creepy at a glance. In addition, the number of insect eggs was so large that even players, who were not afraid of spiders, felt a little uncomfortable at this time. Hey, so disgusting. I can't do it anymore. I have intensive phobia. Just as a group of slimes retreated in disgust, one of the players suddenly pointed at something in front and shouted, "Look there!" In the distance, a huge cocoon was hanging motionlessly on the top of the stone wall. It's not quite a cocoon. After all, how can a spider make a cocoon? It's not a moth. And the giant thing in front of him, which was tightly wrapped in spider silk, didn't look very regular, and didn't look like a cocoon made by an insect. Although they didn't know what it was, the players still called it a cocoon in the end. Countless thin and long dark purple silk threads grew under the cocoon. Because of the dim environment, they might even be ignored if they didn't look carefully. Those silk threads seemed to come out of the cocoon, and the other end of the thread was connected to the spider eggs below. It seemed to be drawing blood, and it seemed to be delivering nutrients. Perhaps because of the connection with those silk threads. The eggs here are much larger than those in the corner, and the spider larvae inside are also more active. The spider larvae hiding under the egg's epidermis wriggled very frequently and violently, as if they were about to break out of the SHL in the next second. Seeing this scene that made people's SAN value drop wildly, the brick-carrying boy who had just arrived at the central nest suddenly stopped breathing. Suddenly, his weak body emerged with infinite power. He turned around and ran without saying a word. He really tried hard. Even if he could make money, he didn't want to catch this thing and take it back. It was really disgusting. Chapter 219. What on earth is this? Not only the brick-carrying boy who fled in panic, but even Xiao Ming on the other side of the surveillance screen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Could these players be so unlucky to encounter these little spiders breaking their SHLs as soon as they arrived? Couldn't we be so unlucky to encounter them breaking their SHLs as soon as we arrived? Daong swallowed his saliva unconsciously while taking medicine. Perhaps it was because the scene in front of him was too horrifying. Or perhaps he was afraid that he would alarm these little monsters. At this moment, his voice was much softer than usual. However, no one answered him at the moment. Everyone's attention was focused on the behemoth in front of them and the pile of spider eggs. No matter whether it breaks the SHL or not, I think we should blow this thing up first. Unable to bear the depressing and tense atmosphere, Gotham Iron Man spoke first. In his opinion, these people are just procrastinating. Instead of worrying about this and that here, it is better to take the initiative. Haven't you heard of a saying, villains in movies and TV dramas usually die because of talking too much? Never talk too much when you can, and never let go when you can finish off the enemy. This is the consistent principle that Gotham Iron Man follows when fighting monsters. After all, only in this way can the hostile elements be completely killed. I don't know whether it was because Gotham's voice was too loud and disturbed the group of spider eggs, or whether these little monsters themselves have a strong sense of danger. The moment he said this, the frequency of the wriggling of the eggs in front of him became stronger and stronger. Seeing this, the players retreated in fear. Good guy. This thing can still understand human words? After being surprised, Gotham immediately said seriously, "No. We have to blow this thing up quickly." Then he took out a pack of explosives the size of Shandong steamed buns from his backpack. Seeing this, other players around him immediately rushed several meters away. Fried kidney flour stopped Gotham, who wanted to light the fire. "Can you stop blowing it up all day long? If the hole collapses, won't we all have to bury it?" Hearing this, the players nodded one after another. They have all seen the power of Gotham, and they are still frightened. If they really let this guy do whatever he wants, they will probably have to experience death again. Gotham Iron Man is not completely unreasonable. He thinks that what Fried Kidney said makes some sense. After all, he doesn't know whether this hole is strong enough. If it really collapses, he may not be able to escape in time. He thought about it and asked, "What do you think we should do?" "Let's just burn it with fire." Fried Kidney thought about it and said, "Explosives are too powerful and unsafe. If we use fire, we can control it." "Okay. Anyway, we will only burn the pile of things in front of us." Gotham didn't force it. Just stuffed the explosives back into his backpack. It's better not to use explosives. And he can save some equipment. Although the weapons and other things are all made by himself, these things can still be sold for money even if they are not used, regardless of whether he sells more or less. At least he can get back some of the material costs. Right? Seeing Gotham put away the dangerous items, the players breathed a sigh of relief. "What do you think?" Stir-Fried Kidneys looked at the others and said, "If you have no objection, then let's get started." The players naturally had no objection. After all, burning with fire is indeed the most cost-effective solution at present. Of course, if they want, they can actually use weapons or stones to hit them directly. But this plan is time-consuming, laborious and disgusting. They were already splashed with mucus when they beat the big spider before. And now, they really don't want to go through it again. Stop talking nonsense. Get started. Otherwise, this thing. Before he finished speaking, Gotham was stunned. Sizzle like the sound of popcorn bursting under high temperature. The surface of the pile of spider eggs in front of him suddenly bulged with sharp protrusions. Finally, the soft and fragile epidermis could not withstand the huge pressure and broke. The slender long legs with soft bristles pierced the dark purple egg SHL, and countless purple giant spider larvae crawled out from it. Looking at the SAN value dropping picture in front of them, the players all shouted, "Hack! Who would have thought that these spider cubs would hatch so quickly? They haven't started yet, and they have already broken their SHLs." Seeing this, Gotham Iron Man said unhappily, "I told you not to talk. But you have to talk. I wasted so much time without doing anything. Now the eggs have hatched. What are you going to do? If I had known this would happen, I would have just thrown a bomb over there. It's no use saying this now. Hurry up and think of a solution. It would have been fine if the little spiders hadn't hatched before. I could have just poured some flammable materials on the eggs and burned them. But now that the little monsters have hatched, the old method obviously won't work. After all, these things have legs and can run. How can we let them burn at will? What else can we do? Just go big," Gotham said. And then he took out the pack of explosives that he hadn't had time to use before, and said without looking back, "Stay away. If you don't run away and get blown up by accident, I'm not responsible." However, even without his instructions, those little players with a strong desire to survive had already hidden in the passage they came from the moment the explosive pack appeared. Seeing that the players were so conscious, Gotham Iron Man scratched his head and didn't say anything in the end. He put the explosives on the pile of eggs that had not yet completely hatched, and ignited the fuse with a sizzle. As the fuse burned, Gotham rolled and crawled towards the cave entrance in the distance. Whoosh boom! The moment the explosion sounded, the flames and countless fragments flew everywhere, directly above the eggs. The motionless cocoon shook under the impact of the explosion. The dark purple silk thread connecting the eggs below had been melted by the flames. In the diffuse and choking smoke, the players vaguely saw that the pile of spider eggs gradually turned into a ball of charcoal in the fire. And around the explosion point, many young spiders were struggling painfully on the ground with their legs up in the air, looking dying as if they would not live long. Obviously, although they had escaped the explosion point by chance, they still suffered a lot of impact. Seeing this, the players were relieved immediately. The destructive power of this explosion was much smaller than they had imagined. At least Gotham didn't blow up the cave. Nor did he send the entire team offline. right? Compared to the previous Desert Lizard King event, this is already a big improvement. When the aftermath of the explosion ended and the smoke gradually cleared, the players hiding in the distance came out again. 6. Looking at the charred corpses of the young spider monsters, Fried Kidney couldn't help but sigh. Don't think that Gotham is usually unreliable, but he is really good at making explosives. I thought everyone was going to die because of the big noise just now. Hearing his praise and criticism, Gotham couldn't help but roll his eyes. Your sister's calf is gone. When I was playing with explosives, you were still playing with mud. Hearing this, the slimes present all widened their eyes. Damn! Gotham. I always feel like I heard some great secret. Gotham Iron Man. Assembly Line Quality Inspector, do you feel that this place has suddenly become quiet? Hearing this, the players gradually stopped teasing Gotham and began to pay attention to the surrounding environment. It was just after such an observation that they really found something wrong. The restless insect eggs in the cave before were now as quiet as death. Those near the explosion point are understandable, but those in the corners were not affected by the explosion. So why didn't they react at all? What's so strange about this? Seek benefits and avoid harm. Don't you understand? Gotham Iron Man looked like you guys are really surprised. These insect eggs were obviously frightened by the explosion just now, so they didn't dare to move. This statement is not without reason. After all, people say that children can't stand being frightened. Things like cubs are always very fragile. Even monster cubs should not be very brave. So the players quickly accepted this statement. Seeing that the insect eggs stopped moving, the group became bolder, because they were thinking about the task assigned by the Patriarch. The players hurriedly took sacks to take away the spider eggs that had not yet hatched. However, before they could take action, a little player in the distance suddenly pointed at the big cocoon above the cave and exclaimed, "Look! That thing moved." The movement mentioned by this player was not a passive result caused by external factors such as wind. Instead, the cocoon moved by itself. I saw that the huge cocoon above the charred eggs began to shake. The purple-gray spider silk wrapped around it was constantly pushed open and stretched, as if something inside was struggling to get out. Seeing such a strange scene, the players were stunned. Dallon took medicine with a stammer. What on earth is that? Perhaps because of the extreme shock, his expression was slightly biased. In fact, what he wanted to ask was, what on earth is in it? However, no one could answer him, because other people didn't know. After all, it was not written in the event introduction. Previously, everyone's attention was focused on those eggs. Who would pay attention to the giant cocoon above that seemed harmless and motionless? If it weren't for the fact that a player just glanced at the thing moving, I'm afraid no one would have noticed such a weird scene. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and grab your weapons. Brother Gotham always remembers his identity as a combat player, while other players were still shocked by the scene in front of them. He had already taken out a grenade. While this guy is still reading the bar, we have to interrupt his chanting. Otherwise, if that thing comes out, no one will be happy. As he said that, he pulled out the safety pin and threw it at the cocoon with a whoosh. The moment the grenade hit the cocoon, the originally intact purple-gray spider silk suddenly split open a hole, and several slender and soft tentacles poked out from inside. However, before the players could see what was inside, they heard a familiar boom. The raging fire engulfed the cocoon. However, the expected scream of pain did not happen, but instead it was extremely calm. In the darkness illuminated by the fire, the players saw an indescribable strange creature. Its structure was very strange, different from any species that existed in the real world on Earth. Under the two purple-black carapaces grew countless polyp-like tentacles, and the part that should have been the head and face was covered with a pile of black hair. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 220, a terrifying speculation. However, no one knows what the answer is. In silence, the monster with countless polyp-like tentacles slowly crawled out of the burning cocoon. The fragile spider silk could not withstand the double damage of the flames and weight, and the monster and the cocoon fell to the ground in an instant. Just when the players thought that the fire would devour them all, the monster moved, stood up, and then slowly left the encirclement of the fire. The burning of the flame seemed to have no effect on it, and there was no trace of burning on the monster's body. In the end, it left there unscathed. Seeing this, the players immediately became alert. In Desolate Star World, there are only a handful of creatures that are not afraid of fire. In the current version, except for the Dababu dragon on Zukum Star, it seems that no other creatures can resist the flames. However, now there is such a monster that cannot be named. which shocked all the players. How to fight it? The event introduction didn't tell them that there was such a cool thing in the new map. Even Gotham Iron Man didn't know what to do. Under normal circumstances, the grenade he just threw was enough to blow up the cocoon and everything inside. Even if it didn't kill it, it could be blown half to death. However, the opposite happened. Not only was the opponent alive, but even a tentacle was not broken. This is unscientific. Not scientific at all. Just when the Gotham brother was shouting in his heart that it was unscientific, the scene that happened next was beyond everyone's cognition. The monster in front of him turned around and looked at the players, and then climbed to the opposite side of the stone wall. The moment it touched the stone wall, a crack suddenly appeared on the top of the stone wall that was originally normal. It was originally just a thin crack, and then it slowly expanded into a circle, revealing the dazzling orange-red lava inside. Then, the monster drilled into the big hole in front of everyone in the astonished eyes of everyone. After it entered, the cave entrance closed in just a moment, and the monster's figure and the gap in the cave entrance completely disappeared from the player's sight. The spider's nest returned to peace, as if nothing had ever happened. All the players stared at the stone wall in front of them in a daze, and no sound was made for a long time. Oh my god! It turns out that this thing is not a monster, but a plot animation. The excitement in the eyes of the fried kidney flower could not be concealed. Did you see it? The special effects just now were so realistic. Hearing this, the players who were previously frightened suddenly came back to their senses, and suddenly realized it. Good guy. It turned out to be a plot animation. Oh my god! This modeling is too awesome. Isn't it? I almost peed just now. Without having to deal with tricky monsters, the players immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was strange before. How could a monster that was not mentioned in the event announcement suddenly appear while fighting monsters? Now it seems that it was all a misunderstanding, and this monster is just part of the plot animation. But, since it's a storyline animation, why don't they give them a narration or explanation? Do the officials think so highly of their intelligence that they can understand such a stream of consciousness storyline? The players could not have imagined that the so-called official was also confused at this moment. After coming to the deserted planet for so long, Xiao Ming still saw such a strange creature for the first time. This was even more shocking than the three-headed dog of H.L. he encountered near the Bordeaux farm. This thing looked like a beetle but not a beetle, like a clam but not a clam, and had many strange and long tentacles, which made people's scalps numb. If you have to describe it, it is very similar to the terrifying alien creature that appears in Stranger Things. In short, it has a bit of Cthulhu flavor. Of course, compared with its appearance, what shocked him more was all its performance from appearance to disappearance. Although this strange tentacle creature that looked like neither a beetle nor a fish was wrapped in spider silk and could not eat or breathe, and was also regarded as a blood bag by the little spiders, it still survived tenaciously. Even after being thrown grenades by players and burned by fire, it was still unscathed. This shows that its vitality is extremely strong. It is so strong that it exceeds their cognition. Such a powerful creature does not belong to this world. Later, the scene where it suddenly disappeared on the stone wall seemed to verify this point. Recalling the disappearance of the monster, it was like a creature that strayed into another dimension reopened the door to its own world. Thinking of this, his face suddenly tightened. Could there really be any setting similar to Cthulhu mythos in this world? But think about it carefully. Although there is no Cthulhu mythos, the people here seem to believe in other gods. Just like the god of the universe served by the natives of the Wild Star, and the ancestor god believed by the residents of Zukum Star. If there really are any gods here, then some of the answers that should be taken for granted now seem to have other explanations. Xiao Ming has always believed that the reason why various strange creatures appeared on planets, such as Wild Star and Zukum, is that these creatures are just evolutionary choices made according to environmental changes. In addition, the predecessor of Wild Star, Gulba Star, has experienced the radiation caused by war, and it is not impossible for creatures to mutate. But now it seems that there are other answers. What if these species did not originally belong to the world of this dimension? At least under normal circumstances, it is impossible for life to be born on an asteroid. But now there are giant spiders and tentacle monsters like this one. This obviously violates the laws of biological science. How do they survive in such an environment? If this were a world with a magical background, he could boldly imagine that there were stones containing magical elements on the asteroid, and these monsters lived on such stones. But the problem is not. He didn't know what the giant spiders fed on, but their eggs grew on this monster. It can be said that that this monster is their blood bag. The relationship between them is like that between a parasitic plant and a big tree. If such a relationship is in a complete ecological chain, it is naturally nothing special. But the environment on this asteroid is obviously not within this category. Perhaps neither these giant spiders nor the strange lead tentacle monster just now belonged to this world. They just stayed here for some reason. Just like him and his little player. Although they don't belong to this world, they still stayed here. The difference is that he can't leave here and return to the original world. But the player can. And the lead tentacle monster seems to be able to freely shuttle between the two worlds like his little player. As some Cthulhu literary works say, there is more than one door. Otherworldly creatures like players and lead tentacle monsters that can connect to this universe and can enter and exit at will are definitely not the only ones. The so-called God of the universe may be such an existence. Recalling the association of the long-term workers of the Bordeaux farm with the identity of the God of the slime universe, Xiaoming became more and more certain of his guess. There really is something in this world that is different from human scientific cognition. In the eyes of these natives, these existences beyond their cognition are the God of the universe. And the slimes may be similar to this God of the universe to some extent. So those long-term workers regard the slime players as the so-called God of the universe. So what kind of similarities can the God of the universe have with slimes? It is possible that it is a large slime. Or it may look like a jellyfish or other similar translucent gel creatures. In short, its appearance is most likely not human. Xiaoming had never thought about this problem carefully before. But now, he has broken it down and rethought it, and found many details that he had overlooked before. The lead tentacle monster he had seen before looked horrifying. And the God of the universe was not a human either. From this, it can be inferred that the creatures, and even the rulers of that world should all look weird. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but remember another thing. I remember that Lin Luo's notebook once said that they had used cross-dimensional information sensors to connect to a higher dimensional space and communicated with a man named Kong. It is said that the civilization of that dimension seems to be more advanced than the world of this dimension. Perhaps the world where the God of the universe and the lead tentacle monster are located is the high-dimensional space that Lin Luo and his friends connected to. The ruler there should be the kind of existence similar to the outer gods, old gods, the old masters, and even the gods of dreams in Crusoe's novels. If the speculation is true, then the guy named Kong may not be a human. Thinking that the other party might be covered with disgusting tentacles and fangs, Xiaoming couldn't help but shudder. It feels a bit disgusting. Shaking off irrelevant emotions, Xiaoming made the next speculation. If the Earth is regarded as the world of the first dimension, then the world where the barren planet is located is in the second dimension. And the space with a higher dimension than the barren planet is in the third dimension. For some reason, the world of the second dimension is connected to the world of the first and third dimensions. The Earth and the barren planet are connected through the slime summoner and the player's game helmet. And why is the barren planet connected to the world of the third dimension? Assuming that the creatures in the third dimension are similar to the gods in the Cthulhu mythology, then they are fully capable of doing something to the civilization of their lower dimension. Then here, he made another bold assumption. Through the interdimensional information sensor, Lin Luo and his team connected to a higher dimensional space. It was at this time that the third dimensional world was connected to the second dimensional world where the wasteland planet was located. A door was created between the two worlds. The gods in the third dimension communicated with this world through these doors, leaving legends of gods on various planets. In the past, Xiaoming had curiously asked Jidwa about the legend that the God of the universe stayed on the wasteland planet. Looking back, this god first appeared after the defeat of Gulba, when the planet was in dire straits. It just happened to coincide with the time when Lin Luo and his team developed interdimensional information sensors and successfully communicated with higher dimensional civilizations. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's expression gradually became serious. If his speculation was correct, then what does the existence of the slime summoner represent? The answer is terrifying when you think about it carefully. Chapter 221. It's not a stone. It's an insect egg. As a former game practitioner, Xiaoming had read a lot of anime novels in the past, so he was more accepting of some strange things than ordinary people. So even if he found himself reborn as a slime in another world, picked up and bound the slime summoner, he only attributed this experience to good luck. Just like the protagonists in some middle school comics, they could always pick up the golden finger even if they are stranded in another world. Naturally, he shamelessly regarded what he got as the protagonist's halo. But what if all this is not as it should be? At this time, Xiao Ming couldn't help but think of a classic saying by the founder of Crusoe literature. Humans are meaningless compared to the universe. If there really are gods, they will never help such tiny humans unless they have malicious intentions. If he came to this world, obtained the summoner, and completed the so-called task of summoning the slime clan, what was premeditated? Uncovering the surface, many things that he had ignored reappeared. The world in which the gods of Cthulhu live is not the same as that of humans. To connect the two worlds, a medium is needed. This medium may be a door, or an object, or an anchor point. Different literary works describe this medium in completely different ways. Through this medium, the evil gods of Cthulhu can extend their tentacles to other worlds to achieve their evil goals. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's heart sank. Assuming that this is the case, would he accidentally become an accomplice of the evil gods? Suppressing this terrible speculation, Xiao Ming tried his best to regain his rationality. It shouldn't be that simple. Even though he didn't have a wide range of Cthulhu literature, Xiao Ming knew that for Cthulhu gods like Azathoth and the Old Ones, humans were just the smallest existence in the universe. Would an elephant care about the life and death of an ant? Obviously not. Under normal circumstances, no matter what the medium connecting the two worlds is, the outer gods generally would not take the initiative to do such troublesome things. Those outer gods and the Old Ones are not so much hostile to humans as indifferent. According to the plot logic of general novels and TV dramas, those who choose to unite the two worlds are the villains with ulterior motives in the story. Of course, all this is just a logical inference based on his understanding of the plots of the K-series literature and film and television works on Earth. But whether this is the case or not, Xiao Ming himself is not sure. In short, regardless of whether the existence of the higher dimension is a K-series god or not, regardless of whether they have malice towards humans and the lower dimensional world, it is a fact that Xiao Ming turned into a slime and got the summoner. It is also a fact that the helmet given to the player by the summoner can connect the two worlds of Earth and the desolate planet. If possible, Xiao Ming also hopes that those so-called gods will not have any malice towards the Earth. After all, in front of such a powerful force, humans are just a handful of tiny dust and will not have any ability to fight back. However, from the relevant information he has collected so far, those so-called gods, it seems that they have no malicious intent. On the contrary, they will help the natives of this world when necessary. As for whether this is intentional or not, Xiao Ming is not sure. For now, he can only hope that the slime summoner is not used to invade the Earth. Otherwise he may really become the eternal center of the Earth. Unlike Xiao Ming's uneasiness, the players who just experienced a thrilling experience on the other side were happily searching for spider eggs in the cave with sacks. I don't know whether it was because the lead tentacle monster left here or because the eggs were scared by the explosion just now. But the eggs did not stir like before. It is precisely because of this that the players dared to collect the spoils. Daolong takes medicine. Bringing back at least one living giant purple spider can get a reward of 500 slime coins. Then if we bring a few more, can we make more money? Wei Wubuka rolled his eyes. Who knows? After all, it is not clear in the task whether one spider is worth 500 share coins or an unlimited number of spiders. As long as you complete the task, you can get a task reward of 500 share coins. Why bother? Rim is my wife, and she is very quick. She packed a big bag in a blink of an eye. Anyway, there are so many eggs here, so it would be a waste not to take them. On the side, the stir-fried kidneys nodded in agreement. It doesn't hurt to bring more back anyway. If you only bring one egg back, what if you die on the way? Bringing more can provide more protection. Besides, what if the task reward is calculated according to the number of living spiders? The more the number, the more rewards. Everyone, that makes sense. Hearing this, those players who were too lazy to take one egg back followed suit and began to search the nest frantically. So, in less than half an hour, the entire spider nest was plundered by the players. Looking at the full sack in front of him, Daolong began to imagine a bright future. If the mission reward is really distributed according to the number of living spiders, then wouldn't he be rich if he brought all the spider eggs in this bag back to the deserted planet? Thinking of this, he was even more happy. It seemed that the bag was not filled with disgusting insect eggs, but some rare amethyst. Looking at the slimes coming out of the giant spider's nest in the distance, the caravan members could no longer simply describe their feelings with excitement. Julian raised his hand and waved, and the caravan members, who had been hanging above the asteroid to watch the battle, finally landed the spacecraft back on the ground. I didn't expect those slimes to come out of the spider's nest safely. Wait, what did they bring back? looking in the direction of the caravan guard's finger. I saw that almost all the slimes were dragging a large sack behind them. I don't know what's in the sack. It's bulging. Seeing these slimes acting like bandits, Julian understood clearly. Is there any need to ask? It must be iron ore. After all, the iron ore on this asteroid is the real purpose of their trip. I'm afraid that before coming here, the chief of the Golden Slime tribe had already told his tribe members about the iron ore. Now that the threat of the giant spider has been lifted, what remains is to prepare for the mining and transportation of iron ore. But Julian looked at the full sack behind the slime and frowned slightly. Even if they were to bring samples back for the mission, wouldn't these slimes have too much? They can come here only once. Why do they look like they want to empty the place? It's not that Julian was distressed or stingy, but mainly because his spaceship couldn't carry so much iron ore. If the slimes really carried these iron ores up, the spaceship would have to crash due to overweight. For the sake of flight safety, Julian felt that he had to remind them. Thinking of this, he walked up and stopped one of the slimes. Are you going to take all these back? Although he couldn't understand the language of the slimes, the slime seemed to understand what he said. Suddenly being stopped by Boss Hu, Weiwubuka looked at him strangely, then rolled his eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? Julian didn't understand what the other party said. Just thought it understood his question. So he continued, the spacecraft can't carry so much iron ore. These stones are too heavy. After reading the translation of the game, Weiwubuka finally understood why the NPC came to him. So he misunderstood. Thinking about it, he felt that he needed to explain to the other party that the bag was not filled with stones, and it would not be overweight even if it was taken on the spacecraft. Then Weiwubuka put down the sack and gestured to the mustache merchant in front of him in a mixture of Chinese and English with poor self-taught words from the deserted planet. This is not a stone. It is an insect egg. Understand? Seeing that the NPC in front of him was still a confused idiot, Weiwubuka immediately turned into a grumpy old man and opened the tightly tied bag. I said it was an insect egg, not a stone. Now you finally understand. Right? Julian didn't understand why the slime suddenly became so excited. He was about to try to calm it down when he saw what was inside. It was a pile of dark purple round objects as big as 2 adult men's heads. Because he had never seen the eggs of a purple giant spider, Julian couldn't recognize what the pile in front of him was, because the color of this thing was shiny and oily. It looked like some kind of rare gemstone mine at first glance. So Julian naturally misunderstood it. Good guy. I thought the existence of iron ore on this asteroid was enough to surprise people. I never thought that there were new types of gems that he had never seen before. This noble and rich dark purple light. Even the high-grade amethyst mine on the planet Zidar could not compare with it. In just a moment, Julian's face was filled with ecstasy. The quality of these gems is too good. The people in the caravan seemed to realize the value of this thing, and they were excited. If they could transport them out, they would definitely make a lot of money. Julian nodded in agreement. It looked like we were going to get rich. Seeing the sudden excitement of these NPCs, Weiwubuka scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that these insect eggs are some kind of extraordinary treasure? Otherwise, why does this NPC look so happy? Thinking of this, he changed his previous irritability and curiously asked Julian, what is this thing for? However, Boss Hu in front of him did not answer him. He was so excited that he touched the gemstone mine in front of him with trembling hands. This color, this size, and this hardness. Wait, why does this stone feel a little soft? Looking closely, each one seems to be about the same size, and the surface is smooth as if it has been polished by humans. Suddenly, Julian's hand, which was stroking the gemstone, froze suddenly. These things were brought out of the giant spider's nest by these slimes. Could it be? As if sensing what he was thinking, the spider eggs under his palm suddenly moved, and then a small sharp corner was seen on the insect SH. That was not very hard. Ah! Feeling the unusual touch in his palm, Julian bounced away quickly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Sensing the boss's movements, everyone in the caravan looked up. Then, they saw a dark purple ball in the sack suddenly cracked. And then a young purple giant spider crawled out of it. Everyone was horrified. These things are alive. These are the eggs of those spiders. After realizing that these slime bags were not filled with treasures, everyone in the caravan hid far away. Oh! Why did it break the SH? At this time? Mighty Unyielding was a little distressed. Living spiders are not as convenient as spider eggs to carry. Now that the little spider has broken the SH, he is most likely unable to take it back to the deserted planet. Thinking of this, Mighty Unyielding could only regretfully pull the newly born little spider out of the bag. Seeing this, Julian avoided it even more. Seeing the NPC in front of him retreating, Mighty Unyielding felt puzzled. What's going on? Didn't this guy look very happy just now? Why did he suddenly change his face so quickly? Isn't it normal to change faces? Who would be happy to see a spider that has broken its SHL? The brick-carrying boy hit the nail on the head. And why would I immediately understood? Even he felt creepy when he saw these little spiders breaking their SHLs at first. If it weren't for this thing being linked to the task reward, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to touch it. On the side, Fried Kidney Flour agreed. I guess these NPCs just mistook these spider eggs for something good. While the players were talking, the people in the Hulian caravan were talking about it. Oh my god! How did these slimes take out all the giant spider eggs? Poor thing. I thought there was something good in the sack. Who would have thought it was a pile of spider eggs? Who said it wasn't? Julian had a lingering fear on his face, at first glance. That pile of stuff was shining like a purple gemstone mine. And I almost thought we were going to make a fortune again this time. Recalling the tingling touch in his palm just now, Julian couldn't help but shiver. He was just a little bit away from touching the giant spider that had just hatched. This was so scary. I don't know why these slimes brought out the eggs. The caravan guards were puzzled, saying that this was not iron and could not be sold for money. Who would buy insect eggs when they have nothing to do? Julian said unhappily, they must be doing this for food. Upon hearing this, everyone's face suddenly changed. What? They want to eat giant spider eggs? Isn't this too disgusting? Although a little shocked. But then I thought about it again. These slimes even eat the meat of red flame pythons and desert monitors. It seems that there is nothing wrong with more spider eggs at the moment. Just when everyone was relieved by the omnivorous habits of slimes that eat everything, suddenly Julian's deputy seemed to have discovered something, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no! Boss! Those slimes are going to transport these insect eggs to our spaceship. Julian, what? Chapter 222. Damn. Can it be like this? Julian felt that he was not feeling well. These slimes actually wanted to carry these giant spider eggs onto his spaceship? He could understand carrying iron ore back. But what was the point of carrying spider eggs back? No matter how much you love to eat, you can't bring so many. Could it be that these slimes wanted to take this stuff back to the village as a local specialty to honor the elders of their hometown? With a crazy complaint in his heart, Julian didn't care about anything else and immediately stepped forward to stop them. At the entrance of the spaceship, the players who had harvested a lot were dragging sacks to board the plane. But they never thought that they would be stopped by a group of NPCs before they could enter the cabin. Julian nervously made a cross on his chest, saying that these things could not be brought onto the spaceship. Upon hearing this, the players' faces fell immediately. Mighty and Unyielding didn't understand. Why? I said that these are insect eggs, not stones, and they won't be overweight. Hearing the explanation of the slime in half wild star language and half slime language, although Julian could not understand the whole sentence, he could guess the general meaning. However, even if he understood it, it would not prevent him from being angry and having a brain hemorrhage. Is the problem now overweight? The problem is obviously the eggs. How can such a thing that can hatch such a terrifying giant spider get on his spaceship? Not only scary but also disgusting. Resisting the urge to vomit blood, Julian patiently explained to the slimes the reason. Regardless of whether they can understand it or not, he has to take his position as the owner of the spaceship. Either I have eggs or not. Or eggs or not me. Through translation, the players also understood the real reason for the other party's refusal. It turns out that Boss, who is afraid, unexpectedly, the NPC in front of him is also afraid of spiders, like himself. The brick-carrying boy couldn't help but feel that Julian was a fellow wanderer. Whether it is him or Boss who, it is really not easy to encounter such a situation. Unlike the sentimental brick-moving boy. Seeing Julian's strong attitude, the players who were eager to complete the task suddenly lost their temper. Why is this NPC whining? Annoying. I didn't expect that I would be intercepted by friendly forces while doing the task. Can it be good? Complaints are complaints. But the problem still needs to be solved. If we can't bring them in, what about these spider eggs? Throw them here? How can that be? I worked hard to dig them out. Isn't this simple? Suddenly, Gotham's calm voice came from the slime group. Didn't Boss Who say that there would be no eggs with him? And no him with eggs? Since they can't coexist in the same space, wouldn't it be enough to separate? The players still didn't understand. What does it mean? It means that since Boss Who is unwilling to take the same spaceship with these eggs, And we have to take the spiders back to the Patriarch. We can only wrong boss who? Players. Players. Damn. Can it be like this? As expected of Gotham. The brain circuits are really annoying. Julian never expected that his tough attitude would not force the slimes to give in, but instead made them choose another option that made him regret it. Seeing the slimes suddenly put down the sacks, Julian thought at first glance that they had figured it out, but he never thought that the next second, these slimes all surrounded him. Looking at the strange eyes of these slimes, not only Julian himself, but also his men noticed something was wrong. What are they doing? I don't know. I always feel uneasy. As soon as the voice fell, the slimes jumped forward and surrounded Julian. And then the poor boss, who was lifted up, and quickly moved away from the landing port of the spacecraft. All this happened so quickly that even Julian himself didn't react. Julian's men wanted to step forward to rescue, but they never thought that they would encounter the same situation as boss who in the next second. Everyone in the caravan had hashtag and asterisk hashtag. For a moment, the friendly army became the enemy. Looking at the spaceship gradually moving away overhead, Julian and others didn't understand why things turned out like this. Why do you treat them like this? Isn't it just to prevent them from bringing eggs on board? These slimes are too obsessed with eating. At this time, Xiaoming didn't know that his little player had actually made a crazy move to leave the NPC at the mission location in order to complete the task. After confirming that the player was safe, he opened the portal and headed to the west. These days, he has been staying in the east for the land reclamation, and he has fully handed over the work of the western base to several little players and Elpis who are stationed there. As for prison number 9, during this period of time, under the corrosion of various delicacies and innovative entertainment activities of the players, the prison guards have long lost any resistance. Even the newly appointed second-generation ancestor prison warden Brad gradually forgot his original intention of wanting to escape from here. As for the 2 expatriate executive members of the prison committee, Lainey's and Will, because of their injuries, they were served with good food and drink every day without having to work. They naturally had no objection to living such a fairy life. Anyway, so far, these slimes have not done anything except occupying the nest. In this case, it is not impossible to let them turn a blind eye. The only one who is still stubborn is the adjutant Demiga. I don't know whether he is too loyal to the prison or his personality is rather stubborn. After learning that the slime clan successfully occupied the number 9 prison, he has been hostile and vigilant to the players and Xiaoming. Fortunately, because of his injury, he couldn't do anything he wanted to do. For safety reasons, Xiaoming asked the players stationed in the number 9 prison to keep an eye on them at all times and report to him as soon as they found any situation. Fortunately, there was no bad news from the players these days. However, Xiaoming returned to the western base, this time not for these people, but to verify one thing there. Is the interdimensional information sensor really related to the door connecting the 2 worlds? After doubting the higher dimensional world, he couldn't let it go. If the interdimensional information sensor is the medium for the higher dimensional world to open the door to the world where the desolate planet is located, then its operating principle must be similar to the game helmet issued to the player by the summoner. He wanted to find out the common points between the two, and wanted to verify whether his guess was correct, even though he seemed to have no ability to fight against the unknown force. But it is better to be a clear-headed ghost than to be a fool, while the players are busy completing their work. As the clan leader, he also has a rare period of free time. So Xiaoming decided to go to the underground experimental base in person. After obtaining the interdimensional information sensor, he handed the machine to Elpis, wanting her to try to establish a connection with a higher dimensional space. Unfortunately, the previous attempts all ended in failure. Later, Elpis was busy with the production of anti-scorpion venom serum and anti-radiation potion, and had no energy to take care of this for a while. When Julian came to visit Slime Village 2 days ago, Xiaoming mentioned the anti-radiation potion to him. When Boss Who heard about it, he immediately said that he would order a small batch of goods to test the water first. After the order was sent to the Slime Underground experimental base, Elpis began to get busy. Since the production process of anti-radiation drugs is complicated, and there is no professional assembly line production equipment in the laboratory, Elpis can only hire a few medical and pharmaceutical professionals to help with manual production. But even so, it is still too busy. Seeing this, Xiaoming decided to take the machine back to study it himself. It is called research, but it is not that advanced. Although this instrument is said to be able to connect signals from 2 different dimensional worlds. In fact, except that the band it can receive is wider than that of ordinary radios. The use of this thing is actually no different from FM radio. So far, Elpis has only tried the 0100 MHz band. In addition to being able to receive some FM radio programs on the barren planet, this range can only vaguely receive some small radio stations on other nearby planets. Xiaoming decided to continue to adjust it back and try it bit by bit. This is a boring and time-consuming project, because the maximum value on this instrument has reached 7 digits. If he is lucky, he may be able to match the band of another space soon. If he is unlucky, he probably won't be able to adjust it until the end of time. Xiaoming complained while debugging. Lin Luo is really something. Why didn't he leave the FM band number on his notebook or in the box where the instrument was placed? If he had left it, he wouldn't have to work so hard now. At this point, he exerted force on his hand, and the band adjustment knob slid to the end at once. Zzz. Ding! Accompanied by a tingling electric sound. The thing in the center of the sensor that looked like a pistol and an antenna suddenly lit up with white light. The sudden change scared Xiaoming. What's going on? He remembered that even if he received the radio station signal before, this thing didn't seem to glow. Right? Could it be he adjusted the signal correctly? As he guessed like this, he saw the antenna in front of him move. And then, he heard a young male voice coming from it. Connected? The other party didn't speak the language of the wild star, but it was somewhat similar to the language of the wild star. If you have to say it, it is a bit like the language of the Future Alliance. The reason why Xiaoming was so sure was purely because he heard Dr. Dyke speak with a similar accent. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but wonder. So the gods in the higher dimensional world also speak the language of this world? In doubt, he asked in a gentle voice, "Are you Mr. Kong?" "What is Kong?" "Old oligarch. Are you out of your mind? You can't even recognize my voice?" Then the male voice on the other end of the instrument said unhappily, "It's me. Siegel Piamo. Xiaoming. The person I never expected appeared." Xiaoming didn't understand why he was connected to the signal sent by Siegel when he was obviously trying to connect to the signal of the higher dimensional space. Wait, isn't he locked up? Can you still connect to the Wi-Fi signal in prison? Just when Xiaoming was confused about the situation in front of him, he heard the unexpected voice of a man from the other end of the instrument. "Don't play dumb. You guy. I have limited time now. Before I went to prison, I deposited all the money into that card. And the place where the card was hidden was the same place. I wanted to get it back when I escaped from prison last time. But I didn't expect that I was caught again because of bad luck. This time I finally got the chance to contact the outside world. Go to that place now and take out the card. And help me hire some people. I am in prison number 4 now. You should know what to do." After listening to Siegel Piam's long string of words, Xiaoming blinked. It took a long time to digest all the information. So this guy wants to escape again? He wanted to contact his accomplices. But he never thought that the signal was cross-wired. He failed to contact the guy called the old oligarch, but connected to his cross-dimensional information sensor. Thinking of the money the other party just mentioned, Xiaoming's mind moved and began to play dumb. Where? I don't remember. Hearing this, the person on the other side became more and more irritable. It's the apartment you bought in the Jewel Street of Sand City. You big idiot. I don't have time to tell you in detail now. The bank card is under the mattress in the bedroom of the apartment. And the password is my birthday. Go now. I will be transferred to prison number 1 in a few days. It will be too late by then. Hearing this, Xiaoming finally understood why this genius criminal was so anxious. As the prison with the highest numerical ranking in the western part of the deserted planet, the management of prison number 1 is undoubtedly the most stringent. It is said that not even a fly can fly in there. If he is really transferred there, he may never get out again. Seeing that Xiaoming did not reply for a long time, the person on the other side became anxious and continued to coerce and lure. As long as I can get out, I don't mind giving you all the money. But if you dare to betray me, I can report you to them now. Don't forget that you also had a part in defrauding the president of the Future Alliance Bank. Hearing this, Xiaoming blinked. He remembered that Siegel Piamo was arrested because he cheated all the assets of the president of the Future Alliance Bank. There has been no trace of the whereabouts of the money afterwards. The victim and the prison have not asked about it. But Siegel has never told the truth, because the money is in the hands of the other party. They dare not really touch him. If they kill him, no one will know the whereabouts of the money. I think the card and the money Siegel mentioned just now referred to this huge sum of money. For a moment, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh at his good luck. Who could have thought that the secret that Siegel Piamo had been interrogated for 2 years in prison and could not be asked would now be known by him in this way? It's really fate. It would be fine if he didn't know it before. But now that he knows it, how could he let go of this windfall? Thinking of this, the smile on Xiaoming's face became deeper. He cleared his throat and pretended to be threatened and answered in a deep voice, I know. I will definitely do this for you. As for whether it will be done well or not, he didn't guarantee it. He will take the money, but he will never save people. Chapter 223. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Maybe it was because Xiaoming promised. Or maybe it was because he was worried about being discovered. The other party quickly disconnected the signal. Hearing the crackling sound of electricity in his ears, Xiaoming stopped smiling and thought about something. Although he decided to embezzle Siegel's stolen money, it was not easy to do it in practice. The information given by the other party was too vague, and many things were not explained clearly. However, because he was worried about being suspected, he did not ask in detail. The only known clues at present are the apartment on Jewel Street in Sand City, the bedroom mattress, and a bank card password. The following items are not a problem. The most important thing is the location of the apartment, without a specific house number. Even if you know the bank card password, you can't start. Actually, it's not entirely true. At least he knew that the person who contacted Siegel was called the Old Oligarch. Although this is probably just an alias, it is also a clue. If you can know the identity of the Old Oligarch, you may be able to find the apartment accurately by checking the properties under his name. In theory, this method is feasible, but it is not easy to implement. When Siegel communicated with him before, he never doubted his identity. This either means that his voice is very similar to that of the Old Oligarch, or that the Old Oligarch has been using a voice changer to communicate with Siegel. And even Siegel has never heard the other party's real voice. Compared with the former, Xiaoming thinks the latter is more likely. But if it is the latter, then the true identity of the Old Oligarch will become more confusing. Since the voice changer is used, it means that he may be a man or a woman, a young man or an old man, without knowing the house number or the identity of the owner of the apartment. Do you have to search all the apartments on the entire Gem Street? Thinking of this, Xiaoming stroked his elastic cheeks. Although this method is a bit stupid, it is not impossible to use. Anyway, he has a group of slime players under his command. If this task is handed over to normal humans to execute, it will inevitably cause a big fuss. But if it is handed over to slimes, there will be no such trouble, as long as he made some requests on the task. His little players could sneak in and out quietly without alerting the owner and neighbors. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately put away the interdimensional information sensor and reopened the portal to return to the east. At present, the progress of the land reclamation activity has been carried out for the most part, except for a few hardcore players. The momentum of most players is a bit weak. When Xiaoming returned to the village, he happened to meet a few little players sitting on the edge of the field playing poker. Caught off guard by the tribe leader, the little players looked like students who were caught by the class teacher for being absent in class, looking at a loss, as if afraid of being misunderstood by the tribe leader for being lazy. Several people hurriedly said, "Tribe leader, we have completed the land reclamation task in the morning, and just stopped to rest for a while." Seeing the players look nervous, Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. Is he so scary? But on second thought, he felt that this was just an opportunity. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and praised a few people very half-heartedly. "You have done a good job. I believe that by the beginning of next spring, these newly reclaimed wastelands will come in handy." Hearing this, the players all nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiaoming changed the subject. "Next, I have an important task for you to complete." As soon as the voice fell, a task message popped up on the panels of several young players. Chief's task, lost notice. Golden slime, I lost a bank card with a considerable fortune in it. It is currently known that the bank card is under the mattress in the bedroom of an apartment on Gem Street in Sand City. Can you help me find it? I don't want to alarm anyone. Task description, help the chief secretly find the lost bank card without alarming any NPC. Task reward, 1,000 slime coins. A bottle of anti-scorpion venom serum. Plus an opportunity to apply for a large investment from the chief, transferable. Players? So sudden? Caught off guard by the chief's task, several people were a little confused. They were just lazy, but they could still receive the chief's task? And the task reward is so generous. This is simply a stroke of luck. What is even more incredible is that the execution location of the mission is actually in Jinsha City. That is the largest city in the east. And it is a new map that has not been opened yet. As expected, if a person wants to be lucky, nothing can stop him. changing their previous idleness. Several small players instantly saluted Xiao Ming with a serious look as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Don't worry, Patriarch. We will definitely complete the mission. Looking at the figures of the small players leaving happily, Xiao Ming couldn't help thinking, I am so happy now. I hope I won't be angry and curse when I do the mission next time. But even if they really curse, it doesn't matter. Anyway, according to the nature of these players, at most they will curse the dog planner and design a crappy mission. And so on. It has nothing to do with him. The Golden Slime Patriarch. At this time, several players didn't know that they were tricked by the Patriarch. Feeling lucky, they found Jide immediately after receiving the mission and rented a small truck from him as a means of transportation. Then, they left the village triumphantly amid the envious and jealous eyes of the players. Just as several players set out on their journey to Jinsha City, the 100 players returning from the giant spider nest also successfully arrived at the deserted planet. The return journey was relatively smooth, with no interstellar thieves or asteroid belt impacts. But even so, the players still encountered a lot of trouble. On the way, some insect eggs hatched early. Because they were worried that the larvae would be suffocated and they would not get rewards, the players had to take great pains to fish out the hatched spiders and find another place to raise them. But they never thought that the hatching of spider eggs was like bamboo shoots after rain. And soon the cabin became a spider nursery, with no place to stand. But even so, the players were still reluctant to kill these little spiders. If the task reward is calculated based on the number of spiders, then they can earn 500 more slime coins for each live spider. That's all money. Thinking of the generous rewards, the players had to grit their teeth and go with the spiders. So, when Xiao Ming came to check the players' task results, he saw the scene in front of him. The cabin of the spaceship, which was originally clean and bright, was covered with purple-gray spider webs, and countless spider cubs the size of cantaloupe were crawling around in the cabin. During this period, some small players screamed in fear from time to time. Looking at the densely packed spiders in front of him, Xiao Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He asked them to bring back living spiders. But he didn't say to bring so many. Looking at the spider webs on his head that were so many that they could be used to spin yarn and weave cloth, he found it even more difficult to understand. How did these small players make the spaceship like this? Doesn't Julian care? Wait, where is Julian? At this time, Xiao Ming finally found something wrong. In addition to his small players and these annoying little spiders in the cabin, all the people in Julian's caravan were gone. The players drove the spaceship back by themselves. What happened? Instinctively, Xiao Ming felt that something was unusual. Regardless of the settlement of the task reward, he immediately stopped a small player and asked, "Where are Boss Hu and the other people in the caravan?" As if he didn't expect the clan leader to ask about other NPCs. Fried Kidney felt embarrassed when asked. Subconsciously, he looked at Gotham Iron Man, the instigator of the whole thing. But Gotham didn't mean to speak at all. So he had to bite the bullet and answer. They are still on the asteroid. Xiao Ming? What's going on? Hearing the clan leader's question, Fried Kidney was speechless. It can't be said that because Julian didn't allow players to bring insect eggs on the spacecraft, the players took tough measures to leave people on the asteroid. Right? Although it's true, it can't be said that way. After thinking about it, he decided to embellish it a little on the basis of the facts. Boss Hu is afraid of spiders, and said that he didn't want to stay in the same spaceship with spiders. So he took the initiative to stay on the asteroid. Xiao Ming looked at him suspiciously. Really? Of course it's true. Fried Kidney looked at Gotham Iron Man beside him as if asking for help. You say, is that right? After noticing Yahua's eyes, Gotham nodded in agreement. Yes. That's it. Seeing the player's confident look, Xiao Ming always felt that something was wrong but couldn't tell for a while. Before he could figure it out, Gotham Iron Man on the side urged, Chief, the samples and live spiders have been brought back. Please count them quickly. Boss Hu is still waiting for us to go back and pick them up. Being interrupted by Gotham, the key information that had not been fully grasped in his mind suddenly dissipated like the wind. Maybe he just thought too much. Boss Hu is a partner of the Slime Clan. As an NPC of a friendly camp, I think the players will not do anything out of line to him. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming did not continue to investigate. Seeing that the chief stopped asking questions, the players were relieved. Fortunately, it was concealed. But soon, their hearts were hit hard by the settlement reward in front of them. Why are there only 500 slime coins, including the unhatched spider eggs? I caught 20. Me too. I caught 38. And me. Players looked at each other. Then I was surprised to find that the rewards for everyone in Task 2 were the same. At once, the players suddenly realized that the reward was not based on the number. No matter how many living spiders were caught. It was 500 sure coins. Realizing this, the players cursed. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me this earlier? If I had known this, I wouldn't have brought back so many eggs. It made me sick. The most excited person was the brick-carrying boy. God knows how much he sacrificed to get the task reward. In the past 2 days, he lived in the same room with a group of little spiders every day, eating and living together. He was almost PTSD. But the reward he got was only 500 sure coins? For a while, he felt that he was not very good. Xiaoming turned a deaf ear to the players' curses and dissatisfaction. After all, he didn't say that a spider was worth 500 sure coins. All of this was the subjective conjecture of the players. Now he had to worry about how to deal with so many spiders. Could it be that he really had to make fried spider skewers? Chapter 224 Because this is youth. This option was quickly rejected by Xiaoming. Because even the fourth calamity, who is as ferocious as it is, does not eat everything. Although wearing a slime leather suit, it is still a human under the vest. Ordinary people do not have pica. How can they swallow such disgusting things? But if they are not used as food, how to deal with these spider cubs? Do they have to raise these little spiders and use them as mounts for players in the future? Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but think of a picture in his mind. A group of slime sat on the huge 2-story high body of an adult spider. They waved their weapons and shouted loudly on the spider's back, "Hallelujah! The slime clan will never be slaves." This picture is really too beautiful to bear. Thinking about the vast farmland around the slime village that had just been reclaimed and not yet planted, Xiaoming quickly gave up this idea. No. Mounts are not allowed. Such a big Buddha is not suitable to be raised in the eastern stronghold where there are many planting areas. If you are not careful, not to mention crops, the whole village will be destroyed. Besides, the habits of this group of spiders are not known at present. What if they eat people? There are still a group of honest farmhands at the slime farm. If you have to raise them, it is more suitable to raise them in the sparsely populated western desert. Wait, if those giant spiders really eat people, it seems that it is not safe to raise them in the west. He doesn't want to turn all the NPCs he has conquered with great difficulty into food for spiders. Just when Xiaoming was struggling to figure out what to do with this group of small spiders, Elpa suddenly brought him good news. The first batch of anti-radiation potions was completed. Now they only need to wait for the Julian caravan to take the medicine away, and they can wait to collect the money. Upon hearing the news, Xiaoming immediately took the samples of the purple giant spiders collected by the players, and 2 living small spiders through the portal to the western stronghold again. Elpis has long been accustomed to the mysterious appearance of the golden slime during this period. Seeing Xiaoming suddenly appear, she did not ask him where he had been before, but just kept her eyes glued to the sealed basket behind him. There were 2 melon-sized juvenile purple giant spiders in the basket. There might only be 1.5 left now. I don't know if it was because the basket was too small that the 2 little spiders developed a sense of territorial competition. When Xiaoming found it, one of them had been gloriously wounded and turned into a disabled lame spider. Seeing Elpis looking over, the 2 spiders raised their heads and hissed at her, revealing their mouthparts full of spikes. It was like the timid threat issued by a beast cub when encountering an adult beast stronger than itself. Even in their infancy, these spiders have already revealed their nature of not being easy to mess with. The round chest and abdomen are covered with fine and dense protrusions like eczema, coupled with the indigo spots on the head and the densely spiked jaws, as well as the fluff all over the body. They look like regular guests in horror disaster movies. However, no matter how these young spiders threatened the woman in front of them, she remained calm. No matter how much artificial intelligence looks like a human, it is just a machine made up of parts. How could it be afraid of a few spiders? Where did these spiders come from? Looking carefully at the 2 small spiders in the basket, Elpis paused and said, "It seems that they are not Gubba's species. They are indeed not species from the deserted planet." After briefly telling Xiaoming about Julian's request for help to clean up the spider nest near the asteroid iron mine, Xiaoming explained his purpose. "Aren't you doing biological research? I saw that these spiders look strange, so I brought 2 of them here to study them for you." Elpis expressed his understanding and continued, "I just heard you call them giant purple spiders." "Oh," Xiaoming explained, "I just gave them this name. As for the scientific name, I don't know. After all, the summoner did not give him an answer, so he made up one based on its appearance. Seeing Elpis's puzzled expression, Xiaoming explained again, "Don't look at it like this now. It will be as tall as 2 small floors when it grows into an adult. Plus, the body and eggs are still dark purple. So I call it the purple giant spider. Of course, the name is just a name. It doesn't matter what it's called. The key is to find out the origin of this spider." Elpis nodded. She could understand why the other party said that. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for life to exist on an asteroid. But according to the golden slime, in addition to this spider, there is another strange insect on the asteroid. It looks like a beetle and an aquatic fish. And it also has many polyp-like pedipalps. The eggs of these spiders seem to grow by absorbing nutrients from the strange insect. What's even more strange is that after the strange insect gained freedom, it actually disappeared on the rock wall in public. It didn't act like a chameleon, but disappeared directly. And before it disappeared, a strange lava hole appeared on the wall. As the insect disappeared, the hole also disappeared. These were all seen by the golden slime tribesmen. If someone else were to tell the story, she might think it was a cheap scam. After all, even a 3-year-old child in Golba might not believe such a fantastic story, let alone a top artificial intelligence like her. But this was said by the golden slime. Through this period of contact, she has a certain understanding of this slime leader. It is certain that the other party will not have nothing to do to play such a meaningless joke with her. What's more, he did bring evidence. Part of the body tissue of the purple giant spider, and the 2 young living spiders. It's a pity that the strange insect disappeared too quickly, and my people didn't have time to confront it. Otherwise, I can cut off a section of its tentacles for you to study." Having said that, Xiaoming knew in his heart that if the strange insect came from a higher dimensional world, it is very likely to be related to the gods there. Judging from the meaningful look that the strange insect gave the player before leaving, it is very likely that it is also a creature with human-like intelligence. In this case, there is a high probability that cutting off the opponent's tentacles will not be possible. Maybe it will offend the gods of higher dimensions. Elpis didn't know the truth behind it, and he couldn't help but feel sorry after hearing it. It's a pity, but it's good to get these samples. As she said that, she looked at Xiaoming. "You don't have anything else to say, right?" Xiaoming was a little confused. "It's gone." "What's wrong?" Then Elpis picked up the basket in front of him. "And since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I still have to analyze these samples." As she said that, Elpis left happily, watching the other parties back. Xiaoming was about to open the portal to return to the east, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a dog sneaking around. "Why are you still here?" Hearing the voice behind him, Dike's body suddenly froze. Seeing Xiaoming coming over, his expression showed a little embarrassment. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to finish. So, seeing Dike's hesitant expression, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. He remembered that since he was arrested, Dr. Dike had been yelling that he wanted to go home and hoped that he would let him go. Based on the principle of making the best use of things and people, Xiaoming negotiated with him. As long as Dike could help him get industrial machine tools for processing precision parts, he would let him go free. Later, Dike did it. After regaining his freedom, Xiaoming thought that he would immediately pat his butt and leave this place of trouble. But he never thought that the other party would not leave for a long time. At first, Xiaoming didn't care too much. After all, there were too many things to deal with in the game at that time, and he couldn't take care of such trivial matters for a while. In addition, the summoner was upgraded later, and he went to the east through the portal to busy himself with the land reclamation. After a long time, he gradually forgot the existence of this person. It was not until he saw Dike's figure just now that Xiaoming remembered this. The person who was eager to leave suddenly stayed here and refused to leave. Such behavior was really strange. Not to mention that Dike was sneaking in the corner and watching him talking to Elpis just now. Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly had an idea. Could this guy still be obsessed with Elpis? The more Xiaoming thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, Dike had clearly expressed his affection for Elpis before, and even asked if she was single, although he seemed to know her true identity later. So this love eventually came to nothing. But who can say for sure about love? If one's heart could be so easy to control, there wouldn't be so many infatuated men and women who couldn't get love throughout the ages. Obviously, this Dr. Dike is also one of the many infatuated men and women. Otherwise, why would he stay here desperately when he should have left? This is obviously because he can't suppress the surging love in his heart. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but look at the person in front of him with pity. This big brother is so hacking miserable. He actually fell in love with a robot. This is destined to be a fruitless love. Deke didn't know what the slime in front of him was thinking. When he saw the golden slime suddenly looking at him strangely, his heart skipped a beat. Did he reveal something? Just as he was racking his brains to make up for his behavior, he saw the yellow slime in front of him suddenly stretched out a round little hand and patted his calf in a comforting manner, showing an expression of, "You don't need to explain. I understand everything." Eyes. This move immediately confused Dike. This operation is not right. According to common sense, shouldn't he ask him what he has not completed? Why don't you ask now? And even act like I know everything? Something is wrong. Very wrong. What did he know? Although he was extremely anxious, Dike didn't dare to show it on his face, but was just as confused as always. Seeing Dike's clear eyes with a hint of stupidity, Xiao Ming sympathized with him more and more. Although I know that the possibility between you is not great, but for your persistence, as a person who has experienced it, I have to help you once. Although I don't know what the slime chief in front of me has misunderstood. Considering his next task, Dike can only pretend not to know and cooperate with the performance. How can you help me? Urbis is in the laboratory. The slime in front of him patted his knees and said, "Go ahead. Confess to her. It doesn't matter if you are rejected. Because this is youth? Deke? What the H.L. Chapter 225. Is this what is called ordinary and confident? Dike didn't know what the brain circuit of the slime in front of him was like. It was just a peeping discovery. How did it associate it with the fact that he loved Elpis, but didn't dare to confess to her? Dike didn't deny that he had a little affection for Elpis. But this little affection was completely annihilated after he learned that the other party was not a human, but an artificial intelligence. Where would there be any bitter love? Looking at the other party's figure sadly, but not daring to express his feelings? Does he look like someone who would do such a stupid thing? Dike Glick is a free and easy playboy. As a man who is wholeheartedly engaged in his career, how could he delay his work for love affairs? Isn't this slime chief watching too many soap operas at 8 o'clock? The reason why he stayed here was only for one thing. No. Now it may be two things. In addition to his original purpose, the cross-dimensional information sensor, there are also the two strange spiders that Elpis took away just now. That's right. He never gave up looking for the interdimensional information sensor. Even when he was forced to work on the construction site with the smelly prisoners, he did not forget his mission. Fortunately, his luck was not too bad. The golden slime suddenly found his conscience and took the initiative to find him. So Deke seized this opportunity and made a deal with it in the hope that the other party would let him go. After the deal was reached, he used all means to stay here and tried his best to reduce his presence in order to find the interdimensional information sensor. However, during this period of time, he almost searched the entire underground base and did not find the machine, which made him wonder if the thing was still here. Until one day he saw Elpis, who was secluded in the laboratory. He remembered that this thing might still be with her, because Elpis's laboratory was closed on weekdays. It was impossible to enter without access permission, so he could only follow the other party to find an opportunity to sneak in. However, I don't know if this artificial intelligence has eyes behind it. He didn't succeed once. Until today, the long-lost golden slime appeared, and took a bunch of things to find Elpis. So Dike thought about trying his luck again. But he never thought that he saw the two strange-looking spiders. According to the golden slime, the origin of this thing is strange, and it is likely to come from another world. Hearing this news, he immediately became interested. If what the golden slime said is true, then this spider is likely to become a key to reveal the heavenly world. Coupled with the cross-dimensional information sensor, they can get closer to the gods. However, what people didn't expect was that he was caught by the golden slime while peeping secretly, and the other party had such a big misunderstanding of him. Although the complaints in his heart were like a torrent of water, Dike didn't say anything in the end. Admittedly, it is not a good thing to be misunderstood as a man with a love brain. But if such a misunderstanding can cover up his true intentions for him, and allow the golden slime to allow him to stay here, then the misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Moreover, what the other party said just now suddenly reminded him. If you want to enter Elpis's laboratory, you don't have to sneak in and follow him. In fact, you can choose to knock on the door openly. Thinking of this, Dike's face immediately showed a grateful smile. I know. Thank you. Looking at Dike's excited expression, Xiao Ming felt more and more that the matter was as he guessed. Feeling that he had done a great thing, he waved his hand in a deep manner. But it was just a little effort. There was nothing to thank. After all, The final decision was still in her hands. Knowing that he had misunderstood something, Dyke did not expose it, but just smiled a few times, and said goodbye and left on the grounds of looking for Elpis. Watching Dyke's back as he left, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh. I hope Miss Elpis will not refuse too harshly later. After all, the heart of a pure boy is sometimes very fragile. At this time, Dyke, who was labeled as a pure boy, didn't know it yet. He was standing at the door of the laboratory with a nervous look, thinking about what tone and demeanor he should use to impress Elpis and let her invite him into the laboratory. This was the first time he used this roundabout strategy. To be honest, I was a little nervous. After some psychological preparation, Dyke just put on a shy and affectionate look and was about to knock on the door. But he heard a sound of beeping, and the tightly closed white metal door in front of him suddenly opened. I saw the cold-faced beauty with blonde hair and purple eyes in front of me, staring at him with her arms folded. The change in front of me was too sudden and embarrassing. If I have to make an analogy, it's like you are about to do something bad to someone, but you find that the other person happens to be standing opposite you. This feeling of guilt and helplessness is so sour that Dyke couldn't control his expression for a while. I saw that his affectionate face was still a little frightened, and there was even a hint of stupidity in his eyes. In short, he didn't look very smart. Mr. Dyke, what are you doing here? Looking at the man in front of him, Elpis couldn't help but utter, Is your face cramped? Dyke, suddenly choked by the artificial intelligence in front of him. Dyke's face froze, but he quickly adjusted his facial expression and made a look of wanting to say something, but not being able to. I have something important to tell you. Elpis tilted his head. What is it? Can we go in and talk? I saw Dyke looking around. There are people coming and going here. I'm afraid it's not good. Right? People coming and going? Looking at the slimes not far away who looked at this place curiously from time to time. Elpis was silent. He could actually see slimes as people. How many degrees of myopia is this, Mr. Dyke? Thinking. Elpis said, There's nothing wrong. Just say it here if you have anything to say. Hearing this, Dyke was stunned. Why didn't she follow the routine? Were the artificial intelligences 300 years ago so smart? For a moment, Dyke felt unwell. If he is not allowed to go in, how can he find the machine? Let's go in and talk. Seeing Dyke's shy look, Elpis was somewhat puzzled. She was not familiar with Mr. Dyke, and the number of words they had said to each other since they met could be counted on one hand. She did not understand what important things he could tell her. Moreover, this matter had to be discussed in a closed environment away from the group of slimes. Although she did not understand, the system's program settings told her that there must be a trap. If you don't want to talk, then I'll go back. Seeing that she was about to leave, Dyke immediately stopped her. I say, he never expected that the artificial intelligence in front of him would be so difficult to deal with. He had said so much, but the other party still had this attitude. Sure enough, robots are robots. No matter how intelligent they are, they will not understand the ways of the world like humans. Although he was dissatisfied with Elpis's unreasonableness, since the play had begun, he had to continue. Clenching his fists, Dyke smiled shyly at Elpis. I want to tell you. I like you. Can we? No. Although this confession was just a stopgap measure to achieve the goal, Dyke still felt uncomfortable when he was unexpectedly rejected by someone. Oh no. By a robot. Out of a man's self-esteem. He couldn't help asking, why? But Elpis looked at him expressionlessly. You are a human, and I am an artificial intelligence. There is no result between us. Knowing that it is impossible, but still insisting on it is what a fool would do. As the top artificial intelligence in Gulba, I naturally won't do such a stupid thing. With that, Elpis turned around and ruthlessly closed the door, leaving a sentence he heard from Slime, and very suitable for the current situation. Don't love me. There will be no result. Dyke stared at the closed door in front of him in a daze, not to mention impressing the other party. This unromantic robot even refused to let him finish his words, and his carefully prepared performance never had a chance to play a role from beginning to end. It's so frustrating. What's even more frustrating is that he couldn't even get through the door after all this. For a moment, Dyke was so angry that he couldn't help but punch the wall. But he never thought that this action would have another meaning in the eyes of others. In the distance, the little players who witnessed all this widened their eyes in surprise. Oh my god! Am I seeing it right? The NPC named Dyke just confessed to Miss Elpis? You're not seeing it wrong. And he was rejected harshly. And now he is pounding the wall in grief. Oh my god! It's so miserable. What's miserable? Isn't it natural to be rejected? This NPC looks so ordinary. I really don't know how he has the nerve to pursue Miss Elpis. Agree. Maybe it's his unparalleled self-confidence that gave him this courage? So, is this what is called ordinary and confident? Ha ha ha. Grab the bamboo shoots. The players were chatting about gossip with great interest. And Xiaoming, who was attracted by the laughter of the players on the other side, couldn't help but look over. Seeing Deke pounding the wall in anger, Xiaoming knew that the young man's confession had come to nothing. Although he had guessed this would be the result, he still couldn't help but sigh. It's so miserable. After all, according to the thinking of Elpis's steely straight woman, her way of rejecting others is definitely very heartbreaking. Otherwise, Dike wouldn't have such a regretful and sad expression at the moment. However, at this moment, Xiaoming didn't feel guilty at all for having cheated others. Anyway, Dike would definitely be rejected. So why bother about this detail? And as the old saying goes, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. If he gives up early, this poor unlucky guy can go back home earlier, so that he won't have to rely on him to eat but not work. Thinking of this, Xiaoming touched his chubby body with a sigh. He really worried about getting people home earlier. I am really a considerate slime. Chapter 226 1.21 version update. Player shit luck. Perhaps it was because of the embarrassment of Dike's unexpected confession. Or perhaps it was because he was obsessed with the research of the purple giant spider. Elpis didn't even leave the laboratory in the next few days. This also made Dike more frustrated. Does he look like such a pervert, who is hungry, and will eat anything? Does this robot have to avoid him like this? However, no one cared about the depressed mood of this lovelorn boy at this time, because both Xiaoming and the players had new tasks to do next. After suffering on the asteroid for a few days, the Julian caravan was picked up by the players. Although Xiaoming also explained the reason to Julian and made a solemn apology afterwards, the players' behavior still brought them a great shock. Fortunately, the giant spiders on the asteroid were cleaned up. Otherwise they would be scared to death if they were thrown into such a deserted and dangerous dead space. Right? Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, these players didn't do anything extreme. When they left people there, they didn't forget to leave some dry food. Otherwise, the unlucky boss who and his men didn't know whether they could hold on until the players came back. Although Julian was still frightened by the experience of these days, when Xiaoming told him that the first batch of anti-radiation potions had been made, the interstellar businessman was instantly revived, as if he had drunk Red Bull. Seeing boss who so excited, Xiaoming couldn't help thinking, sure enough, there is no bad mood that can't be cured by a little money. If there is, it proves that the money is not enough. After resting in the slime village for 2 days, boss who set off again with a large box of anti-radiation potions prepared by Xiaoming. At the same time, the matter of mining iron ore has also entered the preparation work. Official website. WildStar World. 1.21 version update. 1. The iron mine of the new activity asteroid is about to be launched. 2. Optimize the modeling and fix a small number of bugs. Background introduction of the event. Iron mine on asteroid. Near the star field under the jurisdiction of the Space Legion, Boss Julian discovered an ownerless asteroid rich in iron ore. After the hard work of the slime warriors, the giant spiders living near the mine have been completely wiped out. The mining of the iron ore can continue. Golden slime. In order to build the industrialization system of the slime clan, we need a large amount of metal mineral resources. And this iron mine is just the beginning. Event description. 100 participants in this event, regardless of level. Players interested in participating can sign up at Mina and GDARE. In addition, the rewards for this event will be calculated based on the amount of iron ore mined by each player. The more you work, the more you get, and the less you work, the less you get. The specific calculation method is as follows. 1.jpg 2.jpg. The pioneering event has not yet ended, and the official has launched a mining event related to the giant spider nest plot. The liver activity is so densely arranged that some newbies, who want to play combat activities, suddenly feel a little restless. Oh my god. Mining? So after being a farmer, I have to be a miner? I have discovered that once you have enough time to play, the official will not limit the level. On the other hand, the level limits for combat activities are getting higher and higher. Is this because they look down on newbies? That's right. Newbies also want to participate in combat activities. Stop making a fuss. Who didn't start out as a newbie? We did as much hard work as you did. I work online every day, but I can find a job at a construction site in real life. I agree. Newbies should not be impatient. Level up slowly and accumulate resources. Otherwise, if you don't have equipment and level, you will be defeated even if you are allowed to fight monsters at a higher level. That's right. Newbies should level up obediently, and don't always think about fighting monsters at a higher level. Unpleasant comments on the forum still account for a small part. The vast majority of players are still concerned about what the new map of asteroids looks like, and whether it is fun. Although some combat players had gone there to encircle and suppress giant spiders, everyone was eager to complete the task as soon as possible so that they could come back to claim the rewards. In addition, there were only a bunch of bare rocks on the asteroid. In addition to the giant purple spider, there was only the ugly bug with LS and tentacles that only appeared for a short time. There was nothing interesting about the place itself, so no photos or exploration were taken. Therefore, the information about the place on the forum was almost all text, and there were no pictures. However, since people are always curious about unknown things, they always have filters before seeing them with their own eyes. So even if many players say that the environment on the asteroid is bad and there is nothing, there are always people who don't believe it. Especially the young players who entered the game in version 1.20. Since they stayed in the novice village to work as soon as they came in, they were always full of longing for the map outside the novice village. In their opinion, even if they went to mine, it would be more interesting than staying in this cold place to open up wasteland every day. However, it was not until later that they were packed and sent to the asteroid to mine that they realized how stupid their original idea was. Can the opening of tasks be as boring as mining? There is not even a supporting entertainment facility on the asteroid. Of course, this is all later. At this time, the young players still have great expectations for the new event. After all, as some old players said, doing more hard work is conducive to accumulating resources and upgrading. As soon as the new event came out, except for some combat players who are extremely averse to hard work, most of the newbies participated in the registration. After arranging the players' mining matters, the players who were sent by Xiaoming to Jinsha City to find Siegel's bank card also received news. The bank card was found. Not only that, they also kidnapped a person, the old oligarch. I thought it was not easy for the players to find the bank card, but I never thought that they found the old oligarch. This was really a pleasant surprise for Xiaoming. Thinking of this, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes with satisfaction. It seems that the investigation ability of this group of young players is still quite good. However, Xiaoming didn't know that the reason why his young players could find the old oligarch had nothing to do with their investigation ability, but was just a stroke of luck. To talk about what happened, we have to start from a few days ago, when the Patriarch sent them to Jinsha City to perform a mission. Aichigua Baoro and several others felt like they were hit by a golden pie. However, when they happily arrived at the mission site, they realized how stupid their previous thoughts were. Before coming, everyone thought that the apartment on Jinsha City Gym Street should not be difficult to find. It was not until they saw the large and small residential apartment buildings along the entire street that they realized that they had been cheated. What's even more deceiving is that the people in Jinsha City seemed to have never seen slimes. They were scared to death when they saw them, and some people even beat and smashed them as if they were plague. Considering the Patriarch's instructions to keep a low profile, they had to swallow their anger and temporarily avoid the residents in the city to enter the city. However, even after entering the city, the mission did not go smoothly. The Patriarch did not give the house number, nor did he give the specific identity information of the owner of the apartment. The only clue was a pseudonym that looked like an old oligarch's code name, which made it impossible to start. The players walked around Gem Street for a whole day and found no clues. Just when they were discouraged and prepared to use the most stupid method to search one by one, the goddess of luck descended on their heads again. Several people accidentally ran into a group of sneaky people in the corner of the market. Based on the guess that the abnormal situation must have a big plot, several small players secretly followed. And then, they actually found the man called the old oligarch. This guy called the old oligarch was dressed in black and had been wearing a mask since he appeared. His whole face was covered tightly, and he seemed to use a voice changer. A small player immediately concluded, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Hearing this, Aichigua Baoro immediately rolled his eyes. If he is a good person, would he steal the bank card of the tribe leader? That makes sense. I didn't expect that the tribe leader, a slime, actually had a bank card. Grape Egg Tart paused and said, I thought he used electronic payment when he went out. Everyone. Although, electronic payment also needs to be bound to a bank card. What's so strange about the clan leader having a bank card? Lao Tai Lulu disagreed. Don't we still have guns? Do normal slimes have guns? Hearing this, Grape Egg Tart nodded in agreement. That's true. Lao Tai Lulu said. So that's what I said. It's just a game setting. Don't take it too seriously. Stop talking. That guy is leaving. After Aichigua Baoro reminded the players, they noticed that the sneaky people had already left, and only the old oligarch was left in the alley in front of them. And now, that guy seemed to be leaving too. Seeing this, the players followed him, following the other party around. They soon came to an old apartment. This is the residence of the old oligarch. God will not let down those who work hard. They finally found the place where the bank card was hidden. Then, everything came naturally. Following the old oligarch to his house, they found the bank card under the mattress in his bedroom. Just when the players completed the mission and were ready to leave, they unexpectedly ran into the owner of the house. At this time, the old oligarch had taken off his mask. This was a young but ordinary face, the kind that you might not even find in a crowd. The old oligarch didn't seem to expect that a group of uninvited guests would break into his house. Seeing the colorful slimes in front of him, he was stunned and subconsciously wanted to throw things to defend himself. However, before he could do anything, the quick-eyed and quick-handed little players had already turned the tables and knocked him out directly. Looking at the man lying on the ground in front of them, the players looked at each other. Grape Tart, what should we do now? The clan leader said that this mission should not alarm any NPC. Lao Tai Lulu, silence him. As long as this guy dies, no one will be alarmed. Grape Tart, that makes sense. Can't silence him. Love to eat sweet and sour pork opposed Lao Tai's proposal. Since this guy stole the clan leader's bank card, we should take this guy back to let the clan leader deal with him. Maybe we can even brush up the favorability in front of the clan leader. Grape Tart. Old friend 666. Hack. Is this even possible? Chapter 227. People sit in the village, and the pot comes from the sky. Under the self-righteous operation of the players, the mysterious old oligarch was packed and taken back to the slime village. When he woke up again, the surrounding environment was no longer the old apartment he was familiar with, but a brand new brick house. Woke up, suddenly heard a strange voice. The old oligarch was immediately alert. He turned his head slowly following the sound, and then saw a yellow slime. In just a moment, his eyes widened. Slime can talk? It's still yellow. After a moment of shock, the old oligarch quickly calmed down again. He remembered, before he lost consciousness, he saw several colorful and strange slimes at home. He wanted to drive those slugs out, but he didn't expect to be knocked out by them. Then, he came here. After sorting out the cause and effect, the old oligarch immediately understood. The yellow slime in front of him that can speak human language should be the boss of the slimes before, although he didn't know where these slimes came from. Judging from the actions of the other party knocking him unconscious and bringing him here, they must have other intentions. Thinking of this, the old oligarch couldn't help but narcissistically guess. Could it be that his reputation in the underworld has spread to the slime here? You know Sigilpiamo, right? The slime in front of him suddenly spoke, and the old oligarch froze when he heard it. He and the genius criminal did have contact, but that was only in the past. As early as more than 2 years ago, after Sigilpiamo was imprisoned, he had no relationship with the other party. The old oligarch frowned, and the fact that he knew Siegel had not been spread to the underworld. How did the slime in front of him know about it? Instinctively, the old oligarch felt that the matter was not simple. Could it be that Siegel was in trouble? No. That guy is still in prison now. What trouble could be bigger than being in prison? Even if there is, this trouble must be caused by him. After all, he worked hard to help that guy make a big profit. But in the end, he didn't get a penny. Who else could be more wrong than him? Cursing in his heart, the old oligarch paused. Wait, these slimes are not coming for the money, right? It can't be blamed on him for being too sensitive. After all, he and Siegel are most involved in this matter, because Sigilpiamo was arrested in that fraud case. And he was not arrested because he was not deeply involved, and he cleaned up his tail in advance. Of course, another key reason why he was not arrested may also be attributed to Siegel, because he did not give up his accomplice. So he could be so free and easy in the past 2 years. To be honest, this is also a question he has always been puzzled about. Why didn't Siegel give him up at the beginning? According to his understanding of Siegel, this guy is not the kind of person who can suffer and watch others live happily in peace. However, He did not betray him when he was suffering. This was very unusual. Although he was always grateful that he could successfully escape the fate of being hunted down. The old oligarch always felt that Siegel did this for other more important reasons. But no matter what the reason is, it has nothing to do with him now. If these slimes want to find the money through him, then they are wasting their efforts. Because he doesn't know where the stolen money went. After all, if he really knew, why would he live in such a broken place? Thinking of this, the man clenched his fist and said firmly, I don't know any Siegel. No matter what you want to do, it has nothing to do with me. Let me go! Across the way, Xiaoming was not in a hurry to see the man hurriedly clearing himself. He just jumped on the chair opposite and stared at him quietly. Seeing the slime opposite staring at him without saying a word, the old oligarch felt his scalp tingling inexplicably. What do you want to do? What does he want to do? Hearing this, Xiaoming paused slightly. To be honest, he didn't know. After all, he never thought that the player would catch this guy back at the beginning. How could he know about things that were not within the scope of the plan? But the appearance of this guy did help him. Xiaoming, do you know when Siegel Piamo's birthday is? Old oligarch. Old oligarch? The man in front of him suddenly showed an expression of doubting his life. He didn't expect that these slimes would come all the way to catch him just to ask such meaningless questions. What the hell? They caught him and asked him if he knew Siegel. Wasn't it for the money? At the very least, they had to coerce and use him to do things for them. But now they asked him when Siegel's birthday was? Are they going to go to the prison to celebrate the guy's birthday? Also, what's the point of this attitude of, it's nothing. I just came to chat with you casually. I was obviously kidnapped by you. The old oligarch didn't know how to face the situation in front of him. After a long time, he seemed to accept his fate and slowly spoke. June 11th. 328 years in the future star calendar. After secretly noting down the date, Xiaoming grinned at the man with a face full of despair in front of him. Thank you. After saying that, he left the room without caring about the other party's reaction. Looking at the back of the yellow slime leaving, the man was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, that's not right. I said I don't know Siegel Piamo. But, thinking of this, the man couldn't help but hold his forehead in annoyance. Damn! I was fooled. Cursing in a low voice, the old oligarch then fell into deep thought. He had remembered the origin of this group of slimes. Long before, he had heard that there was a group of slimes as smart as humans living in the valley in the east. However, at that time, he just listened to this rumor as an ordinary story and didn't take it to heart. Until now, he was kidnapped by this group of slimes. And he had to pay attention to this rumor again. It turned out that all this was true. But there were a few things he still didn't understand. Why did these slimes ask about Siegel Piamo's birthday? They even kidnapped him all the way from Sand City just to find out. Originally, he thought they wanted to capture him for the stolen money or to force him to do something for them. But now it seems that things are not what he thought. What do these slimes want to do? What is their relationship with Siegel Piamo? As the questions became more and more numerous, the old oligarch felt that his brain was not enough. Xiaoming would not tell him the truth. This guy would never have thought that there was a huge sum of money hidden under his mattress. If he knew that Siegel Piamo had hidden the stolen money with him for more than 2 years, he would regret it and bang his head against the wall. For the sake of his life, Xiaoming felt that he should continue to remain silent. This sweet burden should be borne by him. Siegel Piamo, who was far away in the west, did not know that his house had been robbed by a group of slimes. He had made sufficient preparations before going to prison. He hid the stolen money in the dilapidated apartment in Sand City without telling anyone. Even his accomplice, the owner of the room, did not know. He had thought that he would go to Sand City to get the money back after successfully escaping the prison. But he never thought that he would meet a group of slimes and ruin his plan. Although he lost his freedom again, Siegel was not worried. He knew that as long as the money was not recovered, the victims and the people in the prison would not dare to touch him. If he had not been transferred to prison number 1 this time, he would not have found the old oligarch and told him such a big secret. Although he also knew that it was not wise to reveal the trump card to others. He had no choice. You know, prison number 1 is the most strictly guarded prison in the entire deserted planet. If he really enters there, he will never get out again. For the sake of future freedom, he can only give it a try. However, Siegel looked out the window of the prison car. In the distance, a huge building marked with the number 1 had entered his field of vision and was getting closer and closer to him. Looking at the building, Siegel's heart gradually sank. It seems that the old oligarch broke his promise. He did not find anyone to break the prison. Sure enough, you can't bet on human nature. Who would wade into the muddy water to break the prisoner after having a huge sum of money? Isn't it better to keep it all for yourself when you don't know what to do? Although he had guessed that this might be the result, he still felt angry when it actually happened. After a long time, Siegel loosened his clenched fist. Anger could not change his situation. What he had to do now was to make the guy pay the price he deserved. Since he had deceived himself without moral principles, don't blame him for turning his face against you. People sit in the village, and the pot comes from the sky. At this time, the old oligarch never thought that because of the impersonation of a certain slime, he had been put on the blacklist of hatred by his former accomplices. As the initiator of all this, Xiao Ming was also unaware of it. At this time, he was inspecting the results of the players' reclamation outside the village. In just 1 month, his little players had reclaimed all the areas he had designated, and even exceeded the task. I saw that the wild land that was originally overgrown with weeds has now become a piece of regular farmland. And the barren mountain in the distance has also become a spectacular terrace field under the skillful construction of some little players. Even if nothing has started to be planted yet, Xiao Ming can still imagine what kind of beautiful scenery this terrace mountain will be in the future. Looking at the neatly arranged terrace fields in front of him, Xiao Ming nodded to the players who were building the terrace fields with an expression of approval. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Hearing the praise from the clan leader, the players' eyes lit up. Seeing their expectant eyes, Xiao Ming swiped a few times on the summoner panel. Soon, a message popped up on the panels of several players. Reclamation task. Build terraces completed. Reward, 1,000 slime coins. 800 contribution points. 500 activity points. Hack. 1,000 slime coins. The newbies are rich. 500 activity points. Can I exchange for homesteads to build a house? Great. Looking at the excited expressions of the players, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile like an old father. The work of land reclamation is hard and boring. Even he didn't expect that these little newbies could stick to it every day and complete the task so beautifully. He sincerely admired this. Sure enough, players are the most hardworking and most liver-working creatures in the world. They can persist in such boring work as land reclamation, so he doesn't need to worry too much about the sowing and planting in the spring. Chapter 228. I feel like I lost 100 million. After completing the land reclamation mission, most players have accumulated enough activity points to exchange for residential land. In order to prevent players from illegally building and destroying the original layout of the slime village, Xiao Ming specially marked out several vacant lots around the village to serve as homesteads for players. Each homestead is a rectangle of 2.5 m x 4 m in size. Players can choose to exchange one or more pieces of land with activity points for building houses. Building a house of their own in the deserted world has been a dream of many players since the closed beta. However, it has never been arranged in previous versions. Perhaps the official feels that creatures like slimes do not have a rigid demand for housing like humans. And coupled with the setting of fatigue value, players will not stay in the game 24 hours a day. So even if a house is built, it will not be of much use. Therefore, most of the houses in the entire slime village, except for the NPCs' residential houses, are tool rooms such as warehouses, or public places such as restaurants, auditoriums, toilets and baths. Although it doesn't really matter to the players that they don't have their own house, since they basically have to jump back into the pool of the slime's nest every time they log in and out. There's no need to build a separate room to store corpses. Whether it's needed or not is one thing, and whether it's available is another. Many players have already reported on the official website that they hope to build their own houses in the slime village. As an excellent planner, Xiao Ming naturally has to satisfy their wishes. So he took advantage of the progress of the land reclamation event and put the homestead as a prize in the event rewards. Facts have proved that this move is very correct. Under the temptation of the homestead reward, many players' enthusiasm for land reclamation is like drinking xianmai and can't stop at all. Of course, if the players are too hardworking, there will be a problem. There is not enough land. Most of the wasteland near the slime village has been developed into farmland, and there are not many homesteads left for players. In addition, the players have been crazy hard this month, and the activity points they have accumulated can be exchanged for a holiday villa. Unless Xiao Ming divides out some more homesteads on the mountain, the original land will not be enough. However, Xiao Ming did not intend to do so, because it would cause the players' houses to be too scattered, reducing the safety factor. although the ferocious beasts around the slime village have been cleared by the players. It is always better to be safe than sorry. It is always right to be careful. Of course, there is actually a more important reason besides this. Future sustainable development. There are only 400 players in the game at present, excluding 100 players who go to the asteroid to mine iron ore, some who are stationed in the western base, and the remaining players who have participated in the land reclamation activities in the slime village from beginning to end are only more than 200. There is not enough land for such a small number of people to build houses. So what should be done with the new players who enter the game in the future? You can't let them all move to the new base, right? So Xiaoming urgently came up with a new measure. The floor area of each residential building shall not exceed 50 square meters. If the residential land exchanged by the player exceeds 50 square meters, the area can be expanded by raising the floor. In the current version, a building can have up to 2 floors. However, such an arrangement is not safe and without loopholes. Suppose some players' activity points are only enough to exchange for 10 to 20 square meters. But what if they want to make themselves live more comfortably and also increase the floor? Although the area of the increased floor is not large, it is not fair to other players. So, Xiaoming picked up a setting that he had ignored for a long time: the title system. Originally, the identity title of the player was only the villager. Players with the title of villager have the right to reclaim land and can cultivate land within a radius of 5 kilometers near the slime nest. However, the amount of land that each villager can reclaim cannot exceed 5 mu, and 100 contribution points are required for each acre of farmland reclaimed. In addition, villagers will also have the right to purchase housing and can purchase real estate in the slime village. And the housing price is also charged at 100 contribution points per square meter. Of course, the housing purchase right is almost equal to nothing, because there is no real estate industry in the slime village. Originally, Xiaoming planned to build a community in the village to sell finished houses directly to players. But on second thought, doing so would make players lose a lot of creative fun. And it might also bring about a real estate speculation craze in the game in disguise. So the plan was eventually abandoned. In addition, in order to facilitate the progress of land reclamation activities, the setting of paying contribution points for reclaiming farmland was also abolished. So Xiaoming took this opportunity to reorganize the title system. The 2 settings of the redundant housing purchase rights and the need to pay contribution points for reclaiming farmland in the villager title were deleted. And Xiaoming added the titles of villager and town citizen above the villager. You can upgrade from a villager to a villager by spending 1,000 contribution points. Villagers can own homesteads and build houses by themselves. Players who upgrade to the title of villager can have a maximum residential area of 50 square meters. It should be noted that the floor of a villager's house cannot exceed 1 floor. If you want to build a small building, you have to spend another 2,000 contribution points to upgrade to a town citizen. Town citizens can have a maximum residential area of 100 square meters. But the floor area cannot exceed 50 square meters. In other words, you can build a 50 square meter 2-story building with the title stuck, even if those players want to build a bigger house. It is impossible. Even if those hardcore players exchange all their points for homesteads, it is useless. First, you can't upgrade to a town resident so quickly. After all, in the game, except for those old players, most new players don't have so many contribution points. Second, in the current version, a player can only have a residential area of 100 square meters at most. This is equivalent to having a large sum of money in your account. But the bank tells you that the withdrawal limit is limited. With this measure, the problem of insufficient homesteads has been temporarily solved. As for the future, as the number of players increases, what should we do if the construction area of the novice village is not enough? In this regard, Xiaoming said, let's talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, there is still some time before the population in the game explodes. Even if it really comes to that time, it doesn't matter. At most, the location of the novice village will be changed from the east to the west. That place is big, so they can build whatever they want. There are always more solutions than problems in this world. Any problem that can be solved is not a problem. After publishing the 1.22 version of the revised and upgraded title system to the official website announcement, Xiaoming opened the portal and went to the Western Underground Experimental Base. Not long ago, news came from Elpis. The research report on the purple giant spider has come out. I think this kind of spider should not belong to this world. Elpis said this when he first met Xiaoming. Hearing this, Xiaoming was stunned, and then asked, have you found evidence to prove this? I think so. Elpis nodded slightly. I have studied its DNA. Although it looks like a spider, it is completely different from ordinary arthropoda arachnida creatures. In addition, she paused, and her usually cold face showed a hint of surprise. Do you know what else I found? Seeing this, Xiaoming asked in cooperation, what did you find? They don't need to eat at all. Neither insects nor ordinary meat are needed. Elpis raised his voice slightly. Normal animals need to eat to take in nutrients to maintain their body functions. But this spider doesn't need it at all. It's been a few days, and they won't eat anything I feed them. But even so, they still look energetic. As he spoke, Elpis looked at the biological incubator in front of him with fascination. It's hard to imagine that a creature as big as it doesn't need to eat. If such a magical creature existed in this world, it would have been spread all over the literature. But I didn't find any words. It can be seen that it is very likely to come from another world like the strange insect you mentioned. Hearing this, Xiaoming fell silent. This spider doesn't need to eat? That's not entirely true. At least in the spider egg stage before hatching. They still absorb nutrients from the strange insect. As for the juveniles after hatching, it seems that they really haven't eaten, because of the fear that these juvenile spiders will starve to death. The players tried to feed these spiders on the way back to the deserted planet, although it was just some dry food and dried meat. But they really didn't touch anything. After arriving at the deserted planet, the players tried to feed them insects, but they still didn't eat anything. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said jokingly, it is also possible that its diet is not insects and ordinary meat. But people? Impossible. Elpis denied it very straightforwardly. This morning I moved these two little guys to the ground to take a beach bath. On the way, I also met Mr. Dyke and the prison guards. These little spiders did not behave abnormally. So, I guess they don't eat people. Oh! Xiaoming was a little surprised. These giant spiders look so scary. But they don't eat people? This was beyond his expectation. But compared to whether these spiders eat or not, Xiaoming is more concerned about another thing at the moment. In addition to what you just said, are there other valuable things on this kind of spider? If there are, he can use them. If not, then there is no need for him to continue to raise a bunch of little spiders. After all, this thing seems to have no use except for its scary appearance. Even if it is used as a mount by players, it will be considered ugly. What's more, there are so many bumps on its body that it hurts you, but when you sit on it. Of course, whether this guy can be tamed is still a big question. Something valuable? Elpis thought for a while and said, does spider silk count? After research, I found that the great purple spider silk they spit out is a very useful medical material. Applying it on the wound can accelerate the healing of the wound. After speaking, Elpis paused. A few days ago, Mr. Dyke fell at the door of the laboratory and scraped his knee. I happened to be studying those spider silks, so I tried to use spider silk to heal his wound. As a result, the wound healed the next day, and there was no scar left. Xiaoming, it turns out that spider silk is such a good thing? It feels like a loss of 100 million. Chapter 229 The Brothers' Plan. Before, those little spiders weaving webs everywhere in Julian's spaceship was really unsightly. So Xiaoming arranged for the players to clean up Boss, whose spaceship. Otherwise, driving such a spaceship to pick up Boss, who would probably make him angry. As for the spider webs that were cleaned out, I don't know where the players have thrown them. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but regret it. I should have let the players leave these spider webs. Wouldn't it be nice to develop so many spider webs into a recovery agent to promote wound healing? However, it is meaningless to regret it now that things have happened. It's not too late to know the function of this thing now. At least he knows how to decide whether to keep or go of this group of spiders. Thinking of this, he asked Elpis, can you make this spider silk into a recovery potion to promote wound healing? Of course. Elpis paused and said, you don't want to push this potion to the human market, do you? After all, as far as I know, your slimes have a strong ability to recover, and ordinary injuries should not use this. Xiaoming did not deny it. Judging from the physique of slimes, this recovery potion is indeed useless. But for humans, it is a good thing. If this spider silk can really be applied to the human market, the benefits it can bring will definitely not be worse than anti-radiation potions. Since it is profitable, why doesn't he do it? Seeing Xiaoming nod, Elpis continued, your idea is good, but it is definitely impossible to achieve mass production with only the amount of silk spitting from these two little spiders. If there are more spiders, it should be fine. How many do you need? Is 1,000 enough? I saw a hint of shock on the face of the artificial intelligence in front of me, which has always lacked emotion. Enough, Elpis answered with a stiff face, and then couldn't help asking curiously, how do you have so many living spiders? The tribesman caught them. Xiao Ming explained concisely. He was originally worried about how to deal with so many young spiders. Now it seems that it is fortunate that the players have emptied the nest of the purple giant spider without conscience. Otherwise it would not be so easy to make the recovery potion. Urbis, have you thought about where to keep so many spiders? Its adult body is very large. If it is a spider of ordinary size, 1,000 of them will be enough to keep in the laboratory. But looking at the claws brought by the golden slime, although only half of it is more than 2 meters long, you can imagine how spectacular these guys' adult bodies will be. Hearing this, Xiao Ming immediately fell into deep thought. Where to keep it is indeed a big problem. 1,000 spiders? That would require a very large breeding farm. And in order to facilitate their spinning, a shelter to support the spider silk must be built. Considering that this kind of spider may like a dark environment, it must be artificially laid out. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a headache. It seems that developing aquaculture is not an easy task, even if these purple giant spiders may not need to eat. The other problems they bring are not so easy to solve. How about raising them in the lab first? Elpis said, although we don't know how long it will take for this spider to enter adulthood. I think it won't be too soon. During this period, you can choose a suitable open space in the desert to build a breeding farm. After the breeding farm is built, send these spider seedlings there for breeding. Xiao Ming thought about it and said, yes. After all, there is no other more suitable plan at the moment. After finalizing several details of raising purple giant spiders with Elpis, Xiao Ming returned to the slime village and sent the small spiders caught by the players to the western base in batches through the function of item packaging and transfer. Then he assigned the task of helping Elpis raise spider seedlings to the players who were stationed in the western base. After finishing all this, a day passed. Of course, this is only for Xiao Ming. For those little players whose bodies are on Earth, a new day has just begun. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lu Guang got up on time as usual. Since he started playing Desolate Star World, his daily routine has become much more regular than in the past few years. When he finished running, washed up and went downstairs for breakfast, he found that his brother had already sat at the dining table. Seeing this, Lu Guang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Brother, why did you get up so early today? There was a meeting in the morning. As he said that, he saw the person opposite him looking up at his sweatshirt. A little surprised. You actually went running? You don't care about me too much. I have persisted for a month. As he said that, Lu Guang picked up a piece of toast and sat directly in front of him and pursed his lips. What are you looking at? The company's report? Forum. Hearing this, Lu Guang almost dropped the toast in his mouth. Browsing the game forum early in the morning? Is this still his workaholic brother? Sighing silently in his heart, he curiously glanced at the screen. Is there anything interesting? Lu Yang drank a sip of black coffee. He didn't find anything interesting, but it made me think of a new business opportunity. Lu Guang. What should he say? Is he really worthy of being his brother? Even when playing games, he doesn't forget to make money. It's really an old occupational disease. Resisting the urge to complain, Lu Guang blinked and asked in a friendly way, so what is the new business opportunity? Tell me. Let's make money together. Lu Yang picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth, and said calmly, the iron ore is already being mined, and the next step is to smelt steel and develop industry. Hearing this, Lu Guang felt that he understood immediately. Do you want to intervene in the manufacturing industry? But Lu Yang shook his head. There are already many professionals in the game who are already doing this content. But I don't know much about industrial manufacturing. It is an extremely unwise decision to compete with others in this situation. Lu Guang was a little confused. What business opportunity are you talking about? Lu Yang looked at him meaningfully. Don't forget that the patriarch once said, in order to build the industrialization system of the slime clan, we need a lot of metal mineral resources. And this iron mine is just the beginning. Lu Yang understood it at once. Do you want to find other metal minerals? That's right. Lu Yang nodded. According to reliable information, he found that Boss Hu of the iron mine and the clan leader had reached a cooperation agreement. The clan leader would take 70% of the profits of the iron mine, and Boss Hu would take 30%. Boss Hu is only the discoverer of the iron ore and does not participate in mining. But he can occupy 30% of the profits of the iron ore. What if we can do the same thing as Boss Hu? Hearing this, Lu Guang suddenly realized. If we can really do the same thing as Boss Hu, it will definitely be a great achievement in the game. And we may even be able to enter the Hall of Fame. Thinking of this, Lu Guang immediately said, "Brother, don't keep us in suspense. Tell me quickly. Do you have any ideas about other metal mines?" Of course. Lu Yong pulled the corner of his mouth and handed over the tablet in his hand. "Take a look at this." Lu Guang took it and glanced down, only to see that the page was a daily record-sharing post posted by a player. This netizen with the ID name Pig Nose Inserting Onions is one of the few players in the game who lives on Zukum Star, because he studied Chinese medicine in real life. And Zukum Star is rich in vegetation and produces a lot of medicinal materials. He started a medicinal material business here some time ago. When he was collecting herbs in the mountains, he accidentally found a vermilion stone that looked like cinnabar. So he picked up a few pieces out of curiosity and came back to study. It turned out that this thing was actually cinnabar. Lu Guang frowned. "Is there a cinnabar mine on Zukum?" Lu Yong nodded. "It is very likely. But isn't cinnabar used by Taoists to draw talismans and open the eyes? We don't make pigments, so it's useless to have it." As he said this, Lu Guang paused and his voice became lighter. "Besides, cinnabar is not a metal mine." But Lu Yong raised his eyelids. "Why is it not a metal mine? Have you forgotten the chemical formula of cinnabar?" Seeing his brother scratching his head in confusion, Lu Yong sighed. "Sure enough, you can't expect the poor students to remember these. HGS. Scientific name mercuric sulfide." Lu Yong explained. "Cinnabar is a mercury compound." When mentioning mercury compounds, Lu Guang immediately understood. "You mean mercury?" "That's right. Mercury can be extracted from cinnabar. Mercury is often used in mercury switch devices such as thermometers and barometers, and is generally widely used in electrical products. It is often used in industry for metal smelting." At this point, Lu Yong paused. "But the metal mine I am talking about is not cinnabar mine but stibnite." "Stibnite? What is that?" Looking at his brother's innocent expression, Lu Yong sighed again. "I told you to learn math, physics and chemistry well a long time ago. What did you learn when you were in school?" Lu Guang smiled awkwardly. "I didn't learn anything. I just played games." Lu Yong, pressing the blue veins on his forehead. Lu Yong took a deep breath and explained. "Stibnite often coexists with pyrite, realgar, cinnabar, quartz, etc. in low-temperature hydrothermal deposits. In other words, stibnite is likely to appear where cinnabar mines exist. Do you understand now?" Lu Guang. "So that's it. I understand." Lu Guang cooperated and praised the scene, and then asked, "So what can this stibnite do?" Rubbing his aching head, Lu Yong and his brother explained. "Stibnite is an important raw material for refining metallic antimony. Antimony has a wide range of uses. It can be used to produce flame retardants, glass, rubber and coatings. It can also be applied to battery plates, welding agents and sliding bearings. It can also be used to make TD screens and pigments. It is widely used in the chemical and pharmaceutical industries." Hearing this, Lu Guang nodded in understanding. "It is indeed widely used. But brother, didn't you just say that you don't know much about industrial manufacturing? How do you know so much?" Lu Yong glanced at him and said that if you want to know, you can find these contents on the internet. Moreover, compared with those players in the game who can easily build a rocket launcher and a tractor, he really doesn't know much about industrial manufacturing. He only knows some superficial theoretical knowledge, which is nothing compared with those practical people with strong hands-on ability." Hearing his brother's humble answer, Lu Guang laughed. Whether it is his brother's super theoretical knowledge, learning and memory ability, or those very powerful and awesome big guys, they are all awesome people in his eyes. Anyway, they are much better than him. Thinking about it, Lu Guang asked, "Do we have to go to Zukum Star?" Lu Yong nodded slightly. "Yes. I have contacted that Pig Nose Inserts Onion, and plan to take someone who knows the business to Zukum to have a look in the next 2 days. If stibnite really exists, then we can get a new income in the future." In the kitchen on one side, the housekeeper Uncle Chen stood silently at the door of the restaurant holding the cut fruits, neither going in nor going back. Originally, he just thought that the second young master had become strange. But now, he saw that even the mature and steady eldest young master began to become abnormal. What clan leader? What mining? What Zukum Star? Is it because he is too old to keep up with the thinking of young people? Or has the eldest young master changed? Why does he feel that he can't understand what he is saying at all? Thinking of this, Uncle Chen's already wrinkled face became more bitter. I hope that the two young masters can return to their previous appearance before the master and his wife return to their country. Otherwise he really can't explain it to them. Chapter 230. Even the donkeys in the production team are not so hardworking. The two brothers did not know the inner struggle of the old housekeeper at the moment. The two finalized the details of the Cinnabar mine and Stibnite mine, and then dispersed the breakfast meeting and went to their own business. 9 o'clock in the morning. Earth time. At this time, most players are busy with their work and life offline. Of course, there are also very few players who do not have to rush for life and are still staying online to enjoy the rare leisure time in the game. The land reclamation is over, and it is still early for spring to come. The weather is cold now. Instead of running out to do tasks, the players who stay in the slime village base prefer to warm themselves around the warm fire and eat some roasted wasteland potatoes with a glass of warm rye beer. The taste is so comfortable. Once this person relaxes, he always has nothing to do and wants to chat about gossip. Yesterday, I saw Batu and Mia holding hands and going out to see the snow scene. They also talked about how Mina liked to use slimes as pillows since she put on a fur coat in winter. However, since the door opposite was pushed open, their attention was shifted to the strange man in the distance, who was surrounded by nomads with a stiff expression. For a while, the players whispered, "What are they doing? Are they going to fight? How is it possible?" The tribe leader has stipulated that fighting is prohibited in the village. Those nomads would not do this if they didn't want to be driven out. Compared to this, I want to know who the man surrounded by nomads is. This model is too sloppy, isn't it? It can be seen that the modeler rushed to complete the task. This appearance is too unremarkable. Even Jijuer is much more handsome than him. What you said? Jijuer is the steward of the slime farm after all. An important NPC. How can he compare with this guy of unknown origin? That's right. It's obvious that he's not an important character. If he were in a hostile force, he would be cannon fodder in a minute. After all, who can tell me who this guy is? How should I know? Didn't I open up Wasteland like you guys every day some time ago? I only know that this NPC suddenly appeared in the novice village 2 days ago. At that time, the clan leader seemed to have someone to keep a close watch on him. Why did he suddenly release him today? At this moment, I heard a sentence from behind. Of course, he was released to participate in labor reform. Hearing this, several people looked over curiously. Behind them, they saw another group of players cooking wild vegetable porridge. The one who spoke was called Ai Chiguabao, and at this moment, he was holding a piece of rice steamed bun and biting it. Hearing this, the young players followed the conversation and asked, "How do you know?" Before Ai Chiguabao could speak, Lao Tai Lu on the side answered first, "We caught the people. How could we not know?" Several people. "Damn! What's going on? Brother, can you talk?" Looking at the bright and hopeful eyes of the opposite slime player, Ai Chiguabao and others felt that their backs were instantly stiffened. It's time to brag. So, several people vividly described how they accidentally received the mission of the tribe leader to help him retrieve his bank card in Jincha City, and caught the thief who stole his bank card. Of course, in order to show off, they also exaggerated their heroic and decisive skills in the story. The players present were not old players who had been immersed in the game for more than half a year, and they did not have a deep understanding of some routines. They were stunned by the bluffs of several people in just a moment. The vanity of the sweet and sour pork team was greatly satisfied. Hearing this, they pretended to be humble and polite and said, "No. No. It's just good luck." After learning about the origin of this man called the Old Oligarch, the players began to complain. "I didn't expect this guy to be a thief. No wonder the modeling was done like this. Isn't it? You can't blame the modeler for not being careful. This is originally a negative character. I didn't expect that the patriarch actually had a bank card. Compared with his bank card, isn't it more shocking that his bank card was stolen?" Hearing this, the players nodded, indeed. After all, the patriarch usually looks serious like an old cadre, and he looks inviolable. Such an awesome NPC would actually have things stolen? It feels like the character setting is broken. Oh no! The history setting is broken. Why care about those details? To put it bluntly, the planner is crazy. Lao Tai Lilia complained concisely. Makes sense. Back to the topic. The players can't help but feel curious. So how does the patriarch plan to make him do labor reform? After all, the land in the slime village has been dug and dug, and even players like them have a rare leisure time. It seems that no one is needed for a while. I saw Ai Chiguabao pointing his mouth at the wasteland in the distance. He really can't do anything now. But when spring comes, this guy will help to farm together. Originally, the patriarch planned to let him go to the asteroid to dig iron ore. But considering the harsh environment there, he looks weak and probably won't live long there. So he gave up. However, it is still a long time before the spring comes. The chief does not want him to eat for free here. So he arranges for him to learn how to deal with the fur of prey from the nomads. Hearing this, the players turned their heads and observed carefully for a while. Although the old oligarch looked unhappy, the nomads did not seem to want to hurt him. Not only that, they even taught him very enthusiastically how to completely peel off the fur of animals. Although, the prisoner did not seem to want to learn. The wild wolves near the slime village have been cleared out by the players. Without their natural enemies, the furry herbivores in the woods have multiplied in large numbers. Even in the cold winter, prey is not difficult to find. Due to the surge in slime players, the demand for warm leather jackets in the game has also increased greatly. This has given these nomads of the wasteland tribe an opportunity. Through hunting, they use animal fur to exchange other living supplies with players. These nomads are better at herding and hunting, so they quickly adapted to this kind of life. However, for the old oligarch who was captured by the players for no apparent reason, this kind of life is not so wonderful. These primitive people who eat raw meat and drink blood. What era is it that they still hunt and skin animals? He had never seen such a scene in Jinsha City. It was too cruel and barbaric. Looking at the pale face and vague eyes of the man in front of him, Good, who had just finished telling the skills of skinning the deer on the deserted planet, couldn't help but frown. Did you understand what I just said? The old oligarch froze suddenly when he was asked a question. How could he understand? He was just afraid and didn't listen at all. However, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. The group of nomads in strange clothes in front of him didn't look easy to mess with. The old oligarch, who had been in the underworld for so long, was also a man who knew the times. So he answered readily, I understand. Good glanced at him, nodded, and then raised his hand to point to the 2 elk corpses behind him that had not been processed. Since you understand, these 2 will be handed over to you. Just try your hand. After speaking, regardless of his reaction, he threw a dagger for processing prey. The old oligarch staggered to take the dagger, looking confused. No, you just demonstrated it once. Right? Now you start to practice it? Do you really think he is a genius? He wanted to regret that he didn't understand it. But the person opposite him had disappeared, leaving him alone in the wind. How did things go? Seeing Good open the felt tent and enter the house, Gula asked immediately. Don't worry, Father. I have taught him everything I should teach him. Now the boy is skinning the elk outside. Hearing his son say this, Gula was relieved. This is the first important task that the Golden Slime Master has given them since the opening of the wasteland. It is of great significance and must be completed well. Since Good said so, there should be no big problem. Taking off the heavy fur hat, Good asked his father, who is that boy? Why did the Golden Slime Master let him stay here? He even asked them to teach him how to deal with prey. This treatment is really too good. Gula shook his head. I don't know either. But since the Golden Slime Master didn't say anything, there's no need for us to care too much. Hearing this, Good paused and nodded slightly. For these displaced Western nomads, being able to settle in the East is already an extremely lucky thing. It was the Golden Slime Master who gave them a chance to settle in their new home. Since the Golden Slime Master can let them stay, then he can also let others stay. What reason is needed for this? It's not surprising that this master makes any decision. Just like when he met the Wasteland tribe for the first time, he provided them with selfless help. Nothing needs a reason, except for the old oligarch who was forced to fight with the skin of the prey. The slime village was peaceful. On the contrary, the slime underground experimental base far away in the western desert was in chaos. And the source of all this came from the nearly 1,000 young purple giant spiders sent by Xiao Ming. 1 or 2 small spiders are still willing to live in the incubator. But when the number of their own kind increases, these spiders are no longer willing to live in the incubator, and they will try every means to escape from the incubator. At first, Elpis and the players still tried to stop them, but later they couldn't catch the spiders fast enough to escape, so they started to give up. After that, the slime underground experiment base began to develop in the direction of the Ponzi cave. Countless little spiders crawled around in the underground experimental base, and the great purple spider webs were everywhere. At first glance, it looked so gloomy that it didn't even need special effects to shoot a horror movie. Fortunately, these little spiders don't like light very much and never actively crawl outside the base. Otherwise Elpis and the players don't know what kind of troubles they will have to deal with. Although the underground experimental base became overwhelmed by the arrival of these young spiders, it also brought a lot of raw materials for making recovery potions. A week later, when Xiaoming came to the slime underground experiment base again, he was stunned to see Elpis with a ball of spider silk on his head. "Are you okay? Why did you come just now?" Elpis waved his hand as if urging, and quickly moved the recovery potions away. The speed of these spiders spitting silk was too fast, and there was almost no room here. Looking in the direction of the other party's finger, I saw that there were already 3 walls full of recovery potions. Seeing this, Xiaoming suddenly fell silent. He underestimated these little spiders. This output, I'm afraid even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't be so hard-working. Chapter 231 The Plan of the Lord of Jinsha City. Under the strong request of Elpis, this large batch of recovery potions was finally brought back to the slime village by Xiaoming. Since Boss Hu is not on the deserted planet at present, it is unknown when he will come back. So Xiaoming finally decided to let the players handle this batch of goods. There are many talents in the game, and there are also many players who are good at business, and some of them are in the medicinal materials business. Although the identity of slimes is indeed not as good as that of humans in terms of the convenience of business, it is not completely useless. At least there is no such obstacle on Zukum Star, which is friendly with the slime clan. It is better to say that on Zukum Star today, slimes are more popular than ordinary humans. These are what Prince Miki said in his previous letter. Zukum Star is rich in medicinal materials and textiles, and it is the largest exporter of medicinal materials in the future galaxy. There are countless traders who travel to Zukum Star to do medicinal materials business in the entire interstellar. Going there to do the business of recovery potions can also meet herbal medicine merchants and pharmaceutical companies from other planets. If you can get in touch with a large pharmaceutical company, this thing will have no worries about sales. Flipping through the distribution list of players in each base, Xiaoming finally finalized 2 people, Scorching Sun and Pig Nose inserting onions. The former is the elder brother of the veteran player Light Ultraman, who entered the game in version 1.0. It is said that he is a businessman in real life. Because of Ultraman, Xiaoming is not unfamiliar with this player. This person is indeed a talent, good at seizing business opportunities, and very good at investment. As for the latter, although this person is not famous in the game, he is the type of person who makes a fortune quietly. Since the opening of the Zukum Star map, he has taken root there and started a herbal medicine business. Even after the subsequent opening of the Western map, combat activities and land reclamation activities on the Wasteland Star frequently occurred. He did not leave Zukum. Such a herbal medicine merchant player who is so passionate about business gameplay and knows clearly what he wants is exactly what Xiaoming needs. And he also heard that this Scorching Sun went to Zukum Planet some time ago, and it seems that he was looking for this Pig Nose to talk business. Isn't this just a fart hitting the heel? Is it a coincidence? Anyway, they are all in Zukum, so this important task can be handed over to them. However, it is too troublesome to go to Zukum Planet in person. After all, the portal function currently opened by the summoner is limited to the deserted planet. If he wants to leave the deserted planet, he can only choose to take a spaceship. So Xiaoming plans to use the object packaging and transfer function directly to send this pile of goods to Zukum Planet. Anyway, the object packaging and transfer function is equivalent to sending express delivery, and it does not limit the location of the planet. But before that, he has to send a task to the 2 players. Chief's task: sell recovery potions. Golden Slime. Recovery potions are special medicines developed by Elpis to accelerate the healing of external injuries. The raw material is the spider silk of the purple giant spider. Because those spiders are too good at spinning silk, the potions produced are overflowing, and the warehouse can no longer hold them. I hope you can sell these recovery potions on Zukum Star and open up a new sales channel for the Slime Clan. Task reward: 500 contribution points. When Lu Yang received the patriarchal task, he and Brother Pig Nose and Onion were exploring cinnabar mines on the barren hills near the Zukum Royal City. Looking at the task information that suddenly popped up in front of him, the 2 players were stunned at first, and then a trace of surprise and joy flashed in their eyes. I didn't expect that people could receive patriarchal tasks on Zukum Star. Is it because of the favorability setting? Or because they just met the conditions to trigger the task? Without time to think about it, the 2 of them clicked on the task information at the same time. After reading all the above content, Pig Nose and Onion wondered, so where is the recovery potion? It seems that the Patriarch has sent the things. You are right. The things are there. looking in the direction indicated by Lu Yang. Brother Pig Nose was stunned. At some point, hundreds of boxes of potions appeared on the open space, not far away. These boxes were stacked as high as a hill, directly blocking their way back. Seeing this, the two players looked at each other. Lu Yang, so how do we get out now? Pig Nose, wait a minute. I'll call a few people. As he said that, Pig Nose immediately opened the chat panel and sent a message for help to several players who also lived on Zukum Star. After a lot of work, he successfully went down the mountain, looking at the full cart of cardboard boxes behind him. A player who was rolled over couldn't help but ask curiously, how did you get so many boxes on the mountain? What's in them? Pig Nose looked at Lu Yang and told him the truth when he saw that he didn't show any desire to keep it secret. Hearing this, several young players were immediately envious. These two people are so lucky. People sit on Zukum Mountain, and the clan leader's mission comes from the sky. How good luck does it take to encounter such a good thing? What's even more enviable is that the clan leader even airdropped the goods directly to Zukum, which saved a lot of shipping costs. Feeling the good luck of the two, a little player suddenly said, strange. According to the previous settings of this game, the players have to go back to the wasteland to get the goods? Why is the tribe leader so kind this time that he actually sent the goods to Zukum? Pig Nose Cha Tsung didn't think so. Maybe the official finally listened to the opinions of the players and changed some inconvenient operations. What's so strange about this? Feeling that it makes sense, the little player no longer pays attention to these details. Lu Yang and Brother Pig Nose are both old businessmen. After receiving the task, they quickly formulated a plan to promote the recovery potion. In order to promote the brand effect of the slime clan, Lu Yang specially asked someone to design a slime pattern and print it on the medicine bottle. Later, Brother Pig Nose contacted the largest drug dealers on Zukum Star and asked them to put some recovery potions on the shelves in their own pharmacies. But everything is difficult at the beginning. For this measure, those drug dealers were a little hesitant at first. Even though the Slime Clan and the Zukum royal family were on good terms, business was business, and they were all worried that this unknown recovery potion would not work. However, when they witnessed the magic of this potion with their own eyes, all their doubts were dispelled. He even hoped that the Slime Clan could stock up more. The market development of the recovery potion was smoother than everyone expected. When many pharmaceutical companies from other places came to Zukum Star to purchase medicinal materials, they were shocked by the effect of the recovery potion produced by the Slime Clan. So they placed orders to buy it. Some even wanted to invest in the formula of the recovery potion. The formula must not be sold. So under Xiaoming's suggestion, the players rejected the proposal of the pharmaceutical company. Of course, such a move would definitely cause dissatisfaction among these people. The subsequent players were not without trouble. But later they were all severely taught a lesson by these fourth disasters. But all these happened a long time later. While developing long-term sales channels for recovery potions, he and Lu Yang also began to busy themselves with their own things. After field exploration during this period, he finally found a stibnite mine near the Cinnabar mine. Although the mine is not large, it is a very good discovery. After receiving Lu Yang's report, Xiaoming immediately contacted Prince Miki and wanted to discuss the import of stibnite with him. Miki is a very easy-to-talk crown prince, especially when facing his former savior. Upon hearing the news, he immediately negotiated with the old king, and within 2 days, he gave Xiaoming an accurate answer. Zukum Star is willing to export stibnite to the Slime Clan, and the price is preferential for large quantities. This is excellent news, because it means that the Slime Clan's industrialization process has added a solid and reliable cornerstone. As the promoter of this matter, Lu Yang naturally got a very generous game reward. The Slime Clan is developing vigorously. On the other hand, there is a strange atmosphere in Jinsha City, which is hundreds of miles away from the Slime Village. Welcome to listen to Jinsha City's noon news. And now we will start broadcasting today's news. Today's Jinsha City is still sunny and sunny. Under the leadership of our wise and great city lord, Jinsha City is still the happiest city on the deserted planet. Of course, if there were no slimes, our happiness would be even higher. The female voice on the radio paused here, her tone a little depressed. Some time ago, a group of slimes broke into our harmonious and beautiful Jinsha City and caused a commotion. Although no damage was caused to the crowd, it reminded us of one thing. Our surroundings are no longer safe. Unlike ordinary slimes, the colors of this group of slimes are much richer and more colorful. Nature tells us that the more colorful the creatures are, the more poisonous they are. This group of slimes is obviously no exception. It is said that when the lizard disaster occurred in the West, these slimes easily killed the desert lizard king that had disappeared for centuries, and even ate its meat. What a barbaric and terrifying act. What's even more terrifying is that our neighbors actually awarded them the Black Eagle Medal. Although, this happened more than 3 months ago. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that we have to be alert. We can no longer treat those round things as ordinary slugs. They are as smart as humans. And they are strong in combat and extremely brutal and rude. More importantly, they have united with those guys in the West. This is a very bad signal for us. But I believe that our great and wise city lord will let the black coats in the West and these slugs know who is the master of the East. On the table of the city lord's office, a woman's inflammatory words came from an expensive high-end radio. Jinsha City Midday News is not only a midday column loved by the residents of Jinsha City, but also a must-listen program for the city lord every day. Compared with those classical music that makes people can't help but doze off, the city lord prefers the sweet voice of the female host on the radio. Of course, there is a more important point. This radio station is invested by the city lord, and he will sing praises for him every day. However, today, the city lord's attention is not on the radio host's flattery of him. Looking at the two ministers of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who bowed their heads and said nothing, the city lord Grak's expression was a little ugly. Is it true? Yes. There are such dangerous creatures in the mountains and forests in the east. Why do I know it now? Hearing Grak's question, Andrew complained in his heart. Even if I told you in advance, you wouldn't believe it, let alone the city lord. At first, Perksis himself didn't believe that there were such a group of slimes with human-like intelligence in the world. If it wasn't for seeing it with his own eyes, who would believe it? What's more, those slimes hadn't done anything radical to the East or Sand City before, so they just turned a blind eye. Who would have thought that this would suddenly happen? Thinking of this, Andrew couldn't help but curse the guy who reported all this on the radio in his heart. Really good at making trouble for him. Thinking of this, Andrew took a deep breath and answered calmly, in fact, this matter has already spread throughout the city. We thought you knew it. Hearing this, the city lord choked and his face became uglier. As if to save face, he retorted, I am busy enough with my work on weekdays, so how can I have time to pay attention to the rumors in the city? You are right. After stepping down the stairs, the mayor's expression eased a little. No matter what, the problem of these slimes must be solved. Hearing this, the two raised their heads slightly. What do you mean? Send some people to wipe out all those slugs. The mayor said slowly, it would have been fine if we didn't know before. Now that we know that they have formed an alliance with those black coats, we can't let these creatures continue to stay in the East. Chapter 232, is this a tip-off to him? Andrew and Bo Houston were worried when they received the task assigned by the city lord. The superiors will always only give orders, but they don't know how difficult it is for the subordinates. Eradicate those slimes? That's easy to say. Do you really think those slimes are slugs? Just sprinkle a handful of salt and it's done? Those are terrible creatures that can kill the desert lizard king. They are completely different from those slugs that are everywhere on the desert planet. If they can really kill them, will the prison committee still award them the Black Hawk Medal? Those guys are not good people, and they have done a lot of things in the past. The reason why they are so generous is purely because they realize the terribleness of this group of slimes and don't want to have a head-on conflict with them. They just want to take it slowly. Even the old guys on the prison committee don't dare to attack the slimes. Their city lord is so good. He just wants to eradicate those slimes without considering the actual situation. Coming out of the city lord's mansion, Perksis's calmness on his face can no longer be maintained. He has been living a comfortable life for too long, and he just wants to mess around all day long. Andrew glanced at him. It's not the first day you know his temper. Perksis. Then tell me what to do now. I don't know. Perks's voice suddenly rose several degrees. Do you really intend to do what the city lord said? Otherwise, do you have a better plan? Andrew paused as he said that even if we don't listen to the city lord, won't he send someone else after he knows it? Perksis choked when he heard it. Of course not. In his cognition, the city lord is a very stubborn person, and once he makes up his mind, he will not change easily. Even if they don't take over, the city lord will still find someone else to do it. But the problem is that this matter is not easy to solve. Even the fierce prison guards in the prison can't beat these slimes. Can the guards in Jinsha City who are just idling around all day kill them? Obviously not. Even the genius criminal Siegel Piamo, who escaped from prison before, didn't get any good results from these slimes. and was even carried back to the Western prison in such a miserable state. This task is obviously a hot potato. Whoever touches it will be unlucky. Thinking of this, Perksis became more depressed. Relax, old friend. Then Andrew slowly said, although there is no way to change the mayor's mind. At least this matter is our responsibility. Hearing this, Perksis raised his eyes slightly. What do you mean? It means that we still have a lot of room for operation. Leaving such an intriguing sentence, Andrew walked straight forward. Where are you going? To deal with the hot potato. Looking at Andrew's back as he left, Perksis cursed, and then pinched his eyebrows. I hope this old fox can really solve this problem. He is already this old. He just wants to stay in this position until retirement, and really doesn't want any complications. However, according to the current situation, he may not be able to continue to fulfill this dream. In addition to Peruese, the residents of Sand City are also worried about the future. Ever since the Jinsha City Midday News reported the news about the Eastern Slime, some people have smelled a hint of something unusual. It seems that the city lord wants to take action against those slimes. They are just a group of slugs. Is it worth mobilizing so many troops? Really? I heard that the city is recruiting soldiers now. What? Recruiting soldiers? No way. Isn't it impossible to set up an army on a deserted planet? That's been a long time ago. How can the Future Alliance and the Space Corps have time to care about our affairs now? Do you really think this is a colony from 100 years ago? It should just be recruiting people to deal with those slimes. Anyway, that's what I mean. Whether to recruit soldiers or not is another matter. In short, the wool comes from the sheep, and the money and people have to be provided by the city. Right? Hey! This statement hits the heart of everyone. Most people don't really care about slimes. They are more concerned about how much manpower and material resources the city lord will have to collect in this operation. In Jinsha City, taxes are paid every other day, and the reasons for paying taxes are always varied. Now that slimes are being attacked, the city lord has another reason to collect taxes. Whether slimes will harm Jinsha City is still unknown, but the city lord needs them to pay taxes. But what can be done about it? Even the big landlords feel that life is not easy, not to mention ordinary residents like them. If they want to stay in Jinsha City and continue to receive the protection of the city lord, they have to accept their fate. Just when people in Jinsha City were restless, the first batch of iron or raw stones mined by the players finally arrived at the slime village. A total of 3,500 kilograms. If it weren't for the worry that the spacecraft was overweight, they could actually transport some more. However, 3,500 kilograms of iron ore is actually considerable, which far exceeds Xiaoming's expectations for the players. According to the iron content of about 63.5% of ordinary iron ore on Earth, about 2.2 tons of iron can be smelted. Although it is not much, it is a great fortune for the slime family. At least, they can use this iron to make a proper tank barrel. Looking at the busy figures of the players carrying iron ore, Xiaoming couldn't stop smiling. The spider silk in the western base is almost overflowing, and Elpis may need to send more people to help. Apart from anything else, the breeding farm must be built. We can't let those little spiders live in the underground experimental base all the time. Right? In addition, the two little players he sent to Zukumstar have negotiated with Prince Miki. When the shaft and tunnel project is completed, the stibnite ore can be mined. When all these matters are completed, spring will come. Right? By then, we can arrange spring farming activities. I hope spring will come soon. Although the food reserves in the base are enough to keep 400 players until the end of winter. The problem is that as some players' levels and skills improve, their appetites are gradually increasing. Plus some human NPCs in the base. So many mouths are waiting to eat. If this continues, the food will be consumed sooner or later. Thinking of this, Xiaoming, who was originally happy about the smooth progress of ore mining, suddenly felt dizzy. It would be nice if someone could take the initiative to send us food at this time. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. How about saying low to boss who are Prince Miki? Not to mention free. It's okay to buy it with some money. Just when he was thinking about how to talk to his partners about this, Mina hurried over in the distance. Lord Golden Slime, there is a guest outside looking for you. Guest? Xiaoming was stunned when he heard this. Who is it? Mina shook her head and didn't know him. The other party said he came from Jinsha City. This answer made Xiaoming feel more confused. He didn't know anyone in Jinsha City. No. If you think about it carefully, there is actually one. Doesn't that old oligarch live in Jinsha City? Could it be that the other party is coming for him? Thinking about it, Xiaoming said seriously, got it. I'll go over now. Outside the slime village, Faratai and Dea stood with trepidation. They thought they would never step into this place again in their lives. But who would have thought that only a few months had passed, and they would come to this place again? Unlike the last time when they were unconscious, and were picked up by the slimes, and brought back to the village. This time, they came on their own initiative, and with an important mission. Thinking of what Andrew, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, had told them before, Faratai couldn't help but clench his fists. Whether he can be reinstated depends on this. Team leader. Here it comes. Beside him, Dea whispered. In the distance, a round yellow slime bounced towards them. Seeing the two faces at the entrance of the village, Xiaoming paused. Why do you feel a little familiar? Hello, Mr. Golden Slime. We meet again. Xiaoming stared at the faces of the two people for a long time. And then he remembered the identities of the two people from his long-lost memory. You are still alive? At the beginning, the two people left without saying goodbye and walked into the forest late at night. And he thought they were in danger. I didn't expect that we could still meet after such a long time. This was really surprising. Hearing this, the two of them were a little embarrassed. After leaving the slime village, they happened to meet EP191 and a group of interstellar thieves at Bordeaux Farm, and almost died there. Fortunately, the slimes liberated Bordeaux Farm later, so they were able to survive, because the shadow brought to them by the slimes was too strong. They did not dare to reveal their identities, and had to disguise themselves as long-term workers. During that time, they worked on the farm, while sending signals to their superiors for rescue. However, they waited for the prison guards in the west before their superiors rescued them. Fortunately, Minister Peruis finally remembered them shortly after EP191 was taken away. The two of them finally left here. However, the days after returning were not easy. Because they reported the slime incident, Minister Peruis suspected that they had mental problems, and were forcibly sent for treatment. If it weren't for the fact that Minister of Foreign Affairs Andrew found them some time ago, they would probably still be in the hospital now. Of course, the slime in front of him didn't know the twists and turns behind this. So, after hearing Xiaoming's sigh, Velati and Dea finally just smiled stiffly. Xiaoming glanced at the two of them. What do you want from me? Velati glanced at Dea, and the young man beside him took out a letter from his arms. This is Andrew. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jinsha City asked us to pass it to you. I don't know any Minister Andrew. Xiaoming didn't take it, glanced at the yellow envelope and asked, what's written in it? We don't know either. Dea shook his head. Minister Andrew didn't say. Seeing that the golden slime didn't seem to want to take the letter, Velati hesitated and said, you'd better take a look. Minister Andrew wouldn't send us on this trip for no reason. I think there should be something very important written in it. Xiaoming pondered for a moment and took the letter. After removing the wax seal, there was only a thin piece of letter paper inside. Since Xiaoming only knew spoken language and didn't understand the writing format of the Wild Star language, the content of the letter was still translated by the summoner. The content of the letter was probably to tell him that the mayor of Jinsha City was planning to wipe out the slime clan. He was currently recruiting soldiers in the city, and it was estimated that he would come soon. Fortunately, the people in charge of clearing out the slime clan were him and the Minister of Internal Affairs of Jinsha City, Bo Shiosi. And they and most of the residents in the city did not want to see the war happen, so they hoped to solve it peacefully with him in private. After reading all the content, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. Oh my god! Is this a tip-off to him? Chapter 233 New event launched. Conquering Jinsha City. Although I don't know Minister Andrew, from the letter he sent, I can see that he is indeed a person who can judge the situation. Although he has a sleazy attitude, Xiaoming has never deliberately concealed the development of the slime family. But even so, not every human will pay attention to what a group of slimes have done. Since Minister Andrew has taken the initiative to show goodwill, it means that he must have investigated or heard about slimes. And he did not give a contemptuous or ridiculous attitude, because he knew that they were strong. And it was very likely that a rash attack would not be good. So even if the Lord of Jinsha City gave an order, he did not do it obediently. Instead, he asked these two people to come to this deep mountain forest to send a letter of peace. Interesting. Faratai glanced at the golden slime opposite, and saw that the other party held the letter without saying a word. So he lifted his frozen legs and slowly moved towards the brazier on the side. The charcoal was burning in the brazier, and the flying sparks immediately dispelled the winter cold. Hot comfortable. Seeing the chief's action of not treating him as an outsider, Dea on the side couldn't help but hold his breath. Team leader Faratai is too brave. However, the chief in front of him seemed not to see his horrified eyes, and only waved to him from a distance to indicate that he should also come to warm himself by the fire. Dea hesitated for a moment, and finally walked to the chief's side and squatted down, putting away the letter in his hand. Xiaoming just turned around and saw the two people squatting by the brazier opposite, warming themselves by the fire with a happy face. Seeing him looking over, the two just smiled at him. Seeing this, Xiaoming said, "The weather is too cold. Come in and chat." Hearing this, the two immediately stood up and followed the footsteps of the slime in front of them. In the reception room, the two people holding hot tea in their hands felt that their frozen bodies had recovered some intuition. Xiaoming asked, "In addition to this letter, did your Minister Andrew tell you anything else?" "No. Minister Andrew only said that this letter is very important and asked us to deliver it to you as soon as possible." Dea paused. "And by the way, he seemed to have mentioned that this matter was related to the safety of Jinsha City." "Related to the safety of Jinsha City?" Xiaoming twitched his skin. How afraid is Minister Andrew of what the slimes will do to Jinsha City? It was obviously their slime clan that was attacked. But in the end, they had to be careful about the safety of Jinsha City. But on second thought, if it weren't for the other party's worries and fears, he wouldn't have received this letter. It's a pity that Minister Andrew's goal of resolving this matter privately and peacefully is not easy to achieve. Not to mention the tough attitude of the Lord of Jinsha City. Even if he learned about this, he couldn't pretend that nothing happened. In the face of hegemony, blindly enduring and giving and cannot bring peace. The historical process of countless civilizations in this world can prove this. Since he already knew the enemy's intention, he would not sit still and wait for death. Resolve it peacefully in private? Too naive. Taking the initiative is his choice. As long as Jinsha City is captured, the problem of food shortage in this stronghold can be solved. How can we let this big fat sheep go now that it has come to us? Thinking of this, Xiaoming slowly said, "Minister Andrew is still exaggerating. What does the safety of Jinsha City have to do with me? It is your city lord who actually wants to attack our slime clan." Hearing this, the two people who were sitting in front of the fireplace and warming themselves by the fire were startled, and their originally leisurely expressions suddenly became nervous. "What does the city lord want to attack you mean?" "It means literally," Xiaoming said in a calm voice. "He wants to eradicate our slime clan." Faratai. Dea. In just a moment, the two people's eyes widened, with an unbelievable look on their faces. Didn't Minister Andrew say that this matter concerns the safety of Jinsha City? How come it has become that the city lord wants to eradicate the slime clan? Looking at the unpredictable faces of the two, Xiaoming slowly put the page of letter paper on the table in front of him. "If you don't believe it, you can see it for yourself." After hesitating for a moment, the two finally picked up the paper in front of them. Then, they saw the words that Minister Andrew wrote to the slime chief. "Dear Golden Slime Chief, I am Andrew, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jinsha City. This time I wrote this letter to you to tell you a bad news. Our city lord has finally made up his mind to confront your tribe. Although I also know that the slime tribe has not caused any impact on Jinsha City, our city lord still insists on thinking that the slime tribe will threaten the safety of Jinsha City. Fortunately, the city lord handed this matter over to me and my colleague, the Minister of Internal Affairs of Jinsha City, Bo Xios. Although I am powerless to change the decision of the city lord. But please believe that my colleagues and I, as well as the vast majority of residents in the city, do not support the decision of the city lord. If possible, I hope you can give me a chance to resolve this matter privately and peacefully. As long as you are willing, I dare to guarantee that the expeditionary team will not step into the slime settlement. I hope you can consider this matter carefully." After reading the entire content of the letter, the two froze. They had been in the sanatorium for too long, and were not well informed about the news in the city. Who would have thought that the city lord, who usually cared little about political affairs, would suddenly have the idea of attacking the slime clan? It was simply unbelievable. Looking at the nervous and confused faces of the two, Xiaoming continued to explain calmly, "Although I don't know what your city lord suddenly went crazy for. But since Minister Andrew wrote to remind me, then as the head of the clan, I can't just sit back and watch. What are you going to do?" Dea was a little nervous. Although Minister Andrew expressed his willingness to resolve the problem peacefully with the slime clan in the letter, for some reason, he always felt that the other party might not necessarily act according to Minister Andrew's ideas. However, the slime in front of him did not answer him. "I have received the letter, and you have made this trip. It's late now, and the weather outside is cold. You can stay here for one night, and set off tomorrow. After saying that, he jumped off the table, and left the reception room without caring about his reaction. Dea wanted to catch up and continue asking questions, but Fairy Tai beside him pulled his sleeve to signal him not to say more. Looking at the back of the golden slime gradually going away, Dea asked in confusion, "Team leader, why did you stop me? This is not something we can intervene in." Fairy Tai said concisely, "Even if we ask, it may not tell us the real plan. At this point, even if Dea is stubborn, he will figure it out. If what is said in the letter is true, then now Jinsha City and the Slime Clan are in opposition. As the leader of the Slime Clan, the Golden Slime will definitely not reveal his plans to the small officials of Jinsha City. Rather than rushing to make people hate him, it is better to be quiet and not care about anything. Anyway, there are tall people to support the sky when it falls. What's more, when two countries go to war, they don't kill the messengers. Even if the Slime Clan really wants to have a conflict with Jinsha City, at least their two messengers are safe." Seeing Xiaoming coming out of the house, Mina, who had been waiting outside the house, couldn't help asking, "Lord Golden Slime, is it really true that Jinsha City is true? But you don't have to worry." Meet the extremely calm eyes of the slime in front of her. In just a moment, Mina's anxious heart gradually calmed down. How could she forget that the man in front of her was the Golden Slime? He and his people are all messengers of the God of the Universe. Even if the Jinsha City attacks, they are still protected by the God of the Universe. God is on their side. Thinking of this, Mina's face raised a confident smile again. Mina believes in the Golden Slime. The master will definitely beat those shameful guys to pieces. During this period, Mina has been learning Chinese by herself, and now she can speak many idioms. Hearing the 4 words, falling flowers and running water, Xiaoming couldn't help laughing. Well, we will definitely win. On the same day, a new announcement was posted on the official website. WildStar World, version 1.22 update. 1. A new event, Conquer Jinsha City, is about to be launched. 2. Optimize modeling. Fix a small number of bugs. Event, Conquer Jinsha City. Background introduction. The Golden Slime Chief received a secret letter from Jinsha City. The sender is Andrew, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jinsha City. The other party claimed that the Lord of Jinsha City is recruiting soldiers, and will soon head towards the settlement of the Slime Clan. The purpose is to eradicate the Slime Clan. Golden Slime. As the sphere of influence of the Slime Clan expands, we have finally attracted the attention of Jinsha City, since they took the lead in blowing the battle horn to us. As warriors of the Slime Clan, we should also bravely fight. Event description. There is no limit to the number of participants in this event, and there is no limit to the level. The event rewards are as follows. Stir-fried kidney. Stir-fried kidney. Come back to life? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Still a combat event. Dalon takes medicine. Great. Finally, we can fight. Big IQ girl. There is no limit to the number of participants and levels this time. Does this mean that low-level newbies can also participate? I love sweet and sour pork. Damn. I'm still digging iron ore. Grape egg tart. Me too. Lao Tai Lu Lu Lu. When does this event start? Can we still catch up? Grape tart. I don't know. There is no specific time written on it. It just says it will be online soon. Fried kidney. Don't worry. Generally, when the official puts up the words, coming online soon, it will basically be a matter of 1 or 2 days. Gotham Iron Man. The latest Gotham rocket launcher is for sale in the front row. There is also an improved version of the tank adapted to the slime body. 10,000 slime coins per unit. Buy now, and get a box of matching ammunition. You can't buy it at a loss or be fooled. Fried kidney. Every time at this time, Gotham is as active as a high imitation account. Hey Gulong Dongqiang. Squinting, he is called making a fortune from war. Gotham Iron Man. Picking his nose. This is clearly called seizing the opportunity and stepping on the right wind. Lao I Liliuliu. Damn. 10,000 slime coins is too expensive. Can it be cheaper? Gotham Iron Man. Go away. Mingxin. Go play nearby. My labor costs account for most of it. And you still think it's expensive? I want to be famous at Gotham Iron Man. Give me a tank, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Explosive to Yao Hong. Applause. Boss Hong is so generous. The offline forum was bustling. At the same time, Xiaoming, who was on the deserted planet, was not idle, throwing the huge points accumulated during this period into the advanced reward pool. A pile of guns and ammunition appeared on the ground after a dazzling white light flashed. There were also many transparent slime evolution balls among them. To achieve success in advance, you must first sharpen your weapons. Since Jinsha City is already recruiting soldiers, the Slime Clan, as the attack party, naturally cannot lag behind. Right? Chapter 234. Why is there no name change card in this game? The huge amount of points allowed Xiaoming to quickly collect the slime evolution balls he needed. Not only was it enough for all the players who had not yet participated in the evolution to activate their skills, but there was even a part left. Originally, Xiaoming wanted to save these evolution balls and give them to new players when the next batch of closed beta accounts were opened in the game. But then he thought that it would take a long time for the next batch of players to enter the game. Instead of saving these evolution balls, it would be better to hold a lottery for old players to participate in order to promote their secondary evolution. This seems to be a waste of props, but it is actually very necessary for the development of the entire slime family. Desolate Star World is a role-playing game for players. But for Xiaoming, isn't it? The most important thing about playing games is to improve skills and equipment. And only with these can we talk about tactical coordination. As the leader of this slime army, Xiaoming wants to strengthen his team by expanding armaments and manpower and improving the quality of the team. That is, to make up for the shortcomings and improve the strengths, rather than leaving the evolution items to newbies who don't know when they can enter Wild Star World. It is better to distribute them to veteran players who are of sufficient level and have certain combat experience. After all, a strong army must have not only excellent ordinary soldiers, but also pioneers who dare to charge and generals who are good at dealing with the enemy. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These experienced veteran players are obviously very suitable for such roles. Earth official website. In order to thank the support of the majority of players, Wild Star World will once again launch a special welfare event when the new event is launched. As long as you fill in the ID at the link below this page, each player will get a chance to draw a prize. Prizes include but are not limited to slime coins, weapon props, medicines, and special props slime evolution balls. The welfare event is limited to 24 hours, so please don't miss it. Wild Star World Game Planning Team. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and the official website forum instantly boils up. Thor's hammer, good guy. Slime evolution ball? Beat your brother as soon as possible. Damn! Watermelon shattered ice. Slime evolution ball? What is that? Beat your brother as early as possible. It is a special item that can activate skills. You don't know? Watermelon ice. Wipe sweat. I just entered the game in version 1.20. Beat your brother as early as possible. Okay, I understand. You are a newbie. Tao Ao, I am also a newbie. I don't understand it a little bit. It's just a prop used to activate skills. Are you so excited? Beat your brother as early as possible? Grape tart. It's just a prop used to activate skills. Do you know what you are talking about? Lao I Liliuliu. This is not an ordinary prop, but a special prop. You can't get it by doing tasks. It's very rare. Love to eat sweet and sour pork. From the closed beta to now, the official has only issued slime evolution balls twice, and both were in the form of lottery. Lao I Liliuliu. That's it. Otherwise, why do you think some players still have no skills? It's not because the level is not high enough, but because they didn't draw the props to activate skills at all. Sister steps on me. 55,555, I didn't get it last time. Big eye cute girl. Padded shoulder. JPG, I'll definitely get it this time. At Sister steps on me. Gotham Iron Man. The life of an old player is not a life. I guess I won't get it this time. Lit up a cigarette. I'm your dad. How could it be? I just went to see the lottery link. I can click in. I've already finished the lottery. Gotham Iron Man? Pork stewed with vermicelli. I can click in too. Stir-fried kidney, +1. Gotham Iron Man. Hey Gulong Dongkyung. This time the official doesn't seem to restrict players who already have skills from participating in the lottery. I just drew a round. Although I didn't draw an evolution ball, I drew a bottle of anti-scorpion venom serum. Stir-fried kidney. I drew a modified version of the scorpion. I'm your dad at stir-fried kidney. That's great. Stir-fried kidney. No bullets, laughing and crying. Pork stewed with vermicelli. I want a box of 8mm bullets, laughing and crying. I am your father. You two can just share it. Gotham Iron Man. I won't waste my time with you. I'm going to draw the lottery too. No one cares about Gotham Brothers withdrawal midway, and players continue to complain about the drop rate of this lottery event. Pork stewed with vermicelli. I feel that this lottery is just a gimmick. And those who can draw are all newbies who have not activated skills. Old players who have activated skills don't seem to have won the slime evolution ball again. I am your father. I agree. I want red. No. I got it. There was a screenshot of the lottery hanging below the reply of I want red. And the direction of the turntable pointer was exactly the slime evolution ball. Seeing this screenshot of the lottery, the old players on the forum were immediately furious. I am your father? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Stir-fried kidney. Damn! Are you the reincarnation of the European emperor? By Wuchang, you just found out that this guy is lucky, picking nose. Da Ping Zhan Qi. I just got it too. Ultraman of Light, me too. Stir-fried kidney flour. Pork stewed with vermicelli. I am your father. So many people got it. Will I die if I get one more? Throwing a tantrum. JPG. Gotham Iron Man. What the H.L. is this lottery? I seriously suspect there is something fishy going on here. Screenshot. JPG. On the picture posted by Gotham Man, there is only a reward of 10 slime coins. And the players were immediately amused. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Compared with my box of bullets, it doesn't seem so miserable, laughing and crying. I am your father. Isn't that right? Bullets are worth some money after all. Stir-fried kidney flour. Ha ha ha. Gotham Iron Man. What are you laughing at? Slamming the table in anger. JPG. Some people are happy and some are sad. Some are unlucky and some are lucky. The official lucky draw ended soon. From the start of the closed beta to now. Including the newbies who entered the game in version 1.20. All 400 players in the server have obtained at least one chance to evolve. Some lucky European players have 2 chances. Xiaoming does not know what skills the players who have not evolved will activate. However, if the players who have evolved once swallow an evolution ball again, they will only evolve on the basis of the original skills. This evolution may be direct or collateral. Just like the branches of a tree. The growth may be its main trunk or the branched branches. For example, if a player's skill is a strength attribute, then when he swallows the evolution ball for the second time, he can only continue to develop the attribute of the skill. The direction of development may be to enhance his own strength attribute panel. Of course, it may also be through biological plus physical transformation, to make the player become a King Kong Barbie. However, no matter which direction is chosen, it will be a step stronger than the first evolution, even if the player's own skills are very useless. These are written in the instructions given by the summoner, and Xiaoming has not verified them. However, looking at the Gotham brother cursing on the forum, Xiaoming couldn't help but become curious. If Gotham can evolve twice, then to what extent can his light bulb-like skills evolve? Although he really wanted to verify it himself. Considering that limited resources must be used on the blade, Xiaoming finally gave up this idea. Not in a hurry. Unlike Xiaoming, those little players who drew the evolution ball are very anxious. As soon as they got off work/get out of class, they logged into the game to claim their prizes online. Although they have heard about this rare special item from countless senior players, they were still shocked by its plain appearance when they actually got the evolution ball in their hands. That's it? This thing that looks like a rock candy glass ball is actually a slime evolution ball. This modeling is too careless. Complaints aside, the props in hand still need to be used. After swallowing the evolution ball, a cool mint candy taste spread in the mouth. But in a moment, the evolution ball in the mouth disappeared. At the same time, the information prompt of skill activation popped up on their panel. Skill, Electric Slime, activated. When the skill is triggered, the player can release a 100,000 volt electric attack. It should be noted that the generation of electric current requires time to accumulate. An excessive discharge will cause physical and mental depression. Seeing this skill introduction in front of him, Grape Tart couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn. It's a bit awesome. On the side, Rem, who was passing by, was my wife. She rolled her eyes when she heard it. What's so great about it? Isn't this Pikachu's skill 100,000 volts? You can buy a lot of them in the Pokemon Forest. Grape Tart. Oh my god. Invisibility. I actually activated the invisibility skill. A scream suddenly came from the slime group in the distance. And a little player with the ID, Sister Steps on Me, was jumping on the spot excitedly. Skill, Invisibility, activated. When the skill is triggered, the player can change the color of the body to colorless and transparent to achieve the effect of invisibility. The skill can last for 1 hour after it is activated, and the skill cooldown is 24 hours. Damn! Invisibility? This skill is awesome. Then can you peek at the beautiful sister taking a bath in the future? Envy. What kind of good luck can activate such a skill? For a while, some old gentleman in the game suddenly showed envy and jealousy. Sister Steps on Me rolled her eyes when she heard it. Get out. Do I look like such a pervert? In response, player said, I can't trust you. If you are not a pervert, would you choose this ID name? Sister Stepped on Me. Hesitant to speak. JPG. Unable to refute. JPG. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have filled in the ID randomly. Damn. Why doesn't this game have a name change card? Chapter 235. Can people go against God? Players who drew the evolution ball are feeling the new changes brought to their bodies by this hard-won special item. Some of them activated offensive skills of strength attributes. Some activated skills of defense attributes and speed attributes. And some lit up the perception attribute skills that seem to have no great effect. Although the perception attribute skills are not often used in daily life. But on the battlefield, it is equivalent to having an extra eye behind your back. Very suitable for dodging and reconnaissance. Of course, there are also very few lucky ones, whose skills are not one of the 4 dimensions on the data panel. For example, the invisibility of a little player with a perverted ID. The poison tester of pork stewed vermicelli. The invincible little cutie of Rem is my wife. And the perfume of the lily of my hometown is blooming is poisonous. Etc. In fact, it is not entirely true. Looking closely, their skills are actually more like variants of these 4 attribute points. For example, the poison tester can be regarded as a defense against toxicity. And invisibility can actually be regarded as a defense against one's own safety. As for the toxic perfume and invincible cute, the confusing characteristics of the enemy can also be seen as protecting one's own safety. Although they all play a defensive role, they are different from physical defenses such as umbrella and iron wall. So these skills seem a little special. However, players seem to like this specialness. It's like playing a card drawing game. Everyone draws R and SR. But you draw SSR or even SP. Even if the data panel of this SSR and SP is not very powerful. Sometimes even worse than a certain SR. But for the fancy appearance of the card and the title of SSR and SP, you will be happy to draw this card as if you have won the lottery. Because this is the representative of the European Emperor. At this moment, the European emperors in the game are celebrating their luck. In the distance, the nomads of the Wasteland tribe, who had just returned from hunting in the forest, noticed the movement of the slime village and looked over here curiously for a while. What are these slimes doing? I don't know. Maybe they are celebrating some festival? They seemed very happy. Just as the nomads were talking, a slime in the distance suddenly punched a big tree hard. Then, there was a cracking sound, and the big tree in front of them fell to the ground. At the same time, the big stone next to the big tree also broke into pieces with a crash. In an instant, the discussion stopped. After a long time, someone in the crowd said, "Are they celebrating the festival?" However, no one answered him at this moment, because the next second another slime was spinning in place. As it rotated, the surrounding snow, gravel and dust also spun together, and then gathered into a small tornado. And, as it accelerated, the diameter of the tornado became larger and larger. Trees, stones, and then farm tools and tractors were all swept off the ground by the tornado. Not far away, other players, who were busy watching the excitement, had no time to shout, "Old Iron 666! They were swept up into the sky. For a moment, curses were heard everywhere. "Hack, stop it. Stop spinning. Are you the reincarnation of a spinning top?" Hearing the angry curses from above, the little player, who was originally immersed in the world of "My skills are really awesome," suddenly woke up and stopped spinning. There were a few whoosh sounds, and the slimes that were swept up into the sky instantly fell back to the ground. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the nomads were all stunned. Although they had long known that these slimes were not ordinary, they did not expect that their abilities could reach this point. Raising wind and snow, splitting rocks and breaking trees. Being able to do these without the help of external forces and machines. Isn't this the power that only gods have? Seeing that all the nomads were stunned with their mouths wide open, Minamiya looked proud. They are worthy of being the messengers of God. Hearing this, everyone looked at the sisters with confusion. Although they had heard Jidare of the slime farm call these slimes like this before, they had never delved into the meaning. Because Jidare once said that it was the slimes who saved them, and the entire farm. The nomads always thought that the messenger of God was just a respectful title that these people deliberately used to express their gratitude. But now it seems that things are not as simple as they imagined. These slimes not only behave like humans, they even have more powerful power than ordinary humans. A power that is close to God. Could it be they are really messengers of God? It's not just these nomads who are shocked. There are also the old oligarch, who was forced to stay in the slime village to do hard labor, and Falati and Dea, who were delayed in setting off because of the wind and snow. It's terrible. The old oligarch looked desperate. These slimes are so powerful. How can he escape? Even if he has a chance to escape, he will probably be caught by them. Right? Thinking of the scene of the two slimes breaking trees and stones and summoning tornadoes. The old oligarch was immediately shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Even if his body was made of steel, it would not be enough to withstand the opponent's fierceness. Thinking of this, he lowered his head in frustration and completely gave up the idea of escaping. Unlike the old oligarch, Veritai and Dea were worried about the decision of their city lord. It has only been half a year, and the combatability of these slimes has improved by leaps and bounds to this extent. No wonder they can kill the Desert Lizard King. And no wonder the prison committee dare not touch them. What's more terrifying is that the number of slime groups in front of them has expanded several times more than what they saw at that time. If these slimes were all born in the past 6 months, their reproductive ability is too strong. Not to mention that every slime in this group has such a magical ability. Recalling the names of these slimes by the farmhands in the past, the two of them really realized what the meaning behind this name is. Perhaps this is not just the ignorant name given by the rural fools. Perhaps they are really the messengers of the God of the universe. Realizing this, the hearts of the two men sank suddenly. How can they fight? Can people go against God? No. Right? Even though the Future Alliance and the Space Corps have abandoned their faith in the God of the universe and transferred all their faith to science and force, the existence of the God of the universe is unshakable for the people of the Wild Star, because the ancestors of the people of the Wild Star had witnessed miracles with their own eyes. Thinking of this, Veritai's face suddenly wrinkled. Lord Mayor, do you know what kind of big trouble you have caused? Jinsha City. Office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. How is it? Is there any news from Veritai? Hearing Andrew's inquiry, Perhuse on the side couldn't help but look over nervously. He also learned 2 days ago that Andrew had sent his 2 former subordinates to the Eastern Forest to deliver letters to those slimes without telling him. He was strongly opposed to this news at first, but because Andrew had been analyzing the pros and cons of the matter for him in the past 2 days, he was actually magically convinced by the other party in the end. It would have been fine if he opposed it at first, but now that he agreed, how could he not care about the progress of the matter? However, the subordinate did not bring reassuring news. No. The subordinate paused and said, the 2 of them have not returned yet. Hearing this, Andrew's heart sank immediately. It was just a letter, and it would not take so many days under normal circumstances. But the people have not returned yet. This can only mean 2 things. 1. They are dead. 2. They were detained by the slime. No matter which one, it is a bad signal for them. Perhaps the golden slime does not want to use the means of private and peaceful resolution to be the minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Boshiosi is not a fool. Like Andrew, he also thought of this level. For a while, his face became extremely ugly. Who told you to act on your own? I did not agree with your approach of private and peaceful resolution with the slime before. Now it's good. 2 people have been lost in vain. Andrew frowned and calmed down. Maybe things are not so serious yet. The subordinate beside him nodded slightly. It was snowing heavily in the valley recently. Perhaps the 2 of them delayed their return plan because of the weather. Andrew agreed with what he said. The signal on the snowy Tianshan mountain was unstable. It might be because of this reason that they could not send messages to us normally. However, such a statement could not appease Perxus. It was meaningless to say these things now. A bunch of weapons and ammunition were transported to the city this morning. There was even a high-energy ion cannon among them. I think the city lord is going to completely raise the nest of the slimes. Probably because he heard that these slimes were not afraid of ordinary bullets. So this time, the city lord even spent a huge amount of money to buy a high-energy ion cannon produced by the Future Alliance from an arms dealer on the black market. Although this thing is an old product eliminated by the Future Alliance military, it is extremely powerful, and is a high-lethal weapon that the desolate planet cannot have. If it weren't for a special way, the city lord and his men might not be able to buy it. As he said, Perxus frowned. He did not doubt the power of the high-energy ion cannon purchased by the city lord. But he did not want to see the scene after the war broke out. This weapon is extremely destructive. If a fight really breaks out, it will inevitably burn the mountains and forests and damage the winter crops of nearby farms. If this happens, he will have trouble paying taxes in the spring. Those landlords will definitely use this as an excuse to shirk their responsibilities. Thinking of this, Perksis felt a headache. I don't know if the city lord has watched too many heroic movies before the war. Otherwise, why would he be so warlike? Unlike the problem that Perksis was worried about, Andrew thought of another thing. Desolate Star is not allowed to equip any high destructive weapons. This is a clear regulation that has been formed since the defeat of Gulba Star, the predecessor of Desolate Star, and the fall of the government. In order to control the former Gulba Star, the Future Alliance and the Space Corps at that time proposed to divide the entire planet into two and jointly control it. This is the original origin of the East and the West. The Future Alliance controls the East, and the Space Corps controls the West. The Golden Sand City in the East and the Storm City in the West were established during this period. As time passed, the Future Alliance and the Space Corps gradually withdrew their forces from Gulba Star. In the end, this place became a deserted wandering planet. And this planet also had a new purpose. A place for the exile of criminals. So, prisons of all sizes were built in the vast and deserted western desert. And the planet filled with criminals is also a hotbed of poverty and suffering. The capable people have long left this planet, and the incapable ones naturally stayed here and continue to struggle in the quagmire. Although the officials and nobles in Jinsha City, including the city lord, claim to be superior people, but compared with the two powerful forces in the galaxy, what can they be regarded as? Since they do not allow the deserted planet to be strong, do not allow the deserted planet to have its own army, and do not allow it to be equipped with highly destructive weapons, then the city lord's approach is tantamount to dancing on their thunder spot. If those people knew. Thinking of this, Andrew couldn't help but feel cold on his back. The city lord must be stopped from using this weapon. Chapter 236 Warning. Slime invades Jinsha City. Completely different from Andrew. The lord of Jinsha City at this time did not think so at all. In his opinion, the weapons ban on the desert planet was a thing of the past hundreds of years ago. Today, the Future Alliance and the Space Corps no longer pay attention to every move here like they did in the past. In this case, what is he afraid of? He just used high-energy ion cannons to deal with those slimes. The nature of this matter is actually no different from the landlords using pesticides to kill pests in the fields. I think those big guys should not bother him about weapons for such a small matter. Besides, if ordinary weapons could not deal with these slimes, he would not spend so much money to do such a thing. He has investigated that although bullets are useless against slimes, high-intensity explosives or blasting are still effective against slimes. According to reliable information from Western informants, those slimes once detonated powerful explosives when dealing with the Desert Lizard King, kill 1,000 enemies, and lose 800 of your own. Although the Desert Lizard King was killed, they also lost a large number of elite soldiers. It was because of this incident that the warden of prison number 3 proposed to the prison committee to award the Black Hawk Medal to these slimes. Thinking of this, the city lord couldn't help but curl his lips. A trace of contempt and disapproval flashed in his eyes. Elite? I really didn't expect that the intelligence officer would use elite to describe a group of slugs. The warden of prison number 3 was the same. Even if it was for a show, he was too much. In his opinion, this approach is meaningless. Since the threat of the Desert Lizard King has been lifted, they should cross the river and demolish the bridge. After all, if such a group of slimes continue to stay, they will sooner or later become a threat to themselves. While their current power has not yet developed to an uncontrollable level, they should be annihilated in one fell swoop, leaving no room for them. Since those black-clothed guys in the West don't dare to raise this butcher knife, then he will be the first to fire the first shot. However, the lord of Jinsha City at this time never expected that the news that he wanted to deal with slimes had long been privately revealed to the slime chief by his officials. Knowing this, the slime clan naturally could not stand still and be beaten. They were ready to fight day and night, and were ready to give the lord's troops a head-on blow. Even if it cost their lives, they would not hesitate. After all, the price of death is just 2 days of OB, compared with the rich rewards brought by the battle activities. What is OB for 2 days? It's not like old players haven't died before. As for new players, they will experience this sooner or later anyway. It's no big deal. On the afternoon of the day when the player's skills were activated, the new activity of conquering Jinsha City was officially launched. Almost all of the 400 players in the whole server embarked on the northern expedition. They rode in transport trucks and armored vehicles that they had obtained from the prison before, and headed towards Jinsha City with sufficient weapons and food. At this time, Jinsha City was completely unaware of this. The unaware Jinsha City Lord faced the newly formed temporary suppression troops. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't know where these people in front of him came from. They were ragged and skinny, and looked malnourished. Many of them looked quite old, and they didn't meet his recruitment requirements at all. Seeing this, the city lord asked Perxus with some dissatisfaction, "I asked you to find young, strong and well-trained elites. Why did you find these people? Perxus, don't you have any idea about the quality of the guards in your city? Except for those poor families outside the city, who would be willing to run all the way to the ravine to fight a group of slimes. In addition, time was tight, and it was not easy for him to find these people. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the city lord, Perxus would have wanted to grab the other party's neck and roar. However, reason finally suppressed his impulse. Perxus lowered his head slightly. The guards in the city need to maintain the safety of Jinsha City and can't leave. And the rewards these people asked for were very low. Just enough to eat. And Bo Hughes paused and said, "According to your planned action plan, we don't have time to carefully select the manpower now. In other words, it's good to have it. City Lord." Hesitant to speak. JPG. I really want to curse. JPG. After taking a deep breath, the city lord gradually calmed down his irritable mood. Forget it. Anyway, there is a high energy ion cannon. Even if the number of people is a little bit, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as you can operate the weapon. Pressing the throbbing veins on his forehead, the city lord of Jinsha City waved his hand and said, "Let someone quickly teach them how to operate the high energy ion cannon. Set off early tomorrow morning." Bo Hughes, yes. The anti-history troops. The city lord was in a bad mood because they did not meet their expectations. Back to the city lord's mansion. He immediately decided to find some fun to make himself happy. But a guard suddenly shouted that it was not good, and rushed in. This instantly made the city lord, who was not very good at it, wilted. "What are you shouting? Do you still understand the rules?" The city lord cursed with a dark face, and before he could ask the other party what he wanted to report, he heard the guard said with a horrified face, "Lord, there are many slimes outside the city. They are carrying weapons, and even driving armored vehicles." Hearing this, the city lord stood up suddenly, without bothering to put on his clothes. He immediately rushed to the window and raised his binoculars. Smoke and dust rolled outside the city gate in the distance. More than a dozen armored vehicles led the way, followed by a long line of trucks. Slimes with colorful patterns and different patterns sat in the cars, waving their weapons and making excited weird noises. Faintly, he also heard a strange but majestic music. The big knife chopped at the heads of the devils. The city lord's face changed suddenly. How could these slimes come to Jinsha City? He hasn't even started yet. Could it be that they can predict it? Recalling the rumors about those slimes in the market, the city lord's heart suddenly sank. Even though there was a warm charcoal fire burning in the room, he still felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Without time to think, he shouted an order to the guard who reported the news beside him. "Quick! Mobilize the guards in the city to go outside the city with weapons to meet the enemy. Don't use guns. Use explosives. Also, let Perxus take those people and the high-energy ion cannon to the city gate. Move quickly." Hearing the order, the guard saluted in a panic and then stumbled out. Seeing this situation, the mistress beside him was a little confused. Is the war going to start? However, the city lord, who was entangled in troubles at the moment, had no mood to pay attention to her at all. He wrapped himself in clothes and coat, and hurriedly left the mansion and went to the highest tower in the city. Under the cold wind, the originally anxious and nervous mood gradually calmed down. It's okay. Although the development of things did not go according to his plan, everything is under control. Even if those slimes took the initiative to deliver themselves to the door, it would not change the result. It is better to say that they did so to facilitate their actions. He has a high-energy ion cannon and explosives. No matter how powerful those slimes are, they will still be blown into slag. Thinking of this, the city lord clenched his fists. Yes, he has a high-energy ion cannon and explosives. In that case, what else does he have to worry about? Thinking of this, the city lord's tense body gradually relaxed. Raising the telescope in his hand and looking at the city gate in the distance, the corner of the city lord's mouth pulled out a smile. Your death time has come. Slime. The sudden martial law in Jinsha City made the residents in the city nervous. They didn't know what happened. except for the men over the age of 16. All the old, weak, women and children were ordered to stay at home. At this time, the radio in the city sounded hurriedly. Warning! Slime invaded Jinsha City. Warning! Slime invaded Jinsha City. For your own safety, please do not leave your home at will. I repeat, please do not leave your home at will. Hearing the broadcast outside, Andrew's heart skipped a beat, and then gradually sank. Although he had tried his best to save it, the worst result finally happened. After all, those slimes were still unwilling to accept his proposal, and directly broke into Jinsha City with weapons. But do you want to ask him if he regrets the decision he made? Andrew didn't feel any regret. Just like spilled red wine can't be taken back. It has already happened. There is no point in regretting. Compared with this, the high-energy ion cannon is more important. From the intelligence collected, the slime clan is brave and good at fighting. But they are not brutal. This means that they may not do anything to the residents of Sand City. But their reckless and impulsive city lord is likely to make irreparable moves for the sake of a momentary anger. He has to stop it all before the high-energy ion cannon is fired. Thinking of this, Perksis immediately rushed to the armory in the city. The cold wind blew in his face and poured into his neck, making people shiver. Wrapping his coat tightly, the guard of the armory hugged the gun in his hand and yawned, looking at the people coming in and out of the armory. Guard A couldn't help but whisper to his companions, "It's really deadly to encounter an enemy attack in such a cold weather. Fortunately, we are just guarding the weapons warehouse. Isn't it?" Fellow guard B rolled his eyes and said, "It's just a bunch of slimes. Is there any need to panic like this? The broadcast has been broadcast several times." The two guards chatted casually. In the warehouse, the guards who were temporarily called to deal with the slimes lined up to receive weapons such as grenades, and then quickly gathered at the door. Watching the guards of Jinsha City receiving weapons, the anti-history troops, which had just been established for 2 days, felt a little uneasy. "Sir, where are our weapons?" Perksis, who had just been appointed to go out of the city to meet the enemy, looked at the skinny poor people behind him. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a sentence behind him. "You are not needed here. Go back." Seeing Andrew, Perksis's expression changed suddenly. "Do you know what you are doing?" "I know. I also know that if we really do what the city lord said, we may not have any good results." And Andrew looked at Perksis steadily and lowered his voice. "High-energy ion cannons cannot be used." After saying this, regardless of how the people in front of him reacted, he immediately looked at the skinny poor people behind him. "The city gate has been blocked. If you want to survive, find a place to hide first and don't continue to get involved in this matter." Seeing the serious tone of the adults in front of them, these people's faces flashed a trace of panic, confusion and bewilderment. Before signing up for the anti-history troops, they were just farmers working for people in a nearby farm. The farm paid them very little, and they took this job to earn more food. To be honest, they didn't want to give up this job at all. In their opinion, the most terrible thing in the world is starving to death. The happiest thing is not to starve and live in a house that doesn't leak wind, rain or snow. And joining the anti-history troops just happened to fulfill their wishes. They don't understand what's so terrible about a group of slimes. The three-headed dog responsible for guarding the farm is 100 times more ferocious than those guys who look like slugs. Not to mention those thieves from the deserted planet who occasionally come to rob farms. Seeing that these poor people were indifferent, Andrew frowned and wanted to persuade them, but was stopped by Perksis. "It's useless. You can't convince them." Andrew pursed his lips and looked around the guards with a solemn expression. Everyone had a grenade in their hands, and some people had explosive packs on their backs. These things are not available in Jinsha City under normal circumstances. They were all bought by the city lord when he bought the high-energy ion cannon. It's to deal with those slimes. "Where is the high-energy ion cannon?" Perksis tilted his head and saw several guards pushing a huge black turret with a faint metallic light out of the warehouse. Andrew saw this and said immediately, "Push it back quickly." Hearing this, the guards looked at each other. It's not right to push out the high-energy ion cannon in their hands or to take it back. For a while, they all looked at Perksis, who was standing aside for help. But at this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the distance. Boom! The two people's faces suddenly changed. It's bad. Chapter 237 Attack Jinsha City. Fire! When Andrew, Perhuz and others arrived at the city gate, they saw the city lord standing on the top of the city tower and shouting orders. The appearance of the city lord greatly boosted the morale of the Jinsha City guards. They all aimed their gun barrels outside the city and bombarded the slime army in the distance. Boom! Bang! Bang! There were flames outside the city gate, and the players were blocked by SHLs before they approached Jinsha City. Caught off guard, the slime army immediately lost some of its combat effectiveness. The players were naturally extremely angry because they died before they could achieve their goals. They cursed and dodged. And those players who activated the defense skills took the initiative to take on the task of covering the large army and quietly approached the city gate in the smoke. The city lord thought that he could get rid of these slugs at once by firing a few shots. But he never thought that some slimes actually avoided his artillery attack and even wanted to enter the city. This made the lord of Jinsha City furious. They can't be allowed to enter the city. Quick! Fire! In an instant, dense SHLs and explosives were thrown at the slimes below like they were free. Seeing this scene, Andrew's heart immediately fell into an ice cellar. If he had been lucky before, then the Lord's actions now ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. At this point, the relationship between Jinsha City and the slimes has been completely torn apart. Once the war starts, it will be a fight to the death. There are only two outcomes for both sides. Either you die or I die. Either the Lord of the City destroys the slime clan and wins, or the slime kills the Lord of the City and takes over Jinsha City. A peaceful solution? It's impossible. On the city gate, the Lord of the City looked at the slimes below who were fleeing in all directions due to the bombardment and couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. Seeing Perxus and the anti-history brigade behind him, he couldn't help but frown. Why are you so slow? Perxus opened his mouth to explain. But the city lord waved his hand impatiently. Forget it. Hurry up and move the high-energy ion cannon up. I want those slugs to have no way back. However, the people in front of him were indifferent to his orders, and only looked at Perxus subconsciously. Seeing this, the ravine between the city lord's eyebrows became deeper and deeper. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and do it. Seeing that the city lord was angry, these people hurriedly pushed the turrets onto the city wall. Perxus was about to stop him, but the city lord had already returned to the city wall. The next moment, a loud command was heard from above. Fire! The guards were busy operating the weapons and equipment in front of them. Although the black market provided a manual, they had no chance to adapt to the weapon because they had only received it for 2 days. So a group of people worked hard for a long time and still couldn't figure out how to use it. The anxious city lord was furious. He pushed aside the useless guards and pressed the launch button directly. However, nothing happened. Pressed it again. Still nothing happened. The city lord was furious. What's going on? Peruis lowered his eyes and said nothing. Before coming, Andrew had asked people to remove the fuel device inside the high-energy ion cannon. Without the fuel device, the spacecraft would be like without the energy stone, and it could not be started at all. From some perspectives, high-end weapons are powerful, but their use is not as simple and clear as the most primitive and crude. Although Andrew's approach was indeed a bit bold. As he said, if he just threw explosives at a group of slimes, it would not attract the attention of those people. But if the high-temperature plasma cannon with an improper origin was used, it is hard to guarantee that the matter would not be exposed. Anyway, the city lord and his men have thrown enough explosives just now, and I believe they should be able to stop the attack of these slimes. Report to the city lord. The explosives are used up. Hearing the report from the city guards, the city lord had to stop questioning Perxus and turn around to ask, where are those slimes? Are they dead? Recalling the scattered slime corpses under the city gate, the city guards thought about it and said, they are almost dead. But there may be some fish that slipped through the net. The fish that slipped through the net are not to be feared. The city lord said and ordered everyone, load the explosives and continue to blow them up. Kill one by one when you see one. And don't let them go. Yes. The guards responded and were about to take action. But suddenly, there was a shocking explosion outside the silent city. Boom! There was no time to react, and a big hole was blown out of the city wall in front of them. In the violent shaking, the city lord struggled to stabilize his body, and he asked with a dark face, what's going on? On the side, the guards guarding the city were terrified that group of slimes started to fight back. I saw that the slimes that had disappeared before all appeared under the city wall, and they were holding all kinds of strange weapons. There was even a power armor among them. These slimes actually have power armor, including the city lord. The nobles of Jinsha City don't have this thing. However, the guards had no time to marvel, because compared with those slimes, The dozen black gun barrels behind them were more deterrent. Those gun barrels were half a person's height, cast in steel, and didn't look like the low-grade Shiba goods. In the center of the cannon, there is a peculiar car with more than a dozen launch tubes installed. On the car, a slime wrapped in steel armor was laughing at the broken wall in front of it. Although I couldn't understand what it was saying, its attitude looked very arrogant. In just a moment, the city lord's face turned green. TSK, TSK, TSK. Throwing so many bombs is not as powerful as my cannon, Gotham Iron Man said proudly, and touched the round head of the Dababu dragon cub beside him. Good boy. Show them the power of the Gotham cannon. Hearing his order, the Dababu dragon cub flapped its wings and swayed to the ignition point of the cannon barrel on the side, and saw it open its mouth and roar. Long flames sprayed out and directly ignited a whole row of fuses. Boom! Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The artillery fire mercilessly destroyed the already precarious city wall in front of them, and also completely smashed the outermost defense line of Jinsha City. Boom! Seeing the outer city wall collapsing in front of them, the players immediately shouted excitedly, "Brothers, go! Charge! For the slimes! For the clan leader!" Like hungry wolves, the slime army rushed into Jinsha City with weapons in hand. Players who activated combat skills were like war machines, ruthlessly attacking the roadblockers on the opposite side. I saw a slime's body suddenly grow to be 2 stories high, and then it mercilessly created the guards in front of it. In the distance, another slime spun on the spot to create a whirlwind. The whirlwind stirred up a lot of snow and blew all the guards, who were blocking it, into the sky. What's more terrifying is that the black slime can punch a hole several meters deep in the ground. What kind of monsters are these? After witnessing such a horrible scene, these guards, who were used to living a luxurious life in Jinsha City, felt that their worldview completely collapsed. It's impossible to win against such monsters. You have to escape. If you continue like this, they will all die. In just a moment, the guards of Jinsha City made the choice to defect. Looking at the guards running away, the city lord was furious. Why are you running? Come back and continue fighting. However, no one paid any attention to him. After seeing the ferocity and bravery of these slimes, their psychological defenses have collapsed. How could the frightened warriors pick up their weapons and fight again? Not tying up the city lord and surrendering to the slimes was already very conscientious. However, the city lord did not give up. He quickly ran to the high-energy ion cannon and tried again, but still got no response. He did not give up and caught Perksis hiding behind the bunker, high-energy ion cannon. Why can't the high-energy ion cannon be started? At this point, Perksis could not continue to hide it. After learning the truth, the city lord's face was suddenly covered with clouds. He had never expected that it was Andrew who betrayed him. This damn old man. He wanted to catch him and chop him into meat paste. Wait, where is Andrew? Looking around, the city lord found that the traitor had disappeared long ago. In just a moment, his anger reached its peak. He strangled Perksis's neck fiercely and asked loudly, "Where is Andrew? Tell me!" His breathing was suppressed, and Perksis's blood was boiling. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Tell me! Bang! The bullet flew through the air and pierced the man's head in front of him. His irritable expression was frozen on his face forever. Caught off guard, his face was splashed with blood. Perksis looked at the city lord in a daze as he fell in front of him. The city lord is dead? Before he could react, he heard a joyful cry from a distance. Hit! I am really a sharpshooter. Hearing the excited sound of stir-fried kidneys, the brick-moving boy couldn't help but feel sour. This guy is the leader here at a glance. Killing him should earn a lot of activity points. Right? More than that. Didn't you hear those NPCs calling this guy the city lord just now? He probably won the MVP this time with this shot. On the side, Hey Gulong Donkyang showed an envious look. Brick-carrying boy. Damn! The stir-fried kidney suddenly stiffened his back, and he patted the brick-carrying boy. Don't envy me. Practice hard, and you can also get the head of the boss in the next event. The city lord died, and the guards had no power to fight back. The slime army entered the Jinsha City with great momentum. By Wu Chang, lay down your weapons. Those who surrender will not be killed. Huh? Why is there no one? Gotham Iron Man drove his homemade modified artillery vehicle over, looking at the empty city in front of him. He felt a little confused. What's going on? Where are the people? Hey Gulong Dongqiang, either they ran away or hid. Peng Zhanqi agreed. This area should be inhabited by ordinary civilians. Brick-carrying boy, So are we still going to do it? Fried kidney flour. What are you doing? Civilians are like the farmhands in the slime farm. They are friendly forces. What if you kill someone and affect the reputation of the area? Peng Zhanqi, agree. Compared with these ordinary citizens, we should go to the city lord's mansion and the city hall to take a look. What if there are stubborn resistance factions there? However, when the players rushed into the city hall, not to mention the guards outside, even the government staff inside all raised their hands and squatted by the wall very consciously. This also disappointed the players who were ready to fight. They hadn't even started fighting yet. So why did these people surrender so quickly? Gotham Iron Man, it's boring. I just blasted open the city gate without even using my ultimate move. And everything was over. It's not as exciting as the last time I fought the spider. Fried Kidney said with a sly smile, if you want excitement, go back to the front and order it. Those unlucky guys were sent away by the opponent's explosives before they even opened fire. And they didn't even have a chance to fight. Gotham Iron Man, I'm not that stupid. The attack on Jinsha City went unexpectedly smoothly. Xiaoming had expected that the players might have to spend more time dealing with the guards in the city. However, he didn't expect that these people were so vulnerable. But fortunately, the enemy was weak, so he could lose less ammunition. Wait. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. Didn't Minister Andrew say that their city lord had found some high-energy ion cannon to deal with slimes? Now that the battle is over, where is the cannon? Chapter 238. Thank you so much. Hearing that the fighting outside had subsided, Andrew came out from behind the bunker deep in the alley. Seeing the yellow slime that was larger than other slimes in front of the city hall, Andrew was stunned and quickly guessed the other party's identity. This should be the leader of these slimes, the legendary Golden Slime. Andrew is a smart man. After seeing the slime army swaggering into Jinsha City, he understood who the winner of this war was. Standing up straight, Andrew brushed off the dust on his clothes and walked out of the alley and saluted directly to the slime chief in front of him. Dear Golden Slime, I am Andrew Bruno, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jinsha City. Hearing this self-introduction, Xiaoming immediately understood who the old man who suddenly appeared in front of him was. Looking at the old man's humble demeanor, he narrowed his eyes and said, I have received your letter, but unfortunately, I don't want to solve it privately and peacefully as you said. The implication is I have already taken over your hometown, and you can choose from it later. Andrew, as a smart man, naturally heard his implication. He who knows the current situation is a hero, and he bent down to the slime in front of him with a respectful attitude. Your decision is wise. The previous city lord was cruel and merciless, and Jinsha City urgently needs a wise new owner. Bordeaux Farm. Oh no. I have heard about the slime farm, and I believe you are the wise master we have been waiting for. These words are obviously flattery to please himself, but the elegant old man in front of him said it with a sincere taste. Xiaoming smiled when he heard it. I have seen your attitude. Don't be so restrained. Raise your head and speak. Yes. Andrew stood up and stood aside with his hands hanging down. Not far away, Bo Xiu saw Andrew's behavior and couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. The city lord's body was not cold yet, but this old man turned to his new master so quickly. This made him start to doubt Andrew's real intention of removing the high-energy ion cannon fuel launch device. What's the worry that using banned weapons will attract the attention of the future alliance? In fact, his real purpose is to make the city lord lose this war. Right? Thinking of this, Perksis suddenly paused. Wait. Could it be that Andrew had colluded with the slime a long time ago? On the surface, he sent people to negotiate, but in fact, it was a drama of internal and external cooperation. The more Perksis thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. Otherwise, how could the city lord be hit on the head by the slime when he pinched him just now? Maybe they had discussed it beforehand. Thinking of this, Perksis's beard was crooked with anger. This black-hearted old man actually kept such a big thing from him. If it weren't for his good luck, he would have almost died just now. But although he was angry, Perksis soon calmed down. The losses of this war were much smaller than most people imagined. Although these slimes were ferocious in battle, they did not attack the residents and officials who surrendered voluntarily. Nor did they break into the homes of the rich in the city to rob their property. Perhaps it is not so bad to let these slimes enter Jinsha City? Thinking of this, Perksis could not help but look at the golden slime in the distance. Without noticing Perksis's prying, Xiaoming said to Perksis, who was the first to extend an olive branch of peace, the war has just ended, and the residents in the city must be scared. I need you to convey a message to the residents of Jinsha City for me. We are not here to persecute them. On the contrary, we will bring them a new and better system. Andrew understood his intention in an instant and only replied respectfully, "Don't worry. I will explain it to the residents in the city." After speaking, he paused and lowered his voice, "But I am afraid that the nobles in the city will not be so easily appeased." Xiaoming naturally understood what he meant. The nobles were used to living a pampered life. And suddenly the dynasty changed in the city. And the master of the new dynasty was not a human being. They must have other ideas in their hearts. There are worries, fears, and of course more temptations. And even ideas of replacing. Now that the war has just ended, the political situation is still unstable. And many things are subject to considerable change. I guess many of those nobles have regarded the death of the original city lord as an opportunity to rise to power. Right? Jinsha City is not like the slime farm. It is the most prosperous and central city in the eastern part of the wasteland planet. How could the old ruling class tolerate that their city lord is a slime? When the war broke out, those nobles did not participate in the battle. Perhaps in their impression, the death of the city lord was just an accident, and the slime clan was not as terrible as the outside world said. Since there is no fear in their hearts, they will definitely make provocative moves. Even if there is no king, prince, general or minister on the wasteland planet, they will do this in person. At present, the slime clan's foundation in Jinsha City is still unstable, and such signs must be completely suppressed. Otherwise, he will be making wedding clothes for others. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that he might have to follow the example of the great man at that time and teach these nobles and landlords a class struggle lesson. Then tell them, the first bird to stick its head out will be shot, and whoever deliberately stirs up trouble will end up like the former city lord. Hearing this, Perxis was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly, yes. He was originally worried that the Golden Slime Chief didn't know how to deal with the current situation. But he didn't expect that the other party had already made plans. Compared with the policy of appeasement, it is indeed more effective to threaten those nobles who are arrogant and pretentious. However, what Perxis didn't expect was that in Xiaoming's plan, the threat of force was just an insignificant beginning. And the real key was ideological education. Not only these so-called nobles, but also the residents of Jinsha City, the landlords outside the city, and the long-term workers exploited by the landlords. Let them receive education on the core values of socialism. Only by changing the concepts of these people can future work be carried out better. Xiaoming had this plan a long time ago. But because the power of the slime clan was not strong enough at that time, and due to the special nature of some strongholds, the spark of revolution only burned in the Bordeaux Farm stronghold. Now the slime's base in the east has expanded from the original slime village and slime farm to Jinsha City. Compared with prison number 9 and slime farm, Jinsha City is much larger and has a larger population. Of course, the class solidification here is also more serious. And socialist ideological education can just break this class solidification. Just when Xiaoming was planning a grand blueprint for the future in his mind, his little players, led by those NPCs, rushed into the city lord's mansion to search for spoils. Damn! This city lord's home is too rich. Right? Crystal chandeliers, marble floors. Did I accidentally enter the tiny time set? What's the crystal chandelier? Look at this room. It's all gold. Upon hearing this, the players immediately became interested and ran straight to the room that was said to be all gold. Then, they saw a golden picture, golden walls, golden furniture, and, look at this toilet. It's also made of gold. A young player was seen holding a toilet seat, and a clear tooth mark could even be seen on the toilet lid. Seeing this, the players all had a look of disbelief on their faces. Damn! What did you do to the toilet? Seeing the horrified and contemptuous eyes of the crowd, the young player immediately made up, I just wanted to verify whether it was real gold. Players, there is no need to bite the toilet. Don't you think it's dirty? The young player didn't care. It's okay. Just wash it if it's dirty. Players. Ugh. Yes. But it's not necessary. Although some minor incidents occurred, the players still had a lot of fun in the city lord's mansion. Just like playing a treasure hunt game, the players shuttled around in this magnificent mansion, looking for useful loot. In addition to the furniture and decorations that looked very expensive, there were also many wines in the mansion, more than the original Bordeaux farm owner's collection. There were even a lot of guns and ammunition in the study and basement. Some models players have never seen before. The new map is great. There are so many loot. After collecting the loot into the sack, a young player said excitedly, I just went to the warehouse of the city lord's mansion to take a look. There are so many delicious things in it. Cheese, high-grade red wine, cured ham, and a cold storage of ice cream. Damn! Ice cream? Speaking of desserts, some sweet lovers can't help but say, I want to eat it. Isn't it cold to eat ice cream in winter? You don't understand. Ice cream can only feel good when eaten in winter. As he said that, the young player smacked his lips and didn't know what the ice cream on the deserted planet tasted like. Why are you in a hurry? You will know when the celebration starts? Celebration? Will we hold a celebration? On the side, Acute News that entered the game in version 1.20 was a little surprised. Of course, it was done when the slime farm map was opened before. How could there be no reason to open such a large map of Sand City this time? After hearing what the old player said, the newbie immediately understood. That's right. Thinking of the upcoming celebration and the delicious ice cream, the players cleaned up the battlefield faster. While the players were busy collecting spoils and cleaning up the battlefield, Andrew, who had received the order to appease the city residents, had already brought people to the radio station of Sand City. Since this is not the most central area of the city, there are no guards here. After knocking on the door, Andrew tried to push the door open when no one answered. Unfortunately, the door had been locked from the inside. He gave a look to the guard beside him, who then stepped forward and kicked the door open. Bang! With a loud bang, the door fell to the ground. Seeing the sudden intrusion of the people in front of them, the people in the room suddenly jumped and trembled with fear. Seeing them hugging each other, Andrew immediately raised a kind smile. Don't be nervous. We just want to borrow your radio. As he said that, he looked around the room. Who among you is in charge? Half a while after the voice fell, a middle-aged man raised his hand in panic. It's me. Andrew nodded. Okay. It's you. Hurry up and turn on the radio and set it to the citywide broadcast mode. Dare not say anything. Dare not ask anything. The middle-aged man heard the words and immediately stepped forward to start the machine in a hurry. Okay. Andrew glanced at him, walked to the microphone and tapped it. After confirming that the equipment was not faulty, he spoke. Good afternoon, residents of Jeanshaw City. I am Andrew Bruno, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jeanshaw City. I believe you have heard the news, but I still have to explain the situation to everyone here. Just today, our Jeanshaw City ushered in a new ruler, Golden Slime. I know everyone is uneasy about the arrival of the Slime family, but our new city lord has assured me that they are not here to persecute the residents of Jeanshaw City. On the contrary, they will bring a new and better system to Jeanshaw City. Your life will not be disturbed in any way. Hearing the voice coming from the radio, the originally panicked residents in the city gradually regained their calm. The young Yushua looked at the big brother beside him curiously. Really? Slime will not disturb our lives? The eldest brother Yuku, who was asked, shook his head and touched his brother's head. There was no emotion in his eyes. I don't know either. All this happened so suddenly that it was unimaginable. If the city lord had not been recruiting people in the city during this period, they would not have known that there was such a group of slimes in the mountains and forests in the east. After all, the burden of life has almost made them breathless. So how can they pay attention to slimes? Since they don't understand slimes, there is no way to verify the truth of what the other party said. But the gentle old man on the radio suddenly changed the subject. The Golden Slime City Lord also said it. If anyone wants to deliberately cause trouble, then the former city lord will be his fate. I believe that smart people like you should know what to do. After hearing Andrew's broadcast, the players stopped what they were doing. After reading the translation of this speech, the players were immediately shocked. Damn! Was this arranged by the Patriarch? This is too cool. Directly declares sovereignty. The Patriarch is awesome. Slime is awesome. Long live the Slime clan. Long live the clan leader. Xiao Ming couldn't help but hold his forehead when he heard the cult-like cheers of the players around him. It was obviously the same sentence. But why did Andrew's expression have a completely different effect? What was he doing with his villain-like speech? Was this old man sure he was on his side? Isn't he just making enemies for him by saying this? However, Minister Andrew didn't seem to realize this. After broadcasting throughout the city, he even ran to Xiao Ming to take credit. Everything was done according to your instructions. I believe that after hearing these words, those nobles would not have the courage to try the law. Xiao Ming, thank you so much. Chapter 239 Potential Comrades. Jeanshaw City. Inner City. After hearing the 360-degree broadcast in the city, the faces of the nobles of Jeanshaw City became particularly ugly. Andrew. The veins on Balder's forehead bulged. And he slammed the table. How dare he? What is there for him not to dare? He even betrayed the city lord. The man sitting at the head of the conference table said coldly, otherwise, why do you think those slimes suddenly attacked the city? We have never leaked any news. And the man put down the whiskey in his hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly like a cold-blooded animal. The secret weapon that the city lord had bought at a high price before was never used from beginning to end. It is said that it was because of a machine failure. But how can there be such a coincidence in the world? When the war is at a critical moment, the machine breaks down? What's more coincidental is that as soon as the city lord died, he became the spokesperson for those slimes. I don't believe that he didn't betray the city lord before. Hearing this, everyone present was silent. Snake was right. They might not have thought so deeply before the broadcast. But when they heard Andrew's voice on the radio, everything was connected. Andrew betrayed the city lord in Jinsha City. So those slimes suddenly came to attack the city. It was also because Andrew chose those slugs that the current situation of Jinsha City was created. However, they didn't know these things until now. Everything is a foregone conclusion. The group of slimes has entered the city in a show of force and is domineering over their heads. What if someone wants to deliberately make trouble? The former city lord will be his fate. It's just a small slime. And it dares to threaten him. These damn slimes. As if he couldn't get angry, the hot-tempered Balder hammered the table in front of him hard. What should we do now? Are we really going to let a group of slugs crawl over our heads? However, no one answered him at this moment. Because no one can answer this question. Snake frowned, rubbing his fingertips on the cold rim of the cup. His intuition told him that if he continued to let these slimes go, it would lead to an irreversible situation. But if radical measures were taken, what Andrew conveyed in the radio might not just be a threat. Perhaps a roundabout way should be taken to slowly solve it. Perhaps because they were frightened by the radio. The nobles of Jinsha City seemed to have disappeared in the 2 days since then, without any response. Although they did keep a low profile and did not provoke trouble, Andrew still felt that these people were too quiet. They have not shown up since the fall of Jinsha City. Let's not talk about this for now. It has been several days since the slime settled in Jinsha City, and they have not even participated in normal entertainment activities. This situation has never happened before. This is very abnormal. It would be fine if these nobles were all cowardly wastes. But there are ambitious people among them who are brave and resourceful. Are those guys willing to just submit to the rule of the slime clan? Andrew thought it was impossible. Although Andrew Bruno was willing to follow the slime clan, the premise of all this was based on the strength of the slime clan. Those nobles have always been arrogant, and they have not seen the ability of slimes with their own eyes. When they encounter the situation that Jinsha City suddenly changes its owner, and the new owner is not human, it is definitely unrealistic for them to accept such a result. These people must be planning something behind the scenes. Andrew felt that he had to keep an eye on these people, not only for his new owner, but also for himself. He could not hide the fact that he betrayed the original city lord from those nobles. Once those people successfully regained control of Jinsha City from the slimes, they would definitely settle accounts with him. In their view, he betrayed not only the city lord, but also the entire Jinsha City. Traitors are not qualified to live. Therefore, in order to save his life, Andrew must be 120% alert to deal with the counterattack of those nobles. Xiao Ming did not know what the old man in front of him was thinking. In his view, he was not afraid even if the nobles in the city really wanted to rebel. Anyway, his little players will solve it. Compared with those autumn grasshoppers that jump up at any time, Xiao Ming has to deal with more important things now. The first thing is ideological rectification. When he sent players to Jinsha City to do tasks, he found that some residents of Jinsha City were very resistant to slimes. Later, he asked Andrew what the reason was, and the other party told him that it was because the radio in Jinsha City sometimes reported some news that vilified and distorted the image of slimes. It was also because of these news that some people had a bad impression of Eastern slimes, as if he was afraid that Xiao Ming would be angry. Andrew raised his hand and swore that he did not believe those ridiculous rumors. He even flattered the slime clan to show his loyalty. However, Xiao Ming, who learned about this, was not as angry as he imagined. It is better to say that he had a new inspiration through this incident. He had thought about brainwashing the residents of Jinsha City before. Oh no! It is a comprehensive quality education. There are many ways to educate, and the most common way besides online classes is to go to school. However, the former condition is not available on the wasteland planet. And as for the latter, he can't ask all the residents of the city to give up their lives and work and go to school to study. This is unrealistic. What's more, not everyone among these residents can read. So in order to speed up the progress, Xiaoming decided to adopt a simpler and more brutal method. Broadcasting. This is what the rulers of Jinsha City did at the beginning. Once upon a time, they spread biased reports about slimes to the residents of the city through news broadcasts. Now, they can also use this method to correct these prejudices and give residents a new ideological education. This approach may not work in the short term, but in the long run, the impact is huge. Of course, in order to make these people understand better, Xiaoming also plans to provide literacy education to those uneducated residents. However, since he is not familiar with the characters of the Wasteland Planet, this work still needs to be done by the educated natives of the Wasteland Planet. When the literacy work reaches a certain level, he can create an online media and spread his ideas to other planets. But this plan may have to wait for a long time. Right now, ideological education is more important. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately opened the background of the summoner, found an email address from the mailbox that he had not used for a long time, and then edited a paragraph of text and sent it out. After doing all this, Xiaoming picked up the handmade milk tea given by the players in front of him and took a sip, sighing with satisfaction. Professional things should be done by professionals. How can I mislead the students with my level of political science? Even if it is ideological education, we have to find the most standardized teaching materials. Right? As he said, Xiaoming jumped off the chair. It's time to prepare for the celebration. The players are waiting anxiously. Earth. After several months, Fong Qian once again received an email from the behind-the-scenes planner of the game, Wild Star World. Unlike the last time when they took the initiative to give them a place in the closed beta test of the game, this time the email sent by the other party did not mention anything related to the game. Instead, he made a strange request. I need a series of complete ideological education books, including Marxism, Socialism, etc. In addition, a simple and easy-to-understand book explanation is required. After preparation, please send the document to this mailbox in the form of an email within 48 hours. After reading the content of the email in front of him, Fong Qian was confused. As if he felt unbelievable, he rubbed his eyes again and again. After making sure that he was not dazzled, he couldn't help but say, Hack. On the side, Xiaohong, who had just put on a helmet and was about to log into the game, couldn't help but turn his head and ask, What's wrong with the team? Fong Qian didn't answer, but just pinched his eyebrows and waved to him to come and see. Xiao Zhang walked over in confusion and looked at the screen in the direction of his finger. Then, he also said, Hack. Xiaohong, who was shocked by the email in front of him, didn't bother to log into the game, and quickly took off his helmet and asked, What's going on? Are aliens also joining the party? The entire special operations team knew that the mastermind behind Wild Star World had sent an email to contact their team. Similarly, everyone in their team also speculated that the person who created the game, Wild Star World, might be an extraterrestrial civilization. But the last time the mysterious alien took the initiative to contact the team was just to let scientists on Earth enter the game to do research and improve the productivity inside the Wild Star World. But this time the other party came to the door and made a completely unrelated request. It felt like you were preparing for the next English test, but your English teacher suddenly took you to the playground and asked you to prepare for a 1,000-meter physical fitness test. It was outrageous. Seeing the two people gathered in front of the computer with strange expressions, the passing Security Bureau Director Lao Lu couldn't help but walk over curiously. He looked over and saw, Wow! What a guy! Hearing the surprised voice of Director Lao Lu, the two immediately stood up. Director Lao Lu waved his hand to signal them not to care and continued to ask, What's the situation with this email? Why do those aliens want these books? Fong Qian shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. I just received it. The other party said nothing. Lao Lu nodded slightly. It wasn't a difficult request. If the other party wanted it, just give it to him. On the side, Xiao Li, a member of the investigation team who heard the conversation between the two people, couldn't help asking, Is there any fraud in this? Fong Qian nodded in agreement. I also think it's strange. How can these extraterrestrial civilizations be interested in these ideological programs of our country? Do you think they will? What? Invade our Earth? Lao Lu was immediately happy when he heard it. If they really have this plan, is it necessary to do so much as they are now? Isn't it convenient to just throw a dark matter weapon over? What ideological series is needed? What book explanations are needed? The whole cultural invasion is something that only the bald eagle faction would do. Civilizations like them, that are more advanced than us, don't need it at all. As he said that, he patted the shoulders of several people as comfortingly, "You should all expand your vision. If they are interested in these, it means that our program is a good thing. Maybe they even want to join the party. Since they have this intention, then they are our potential comrades. Right? Just send the documents to them. Who knows? They might join socialism by then." Xiao Li, Xiao Zhang, Fang Qian. Can it be like this? When they thought about the future of socialism being planted all over the extraterrestrial planets, the hearts of all the members of the investigation team suddenly became extremely excited. Send. Send now. Chapter 240 Lei Feng. Returned to Jinsha City. The investigation team was very efficient and sent all the information Xiaoming needed that afternoon. When he opened the email, Xiaoming unexpectedly found that there were not only the books he needed, but also various propaganda and education manuals for grassroots government work. After flipping through the manual, he found that there were many things in it that he could use now. Seeing this, Xiaoming had to sigh that the investigation team's thoughtfulness really exceeded his expectations. After everything was ready, Xiaoming read these materials and books in the order of reading in the Wild Star language and recorded them with a recording device, and then placed them in the radio station of Jinsha City for all-day broadcasting. So from that day on, whether the residents of Jinsha City got up in the morning or finished work in the evening to eat, they could hear, "Rich, democratic, civilized, harmonious. Democracy is the beautiful aspiration of human society. It is the construction goal of socialist modernization." All the residents of Jinsha City, including those nobles? What the HL? Compared to those NPCs, the players' reactions are much different. Oh my god! I can hear the core values of socialism when I play a game? Although it is a Wild Star language version, this game has 2 positive values. Why did it suddenly start playing these? Could it be that this game has been acquired by relevant state departments? That makes sense. Otherwise, why do they do this? I haven't seen King of Glory, Itchy Mouse, and the Honkai series play such positive energy content in the game. The only explanation is that this game has been officially registered, so it needs to be done. Otherwise, players will fight and kill in the game all day long, which will have a bad impact. If you think about it carefully, who else can have such a high level of technology and financial resources to research and produce such an awesome holographic game except the official? On the surface, this is just a 3-no game. But in fact, this may be a new research being conducted by the country? Brain science, electronic information engineering, military, astrophysics, applied physics. The various scientific and technological crystals represented by Wild Star World can be applied to various fields once they come out. Thinking of this, the young players felt that they understood everything. Wild Star World must be a research project invested by the state. Even the plain style of the official website in the early stage, the zero publicity of the game, and the practice of closed beta testing are now very likely to be a confidentiality action deliberately made by the official for some purpose. And they may have participated in this great project unconsciously. Another group of players who think that this game actually comes from alien civilizations, such as Lu Guang, have a bigger brain hole. In their opinion, the reason why these contents appear in the games developed by aliens is that the country may have contacted those alien civilizations and reached a friendly and cooperative relationship with them. So they will play such legitimate content in the game. In a big way. Maybe the aliens have joined our party. Thinking of this, these players can't help but get excited. Even aliens can be pulled into their own camp. It's really my country. Xiaoming didn't know that the ideological education he arranged for the residents of Jinsha City could actually give birth to such a big brain hole among the players. Looking at the astonishing and bold guesses of the players on the forum, Xiaoming smiled while browsing the web page. Although I have such a plan, your imagination is too rich. Even online novelists don't have such a tortuous brain hole as you. However, the more far-fetched the players' guesses are, the safer it is for Xiaoming. Although his identity on Earth no longer exists, and under normal circumstances, he cannot be found on Earth. But there is always a chance of something happening. Just like he didn't expect that he would come to another world and another planet after his death and become a slime. And even tricked his former fellow villagers to work in this world. Some things can't be said too early, and people can't be too confident. For his own safety, he must cover his vest tightly. Thinking of this, Xiaoming used several robot forum accounts generated by the summoner. The farther the guess was from the truth, the more he would lead public opinion to that angle. But after a while, the topic on the forum turned around and went to other places. After seeing enough of the excitement, Xiaoming closed the forum page and went to the city for a tour. Jinsha City is big, but not as big as the capital of Zukum Star. After staying here for a few days, the players quickly became familiar with the newly opened map and began to look for opportunities in the city to find tasks. Of course, this approach is obviously not feasible. After trying to communicate with the local natives several times without success, the players gave up the idea of accepting tasks from the NPCs in the city. These NPCs should only be the background boards of the new map, not the plot NPCs. The brick-moving boy sat down on the ground and said unhappily, "I just gestured to that guy for a long time, but he didn't pay any attention to me at all. You are already pretty good." On the side, "Hey Guang Dongqiang," said disapprovingly, "Lao Bai and I met a couple before, and they turned around and ran away as if they saw a ghost when they saw us before they said a word. It's simply amazing." The quality inspector of the assembly line didn't understand. "Isn't Jinsha City our new base? Why are these people so weird?" The brick-carrying boy spread his hands. "Who knows?" Da Pengzhanqi sighed. "It seems that not all our forces are as warm and friendly as the farmhands of the slime farm. Even the prison guards in prison number 9 did not resist us so obviously. What's so strange about this? Rim is my wife. I don't think so. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Even our base cannot guarantee that all NPCs are as beautiful as Mia and Miss Elpis. In this case, it is normal that some NPCs in our camp are not so enthusiastic about slimes. After all, slimes are not RMB that everyone can like. Such a setting makes the plot setting more realistic." Pork stewed with vermicelli nodded. "It makes sense." After a discussion, the players naturally explained some unreasonable phenomena with game settings or bugs. Such self-justification saved Xiaoming, the game planner, from trouble. The victory celebration just ended, leaving Xiaoming with an extremely complicated mess. Although it is known as the largest city in the East and even in the entire wasteland, Jinsha City is actually not as prosperous as Xiaoming imagined, at least in terms of the prosperity of the city and the happiness index of the residents. It is far inferior to the capital of Zukum, but it is not entirely true to say that it is very bad. At least the residences of the city lord and those nobles, who are the ruling class, are still very luxurious. However, the lives of ordinary residents are not so good. These people are at most slightly better than the long-term workers and slaves of the farms outside the city. This is also the fundamental reason why some of the lower-class people on the wasteland are very eager to live in Jinsha City. After all, they are also people from the root of the imperial city. Even if they are long-term workers, they are better than those farms in remote areas outside. But this is far from enough. The excessive gap between the rich and the poor will cause class solidification, which is not conducive to the long-term prosperity and stability of the economy. Therefore, the economy has become the second problem that Xiaoming needs to solve after settling in Jinsha City. As for the first item, it is naturally the stability of the regime and the enlightenment of the people's thoughts. Of course, in order to better implement the former, it is necessary to let the slime players have a good relationship with the residents in the city, not far away. Xiaoming couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing the discussion of these players. Perhaps he can try to arrange some daily tasks for the players in the new map, just like what those players did when they met the nomads of the Wasteland tribe. With this thought in mind, Xiaoming walked around the city and silently edited the news he heard from the residents of Jinsha City into tasks, and posted them on the task bulletin board. Daily Task 1. The oven of Anya Bakery in the east of the city is broken, and Baker Anya is very distressed. Baker Anya, if the oven cannot be repaired, the golden bread, a specialty of Jinsha City, cannot be baked today. Task requirements: repair the oven and help the baker bake golden bread. It is recommended to accept the repairman profession and the chef profession. Task reward: 20 slime coins. Daily Task 2. The owner of Trey's blacksmith shop in the west of the city has a leg injury, and a batch of newly forged ironware needs to be delivered to customers. Trey, the owner of the blacksmith shop, it would be great if someone could help me deliver the goods. Task requirements: help the owner of the blacksmith shop deliver the goods and collect the payment. It is recommended that players with high speed points accept it. Task reward: 15 slime coins. Daily Task 3. The players were stunned when they suddenly received the message prompt of the taskbar refresh. Good guy. Has the new map finally refreshed the daily activity? Before they could sigh at this sudden change, some fast hand parties quickly clicked the task acceptance key. Damn! Why are they all gone? Nima, are you guys old bachelors who have been single for 30 years? Why are your hand speeds so fast? Why can't I click it? Is the number of people full? I was entangled for a while, and in the end, there was no one left. Gone! Why are all the remaining tasks gone? I want to take on a few more. Do you want to take on a few more? I haven't taken any. Picking nose, that's because you are too shameless. Smiling face, come over if you have the guts. I promise I won't beat you up. Look, there are new tasks coming out. I'm Zhao. After a small episode, the players who received the tasks rushed to their respective task locations and began to act as Lei Feng. However, for the residents of Jinsha City, there is no concept of Lei Feng. Most of them are still worried about the current difficulties. Just when they didn't know how to solve it, a group of colorful slimes suddenly appeared and took the initiative to take care of all the difficult things. One by one. The appearance of these slimes was like gods descending from the sky and like charcoal in the snow, instantly solving all their problems. What's more peculiar is that they seemed to come here specifically to help. And after they were busy, they left non-stop to go to another place. Sometimes it was a restaurant. Sometimes it was a clothing store. And sometimes it was the city gate. Almost all people in the city who encountered difficulties would receive a helping hand from the slimes. The young Manyuka was an electrician. At the time of the incident, he was repairing the faulty street lights in the city. When he was concentrating on his work, he didn't notice that the screws of the restaurant sign behind him were loose, and it was hanging above his head and teetering. He Guang Dongqiang had just delivered the goods to the restaurant owner, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the sign above the boy's head that was about to fall. So he activated his skill without thinking and punched the sign away. Bang! Clang! Startled by the sound, Yuka turned his head blankly, and then saw the huge sign not far away. There was a hole in the middle. For a moment, fear surged in his heart. On the opposite side, a black slime straightened its round body towards him, made a cool guy look like you don't need to thank me, and then jumped away. Behind him, the boss who heard the noise and ran out seemed to understand something when he saw the scene in front of him, and muttered to himself with a look of relief, "Fortunately, it's okay. No one was hurt. Otherwise, he would have to pay compensation." Looking at the back of the slime leaving, the young Yuka was stunned. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the question his brother asked not long ago. Will the slime disturb their lives? At that time, he couldn't answer this question. Now, he can.